Chapter 1. GT Vegeta shatter the hyperbolic time chamber. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists a tranquil, snow-white world. Aside from a central hourglass-shaped structure, no other edifices mar the serene landscape. This is the hyperbolic time chamber of the sacred realm. Historically, this place has remained undisturbed, devoid of any life forms, rendering it indistinguishable from a state of suspension. However, today marks an unprecedented upheaval, for a singular individual is forcefully breaking through his limits to attain an even mightier state. He is Vegeta, yet he is not the Vegeta from the main timeline of the Dragon Ball saga, but rather the one hailing from a divergent timeline, that of Dragon Ball GT. Moreover, he is Vegeta, yet not entirely the Vegeta of this world. He is a transcendent being. Since Lin Mu arrived in this world, assuming the identity of the original Vegeta, he has altered his fate and executed a remarkable resurgence. From the saga of Frieza, through the androids and Cell, to the decade-long training post the Majin Buu arc, culminating in a fierce battle against Baby, the subjugation of the android Super 17, and finally, the annihilation of the evil dragon's birth from malevolent energy. Now, 5 years have elapsed since the calamity of the evil dragons, and he has firmly established himself as the mightiest entity in this realm. Even the original protagonist, Son Goku, has relentlessly pursued him over the years, yet the gap between them has only widened. Through years of arduous training, he has not only perfected his transformation into a Super Saiyan, but has also attained the 5th level of Super Saiyan prowess. Indeed, he is a legendary white-haired monkey from the unknown realms of existence. Yet, Vegeta remains unsatisfied. Despite reaching such heights of power, he harbors ambitions that soar even higher. The GT timeline is devoid of deities of destruction, angels, or even the Grand Minister. Perhaps even the Omni King himself does not reside here. However, absence does not imply immunity from the incursions of beings from other worlds. To safeguard against future crises, Vegeta has never ceased his quest for strength. His current retreat in the hyperbolic time chamber is a pursuit of methods to transcend his limits. He has vowed to remain in seclusion until he achieves greater power. In simpler terms, he will not depart until he grows stronger. This training has lasted for 5 years. After years of relentless effort, he has finally discovered the means to shatter the barriers of his potential. Now, his latent power surges forth, filling every corner of the hyperbolic time chamber with an awe-inspiring aura. Through the perception of his energy, one can ascertain that Vegeta's current presence could obliterate an entire galaxy with but a thought. Moreover, this is merely the extent of his power in its typical state. Using numerical values to quantify this energy, it surpasses the 7th dimensional threshold and reaches into the realms of unimaginable magnitude. The 9th dimensional level, at 1,000 quintillion, represents his normal combat power. In an instant, a tempestuous storm erupts, shaking the very fabric of space and hinting at imminent collapse. At the eye of this storm, Vegeta stands immovable, radiating an aura that seems as unyielding as a mountain, unaffected by the chaos surrounding him. The cataclysmic energy intensifies, shattering the spatial confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. It begins. With a thunderous declaration, Vegeta unleashes the energy within him. The world around him is thrown into disarray, as the once serene sky of this endless white realm succumbs to an unimaginable darkness. A pale, flame-like aura envelopes him, gradually igniting with golden energy. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta's combat power escalates exponentially. He transcends the 9th dimension and ascends to the 10th, achieving a terrifying combat power magnitude of 5 quintillion. This marks the early stages of his first-level Super Saiyan transformation. With a crackling sound, the wild energy of the first-level Super Saiyan surges forth, overturning the very essence of the hyperbolic time chamber. Above him, a swirling vortex of darkness manifests, erupting with a myriad of ominous black currents. On the periphery of this abyss, a transparent barrier materializes, the barrier of the Dragon Ball GT timeline. Yet, Vegeta pays no heed to these limitations. He has encountered this boundary before. His focus is solely on how to break through to a higher realm. In the next instant, his gaze sharpens, and a more potent surge of energy erupts from within him like a tidal wave. The golden energy intensifies, transforming into a tangible force that rockets skyward, propelling him beyond the first-level Super Saiyan's second and third stages, entering a state of full power. This full power state grants him an astounding 80-fold increase in his combat prowess, elevating him to a staggering 8 quintillion. The very fabric of the hyperbolic time chamber appears on the verge of collapse under the overwhelming pressure of his full power state. The space fractures, scattering into countless shards. The vortex above Vegeta expands dramatically, yet the world barrier remains unscathed, showing the formidable resilience of this realm. Just as I suspected, the space within the hyperbolic time chamber is far more robust. Vegeta declares, determination igniting within him. Now, I shall unleash my full potential. Witness my breakthrough. Become even stronger. With a frantic roar, a fierce golden light erupts from his eyes. In that moment, his already terrifying aura reaches new heights. Ascending to the second stage of Super Saiyan, his power amplifies 100-fold. At the pinnacle of the second stage, his power doubles to an astonishing 200-fold increase. This overwhelming strength surges forth, surpassing 20 quintillion. Vegeta's energy, while he exerts control, relentlessly assaults the world barrier, yet it remains impervious. In contrast, the realm of the hyperbolic time chamber is thrown into chaos, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, Vegeta does not relent. He continues to amplify the intensity of his energy. The golden aura extends, cascading down to his waist, his brow furrowing and his gaze becoming as cold and merciless as death itself. He breaks through the pinnacle of the second stage of Super Saiyan, progressing to the initial phase of the third stage, ultimately reaching its maximum potential. With combat power escalating from 400 to an astounding 600 times the norm, Vegeta's might triples, reaching 60 quintillion. The overwhelming energy has now reached the limits of what the hyperbolic time chamber can withstand. In less than a second, the entire realm of the hyperbolic time chamber collapses. Chapter 2: Surpassing Limits. Breaking through worlds. Meanwhile, in the external world, the collapse of the hyperbolic time chamber has had a tremendous impact on the sacred realm. The divine attendant Bobo and the supreme Kai Dandy observe the tremors, shaking the sacred realm beneath them, their faces drenched in cold sweat and their hearts gripped by terror. This ferocious energy is too much for the sacred realm to bear. It's on the brink of collapse. Dandy exclaims, his anxiety reaching a fever pitch. Supreme Kai, be careful. Bobo, with swift reflexes, perceives the impending danger and hastily pushes Dandy aside. In the very next moment, a torrent of golden energy erupts like a volcanic blast from the spot where Dandy had just stood. Should they be caught in this cataclysmic energy, their lives would be forfeit. That was close. Dandy breathes a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with gratitude. We should leave the sacred realm for now. It is no longer safe here. Bobo wipes the sweat from his brow, urging him onward. Indeed, we have no choice. Let us hope the sacred realm remains intact upon our return. Dandy concedes, reluctantly agreeing to exit the sacred realm with Bobo. Such events had never transpired before, and they held unwavering trust that Vegeta would not act recklessly. Little did they anticipate that, after 5 days of retreat, such a terrifying incident would unfold. Though breaches from the hyperbolic time chamber had occurred in the past, this time is undeniably far more alarming at this very moment. Warriors of GT scattered across the various corners of the earth have all sensed the ominous presence of this unusual energy. West City, within the confines of Vegeta's residence. As Vegeta's aura erupted in a linear explosion, his children, Bra and Trunks, immediately took notice. In addition to Trunks and Bra, there was also a girl with golden hair. This girl is none other than Vegeta's daughter, though her mother is not Bulma, but rather Android 18. In this world, Android 18 is indeed Vegeta's wife, and has not been relegated to a secondary role as in the original tale with a bald-headed Krillin. Under Trunks' leadership, the group swiftly convened to discuss the situation. Though this was not the first occurrence of such an event, this time was undoubtedly far more ferocious than the previous instances. It felt as though something monumental was about to transpire at any moment. Thousands of kilometers west of West City, atop the Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Son Goku is diligently training at the summit of Baozi Mountain. Entranced in deep meditation, he is impervious to any disturbances from the outside world. However, when Vegeta's energy entered his perception, Goku abruptly opened his eyes. His body instinctively ceased its training, rising to his feet. This energy belongs to Vegeta. His power has surged to this extent. Damn it, this guy has once again gotten ahead of me. Goku clenched his fists in frustration, his heart brimming with indignation. It had been quite some time since he last encountered Vegeta, and both had been diligently honing their skills in their own ways. He too has been searching for a method to transcend his own limits. Yet, it was evident that Vegeta had shattered his limits before him, signifying that the gap between them had once again widened. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, endless fragments of space drift aimlessly, transforming the once boundless expanse of white into a drastically altered ecological environment. In the sky, dark lightning roamed freely, and at the edge of this darkness, an invisible barrier faintly revealed a slender crack. After a brief moment of silence, a more formidable aura erupted from within Vegeta's being. Beyond the third level of Super Saiyan, he once again experienced a transcendence. His golden hair, now cascading down to his waist, shifted to a deep brown as his hairstyle began to morph. His upper garments vanished, revealing a muscular physique cloaked in a layer of fiery red fur. His pupils transformed from a vibrant green to a striking tricolor of blue, white, and black, with a bold scarlet shadow accentuating the corners of his eyes, bestowing him with an air of dominance. A human form adorned with the visage of a beast, he became Super Saiyan at the 4th level. Even with merely black hair, Vegeta in this form possessed a terrifying combat power that surged to an astonishing 500. Yet this was only the beginning. The metamorphosis had only just commenced. With unwavering determination, Vegeta elevated the Saiyan energy within him to its zenith, and the appearance of his Super Saiyan 4th level once again underwent a transformation. His waist-length dark brown hair transformed into a vivid red, signifying a breakthrough of limits. But was that all? Clearly not, as the red-haired limit break was merely a transient phase, eventually transitioning into a soft pink. Both his combat power and the purity of his aura experienced an explosive elevation. While he still bore the semblance of a Super Saiyan at the 4th level, his strength had undergone a cataclysmic change. From the ordinary black-haired state of Super Saiyan 4th level, he had metamorphosed into the red-haired limit-breaking form, once again shattering barriers and attaining the pinnacle of his bloodline power. Super Saiyan 4th level, bloodline culmination. In this state, Vegeta's combat power had utterly transcended the bounds of the Go unit. Entering the realm of Jian, merely, the visible combat power value had stabilized at 5 Jian. Rumble? Above Vegeta, amidst the chaotic dark realm, a more terrifying upheaval erupted. An unparalleled energy force had begun to threaten the barrier of this world. The current world barrier had reached the brink of collapse. Looking up towards the heavens, the surface of the world barrier was now riddled with countless cracks, poised to explode at any moment. Focused on his own transcendence, Vegeta paid little heed to the massive vortex looming above him, which had expanded several folds since before. He believed that no matter how powerful he became, he could not genuinely shatter the world. After all, he had once pursued such an extreme in the past, but ultimately abandoned it after yielding no results. Stabilizing the aura of his transformation, Vegeta's gaze suddenly sharpened. Now, it is time for the final step. Murmuring to himself, Vegeta took a deep breath. This moment was of utmost importance. Clenching his fists tightly, Vegeta gritted his teeth, his entire body tensed, veins bulging on his forehead, and blood vessels gradually surfacing around his eyes. Chapter 3: Beyond Super Saiyan 5th Level. Ha! A soul-piercing shout resonated throughout the realm of the hyperbolic time chamber. The surrounding pink aura began to morph from a fiery blaze into a jet-like form, rapidly spreading outwards with absolute destructive force. As the aura continued to rise, the entire world within the hyperbolic time chamber underwent a cataclysmic transformation, culminating in a colossal explosion that overturned everything. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, lightning crackled across the sky, and at the epicenter of this energy eruption, an astonishing transformation was underway within Vegeta. The rhythmic thumping of his heart resonated like distant thunder. In the heart of the pink aura, strands of silvery energy emerged, gradually supplanting the Super Saiyan 4's pink-haired energy while simultaneously altering Vegeta's visage. His form continuously morphed, with the aura surrounding him oscillating between shades of pink and pure white. A deafening roar erupted from Vegeta's lips, a cry that awakened the dormant bloodline power slumbering within him. With a resounding explosion, a pillar of luminous white energy surged skyward, transforming into a divine light that pierced through the darkness. Within this sacred radiance, Vegeta's metamorphosis reached its culmination. His hair gleamed a brilliant white, and his tri-colored crimson eyes radiated strength greater than that of a Super Saiyan 4th level. This is undoubtedly the Super Saiyan 5th stage. Moreover, it is not an ordinary Super Saiyan 5th stage. This marks the pinnacle of Vegeta's transformation, a form that has reached a significant elevation. At the same time, outside the hyperbolic time chamber, the Supreme Kai Din and his attendant Popo floated high above, several thousand meters from the Temple of the Gods. Suddenly, the temple ceased its trembling, and the two initially believed the turmoil had finally come to an end. However, just as this thought began to take root in their minds, the harsh reality struck them with a jolt. With a deafening explosion, the entire temple erupted, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the sky. Smoke billowed and flames erupted in every direction. Witnessing the catastrophic explosion of the temple, Din and Popo fell into a profound silence, remaining speechless and disoriented for a considerable time. After a long pause, Din, his voice trembling, addressed Popo, "Popo, from now on, we must never lend the hyperbolic time chamber to Vegeta for training again." After a moment of contemplation, Popo nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes, Lord Dent." While they thought this way, it was merely a fleeting remark. They knew they could not truly prevent it, especially in this world, where Vegeta was a savior. How could they ever refuse his requests? As the temple disintegrated, Vegeta's overwhelming aura transcended dimensions, permeating the realm of the hyperbolic time chamber and reaching every corner of Earth. No, it would be more accurate to say it resonated throughout the entire world. Vegeta's children in West City stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate the myriad thoughts racing through their minds. Had they not felt it firsthand, they would never have believed that anyone in this world could unleash such a formidable aura. Not just them, but every powerful being across the universe sensed this formidable presence. Even the Kais in the realm of the gods were rendered speechless by this terrifying force. Among them, the most affected was Goku, who, at Kame House, felt a surge of frustration. It appeared that Vegeta had completely surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan level 5. How infuriating. Why was it that this man always managed to get ahead of him? Even if he were to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan level 5, he would still fall short in comparison. Gazing into the distance and feeling the astonishing energy emanating from Vegeta, Goku clenched his teeth, his heart filled with melancholy. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, as Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan level 5, the turbulence within this miniature world finally subsided. The energy that had permeated the small realm was swiftly reined in by Vegeta as he focused his thoughts inward. It seems my intuition was correct. Super Saiyan level 5 is not the ultimate limit. Beyond this, there must exist even more potent transformations. Although this breakthrough is considered a temporary success, it still falls short of true accomplishment. While it remains uncertain whether it will be as significant as the transformations to Super Saiyan 4 or 5, Vegeta is confident that with the final exploration completed, he can elevate his power to new heights. At that point, traversing between worlds would likely become a trivial matter. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta sensed the changes within his body. He could distinctly feel that every cell within him was in an extraordinarily active state. The energy coursing through him surged forth, seemingly inexhaustible and boundless. This sensation, one I have not experienced in many years, has gradually diminished since I ascended to the 5th level of Super Saiyan. Before Vegeta could revel in his moment of joy, an unforeseen event transpired. The dark vortex at the pinnacle of the hyperbolic time chamber underwent an extraordinary expansion. The previously unattainable barrier of the world, for reasons unknown, seemed to have reached its limit. What could this mean? Could it be that with the collapse of the time chamber, the very fabric of the world's barrier is now trembling? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. This was entirely unforeseen for him. It is important to recognize the countless battles fought in the past, the immense bursts of energy unleashed, which, although they resulted in interdimensional oppression of this temporal world, had never escalated to such an extent. What had previously gone unnoticed now weighed heavily upon him. With the rupture of the world's barrier, an extraordinarily terrifying force of attraction surged forth from the depths of darkness. Undoubtedly, this was a temporal chaos, a consequence of Vegeta's overwhelmingly potent power. The abhorrent attraction was such that he found himself unable to break free. Vegeta was astounded. Even with his ascended strength as a Super Saiyan of the 5th level, he could not escape this violent pull. The force emerging from the dark abyss seemed to be purposefully directed at him, continuously intensifying its grip. In a desperate bid to liberate himself, Vegeta employed every conceivable tactic. Energy attacks, rapid traversals, instant teleportations, all were unleashed. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the attraction not only remained unyielding but grew ever stronger. After a brief stalemate, Vegeta was ultimately consumed by this dreadful force, swallowed into the darkness. As he was engulfed, the previously tumultuous world regained its former tranquility. However, this chaotic little realm of the hyperbolic time chamber would not self-repair. Only its creator could rectify it. Chapter 4. The Dark World, Breath of Death in the Unknown Realm of Darkness. Vegeta, forcibly drawn in, drifted through the boundless chaos. Surrounding him were the ominous energies of destructive lightning and temporal turbulence, capable of annihilating all and tearing apart everything. Fortunately, Vegeta possessed sufficient strength. His Super Saiyan 5th level prowess had reached its utmost elevation. Otherwise, even in his Super Saiyan 4 form with pink hair and ultimate bloodline enhancement, he would have been utterly obliterated. What on earth was happening? Where was this place? Such chaotic energy and disordered domain. Could it be that I transcended the confines of the world, entering a realm beyond existence? A realm beyond existence should not resemble this scene of uncertainty. Frowning in contemplation, Vegeta maintained his Super Saiyan 5th level ultimate true self with unwavering determination, utilizing his strength to uphold absolute defense. Regardless of the fierce lightning strikes or the terrifying tumult, he remained unharmed, progressing steadily through this lightless world of chaotic currents. Vegeta began to explore, seeking an exit. He understood that a temporary stay posed no problem. His power could sustain him. However, prolonged exposure to this brutal environment would lead him to gradually lose himself, and with relentless consumption of energy, he might ultimately be depleted, resulting in annihilation by the chaotic lightning. He could not ascertain how much had passed, and in the swirling darkness, Vegeta faced his gravest concern. As his physical and mental stamina approached their limits, his control over his own power reached a critical juncture. Perhaps this is a trial of endurance. However, if this continues, he shall meet his demise. How foolish of me to be so careless. This place resembles a world unto itself, encased by an impenetrable barrier. I must escape. Yet doing so necessitates a strength far beyond merely shattering this realm, an endeavor beyond my current capabilities. Vegeta muttered under his breath, his focus intensely concentrated, ever vigilant against the encroaching dark currents. At this moment, Vegeta had already sustained injuries due to the depletion of his bodily energy, and the effects of this harm were compounding, relentlessly ravaging his physique. Given his current level of power within the GT timeline, unleashing his full strength would render him impervious to any substantial harm. Even if Kakarot were to strike with all his might, it would merely sting. The specter of death loomed ominously around him, as if perpetually urging him toward his end, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him. An unexpected sight emerged at the dark horizon, a brilliant white light. This was not merely a visual phenomenon, it was also sensed deep within him. No, it was not that he actively sought to perceive it. Rather, the light seemed to beckon him with an irresistible allure. His instincts hinted at its peculiarity, indicating it was an anomaly within this extraordinary world. Could this be the opportunity for my escape? Furrowing his brow, Vegeta pondered briefly before casting aside any hesitation. Trusting in his body's instincts and heightened perception, he swiftly navigated through the chaotic realm, adeptly evading nearly all assaults. Yet, as is often the case in crucial moments, misfortune struck. Just as Vegeta was on the verge of reaching the radiant light, a thunderous crack resonated through the air. Suddenly, an immensely powerful bolt of purple lightning erupted from the darkness, its speed and force unimaginable as it lashed out at Vegeta, inflicting devastating harm. In this world, a sentient consciousness appears to have detected an anomaly that must eradicate the outsider, Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's life force plummets dramatically, blood spewing from his mouth. Even the essence of his ultimate Super Saiyan form begins to dissipate, and his consciousness becomes increasingly hazy. Fate seems to play a cruel joke on him as he slowly closes his eyes, the singular light in the darkness being assimilated and devoured. How utterly ridiculous. Is this truly where my journey ends? The invincible GT universe has culminated in such a fate. Vegeta roars in defiance within his heart, yet his protests are in vain. At this moment, his consciousness succumbs entirely to the abyss. His body drifts aimlessly in the dark currents, distancing itself further from that solitary light. Time passes inexorably. And in his profound stupor, Vegeta remains unaware of how long he has been adrift until a melodious voice resonates through the void. Oh, how unexpected. In this interstitial realm of time and space, is there truly a human presence? Has he lost consciousness? Such a formidable physique, indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a radiant spectrum of colors illuminates the boundless darkness. The shadows are not only pierced by this brilliance, but as this extraordinary force manifests, the relentless thunder dissipates, and the chaotic currents gradually calm. As the visage and form of this being materialize, her identity is revealed. If Vegeta were to awaken, he would undoubtedly recognize her at a glance. She is an entity from the central Dragon Ball Super Universe, the angel of the 10th universe, Kess, with a youthful appearance. Adorned in angelic garb, and her silver-white hair braided, she is destined to accompany the god of destruction, maintaining the cosmic order. However, not long ago, her jurisdiction, the 10th universe, encountered turmoil due to the actions of the apprentice Kaioshin, Zamasu. Consequently, she is compelled to intervene, traversing this interstice to eliminate certain temporal branches that should not exist and restore the fabric of time itself. Curiously, Kess approaches Vegeta, who lies gravely injured and deeply unconscious. Encountering this Vegeta in the interstitial realm is both a surprise and a marvel. Even she, as an angel, finds herself momentarily perplexed, uncertain of how to proceed. For she has never experienced anything like this before. Perhaps it would be wise to examine his memories first. After all, if he is an anomaly, he must be extinguished. With a selfless demeanor, Kess focuses her thoughts, her eyes emitting a divine radiance that penetrates Vegeta's mind. An enigmatic force envelopes both Kess and Vegeta as a torrent of memories is meticulously organized and flows into Kess's consciousness, akin to witnessing a panoramic AR film. If Vegeta were aware that his memories were being scrutinized, it would undoubtedly shatter his psyche. After all, he is a traveler between worlds. The mere fact of his existence being revealed is no trivial matter. Particularly to an angel, such knowledge could spell disaster, even if he were not targeted for elimination. He might become a subject of experimentation. His presence fundamentally intertwines two distinct realities. Fortunately, despite the unimaginable power of angels, they are not invincible unless one speaks of the Grand Priest. What Kess perceives from Vegeta are merely his recent memories. Ah. So he inadvertently shattered the barrier of time and space during his training breakthrough? Gaining the answers she sought, Kess is astonished. Never before has she encountered a mortal capable of breaching the world's barriers through sheer will. Gazing at the unconscious Vegeta, Kess narrows her eyes slightly. There lies a secret within you that even I cannot fully fathom. This is the true source of your extraordinary strength. As she muses, Kess channels her angelic power, enveloping Vegeta entirely. She senses the potential for something significant to emerge from him. Well, considering you are a formidable entity in your own right and not malevolent, I shall spare your life. However, I am curious about what expression Lord Ramses will wear upon meeting you. Once again, the mysterious angelic power expands, penetrating Vegeta's form. And in the blink of an eye, he vanishes from his location. Kess has utilized her abilities to enshrine Vegeta within the gem space of her staff. Having secured Vegeta, Kess smiles gently and once more waves her staff. In an instant, her divine power spreads, akin to a healing wave that restores all, completely mending the fabric of this time-space. Completing her task, Kess again gestures with her staff, and a temporal tunnel materializes before her. The ease with which she opens a passage through time attests to her extraordinary capabilities. In the original narrative, it is only angels who can traverse the realms of time. As seen in the latter part of the Dark Universe arc, which spoke of visiting the god of destruction Beerus in the future timeline. As Kess steps into the temporal tunnel, the interstitial realm returns to a state of tranquility as though nothing has transpired. This is the primary temporal route of the Dragon Ball universe, a remarkably complete dimension. The year is 780 in the Age of the Gods. Unlike the myriad branching worlds of the Dragon Ball cosmos, this realm represents a genuine transcendent space, located within the 10th universe. It exists in a divine domain of equal stature to the Kaioshin realm, nestled within the destruction realm. As a sanctuary for deities, no earthly paradise can compare to the resplendence of this environment. To describe it as a utopia would not be an exaggeration. It is sanctified beyond measure. A colossal purple tree rises majestically at the heart of the destruction realm, its grandeur reminiscent of a world tree, sustaining the very existence of this universe. Beneath this towering arboreal giant, a pink, humanoid elephant leisurely ambles about, humming a gentle tune. He is Ramshur, the god of destruction of the 10th universe. Suddenly, a temporal rift materializes before Ramshur, and from it emerges the angel Kaisis. Upon their encounter, Kaisis beams with a smile and announces, "I have returned, dear Lord Ramshur." "Oh? Back so soon? I anticipated a longer absence," Ramshur replies, his voice imbued with a gentle, almost endearing quality that starkly contrasts with his fierce appearance. In the original narrative, it is only after the Tournament of Power that others realize Ramshur, despite his role as a god of destruction and his seemingly intimidating visage, possesses a stable and gentle disposition. He is not one to wreak havoc unless provoked. "I have completed my task. The temporal anomalies caused by the malevolent Zamasu have been entirely rectified, and, unexpectedly, I have made some additional discoveries." As she speaks, Kaisis flourishes her angelic staff, releasing Vegeta, who had previously been ensnared within the staff's dimensional space. Observing the unconscious and gravely injured Vegeta before him, Ramshur raises an eyebrow in surprise, narrowing his eyes contemplatively. The individual before him appeared somewhat familiar, undeniably significant, yet his identity eluded him. It was only when Kess, with a deliberate prompt, reminded him that this was the Saiyan involved in the Zamasu incident that realization dawned upon him. "Wait, Kess, you mean he's a Saiyan from the 7th universe? But why have you brought him back?" Lord Ramsey inquired with a sudden intensity. His confusion was palpable as he gazed at Angel Kess, seeking clarity. How could someone from the 7th universe possibly be here, brought back by Kess? "Indeed, he is the Saiyan Vegeta, no doubt about it," Kess explained. "However, he is not the Vegeta from our timeline of the 7th universe. To be precise, he hails from an alternate timeline's Vegeta, whom I fortuitously encountered amidst the temporal turbulence and simply extracted." "Are you implying that he is yet another individual from a different timeline?" Lord Ramsey furrowed his brow at her words. Just recently, their universe had been embroiled in the chaos of Zamasu, which ultimately led to the destruction of the future world. Now, another Saiyan had infringed upon the laws of time. As he pondered this, a profound purple aura enveloped Lord Ramsey, unmistakably a manifestation of his destructive power. He felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate the Vegeta before him. Chapter 6, Kess. Let him participate in the power tournament. Noticing Ramsey's inclination to eliminate this Vegeta, Angel Kess interjected, averting the potential catastrophe. "Lord Ramsey, I have conducted a thorough scan of this Vegeta. He does not qualify as a malevolent being, nor did he intentionally traverse timelines." As Kess elucidated, she projected the information she had gathered, revealing the essence of this Vegeta to Ramsey. Upon witnessing the recent experiences of this Vegeta, including the destruction of temporal barriers, Ramsey broke into a cold sweat, trembling. "Is this true, Kess? Could it be that this formidable Saiyan surpasses the one from the 7th universe?" Ramsey exclaimed in astonishment. No matter how powerful a god of destruction may be, they could not reach the level of shattering the temporal barriers of existence. Yet, this Saiyan had achieved such a feat, although it appeared unintentional. The barrier had indeed been breached, especially considering that amidst the onslaught of temporal thunder and chaos, this Vegeta had managed to endure for such an extended period. This is utterly inconceivable. Were it to be the god of destruction entering that peculiar realm, demise would be inevitable. Otherwise, the god of destruction would be akin to angels, existing beyond the confines of time and space. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Ramsey? I believe my encounter with this Vegeta is not a misfortune, but rather a fortuitous event. Perhaps we should consider retaining him within our 10th universe." As she spoke, a palpable joy illuminated Kess's face, as if she had intentions yet to be articulated. Ramsey, however, appeared perplexed, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. "But Kess, this Saiyan from another dimension is undoubtedly an anomaly. If we were to keep him, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. Should we not report this to the Grand Minister?" The god of destruction, Ramsey, was of a timid disposition, fixating solely on potential dangers without contemplating the advantages that Vegeta might bring to their universe. Zamasu, the apprentice Supreme Kai, certainly presented an anomaly with his manipulation of the time ring. Yet this Vegeta is different. He is not malevolent. I have gleaned from his heart that he is merely an entity in pursuit of formidable strength. If we can leverage this aspect, he could assist us in the forthcoming tournament of power. As Kess spoke, her expression subtly shifted. Ramsey's countenance transformed dramatically. Will the tournament of power indeed take place? It was only because the King of All learned of the clandestine battle between the 7th and 6th universes that such a predicament arose. Although we lack definitive news, I suspect confirmation is imminent. I recall the last time I consulted the Grand Minister, he also broached this topic with me. With a hint of resignation in her gaze, Kess continued, the tournament of power is destined to occur for the vast majority of primary timelines, provided there are no deviations. As an angel, and the chief angel at that, I possess insight into many matters. Ramsey, unable to suppress his growing ire, had long harbored resentment towards the seventh universe. To him, had it not been for the science of the seventh universe, perhaps Zamasu in their dimension would not have acted so recklessly. I understand, but without the Grand Minister's endorsement. Are you certain there won't be complications with individuals from other timelines? Ramsey inquired. Since the tournament is destined to occur, and they cannot evade such an arrangement, victory is imperative. At the very least, they must not be outperformed by other universes. This Vegeta possesses the remarkable ability to shatter the barriers of time and space, undoubtedly showcasing immense strength. At the very least, the 10th universe has yet to uncover a being of such formidable power. Rest assured, esteemed Grand Minister, I have devised a means to grant this Vegeta a temporary residency permit within our 10th universe. The only concern is that he must willingly accept it. Chris's thoughts were meticulous, and her words were articulated with clarity, devoid of any ambiguity. This is her plan, conceived upon encountering this Vegeta. Ramsey, I see. Kess, indeed. As the god of destruction, Ramsey, engaged in profound conversation with the angel, Kess, time gradually slipped away. Before long, signs of awakening finally emerged from Vegeta. His trembling body stirred, and his tightly shut eyelids began to flutter. Breath returned, rising and transforming, unlike before when he resembled a still pond. Observing the scion from the seventh universe, poised to awaken, the god of destruction, Ramsey, spoke solemnly. Kess, let it be as you wish. However, ensure no mishaps occur, for we would both bear the consequences. Of course, dear Lord Ramsey, Kess replied with delight, turning her gaze toward Vegeta. She gently tapped her angelic staff upon the ground. In an instant, a radiant spectrum of light enveloped Vegeta entirely, wrapping him in its embrace. This is the power of angels, and it is of an exceptionally intense caliber. In but a fleeting moment, Vegeta, enveloped in this energy, began to recover rapidly. Not only were his injuries mended to perfection, but his previously faint life force also surged upwards, returning to its zenith. As his wounds healed, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, and at the instant consciousness returned. An instinctual surge of energy enveloped everything around him. This eruption undoubtedly startled the god of destruction, Ramsey. After all, Vegeta's inherent power level is already at the pinnacle of the 9th dimension, and this time, having recovered from his grave injuries, he has even reached the 10th dimension. As for Kess, she remained utterly unconcerned. This was well within her predictions. In her eyes, Vegeta was a mortal who transcended the divine. Unlike the scions of their 7th universe, who did not cultivate the powers of the gods, he was far mightier than any deity. Where was this? In an instant, clarity struck, and he rose to his feet. A sense of vigilance consumed him entirely as Vegeta furrowed his brow, confronted by the unfamiliar surroundings and strange individuals. Greetings. Scion from another dimension, Vegeta. The angelic being, Kess, addressed him with a smile, seemingly unconcerned by Vegeta's wariness. As he listened to the ethereal voice resonating in his ears, his gaze became entirely fixated on the two figures before him. Upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in shock, and his heart raced with unprecedented astonishment. This attire, this adornment, this little girl, and this pink anthropomorphic elephant. Chapter 7, The Terror of Angels. What on earth is happening? Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The emergence of Angel Kusu and God of Destruction Rumshire far surpassed his capacity for comprehension. This time, his breakthrough inadvertently shattered the barriers of the world, leading him unexpectedly into the complete narrative realm of Dragon Ball Super. Here lies the realm of the God of Destruction of the 10th universe. Has he truly traversed dimensions once more? In an instant, Vegeta found himself questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. The next moment, he engaged in a comprehensive sensory perception of his own being and the surroundings. The unexpected occurrence was too abrupt, and he had arrived in this primary timeline, utterly shattering his previous notions and understanding. Having traversed through realms and dedicated years to his training, he had achieved his current level of power. He possessed his own worldview. Yet a portion of it was now dismantled by this new reality, necessitating a reorganization of his beliefs. Observing Vegeta's peculiar demeanor, the angel Kess remained silent for a few moments before offering a faint smile. Vegeta, the scion from another world, I recognize that you are engulfed in confusion, even questioning your own state. Do not fret. After you behold this, all will be revealed. With that, the angel Kess summoned her celestial powers. employing her staff to touch the center of Vegeta's forehead, unleashing a radiant white light. This action, this direct maneuver, left Vegeta with no opportunity to react, plunging him into a state of complete passivity. Before he could even manifest an expression, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, elucidating the reason for his presence in this place. In a mere span of seconds, which felt like an eternity to Vegeta, he absorbed all the information. As the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, it became evident that humanity harbors an enduring reverence and uncertainty towards the unknown. Yet, once the truth is unveiled, even amidst terror, there exists a capacity and means for acceptance. Of course, while he appeared outwardly calm, with no significant fluctuations in his facial demeanor, tumultuous waves still roiled within him. Who could have anticipated that this singular breakthrough in training would inadvertently shatter the barriers of time and space, drawing him into a maelstrom of darkness? By a twist of fate, he encountered Kess, who was in the midst of mending the temporal disorder, thus leading him to the cohesive narrative of the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? Indeed, it seems so. In his original world, there were no resources left to bolster his strength. Upon entering the more complete timeline of the main story, he finds himself presented with greater opportunities and diverse paths. At the very least, he is no longer invincible. There exist entities more formidable than he. The Angel, the High Priest, and the unrivaled King of all. Although he possesses comprehensive knowledge of the original narrative, Vegeta must feign ignorance. After all, he has never encountered Kusu and has never set foot in this realm, leaving him with little to know. So, it is said that you saved me. With a sense of awe, Vegeta's gaze fixates on Angel Kusui, scrutinizing the seemingly harmless young girl before him. The earlier display of Kusu's power truly left him astounded, setting aside the method of memory regression. The sheer force she wielded was something he could not resist. Even in his Super Saiyan blue form, he found himself unable to withstand it. Is this an angel? The terror of Kess may surpass even that of Weiss and Bardos, as depicted in the original narrative. After all, he is the eldest among the chief angels. With his keen insight, he perceives no discernible depth in Angel Kess. The strength and realm of the opponent are far superior to his own, dominating the GT space-time continuum. He had speculated on the formidable power of transcendent angels. He once considered that even if he fell short of an angel's prowess, he would not be completely outmatched. Reality, however, has revealed that he had overestimated himself and indulged in overly favorable thoughts. After observing Kess, Vegeta's gaze shifted to the nearby pink elephant. In comparison to Angel Kess, Vegeta could distinctly sense the strength of God of Destruction, Rumshur. It seemed slightly more potent than his usual state. Yet in terms of actual combat power, it was barely at the threshold of 100. This notion, in fact, perfectly corroborates the initial conjecture. The power of the destroyer gods predominantly resides within the confines of the 10th dimensional realm. It becomes evident that the dimensional units possessed by angels commence at a minimum of the 15th dimension. What is the significance of the 15th dimension? It is a unit akin to the grains of sand along the Ganges, a realm currently inaccessible to him. Unless, of course, he accomplishes the extraordinary feat of transcending the 5th tier of Super Saiyan. Noticing that Vegeta was observing her, Kess displayed no trace of annoyance. Rather, she offered a faint smile and initiated a dialogue, gently drawing Vegeta's thoughts back. Rescuing you was merely a trifling endeavor. However, although saving you was effortless, your existence, after all, does not belong to this temporal realm. With my abilities, despite being an angel, I am unable to ascertain the specific temporal world from which you originate. Upon uttering these words, Kess paused, allowing Vegeta a moment to reflect. Vegeta, understanding the implication, refrained from probing further and subtly encouraged Kess to continue. Thus, she articulated, currently, you face two formidable dilemmas. As she spoke, Kess employed her angelic staff to project an image, elucidating the situation to Vegeta. The essence of her explanation revolved around the tumultuous disruptions to the fabric of time and space caused by his anomalous intrusion. Subsequently, Vegeta gleaned Kess's intentions in the arrangements she envisioned for him. To resolve the two significant challenges you mentioned, you require me to accept the mark you bestow upon me, thereby granting me the privilege to remain within this temporal realm, free from its constraints. You desire for me to exist as a being of your 10th universe. And in return, you seek my assistance? Vegeta ventured a guess, articulating his bewilderment. Considering your might, not merely your status as an angel, but that of the destroyer god, what in this world remains beyond your reach? In his words, Vegeta unequivocally stated his position and expressed his inner confusion. The notion of accepting Kess's mark, in his perception, merely equated to embracing a ticking time bomb. To secure his place within this world, he must operate within manageable limits. The granting of such a privilege would necessitate his service to the 10th universe. I believe that by posing these inquiries, you have effectively acknowledged the 2 points I raised. Rest assured, this mark serves merely as a locator and identification and will not impose any detrimental effects upon you. Furthermore, the task we require of you will soon entail representing our 10th universe in a martial tournament within this temporal realm, Kes declared, her beautiful eyes narrowing with delight. She relished conversing with intelligent individuals. A martial tournament? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. Chapter 8, The Vastness of Worlds, Purge and Annihilation. Is the narrative of this temporal realm coincidentally progressing after the saga of Black Goku? The Power Tournament. This unexpected traversal has not only brought me into the central storyline of the time-space universe, but has also bestowed upon me such immense surprise. A sense of pent-up energy lingered within me, though I concealed it from Vegeta. As for the martial arts tournament that Kes mentioned, beyond the Power Tournament, he could scarcely conceive of any alternatives. This indicates that my arrival is indeed timely. Indeed, to regard it as my act of salvation towards you. Granting you the opportunity to linger in this temporal realm should not be deemed excessive, correct? In response to Vegeta's retort, Kes naturally proceeded to elaborate on the details of the tournament and the potential implications involved. In the near future of our temporal domain, the Supreme God, Lord Zeno, will host a grand power tournament spanning the entire universe. The format of the competition bears little distinction from typical battles, however. The specific rules shall only be revealed in due course. Given that this monumental contest encompasses all universes and considering the recent turmoil in our Universe 10, which has only just stabilized, your unexpected presence, while fortuitous, could alleviate our pressing predicament. I wish to enlist your strength to aid our Universe 10 in participating in the tournament. As her words came to a halt, the cunning glint in the corners of Angel Kes's eyes was unmistakable. Little did she know that Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, a multitude of narratives surging through his mind. The power tournament is indeed on the horizon. However, from Kes's tone, it appears that the true rules of the competition remain undisclosed. What does this mean? This undeniably signifies that the matter of the power tournament has yet to be officially announced, and its occurrence remains uncertain. Yet, Kes seems to possess prior knowledge. Thus, this revelation unravels a question that has lingered in my mind for years. Indeed, the narrative of the Dragon Ball World's main timeline has been meticulously orchestrated. And for the divine beings, it is a mere surprise. However, the angels have been privy to this information all along, albeit without public disclosure. Vegeta cannot help but ponder this. Consequently, he comprehends his own standing in this situation. He has also deduced a portion of Kes's intentions and schemes. What do you think? Saiyan Vegeta from an alternate dimension? Kes inquires once more. Upon hearing her words, Vegeta swiftly regains his composure and resolves. I can acquiesce to your request to participate on your behalf, as a way to repay the favor for saving my life. However, before proceeding, there remains much I need to understand, for I am not a denizen of this temporal realm and possess no knowledge of this world. My reality differs significantly from yours. Seeing that Vegeta has consented, a smile graces Kes's face, and the previously furrowed brow of the god of destruction, Rams, relaxes. I half expected you to outright reject my request. Since you are willing to comply, I can now breathe easier. Please, allow yourself to relax a bit. I shall provide you with a temporary credential for this world. As for the fundamental aspects of this temporal realm, I will inscribe the necessary information within this mark, allowing you to familiarize yourself gradually. As she spoke, the angel Kes wielded her staff with authority. From the black gem situated atop the staff, a radiant beam of multicolored light burst forth, directly entering Vegeta's forehead. As the light penetrated, Vegeta felt no discomfort, yet an unsettling sensation lingered within him. This matter lingered in his mind, continuously supplying him with a myriad of information. Were it not for his current level of strength and the exceptional height of his mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to utter collapse. Indeed, compared to my understanding and knowledge, the entirety of this mainline world is far more vast. It dwarfs the GT dimensional realm beyond comparison. Upon discovering the more comprehensive multiverse, Vegeta was profoundly moved. He fell into a reverie, and Kes, mistaking his silence for concern, offered an explanation. There is no need for anxiety. This is merely a simple mark. One could even refer to it as a passport. With it, you may remain in this world for an extended period. Otherwise, if the consciousness of the world perceives your presence, you risk being expelled. Expelled? Vegeta was taken aback once again. Does this not imply that the world is indeed alive? In previous years, he certainly harbored such sentiments. Yet, these feelings remained unverified and utterly elusive. Indeed, perhaps your world diverges significantly from mine. But once an unrecognized existence manifests within this space-time, it is invariably destined for eradication. This, however, is merely the most favorable outcome. In more severe circumstances, it could be entirely obliterated. The seemingly innocuous expression of Keisai, combined with her youthful visage, vividly encapsulates this terror. Is it not a matter of elimination or annihilation? Furrowing his brow, Vegeta inhaled deeply. Ultimately, it comes down to a lack of strength. Although he had persistently sought to become more powerful, he had also repeatedly proclaimed himself the strongest in the GT dimension. Now, it appears that this so-called strength is merely an illusion. Well, since you have received the mark we bestowed, you are now a being of our 10th universe. You shall represent our universe in the forthcoming power tournament. Prior to this event, I, the God of Destruction, shall permit you to temporarily reside within the realm of destruction to rest. You may also take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the state of this world. Should you require anything, I shall endeavor to fulfill your needs. Observing that the situation was settled, the long-silent God of Destruction, Ramzi, finally found the opportunity to speak, eagerly asserting his presence. Then I extend my gratitude. Ramzi lacked the domineering demeanor characteristic of certain gods of destruction, which Vegeta found quite agreeable, nodding in thanks. Lord Ramzi, I shall escort Vegeta-san to rest and arrange accommodations. Keisai volunteered, leading the way with Vegeta trailing behind. They arrived at the lakeside beside the great central tree. Typically, outsiders would not dwell within the realm of destruction. But with your arrival, Vegeta-san, this equilibrium has been disrupted. As Keisai spoke, she waved her angelic staff, and in a mere moment, conjured a modern circular abode by the lakeside. Once again, this move astonished Vegeta. Indeed, the angels in this realm are truly omnipotent beings. This is undoubtedly a fabrication, rather than a mere extraction from another realm. Very well then, Vegeta, this shall henceforth be your abode. With a smile, Krix opened the door for Vegeta. Chapter 9, Vegeta's Dominant Declaration. The bewildered Krix time swiftly elapses. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta has spent 3 days in this world. The realm of destruction lacks an accurate perception of time, devoid of the cyclical rise and fall of the sun. However, through his formidable sense of time, Vegeta is acutely aware that 3 days and nights have indeed passed. Today, as has become his custom, Vegeta is deep in meditation. This serves a dual purpose: to glean deeper insights from this experience and to avoid squandering time, thereby necessitating the next phase of his training. As a newcomer to this transcendent realm, many matters require a certain impetus before he can engage. Otherwise, he finds himself powerless. Thus, he must wait, anticipating the unfolding of the power tournament. In this manner, he could genuinely immerse himself in the narrative of this temporal realm. Naturally, for Vegeta, he remained indifferent to the intricacies of the plot. He always believed that only through his existence did this world hold any significance. Ah, dear me. Is Vegeta-san diligently training once again? You are already so powerful. You have shattered the barriers of time and space. Is there truly a need to grow even stronger? Cress, having approached Vegeta, teased him with her seemingly harmless banter. After spending 3 days in each other's company, Vegeta had come to understand Cress's character more profoundly. He recognized that this petite girl, who appeared graceful and gentle, was, in reality, quite whimsical. The original narrative did not adequately depict her personality. Otherwise, Vegeta would not have been oblivious to it. Do you consider my modest strength to be powerful? Vegeta remained seated on the boulder, his eyes still closed as he spoke. Cress, unperturbed by his words, responded in her own understanding. Your strength has completely surpassed that of the god of destruction in this world. If that is not considered powerful, then what kind of power would be? Upon hearing Cress's words, Vegeta's expression remained unchanged, yet it grew increasingly stern, and he retorted. If your criteria for judgment is merely based on the god of destruction, then that is exceedingly low. What I pursue is greater strength, the utmost strength. Ultimately, the god of destruction means nothing to me. My goal is to become even more formidable than you, the angel. Perhaps it seems far-fetched, or you may think I'm delusional. Nevertheless, I shall not halt my progress. I will surpass all obstacles. When I next enter that temporal rift, I shall shatter it once more with my own power. This is my conviction, to grow stronger in the face of adversity, to become braver with each battle, and to forge ahead the more daunting the challenges become. His commanding words conveyed Vegeta's true sentiments, illustrating to Cress that his path was still long and arduous. She did not feel the need to flatter him. After all, she was an angel, and her strength was something he could never hope to attain. Thus, any praise from her would carry a condescending undertone. Astonished by Vegeta's declaration, Cress adopted a more naive demeanor and chose silence. Her lack of words did not imply that her heart was devoid of turmoil. As the chief angel, she had never experienced such emotions for another individual. Although Vegeta's aspirations might seem somewhat grandiose, he indeed radiated potential. Otherwise, he would not be the singular anomaly capable of breaching the barriers of time across countless universes. Since Vegeta-san possesses such confidence, I hope that day will come, Cress remarked in agreement. She maintained a serene expression, as she had existed for countless ages. A smile adorned her face as she faced everything. Indeed, if possible, she would be eager to witness that day arrive. She was unconcerned, but the god of destruction, Ramses, could not remain indifferent. Despite his apprehension, he dared not express it openly, even if one considered the god of destruction to be weak. It was evident that this Vegeta was far superior to him. Initially, on Vegeta's first day, Ramses had held on to the pride of being a god of destruction. However, the following day, a mere display of Vegeta's power had utterly shattered that pride. It was the first time in all his years of existence that he had encountered such terrifying strength emanating from a mortal. The impact was even more staggering than the images Cress had previously shown him. He could ascertain that since the dawn of existence, he had never before encountered someone so powerful, surpassing the god of destruction and nearing the strength of an angel. Not wishing to intrude upon Vegeta any longer, Cress and Ramses retreated to another area to enjoy their afternoon refreshments. Time slipped away, and 2 hours passed unremarkably. As the two exchanged tales of amusing occurrences in the lower realms, a peculiar light flashed momentarily. The Angel's scepter relayed a message, sent by the Grand Priest to Angel Cress. Not daring to delay, Cress promptly read the information, her face involuntarily revealing a look of astonishment. It was earlier than she had anticipated. Oh my, I did not expect this sudden turn of events, Lord Ramses. It appears there has been new progress regarding the power tournament, Cress exclaimed, just now. The Grand Priest commanded us to proceed to the God of Creation's realm and join him at the King of All's palace. As Cress spoke, Ramses's countenance grew serious, and he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. So soon? Given the urgency of the power tournament, we must not tarry. Let us depart swiftly. It would be most unfortunate to keep the Grand Priest waiting. As he spoke, Ramses's gaze shifted to the still meditating Vegeta, and he added, what about him? Are we to leave him alone in the realm of destruction? The thought of leaving Vegeta alone made Ramses uneasy, after all. How could he feel secure with such a powerful stranger in his domain? Cress's eyes gleamed with a playful idea. The message from the Grand Priest had conveyed much more than what she had shared with Ramses. The preliminary stage of the power tournament. The Scions of the 7th universe would compete against participants from the 9th universe, relaying the tournament's rules to the deities of other universes. Rather than leaving Vegeta alone in the realm of destruction, why not invite him to accompany us? What do you think, Lord Ramses? Upon hearing Cress's proposal, Ramses's expression shifted dramatically. Bring him along? Cress, do not jest. If the Grand Priest discovers this, it could lead to dire consequences. Ramses replied, his tone laden with trepidation. After all, Vegeta was an anomaly, an entity from another dimension. Should he incur the Grand Priest's displeasure, what could a mere god of destruction do? He could be replaced at any moment. Chapter 10. The preliminaries of the power tournament. Cress, unfazed by Ramses's concerns, thought to herself that they would meet eventually. So it mattered little whether they brought him along now. In fact, it could be beneficial if the Grand Priest were to notice any discrepancies and thwart their plans. It was unlikely they would face repercussions for events yet to unfold. However, before proceeding, they would need to disguise Vegeta's identity. After all, he was Vegeta-san. Cress, with keen eyes, observed the still meditating Vegeta. Ramses, having listened to Cress's lengthy explanation, nodded in agreement. Among the gods of destruction, he was known for his simplicity and sincerity. He had always trusted Cress implicitly. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Let us hope nothing goes awry. Ramses nodded. And soon the two approached the rock where Vegeta resided, rousing him from slumber. After a brief exchange, Vegeta gleaned the current progression of events. Although it transpired more swiftly than he had anticipated, this was precisely what he desired. So, what are your thoughts, Vegeta-san? Crix inquired once more. Given that they had already arrived in this temporal realm, and he had acquiesced to Vegeta's request, it would be remiss not to explore further. As he spoke, Vegeta rose to his feet, expressing, moreover, I am quite curious about the disparity between the formidable beings of this world and those from my own. I have long since been invincible in my own timeline. His tone exuded confidence and pride, while he did not state it overtly. Vegeta's implication was unmistakable. Were there indeed beings in this world who surpassed him? Vegeta was acutely aware of the answer yet maintained an air of ignorance. It was also prudent to remain cautious, especially since he had yet to encounter this world's Son Goku. Additionally, An essential character in the Tournament of Power would undoubtedly make an appearance during the preliminary rounds, namely, the God of Destruction candidate, Toppo, the second most powerful entity of Universe 11. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed, Crix remarked with a cheerful smile. However, before you accompany us, I must attire you suitably. Otherwise, should your identity be swiftly uncovered, it would draw excessive attention. With that, Crix pointed her staff at Vegeta, invoking a mysterious force. In an instant, Vegeta found himself enveloped in a cloak of black, his visage obscured by a hood, rendering his true appearance nearly unrecognizable. This merely represents the fundamental operations. On Vegeta's hands rests a mask, adorned in hues of gray and white. Kess has requested that Vegeta don the mask, thereby rendering him even more elusive to detection. Very well, we may now embark on our journey. A sweet smile graced the face of Angel Kess as she once again signaled for Vegeta and the God of Destruction, Ramses, to take their positions behind her. Buzzing. A cascade of vibrant colors erupted from the being of Angel Kess. This enigmatic force, shrouded in mystery, eludes any attempt at exploration. Vegeta initially yearned to deeply perceive this profound and arcane energy, yet he was deprived of any opportunity to do so. The peculiar sensation was fleeting, leaving behind a singular impression. This power was unlike the energy they wielded, nor was it of divine origin. It resembled a system governed by rules, far more unfathomable in its essence. Is this the power of angels? Vegeta silently mused, gaining a deeper understanding of their formidable strength. With a resounding roar, a magnificent pillar of rainbow-hued light shot up at superluminal speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already soared beyond the realm of the God of Destruction, heading towards a new dimensional world, the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Unlike other universes, the realm of the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai-S realm in this universe were nearly intertwined, situated in close proximity. Supreme Kai Gyaos had long received the directive from the Grand Minister and was awaiting the arrival of God of Destruction Ramses and Angel Kess. According to the Grand Minister's orders, their presence was essential for the journey to the King's palace. After a brief wait, a brilliant cascade of multicolored light descended from the sky of the Supreme Kai-S realm, ultimately landing before Supreme Kai Gyaos. Observing the scene, Gyaos recognized the newcomers and smiled as he stepped forward. As the radiant light dissipated, Vegeta, God of Destruction Ramses, and Angel Kess materialized. Upon their arrival, Vegeta's gaze eagerly scanned the surroundings, for this was yet another domain he had yet to explore. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, aside from subtle differences in the environment compared to the realm of destruction, there exists little disparity. Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, and Lord Whis, the Angel, bowed respectfully to Supreme Kai Gyaos. Following a series of courteous greetings, his gaze fell upon the cloaked figure of Vegeta. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, evoking a sense of strangeness. Who might this be? The Supreme Kai Gyaos pondered, perplexed by the identity concealed beneath such attire. To ensure a smooth audience with the Grand Minister and the Omni King at the Grand Kai's palace, he inquired. Having served as a Supreme Kai for countless years, he was well aware that this presence was anything but ordinary. After all, who could effortlessly accompany a God of destruction and an angel? His only speculation was that perhaps, in light of the earlier Zamasu incident, Lord Beerus had groomed a new candidate for the role of God of Destruction. This is a warrior I have brought, a remarkably powerful one, who will accompany us to the Grand Kai's palace to observe the proceedings, the angel Whis elucidated, thereby granting Lord Beerus an opportunity to deflect any inquiries. Ah, I understand now. Lord Whis, Supreme Kai Gyaos thought to himself, having arrived at a conclusion, and refrained from further questioning. In truth, even if he wished to inquire more, his station as a Supreme Kai did not afford him the authority to do so. With the angel having provided an explanation, what more could he say? Well, if there are no further matters to discuss, let us depart without delay, Lord Beerus stated in a calm tone. This subtle yet remarkable diversion of conversation has indeed shifted the focus away from Vegeta's enigma. I now comprehend, Lord Rumsey. As the powers of the Supreme Kai, Gavus, were unleashed, those present were transported away from the realm of the Supreme Kai. Chapter 11. The Pinnacle of Power, the Grand Priest. Here lies a superlative realm that transcends both the King of All's domain and the God of Destruction's realm. Here lies the supreme realm beyond the 12 universes, the Grand Minister's temple. At the entrance of this sacred sanctuary, the very fabric of space suddenly rippled with a peculiar energy. Shortly thereafter, the angel Kusu of the 10th universe, the God of Destruction Rumshur, the Supreme Kai Gyaos, and the cloaked and masked figure of Vegeta materialized. Standing at the temple's threshold was a divine attendant, clad in azure garments, adorned with the celestial halo of an angel. He is the Grand Minister, the steward beside the Omni King. The angel Kusa slightly bowed, acknowledging, "It has been some time, Grand Minister." The god of destruction Rumshur and the supreme Kai Guas knelt reverently, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Grand Minister." The reactions of the three exalted beings varied upon encountering the Grand Minister. Vegeta, shrouded in his black robe, gazed at the Grand Minister with a tranquil visage hidden beneath his mask, yet his inner turmoil surged like a tempest. The overwhelming presence he faced was astonishing, an unparalleled intimidation he had never before experienced. Is this the Grand Minister of the time-space continuum? A being that surpasses all angels, Vegeta mused internally, taking a deep breath to quell the turbulence within him. Indeed, he is truly worthy of his status as the second most powerful entity in the entire Dragon Ball universe. Only beneath the Omni King, the sheer presence of such unparalleled strength radiated from him, instilling a profound sense of dread deep within one's soul. As Vegeta observed the Grand Minister, the Grand Minister too scrutinized him. With a mere flicker of his gaze, Vegeta felt an icy chill coursing through his body, realizing that his true identity had indeed been discerned. However, Vegeta remained unperturbed. Since this was orchestrated by KRS, there was assuredly no cause for concern. The Grand Minister, intrigued by Vegeta's calm demeanor, briefly displayed a glimmer of surprise in his eyes before it vanished without a trace. He surmised the situation yet chose to remain silent, finding it quite amusing. Moreover, since this was the undertaking of his eldest daughter, KRS, he, as her father, could afford to turn a blind eye. As long as no significant disturbances arose and the balance of the world remained intact, there would be no issues, while the Grand Minister refrained from voicing any objections. Vegeta's defiance had certainly unsettled both the god of destruction, Rumshur, and the supreme Kai, Gaosu. What is this fellow doing? Shouldn't he be bowing promptly? If I had known, I would not have heeded Kessa's suggestion to bring him along. The god of destruction, Ramses, incessantly chastised Vegeta within his mind, his pink elephantine visage drenched in sweat. His expression tensed to the utmost degree. Heaven knows how oblivious this Vegeta could be. He should have been instructed to pay homage to the Grand Minister. The Supreme Kai, Guas, lowered his head even further, his body trembling involuntarily. As time ticked away, the atmosphere grew increasingly taut. The hearts of both god of destruction Ramses and Supreme Kai Guas raced, their breaths becoming exceedingly erratic. I have not encountered a human of such formidable strength in many years. I never imagined a warrior of your caliber could exist in Universe 10. It is no wonder you have come with them. You may rise. With the Grand Minister's words, the fearful hearts of Ramses and Guas gradually found solace. They were nearly terrified to death. Simultaneously, they felt incredulous about Vegeta's presence. After all, he was merely a mortal yet had garnered the Grand Minister's praise. Particularly for Ramses, who was aware of Vegeta's true identity, he felt a sense of relief that Vegeta had not been recognized by the Grand Minister. Kess had not deceived him. Little did he know that after observing Vegeta, the Grand Minister exchanged a knowing smile with Kess. How could he fail to perceive Vegeta's secret? Well then, since you have arrived, proceed to the platform for the preliminary matches of the Tournament of Power. In a timely manner, the Grand Minister gestured, Kess, lead them along. At your command, revered Grand Minister, the angel Kess replied on behalf of all. In the next moment, they circumnavigated the Grand Minister and entered the Xeno's palace. Upon entering the palace, they were greeted by a resplendent crystal corridor that radiated a mystical glow, exuding an unparalleled comfort. With each step forward, the crystals illuminated automatically, guiding their path ahead. In the surrounding dimness, countless starry points flickered like celestial bodies, making them feel as if they were amidst a river of stars. As the group walked together, they reached a certain point when the angel Kess suddenly halted. We have arrived. Upon finishing her words, Kess gently tapped her staff against the ground. In an instant, the azure crystal beneath their feet burst forth with a brilliant light, and a mysterious spatial force rapidly expanded, enveloping everyone. Vegeta felt a lightness in his body. This profound power was fundamentally different from the spatial energy he wielded, capable of directly transporting a person to another realm. The brilliance of the crystal corridor intensified, and when the radiance finally dissipated, the group of four had vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves transported to a unique space within Xeno's palace. Here lies the venue for the preliminary skirmish preceding the tournament. The location they occupy is none other than the platform of the 10th universe. As they surveyed their surroundings, it became evident that they were not the first to arrive. Standing upon the platform directly before them were the god of destruction Ewan from the first universe, alongside Angel Avamo and Supreme Kyanate, who had already arrived ahead of them. I had anticipated that our universe would be the first to reach this place. Ewan truly is swift in his arrival. The god of destruction Ramses gazed towards Ewan, the god of destruction from the first universe, his words tinged with a hint of displeasure. It appeared that there was some unresolved animosity between him and Ewan. Arriving too swiftly might not be a fortuitous occurrence. We still have to wait for others. Angel Kes could not refrain from expressing his discontent regarding the absence of the others. Including their arrival, there were still 10 vacant spots around. Supreme Kai Guavas remained silent, deeming it prudent to maintain discretion in such circumstances. Nearby, Vegeta shifted his gaze towards the platform of the first universe. Chapter 12. The Descent of the Gods. Vegeta's estimation through the extension of his perception, Vegeta conducted a fundamental assessment of the god of destruction, Angel, and Supreme Kai opposite him. Without expending much mental energy, he had already gleaned the answers he sought. His preliminary estimation placed Ewan's combat power at a staggering 1,000-fold level. Although it was also within the same unit tier, Ewan's standing was a notch higher than that of Ramses. According to the original portrayal of Ewan, if his strength is at the 1,000-fold, then the other formidable gods of destruction should be of a similar caliber. As for the god of destruction Beerus, perhaps he surpasses the 10th dimension level, reaching the 11th dimension level. Contemplating silently, Vegeta mused that each individual harbors their own thoughts. The gods of destruction are shrouded in intrigue. The Supreme Kais conceal their secrets, while the angels remain inscrutable, much like Vegeta himself. Focusing his attention on Angel Avamo, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly beneath his mask, although he too could not discern the depths. The impression Avamo left upon him was far less profound than that of Kes. Undeniably enigmatic, yet merely a vast chasm, Kes, in Vegeta's eyes, represented an abyss. Among the angels, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Previously, Vegeta could not ascertain this fully, but now he was certain that the disparities in angelic ranks were quite significant. Upon the platform of the first universe, Angel Avamo seemed to have noticed Vegeta's scrutiny, offering a slight smile, dismissing it without concern. He immediately recognized Vegeta's uniqueness, but did not dwell on it, merely considering him a formidable warrior from the 10th universe, perhaps even a candidate for the god of destruction of that universe. It seems we have arrived rather hastily. We ought to have brought along our universe's formidable warriors as well, Ewan remarked with displeasure. Clearly, Ramses' actions left him feeling somewhat behind. What does it matter, Lord Ewan? The 10th universe pales in comparison to us. Moreover, this encounter is between the 9th and 7th universes. Even if we brought warriors from our universe, it would bear little significance and might even expose us. Supreme Kaienate complimented. The first universe, long considered the apex of all, whether in terms of gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, or angels, harbored an inherent air of superiority and arrogance. They regarded other universes merely as embellishments, believing that none could rival their prowess. Little did they realize, they were but ordinary themselves. On the other side, though the words exchanged were inaudible, the expressions of Ewan and Innate from the first universe conveyed a sense of disdain. This left Ramses somewhat exasperated. Fortunately, Jivas remained relatively composed and managed to temper Ramses' naturally mild temperament. Lord Ramsay, the deities from other universes are likely to arrive shortly. Until then, let us await in silence. The words of Angel Zeiss transformed Ramses' mood. With Vegeta as their formidable trump card, their odds of success in the Tournament of Power had soared to 90%. It is worth noting that Vegeta's power had already transcended that of the god of destruction. Among the 12 universes, there indeed exist beings whose strength surpasses that of a god of destruction, but they are few and far between. Moreover, a terrifying entity like Vegeta is likely non-existent in their current temporal realm. I can hardly wait to see the expression on Ewan the Savage's face when he loses the match, Ramses scoffed before falling silent. Time passed slowly. Vegeta stood beside Zeiss, making no further movements. With his eyes closed, he was recuperating. When the gods gathered, and all the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai made their appearance alongside such a formidable assembly of angels, even he could hardly contain his excitement. In the past, he had been invincible in the GT timeline, facing no rivals. Now, having entered this new realm, he found himself surrounded by so many powerful beings to challenge. What a wonderful occurrence this is. The master experiences solitude, for the heights can be unbearably cold. Vegeta yearns for a worthy opponent, desiring to be vanquished so that he may advance even further. As time progresses, Unbeknownst to him, 5 minutes have slipped by, though it appears to be merely 5 minutes. The wait feels interminable. Suddenly, a flash of white light emerges at the podium of the sixth universe, heralding the arrival of the god of destruction, Kampa, alongside the angel Vados, and the supreme Kai, Fua. Following their appearance, the gods of destruction and angels from other universes begin to materialize in succession. More flashes of brilliance follow. The god of destruction, Helles, the angel, Savar, and the supreme Kai, Per, of the second universe arrive. Next, the god of destruction, Mosco, the angel, Campella, and the supreme Kai, Ael, from the third universe make their entrance. From the fourth universe, the god of destruction, Katra, the angel, Kanik, and the supreme Kai, Kur arrive. The fifth universe presents the god of destruction, Yarik, the angel, Kukatel, and the supreme Kai, Aguma. The eighth universe sees the god of destruction, Legil, the angel, Korin, and the supreme Kai, Iru. The ninth universe introduces the god of destruction, Sidra, the angel, Mojito, and the supreme Kai, Laura. Accompanying them are three competitors. The first, the Crimson Wolf, Bergamo. The second, the Golden Wolf, Lavender. And the third, the Red Wolf, Basil. From the 11th universe, the clown god of destruction, Vermaud, the angel, Margarita, the supreme Kai, and a mysterious figure in a black robe appear. Vegeta recognizes this figure as the proud team leader of the original series, Toppo. The 12th universe brings forth the god of destruction, Jin, the angel, Mashin, and the supreme Kai, Agnew. With the exception of the 7th universe, all have gathered. 11 gods of destruction, 11 supreme Kais, and 11 angels stand before him. Vegeta's gaze sweeps across the assembly, and through his perceptive abilities, he assesses the current strength of all the gods of destruction present. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed startling. Among all the gods of destruction present, although only superficial combat prowess was exhibited, even the weakest possessed a power level exceeding 100. The average strength reached the mid to late stages of the realm. For instance, the god of destruction from Universe 4, Quitella, and the god of destruction from Universe 5, Iraq, showcased surface combat capabilities of 5,000 and 4,500 respectively. However, superficial strength does not equate to their full potential, a fact that Vegeta was acutely aware of. Should these two gods of destruction unleash their entire energy reserves, their combat power would undoubtedly reach at least the units of the 11th dimension, with the possibility of nearing its mid-tier. Chapter 13. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It appears the original narrative's assertion that a god of destruction in the 10th dimension, like Beerus, holds a power level of 10, while Whis possesses a level of 15, merely sketches a general overview. Vegeta's thoughts found validation. He had previously been somewhat excessively proud. After witnessing the might of the god of destruction, Rumshur, he had boldly presumed that only Beerus among the gods of destruction could surpass the 10th dimension and reach the 11th. However, upon reflection, it became evident that at least 4 or 5 gods of destruction actually exceeded the 10th dimension in true strength. Of course, this revelation was not daunting. Vegeta did not regard the gods of destruction with fear, for with his current strength, he could undoubtedly vanquish all of them in this transcendent realm. His perfected Ultra Instinct form, the 5th level of Super Saiyan, could unleash a power exceeding 100 billion times the norm. This signifies that he has now reached the pinnacle of the 9th dimension, capable of unleashing an explosive force equivalent to the 12th dimension's positive unit in a single breath. Indeed, even attaining the apex of the 12th dimension comes with ease. Prior to his breakthrough, he could already harness the immense amplification of over 5 billion times to reach the 12th dimension. Vegeta speculates that he might even transcend the 12th dimension, aspiring to the 13th dimension's bearing unit. With narrowed eyes, a clearer objective for the future emerges. These deities of destruction have become both his stepping stones and motivation for becoming stronger. How intriguing it is, after arriving in this world, I shall not experience boredom for quite some time. With newfound aspirations, the future appears increasingly captivating. Shifting his gaze, Vegeta diverts a portion of his attention to the figure draped in a similar black robe, Toppo. The candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 11 indeed possesses formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. At the very least, his apparent power exudes an unparalleled force at the level of the Gaia unit. Based on his performance during the original series power tournament, he has reached the unit of the 9th dimension's grain and ultimately, upon transforming into the god of destruction, his combat prowess rivals that of the 10th dimension. Soon, I shall witness the extent of your power. Do not disappoint me. I hope you exceed even the original narrative. The 11 gods of destruction, 11 supreme kais, and 11 angels gather in unison. Such a grand spectacle may only occur once in a billion years. Yet, in this very moment, the space remains eerily silent. No one speaks, nor does anyone dare to instigate any matters, creating an atmosphere that is almost spine-chilling. The sound of a needle dropping can be distinctly heard. Everyone is waiting for the appearance of the ultimate culprit of the universe. At this moment, a vibrant array of colors suddenly illuminates the previously vacant platform. Subtle spatial fluctuations ripple through the air as the god of destruction from the 7th universe, Beerus, along with the angel Whis, the supreme Kai Shin, and their competitors, Goku, Gohan, and Majin Buu, along with Earth's champion, Mr. Satan, make their entrance. Finally, they have arrived. The characters from this space-time, Kakarot, and the god of destruction Beerus. Upon their arrival, Vegeta immediately became alert. Like everyone else, he intently observed the 7th universe, eagerly awaiting this moment, a moment that he had anticipated with fervor. Concentrating all his mental faculties, he heightened his perception to assess the combat prowess of Beerus and the transcendent Kakarot. Undoubtedly, Beerus is the most formidable among the 12 gods of destruction. His aura is unperturbed, emanating a mysterious pressure based on Vegeta's assessment. Beerus's surface combat power reaches the pinnacle of the 10th dimension, with a power level firmly at 9999. Moreover, should he choose to unleash it, he could effortlessly access the strength of the 11th dimension. His true power must surely ascend to the 12th dimension. This confidence is rooted in the original narrative that mentions Beerus not only mastering the essence of destruction, but also possessing the ability of Ultra Instinct. Even if not perfected, it remains a formidable skill. Furthermore, in the original story, he aided Vegeta in comprehending the self-mastery of Ultra Instinct, showcasing the depth of his capabilities. His strength far surpasses that of other gods of destruction. It is no wonder that legends have circulated in past worlds, claiming that no other god could rival Beerus alone. Shifting his attention from Beerus, Vegeta then scrutinizes Kakarot and his son Gohan from this space-time. The Transcending Goku, having experienced the Black Goku incident in the future world, should have significantly improved his strength. Yet, his normal combat power is merely at 5,000, prompting Vegeta to stifle a scoff. He is nearly at the 10th dimension, while Goku languishes in the 7th. Transcending Gohan, at this juncture, remains akin to his original portrayal, a mere shadow of his potential, barely reaching the pinnacle of a billion. Compared to his counterpart from the GT timeline, the disparity is stark. In the GT timeline, he had guided Gohan to maintain his training fervor. Majin Buu, however, surprises Vegeta with a combat power level reaching the realm of billions, and that is just the surface. He has evidently returned to the level of a formidable boss from the past. As for Earthling Satan, Vegeta dismisses him entirely. A mere mortal with a power level below 100, even as a supposed savior, he does not warrant Vegeta's attention. In summary, greater expectations lead to greater disappointments. As the current strongest warrior of the 7th universe, Kakarot's normal combat power stands at only 5,000. Even if this is merely a superficial reading, his full power would likely peak at the level of billions. At most, he might inch closer to the 8th dimension. Calculating based on their normal power levels, the gap between them is insurmountable, and even transformation cannot bridge it. The people of the 7th universe have arrived, with everyone gathered. The main event is about to commence. By the way, Vegeta-san, you must be quite intrigued now, right? In your world, there should also be a Goku, no? How does the Goku from your world compare to this one? The angel Kusu smiles as she turns to Vegeta, clearly anticipating his response. She is well aware that this is meant to surprise him. However, Vegeta's reaction is unexpectedly underwhelming. There is no shock or excessive display of emotion. He merely shakes his head in disappointment. Chapter 14. The Arrogant Son Goku, Beerus's fury with the arrival of the 7th universe's participants. The gods of destruction and angels from the 12 universes have gathered at this moment. Positioned above the arena, the Grand Priest, the 2 Omni Kings, and 4 personal attendants observe everything below from their lofty perch. All the deities have descended to this realm. Thus, I hereby announce that the preliminary match for the power tournament is about to commence here, under the watchful eyes of the Omni Kings. The initiators from the 7th universe will engage in a 3-on-3 match against contestants from the 9th universe. As long as the Omni Kings are satisfied, the power tournament will proceed as scheduled. With the Grand Priestess declaration, the preliminary battle preceding the power tournament is finally set to ignite. The two Omni Kings, positioned at the highest vantage point, dance with excitement, believing that the intriguing events are about to unfold. However, for all the gods present, their sentiments differ entirely. This is far more than just a mere competition. It is a matter of cosmic survival. In this moment, the atmosphere grows palpably tense, as if all the deities and angels have fallen silent, yet their gaze is resolutely fixed upon the 7th universe. In the next instant, the charged ambience shatters, disrupted by the spirited intervention of the transcendent Son Goku. With a carefree demeanor, the time-defying Goku waves his arms from the platform of the 7th universe, calling out to the supreme authority, "Hey, Zeno, long time no see." Such unruly behavior and utterly irreverent words left all present in a state of utter astonishment. How dare this mere mortal? It can be said that this incarnation of Sun Wukong in the temporal realm exhibits a certain lack of awareness. In pursuit of formidable power to contend with mighty adversaries, he seems to have forgotten his origins. Ultimately, he is neither foolish nor naive. Rather, he has cunningly leveraged his connection with the Omni King to propose the convening of a tournament of strength. He perceives himself as astute and remarkable, yet remains oblivious to the fact that he is being used as a mere pawn. All the gods of destruction present were left astonished, their jaws agape, while the angels displayed looks of incredulity, including Beerus and Whis. From their perspective, Ultra Sun Wukong's brazen affront to the Omni King could only lead to one outcome, a dead end. However, an even more unexpected scene unfolded. In response to the proactive greeting from the Ultra-Time Sun Wukong, the two Omni Kings not only did not express disdain, but instead exhibited remarkable warmth and friendliness. This is the result of the protagonist's halo. Were it not for the fact that everyone recognizes the king as the king, this scene resembles long-lost friends greeting each other. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to fly closer to the Omni King for a more intimate exchange, the irritable god of destruction, Beerus, seized his ankle and forcefully yanked him back. "You fool. It's one thing to be carefree all the time, but in such a setting, you ought to behave more appropriately." Beerus was so anxious that beads of sweat streamed down his face, his hands gripping the face of Super Saiyan Goku tightly. He truly wished to obliterate him. If this scatterbrained individual continued his reckless antics, the 7th universe would inevitably meet its demise because of him. Were it not for the upcoming tournament of power, Beerus would not have tolerated such behavior. "I understand, Lord Beerus." The face of Super Saiyan Goku, now flushed red from Beerus's grip, stammered out assurances in a bid to placate his wrath. But how could it be so simple? Beerus, frustrated by his incompetence, was seething with anger. Given the presence of so many gods and angels, along with the gaze of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, he could only reluctantly release him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Super Saiyan Goku rubbed his reddened cheeks, a look of grievance on his face as he continued to complain. "Come on, Lord Beerus, you are being too petty. I was merely greeting H1. Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" Upon hearing this, Beerus's fury intensified, his teeth gritting together in anger as a shadow crossed his face. He was genuinely contemplating violence. Had it been a more opportune moment, even if he did not destroy Goku, he would make him feel the consequences of his actions. "You little brat, you are truly asking for it. Perhaps I should obliterate you now to prevent the destruction of our 7th universe because of you." As he spoke, Beerus feigned a display of his formidable destructive power, a deep energy emanating from him. The sudden flash of purple light sent a chill through Goku's body, causing him to tremble with fear. He realized he had genuinely angered the god of destruction. "Lord Beerus, I sincerely apologize. I won't make such a mistake again," Super Saiyan Goku stammered, retreating as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The jest had gone far enough, and he ceased his antics, proving he was not truly foolish. "Humph." Beerus let out a cold snort, dismissing Super Saiyan Goku entirely. With the farce concluded, the preliminary battle commenced. From his elevated position, the Grand Priest sought the Omni King's approval, and upon receiving it, he proclaimed, before gathering everyone, "I have already informed you all that the Omni King is eagerly anticipating the upcoming tournament of power. Therefore, to experience the thrill of battle, he has arranged this preliminary match. This will not only allow the gods and angels from all universes to witness the contest, but also provide an opportunity for each universe to showcase their abilities. Unlike the Tournament of Power, this match between the 7th and 9th universes will be conducted one-on-one on this stage. Now, having provided sufficient introduction, let the first contestants from both sides ascend the stage for the inaugural match. With the Grand Priest's announcement and the Omni King as witness, the preliminary battle officially began. Let me annihilate the 7th universe without leaving a trace. The 9th universe's contender, the bloodthirsty Red Wolf Bazel, leaped onto the stage, eager to tear apart the representatives of the 7th universe. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with malice, overly confident in his strength, believing himself to be invincible. Thus, he regarded the 7th universe's participants merely as tools to demonstrate his prowess. His demeanor suggested he was utterly certain of vanquishing every competitor from the 7th universe. However, those who boast excessively before a battle often meet with defeat. In the original narrative, the third wolf faced a humiliating fate, regardless of whether it was the preliminary battle or the actual Tournament of Power. As the 9th universe initiated its assault, Bazel's imposing presence was on full display before the assembled gods from various universes. Uninformed observers might genuinely believe him to be formidable. Upon his entrance, he crossed his arms, exuding an air of invincibility. When he first appeared in the original story, even Vegeta, as a viewer of the animated series, regarded him as a somewhat powerful fighter, never anticipating his ultimate downfall. Old 3, do not disgrace our 9th universe. Make sure to leave none of the 7th universe standing, commanded Belgamer. Those guys look so weak. They likely won't even last 3 rounds against Bazel, chimed in Lavanda, their taunts continuous. Their confidence instilled absolute trust in the Supreme Kai, Lord Zamasu, and the God of Destruction, Sidra. Their expressions resembled those awaiting a victory for their universe. Historically, the 9th universe has consistently ranked among the lowest. Yet even facing the slightly superior 7th universe, a victory would be beneficial. There is a distinct difference between being last and second to last. Should the 9th universe triumph, they would no longer sit at the bottom. It would be the 7th universe that would find itself in that position. On the 7th universe's side, upon witnessing the 9th universe's contestant take the stage, a brief discussion led to the decision to send Majin Buu as their first match participant. Majin Buu, the mightiest boss of the Z era, should logically possess enough stature not to lose to the mere Red Wolf Bazel. However, his entrance did not garner favorable reviews from the other gods. After all, the deities from this temporal realm were superficial, judging solely by appearances. They perceived Bazel's wild and domineering demeanor as strength, while viewing Majin Buu's seemingly weak and gentle nature as a sign of weakness. In simple terms, the gods failed to comprehend the terror of Majin Buu, dismissing the pink, pudgy figure with numerous holes as merely a source of amusement. TCH, the contestant from the 7th universe is utterly absurd. With that physique and lack of muscle, how could he possibly possess any strength? There is no way he can win this match. The consensus was that the 7th universe was destined for defeat. Upon witnessing the emergence of Majin Buu, the god of destruction, Ramses, could not restrain himself from voicing his criticisms, articulating his most instinctive thoughts. Inevitably, his words carried an undertone of targeted sentiment. After all, their universe had only recently collided with the 7th universe, culminating in a cataclysm of monumental proportions. While the situation has since been resolved, it must be acknowledged that the 10th universe has significantly lowered its standards due to the 7th universe's influence. Setting aside personal grievances, within Ramses' worldview, only muscle signifies strength. He is a devotee of physical power and an enthusiast in this regard. This preference has led to the portrayal of the competitors in the original narrative's Tournament of Power as formidable muscle-bound warriors, each more brawny and extraordinary than the last. Upon hearing Ramses' remarks, the Supreme Kai, Gavus, bowed his head in silence, reluctant to interject. Despite a strong urge to caution Ramses that the 7th universe is far more complex than it appears, he recognized that such a warning would be futile, thus opting for silence. The angel, Kes, likewise refrained from expressing her thoughts. Firstly, angels do not belittle their own universe's gods of destruction, and secondly, in her eyes, Majin Buu is indeed insignificant. Even if he has attained a level of power in the realm of the 7th dimension, he remains unworthy of her investment of energy in evaluation. It is worth noting that even before angels, and particularly in the presence of several powerful Supreme Kais, the units of power at such levels are not particularly remarkable. How could a god of destruction escape her discerning gaze? Naturally, She could perceive the disparity in strength. Indeed, she could readily discern the extent of Majin Buu's power. However, the ninth universe's Bezel also possesses considerable strength, boasting a level of power on par with that of the dimensional units. Ultimately, the question of superiority can only be resolved through combat. From her position behind, Kess found her attention drawn to Vegeta beside her, prompting her to communicate telepathically. Vegeta, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this match? At her inquiry, Vegeta turned to face her, greeted by a teasing smile. Without uttering a word, his gaze silently rested upon Majin Buu. This is in response to Kess, who believes that Majin Buu would emerge victorious. It is not merely his understanding of the original storyline that leads him to this conclusion, but rather his firm conviction that Majin Buu's strength and abilities surpass those of the Red Wolf Bezel. Is Vegeta-san so certain? This is quite unexpected. I assumed you would think that Wolf could prevail, yet here you are, placing your faith in this little pink pudge, remarked the angel Kess, her face reflecting a peculiar expression. In response, Vegeta, feeling somewhat vexed, could only retort, do not judge by appearances, nor should you focus solely on the surface. The capabilities and strength of Majin Buu far exceed your imagination. After all, he exists in my world as well, possessing not only formidable power, but also an astonishing talent. Any technique that has ever appeared before him, or any he wishes to learn, he can effortlessly mimic. Admittedly, the Bezel of this so-called ninth universe is also quite strong, but one can sense that his prowess lies primarily in combat skills. In this regard, Majin Buu may fall short. However, should he provoke Majin Buu's ire, Bezel would be utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Moreover, if Majin Buu were to reach his full potential, even the combined might of those three individuals from the ninth universe might not suffice to secure victory over him. Each of these statements was conveyed to the angel Kusu by Vegeta through telepathy. This also piqued Kessa's interest. She was astonished that this rotund fighter could receive such high praise from Vegeta. On the arena, as both combatants took their positions, the battle commenced. Bezel launched an all-out assault, unleashing a tempest of terrifying attacks that relentlessly battered Majin Buu's form. Each strike appeared to possess incredible destructive power, yet in reality, not a single scratch marred Buu's skin. The disparity in their combat capabilities was perhaps not as significant as it seemed. However, in terms of ability, bodily composition, and resilience, they were worlds apart. Bezel's battle power soared to an astonishing magnitude of 10 quintillion. Majin Buu's surface battle power fluctuated around this same figure. The situation was decidedly lopsided. Under Bezel's formidable onslaught, Majin Buu was continuously forced backward. Equivalent power levels manifested in entirely different performances due to their distinct combat styles. Bezel favored a rapid assault approach, adept at vanquishing opponents with his formidable skills and strength. Conversely, Majin Buu relied on his unique physiology to counter adversaries, waiting until the final moment to exploit any weaknesses and deliver a lethal blow. Chapter 16. The disparity between two realms. How should one articulate this? Although Majin Buu's strength in this realm is commendable, it pales in comparison to that of his counterpart from my world. Observing the battle from the sidelines, Vegeta couldn't help but internally express his thoughts. In truth, the power of Majin Buu in both realms is relatively comparable, both classified within the seventh dimension. However, the Majin Buu of this universe belongs to the early stages of the seventh dimension, while his counterpart from my world represents the pinnacle of the late seventh dimension. The comparison of combat power is secondary. The primary distinction lies in the fact that the Majin Buu of this realm is considerably more cautious than his GT universe counterpart. It is evident that Majin Buu in this realm has not engaged in combat for an extended period, rendering him rather sluggish. Akin to a newborn who must learn everything anew, the Majin Buu from the GT universe, due to his circumstances, has been engaged in a form of continuous training, ultimately not merging with UB in the latter stages. In summary, the contrast illustrates the damage done. To put it plainly, the Majin Buu from his world is akin to a father, while the Majin Buu of this realm resembles a son. The father possesses a wealth of knowledge and experience, while the son struggles with the fundamentals, having forgotten how to engage in battle due to years of complacency. As Vegeta's internal musings echoed, Angel Kess smiled subtly, clearly having heard his unintentional reflections. Naturally, she did not respond, for it was unnecessary. She observed with greater clarity than anyone else, aware that Majin Buu, despite his formidable potential and power, was unable to unleash it. Meanwhile, Kaya Xingguas and Destroyer God Ramzi watched the battleground, oblivious to Vegeta's inner thoughts. At that moment, they believed that the first match of the seventh universe was destined for defeat. The battle continued to unfold in a decidedly one-sided manner. Such a situation has propelled the ninth universe to its zenith, while the morale of the seventh universe has plummeted to its nadir. The former formidable boss now finds himself in this predicament. Who could remain unperturbed? Naturally, some are truly unfazed, and among them is Sun Wukong. He is aware that although Majin Buu has not undergone systematic training nor engaged in significant combat, his formidable strength remains undiminished. Of particular importance is Majin Buu's unique ability, which he intends to exploit during the tournament to gain an advantage. On the arena, Majin Buu resembles a buoyant ball, soaring through the air with remarkable agility. Yet, despite the mounting injuries he sustains, he displays not a flicker of pain upon his countenance. Boom! Another explosive sound reverberates as Bezel delivers a powerful strike to Majin Buu's jaw, propelling him skyward. This relentless combat left him feeling profoundly disinterested, prompting a desire to swiftly conclude this tedious game. The performance of Majin Buu was rather lackluster, which only served to inflate his confidence further. Presenting an air of superiority, as if he were the sole ruler of the heavens and the earth. Engaging in battle with such an opponent is utterly devoid of meaning. A one-sided onslaught is not the kind of combat I relish. I should hasten to defeat you and subsequently address the other adversaries. Chubby fellow, allow me to present you with a token of my esteem. In the midst of his assault, a cruel and sinister smile crept upon Bezel's face, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. In the next moment, he charged his right leg, the scarlet light intensifying to a blinding brilliance. The energy materialized, coalescing into a crimson energy sphere at his ankle, the strength of which surged as he unleashed his power. Down from the arena you go. Flash impact. With a fierce shout, Bezel propelled his right leg forward, cleaving through the air as he sent the unstoppable energy sphere hurtling outward. Majin Buu, suspended in the air, suddenly regained his balance, donning an innocuous smile. In the blink of an eye, sensing impending danger, he swiftly spread his arms and clamped down on the crimson energy sphere. With a resounding boom, what appeared to be an overwhelmingly powerful attack was effortlessly crushed by Majin Buu. This scene left everyone, including the celestial beings, utterly astounded. Even the angels glanced askance. What? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Bezel's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He had unleashed that move with the conviction of obliterating the fiend known as Majin Buu. Yet, rather than being vanquished, his attack was effortlessly crushed by Buu. Amidst the fiery explosion, Majin Buu plummeted back onto the arena, creating a tremor that reverberated through the ground. It was evident that Majin Buu had begun to take the encounter seriously. How delightful! That last maneuver was rather impressive, indeed. Majin Buu beamed like a child, his smile radiant. In ordinary circumstances, such a grin would be endearing, but in this moment, it was unsettling. In the next moment, Majin Buu inhaled deeply, and the myriad of bruises and contusions that marred his body vanished in the blink of an eye. He reverted to his original state, appearing as if nothing had transpired. How could this be? What kind of power do you possess? My attack had no effect whatsoever. Bezel was dumbfounded. The terrifying abilities displayed by Majin Buu left him momentarily paralyzed. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely one facet of Buu's formidable powers. Even if he were to be dismembered into hundreds of pieces, as long as a single cell remained, he could regenerate and revive. Unless the damage was fatal, it would scarcely be considered a wound in Buu's eyes. I am thoroughly enjoying this, but it seems the match must yield a victor, lest Satan be displeased. Since you have had your turn, now it is my turn. As Majin Buu spoke, his eyes, which had been narrowed for so long, suddenly opened wide. Leaning forward, he crossed his arms, and pink light flickered around him intermittently. The astounding energy fluctuations emanating from within him caused the arena to tremble with dread. Standing upon the same stage as Majin Buu, Bezel felt this unparalleled ferocity, his expression shifting drastically as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, dispelling any trace of his previous arrogance. In the observation area of Universe 7, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, along with the time-traveling Goku and Gohan, wore smiles upon their faces. The tide of battle was finally beginning to turn. Has this pink, rotund creature finally decided to take things seriously? I have been worried for so long. Beerus' words, while seemingly laced with irritation, were surprisingly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After all, he is a Majin from our universe, Not just anyone can defeat him, Whis remarked in a matter-of-fact tone. An astonishing aura indeed. It is remarkable how, despite Buu's lack of rigorous training, his power has escalated so significantly, Goku mused. In the observation area of Universe 10, as Majin Buu revealed his true combat prowess. Both the God of Destruction, Ramses, and the Supreme Kai, Guavas, were taken aback. It was not just them, everyone present, including the Divine, was astonished. Who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary rotund figure harbored such immense power? Moreover, the most striking aspect was that this seemingly harmless individual possessed abilities that demanded the attention of the gods. It was unexpected that someone who appeared so unassuming could contain such extraordinary and bizarre energy within. However, it was a pity that he lacked sufficient musculature. Had he been one of our Universe 10 warriors, I would certainly have urged him to cultivate a robust physique, Ramses quipped. Only a god of destruction like him could utter such sentiments. Training Majin Buu to become Muscle Buu? Such an idea seems rather far-fetched. While it is true that strength correlates with physical robustness, it does not hold true for everyone, retorted Ramses, as Vegeta's gaze shifted back to the arena. He could already foresee the outcome of the battle, even without recollections of the original narrative. In essence, this level of combat appeared to him as mere child's play. Even in his most formidable state, Majin Buu's combat power was merely at the 100 quintillion level. Perhaps Bazel was similarly limited. I hope this match concludes swiftly. No one from Universe 7 can compare to that Kakarot. Rather than watch these tedious battles, I would prefer to sleep. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, expressing his inner sentiments. These words left Ramsey and Vass astounded, further instilling a sense of dread within them. Meanwhile, the angel Kess shared a knowing smile, remarking that indeed, the situation had grown somewhat tedious. However, one might consider it merely an appetizer before the main course, a trivial taste to indulge in, perhaps. As you mentioned, it has become even more monotonous. I now find myself feeling that your invitation to the power tournament is akin to sending me to trample upon the weak. Vegeta voiced his true sentiments. These words once again provoked both Ramsey and Guavas. Is this something a human can utter? The gods surpass mortals, inciting divine wrath. Guas was unclear about the specifics, but it seemed somewhat arrogant. Had he known, such thoughts would not have crossed his mind. In the arena, the fiend Majin Buu emitted a series of muffled thuds, incessantly pounding his chest, from which scalding white smoke billowed forth. Despite his seemingly corpulent form, his speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, his massive body collided with Bazel, producing a resounding boom that sent ripples through the air, showcasing the sheer magnitude of his power. Ah! Bazel's body shot upwards like a rocket, his anguished cries echoing. But it was not over. Majin Buu's arm suddenly elongated, grasping Bazel's ankle. With a surge of strength, Bazel was swung about like a meteor hammer in Buu's grasp. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless explosions reverberated. Bazel was toyed with as if he were but a plaything. As time passed, Bazel's eyes rolled back, his appearance resembling that of a near-dead being. Oh dear, have I gone too far? Surely, Satan won't be angry? Majin Buu paused, recalling Satan's admonition against killing and excessive force, and gently set Bazel down. Just freed from Majin Buu's control, Bazel was momentarily bewildered. However, his murky gaze quickly sharpened with clarity. As his consciousness returned, he trembled and swiftly rose, retreating to create distance. How infuriating. You dare to leave me, Bazel, in such a pitiful state. Fires of fury blazed in Bazel's eyes, seemingly capable of incinerating everything. His bloodshot eyes and grotesque visage resembled a hellish wolf clawing its way from the abyss. Perhaps it would be best for you to concede and allow another to take my place. Majin Buu pondered for a moment before uttering a statement that nearly drove Bazel to madness. With those words, Bazel's final mental defenses crumbled. You arrogant pink glutton, do not be too presumptuous. Bazel roared at Majin Buu twice before shifting his gaze to the platform of Universe 9. Hand that over to me, Bazel resolved, prepared to resort to drugs to enhance his power if necessary. Very well, but you must bear the consequences. The Kaioshin of Universe 9, Lo, disregarded any hesitation and tossed a red fruit to Bazel. Seeing this, Bazel leaped to catch the fruit and unhesitatingly swallowed it whole. Whoosh! As the fruit descended into his stomach, his eyes flashed with a crimson glow, and his body expanded at a visible pace, experiencing an unparalleled enhancement. Witnessing Bazel's transformation, Beerus, the god of destruction from Universe 7, grew displeased. Is it permissible to consume enhancement drugs? This is clearly against the rules. Beerus inquired of the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest, upon hearing this, slightly averted his gaze towards the two zeniths behind him. Observing their eager anticipation, he wore a mysterious smile and responded to Beerus. The preliminary battle tournament has no restrictions. It merely requires that the combat satisfies the zenith's viewing experience. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across Beerus's face. He had 1,000 objections, yet, resignedly, he understood that the Grand Priest's decree was final. Do not worry, Lord Beerus. Buu's power is far from limited. Hee. The transcendent Goku stood with arms crossed, showing no concern for such underhanded tactics. In the face of absolute strength, any flashy maneuver is rendered useless, just as it was when they confronted Buu in the past. Father was right. Buu's power will not falter, Gohan chimed in supportively. Though Kaioshin Shin remained silent, his expression betrayed no signs of emotion. He was all too aware of Majin Buu's terror, having faced it multiple times in both ancient and recent history. You lot are quite optimistic, aren't you? Casting a glance at the overly optimistic group, Beerus felt otherwise. As the god of destruction, his instincts warned him that something grave was about to unfold, though the specifics eluded him. Chapter 18. Will the power tournament turn into a one-sided affair? In the arena, after consuming the mysterious fruit, Bezel roared with fury. His latent potential was momentarily unleashed, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. Tenfold. His battle power surged tenfold, soaring from 10 to 100, reaching parity with Majin Buu. The surge in power inflated his ego tremendously, leading him to believe he stood atop the pyramid, certain that no adversary could possibly rival him. Haha. Do you feel my power now, you rotund inhabitant of Universe 7? I am no longer the same as before. Allow me to demonstrate the sheer terror of my strength. With a ferocious burst, Bezel's speed exploded, far exceeding his previous ferocity. The fruit not only amplified his physical prowess, but also indirectly healed his wounds. It must be said, across any universe, there exist wondrous artifacts of extraordinary nature. Although the manifestation of this fruit in the original work is but ephemeral, it undeniably possesses remarkable divine qualities. A robust figure materializes before the formidable Majin Buu like a specter, delivering an unstoppable kick that sends Buu reeling. The resounding impact reverberates with a bone-crushing force. Buu's head contorts grotesquely under this terrifying power, while his corpulent body is propelled skyward by the recoil. But the spectacle does not end here. You wretched glutton, echoes laughter as Bezel ascends into the heavens. His agile legs unleash a relentless barrage from various angles, mercilessly tormenting Majin Buu. Buu's form ricochets through space like a bouncing ball, subjected to Bezel's lethal strikes. Each attack targets either the opponent's vulnerabilities or vital points. Were his adversary human, they would have surely been rendered incapacitated by the ferocity of this onslaught. However, Majin Buu is different. He not only possesses extraordinary defensive and regenerative capabilities, but lacks any organs or vital areas. Thus, unless reduced to mere fragments or utterly obliterated, these injuries are trivial to him. What is the matter? Was that all you could muster? Bezel taunts arrogantly, reveling in his perceived superiority over Majin Buu. Yet, the tide of battle begins to shift. In an instant, Buu's arms elongate, locking Bezel's shoulders in a vice-like grip. His body is sent hurtling backward, while his arms stretch like elastic to their limits before snapping back. In a moment of sheer astonishment, Bezel feels the crushing blow of Buu's headbutt land squarely on his face, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, causing him to grimace and see stars. Reeling from the impact, Bezel stumbles backward, clutching his bleeding nose, filled with intense rage against Majin Buu. After repelling Bezel, Majin Buu's injuries from the battle begin to heal once more, astonishing everyone from the 9th universe yet again. Haha, how delightful. Majin Buu laughs joyously, resembling a giddy child weighing 300 pounds. As his true abilities unfold, the gods no longer dare to underestimate this seemingly innocuous figure. Such prowess is truly remarkable. The battlefield has momentarily descended into tranquility. All the destroyers present are meticulously studying and analyzing the combat prowess of the warriors from Universe 7. Each observer is profoundly serious and focused on the unfolding battle. After all, Universe 7 is the instigator of the power tournament, and every universe yearns to be the first to strike against it. On the platform of Universe 10, Vegeta is on the verge of dozing off from sheer boredom. For him, the Majin Buu of this dimension holds a modicum of intrigue. Yet it is evident that the continuation of such a lackluster battle is becoming a strain on the eyes. Though the current skirmish seems tedious, there is no need for haste. 2 more matches are yet to come, and the 2 scions of Universe 7 are likely to make their entrance soon. Surely, you must be quite interested in our universe's Goku? After witnessing the might of this Goku, one might find a flicker of curiosity, especially considering the impressive purity of the divine power he wields. The energy you cultivate is likely not of divine origin, which may indeed surprise you. With anticipation gleaming in her eyes, the angel Kess remarked, "What do you say? If the opportunity arises, would you be interested in stepping up? I believe your strength could easily astonish the entire audience." Kess's words were laced with playful teasing toward Vegeta. Although she understood the improbability of such a scenario, she still expressed her desire to see Vegeta unleash his power and create a sensation that would reverberate across the universe. After all, a mortal strong enough to surpass the destroyers, as far as Kess knows, is non-existent in this dimension. Listening to Kess's banter, Vegeta could not help but roll his eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied, "While I was initially quite eager, based on what I have observed, this world's Kakarot pales in comparison to the one from my universe. The extent of divine power remains to be seen, but even if he were to unleash it, I suspect it would be underwhelming. If there were a version of me here, perhaps I would be more inclined to exert myself." With that, Vegeta maintained his stance. Were it not for the lack of seating, he would have long since leaned back and taken a rest. The preliminary battles have yet to meet his expectations. To express Vegeta's innermost thoughts, he pondered whether this universe's power tournament might devolve into a mere exhibition of his dominance. How disappointing that would be. Noticing the flicker of disappointment in Kess's eyes, it became evident that she had hoped for an opportunity to showcase their universe before all the angels. However, it now seemed that such a chance was dwindling, as Vegeta clearly held little regard for her universe's Goku. Indeed, the gap in power was rather significant. In this temporal realm, even in his transformed state, Sun Wukong may find it exceedingly challenging to rival the untransformed Vegeta. However, this may indeed be fortuitous. For with Vegeta's overwhelming strength, the ultimate victor of the tournament will undoubtedly be Universe 10. Chapter 19. Is there truly no adversary if one applies themselves diligently? The scene shifts back to the arena. After a brief silence, the battle reignites. The insufferable Fat Buu should not become too complacent. Struggling to suppress his pain, Bazel shouted vehemently towards the position of Majin Buu. He remained audacious and reckless, while Majin Buu's disposition had begun to shift. "I must say, since the inception of our contest, you have incessantly insulted me, and I am now rather incensed. I shall eliminate you." A sinister expression, reminiscent of his debut during the Z saga, manifested on Majin Buu's face. He assumed the classic stance for the Kamehameha, an overwhelming energy surging forth in a straight line. The magnitude of this energy was staggering, surpassing hundreds of quintillions, with its potential power exceeding 500 quintillions. At this juncture, Bazel remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, convinced of his superiority over Majin Buu. Unbeknownst to him, he had been nothing more than a plaything for Majin Buu all along. "You claim you will defeat me. Dream on, Fat Buu." Bazel's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent. He rapidly consolidated what he deemed his invincible strength. Yet, the disparity had already become apparent. He was utterly unaware due to the drastic change in his temperament induced by consuming the fruit. Before him, Majin Buu's energy became increasingly tangible, the energy orbs in his palms pulsating with vigor. The cataclysmic aura expanded rapidly, reaching nearly 1,000 quintillions in mere moments, signifying that Majin Buu was indeed serious and exerting his full power. With energy coalescing to its zenith, Majin Buu directed the energy in his palms towards Bazel. "Do not jest. Such sluggish attacks cannot possibly vanquish me. Witness my full might," Bazel chanted, foolishly intent on enduring this assault with his corporeal form. The golden energy beam surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing Bazel in an instant. With a resounding explosion, the tumultuous energy swept across the arena, racing towards the far reaches of this world. As the echoes of the explosion faded, thick smoke billowed and debris scattered. The expressions of those on the platform of Universe 9 froze, rendered motionless. Conversely, the inhabitants of Universe 7 bore smiles, for they perceived that barring unforeseen circumstances, the outcome of this battle had already been determined. As time ticked away, Bazel's battered form flickered within the haze. When the smoke finally cleared, his ravaged body was laid bare. "Ha ha 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 ha. Do you see this, Universe 7? Bazel, grimacing through the pain, emitted a hoarse, grotesque laugh. Yet, it was evident to the discerning eye that he was merely a shadow of his former self. Indeed, no sooner had Bazel resumed his arrogance than the intense side effects of the mysterious fruit he had consumed manifested violently. Dark red arcs of electricity erupted around his form. And in the next moment, his energy plummeted sharply. The accumulated injuries of his body exploded simultaneously, resulting in his instant collapse. The battle was concluded. The victor was clear. In the first round, Majin Buu from Universe 7 emerged triumphant. With a command from the Grand Minister atop the platform, the outcome of the first match was sealed. Even if the beings of Universe 9 harbored any resentment, they were powerless to alter the result. They lost in the first round, defeated by Bazel's hubris and folly. Had Bazel not recklessly absorbed the opponent's attack, victory would not have been so assured for the other side. The fruit side effects would not have erupted merely because his body reached its limits. In the eyes of Supreme Kai Lore and Destroyer God Sidra, Bazel had brought shame upon Universe 9. Were the gods not present, and with the Grand Minister and Zeno above, Destroyer God Sidra would undoubtedly have unleashed his wrath upon him. Supreme Kai and Destroyer God, this was merely a minor mishap. Allow the next match to be handled by the second in command. He shall not disappoint you. The individuals of Universe 7 will not always enjoy such fortune. Understanding the temperament of the two divine beings, Belgamer promptly knelt, offering his sincere apologies. Such actions are merely a form of flattery, a means to ensure survival. Furthermore, this represents the sole opportunity to preserve the existence of the third, Bazel. Let us hope for the best. Having lost the first match, I may spare your fates. However, should the outcome of the second match mirror the first, you are well aware of the consequences. A shadow flickered in the eyes of the destruction god, Sidra. Even if he refrained from taking action now, upon returning to the ninth universe, he would surely act. For now, maintaining the dignity of the ninth universe is paramount. Internal strife must not erupt. According to the best-of-3 format, should they suffer another defeat in the forthcoming contest, the reputation of the ninth universe would be utterly tarnished. His subordinates understood this well. Belgamore maintained a composed demeanor, his head bowed, yet his eyes sparkled with cunning. He turned his gaze seriously toward the second in command, Lavanda. The next match is entrusted to you. You must absolutely, without fail, secure a victory. Do you understand? Belgamore instructed. Leave it to me, big brother. Unlike that fool Bazel, my poison has no antidote. Lavanda chuckled ominously, exhaling wisps of purple toxic gas. Although his combat prowess paled in comparison to Bazel's, one cannot secure the position of second in command without possessing considerable skill. The scene shifted to the platform of the seventh universe. In stark contrast to the solemn and tense atmosphere of the ninth universe, the victorious seventh universe exuded a sense of light-hearted joy. The Majin Buu, having won the match, was rewarded by the Angel Whis with a plethora of snacks, which he consumed with great delight. They had also arranged the participants for the next battle, the time-traveling Goku and Gohan. Gohan, the next match is yours. Show them your strength. Remember, when you put your mind to it, no one can rival you. The time-traveling Goku encouraged. He held great confidence in his son. Although Gohan had fallen out of practice, his latent potential remained. With sufficient external stimulation and a rekindling of his fighting spirit, he would undoubtedly prevail. However, it is somewhat disingenuous to claim that when focused, no one stands a chance against Gohan. In truth, even if Gohan were to awaken a mysterious form now, it would merely be that. Had he transformed into a Super Saiyan beast form, it might have held more significance. Gohan listened to his father's encouragement with an attentive ear and nodded with a smile. Though uncertainty lingered in his heart regarding a victory over his opponent, he was determined to give his utmost effort in this battle. Chapter 20. Can a Super Saiyan god stand against a Super Saiyan 4? As 2 minutes elapsed, both sides confirmed their combatants. The arena, having been ravaged in the previous battle, was swiftly restored through the mysterious powers of the Grand Priest. Indeed, the Grand Priest was remarkable. With but a gesture, he demonstrated near omnipotence. The arena reformed, and Lavanda and Gohan took their positions on opposite sides, ready for the impending battle. Before the combat commenced, the deities and angels from all universes assessed and evaluated the participants. Unlike the ninth universe, the fighters from the seventh universe were of varied races, yet appeared exceedingly fragile. On the platform of the 10th universe, Vegeta silently observed Gohan and Lavanda below, refraining from any commentary or judgment. Ultimately, disappointment was inevitable. Both Lavanda and the time-traveling Gohan were woefully inadequate. They were so weak that a mere breath from him could extinguish their existence. Lavanda's strength fell far short of Bazel's, reduced to a trivial measure. Furthermore, referencing the original text, Lavanda's offensive capabilities primarily relied on the noxious gas accumulated within him over time. It is worth noting that such a being was considered a leader within the Ninth Universe. If the Ninth Universe were to rank highly, it would indeed be peculiar. As for the time-traveling Gohan, at this juncture, he found it exceedingly difficult even to transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone awaken a mysterious form once more. In the later stages of the original work, had it not been for the necessity of Gohan's participation, he would not have awakened to that mysterious state so easily. Ultimately, it was merely to fill a quota. Naturally, in this real world, there may be slight deviations. Compared to Vegeta's world, where GT Gohan was influenced by that world's Kakarot. Though lacking immense strength, he certainly did not appear as feeble as the time-traveling Gohan before us. This was also the feeling that Vegeta experienced upon first encountering this version of Son Gohan in this time and space, albeit now magnified, an extreme of 1 billion, a nascent stage of 1 trillion. What is this? Even if one transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, it merely amplifies their power 100-fold. And upon arriving in the capital, it reaches its limit. GT Gohan has long maintained an enigmatic state. That form has been cultivated to its zenith. Had it not been for the 2 years during the Evil Dragon incident, when he had to prioritize caring for Xiao Fong over his training, he might have already transcended the boundaries of his mysterious state and stepped into a higher realm. Furthermore, regarding GT Gohan's baseline combat prowess, no matter how one assesses it, it has reached the quintessence of power, and upon harnessing the strength of his enigmatic state, he could even exceed the units of the 8th dimension. This Son Gohan is truly insignificant. For Vegeta, the only aspect that holds a modicum of anticipation is the battle between the time-traveling Son Goku and Belgamore. However, this merely serves as an appetizer. The main event lies in the confrontation between Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Topo from Universe 11. This skirmish, in essence, serves to assist him in validating the questions that have long lingered in his heart without resolution. To what extent can the god of Super Saiyans augment his own strength? In other words, how does the realm of Super Saiyan God compare to that of Super Saiyan at its 4th tier? Upon the arena, Lavanda licked his lips, occasionally allowing drool to slip from his mouth, leaving behind small craters on the stage due to its highly corrosive nature. His gaze, filled with a mocking greed, was fixated upon Son Gohan. The gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a hunter surveying its prey. In response to Lavanda's provocative stare, Sun Wukong remained largely unfazed, quietly heightening his vigilance and maintaining composure in anticipation of the impending battle. The Power Tournament, Round 2, is officially underway. With the High Priest's proclamation, the second match commenced with fervor. In an instant, both combatants sprang into action. The explosive speed and sheer force unleashed reached a commendable standard. However, in light of the previous clash between Bazel and Majin Buu, their current skirmish seemed rather trivial by comparison. The two figures darted across the arena with an ethereal grace, engaging in a series of probing maneuvers and relentless melee assaults. At this moment, Sun Wukong was blissfully unaware that his opponent excelled not in combat, but in the art of poisoning. His careless demeanor had led him directly into Lavanda's trap. Ha. Is this truly the extent of your power from Universe 7? How utterly disappointing. Lavanda, not particularly adept in combat himself, initially anticipated that Sun Wukong would pose a challenge. Yet, under Lavanda's relentless onslaught, Sun Wukong found himself completely on the defensive, feeding Lavanda's inflated ego and granting him unparalleled satisfaction. Do not underestimate me. The true battle has only just begun, Sun Wukong declared defiantly. With a resounding boom and bang, their fingers intertwined, locking them in a stalemate. Sun Wukong glared fiercely, while Lavanda's lips curled into a sinister smile. As Lavanda opened his mouth, a deep, purple mist emanated forth, enveloping Sun Wukong, who was caught entirely off guard. The searing pain in his eyes forced him to retreat, his hands desperately shielding his face. At that moment, his vision was compromised, plunging him into a brief state of blindness due to the toxic fumes. The god of destruction, Sidra, and the supreme Kai of Universe 9, Lore, observed the scene with quiet glee. At last, they could reclaim some ground. Witnessing the event unfold, the onlookers from Universe 7 gasped in horror. This is terrible. His eyes have been poisoned. The god of destruction, Beerus, instantly recognized Sun Wukong's dire condition. With his sight impaired, his combat prowess would undoubtedly suffer. What a despicable tactic, one that is nearly impossible to defend against. The Supreme Kai, Shin, exclaimed. beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Simultaneously, he conjured a bag filled with Sinza beans, having brought them along as a precautionary measure. Wait, Lord Kaioshin. Now is not the time for Sinza beans. Wukong has not yet lost. As the Supreme Kai prepared to toss the beans to Sun Wukong, his father, Sun Wukong, urgently intervened. Although the preliminary matches lacked stringent regulations regarding the use of Sinza beans, he understood that providing them to his son at this juncture would foster reliance. It was within adversity that his son would find the strength to evolve and become more formidable. Transformation sometimes merely requires a singular opportunity. The preliminary match was merely a prologue. The power tournament still lay ahead, and he had unwavering faith in his son. Chapter 21. Awakening, defeated by hubris. Wukong, reflect upon your past experiences. Allow your body to respond. You are capable, as long as you remain earnest. In this world, no one can rival you. Surely, you do not wish to depend on Sinza beans to continue fighting? As Sun Wukong's words resonated throughout the arena, it was evident that Sun Wukong was profoundly moved. In this exchange of words, Sun Wukong indeed articulated his thoughts precisely. Although it remained a rather absurd statement, it undeniably touched upon Sun Gohan's long-held inner sentiments. On the arena, even with his sight lost, Sun Gohan grew more composed. I do not require a Sinza bean. Father, I shall rely on my own strength to defeat him. As these words fell, the chaotic energy surrounding Sun Gohan began to stabilize. Ha 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 ha. Saiyan, do you think that mere words can shield you from the poison I unleash? I can assure you, even if you resort to external means, it will be of no avail. I am employing my treasured relic against you. The science of the seventh universe, your defeat is certain. Once my poison seeps in, it will gradually invade your body. Just imagine how terrifying it would be to witness your body decay and rot due to the toxin. Perhaps you should consider surrendering swiftly. You might just preserve your life. The arrogant Huang Lang Lavanda began to revel in his own triumph. He was taking himself far too seriously. In the original tale, Sinza beans have the ability to heal and purge toxins. Surrender? Huh. I shall not concede. Years of neglect and training have led me to this moment, which serves as both a test and a lesson. I owe you my gratitude, for without your provocations, I would not have encountered such experiences. The transcendent Son Gohan understood that this situation was of his own making. He did not lament nor complain, but chose to accept his fate. He recognized that his years of inadequate training had led him to this point. Had he maintained his sharp combat instincts from the past, Lavanda's sneak attacks and poison would never have caught him unawares. Humph. If that is the case, I shall indulge you. Until your body has decayed to the point of leaving no bones behind, do not blame me. Lavanda licked his lips, emitting a chilling laugh. Do not underestimate me. My power is far beyond this. Unable to endure any longer, Son Gohan ignited the energy reservoir of his Super Saiyan first stage. Although this transformation only summoned the nascent strength of the Super Saiyan first stage, the 50-fold increase in his battle power greatly elevated his presence, granting him the confidence to confront Lavanda. Transform. My power has indeed surged, but without your sight, you are powerless against me. Moreover, as your strength escalates, my toxin will infiltrate you even faster. Lavanda mocked, once again exhaling 2 spheres of strange poison that clung to his fists. In the next instant, he lunged at Son Gohan with incredible speed, launching a fierce assault from multiple angles. Faced with this relentless onslaught, transcendent Son Gohan discovered a method to counter it, relying on his sensory perception to anticipate Lavanda's attack trajectory. The sense of crisis brought forth by Lavanda caused the intensity of his Super Saiyan first stage energy to rise steadily, transitioning from its initial phase to full power in no time. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Such is the nature of the Saiyan. Here, with a mighty roar, transcendent Son Gohan unleashed a powerful punch that struck Lavanda squarely in the abdomen. Pooh! The blow sent Lavanda staggering back, a torrent of toxic fluid spilling from his mouth. Clutching his wounded belly, disbelief flashed in his eyes as he questioned, "This is impossible. Can you still see? I can detect your noxious stench from any distance. Thank you for helping me regain my fighting spirit." With a solemn expression, transcendent Son Gohan locked onto Lavanda's position and prepared to leap. Suddenly, the poison surged, causing his Super Saiyan first stage full power state to falter. The surface of his skin revealed the insidious toxin, and his energy plummeted by more than half. What a pity. Though you possess some skill, my poison has already infiltrated your body. Lavanda grinned maliciously. In his eyes, The scales of victory had begun to tip entirely in his favor. However, he still underestimated the Saiyans' indomitable will and vitality. Even with the toxin coursing through his marrow, Transcendent Son Gohan rose to his feet, forcibly transforming into a full-power Super Saiyan first stage. Son Gohan still possesses the will to fight, Lavanda remarked in astonishment. I must defeat you before the poison completely destroys my body. Rallying his resolve, Son Gohan leaped once more, charging at Lavanda. Cut! A tenacious creature. Lavanda seethed with rage, refusing to evade as he swung his poison-laden fists in response. Bang! The arena erupted with a deafening roar as the clash of their battle ignited once again. Two blurred figures zipped across the stage, the sound of their relentless collisions resonating throughout. In this dire situation, the battle power of Transcendent Son Gohan intensified with each passing moment. Lavanda gradually became the one on the defensive. Without his poison, his combat strength, though formidable, could not be fully realized. In terms of magnitude, he was merely at the trillion level. Under the relentless assault of Transcendent Son Gohan, Lavanda began to display signs of defeat. Now, it is over. Transcendent Son Gohan forcefully grasped Lavanda's shoulders and hurled him skyward. His palms came together, energy coalescing instantaneously into a fierce and formidable magic flash of energy that erupted from his hands. Damn it! In midair, Lavanda hurriedly regained control of his body, cursing as he clasped his arms together to shield himself. Poison spewed forth, forming a protective barrier around him. The overwhelming energy surged forward, engulfing Huang Lang Lavanda entirely. Impossible. How can this yellow-haired brat defeat me? The protective poison was breached by the magic flash's energy, and Lavanda let out a roar of defiance. Yet, no matter how fiercely he resisted, the magic flash's energy ultimately consumed him mercilessly. Chapter 22. The Omni King is the universe. Sun Wukong makes his entrance. Boom. As the energy in midair detonated, blinding flames illuminated the sky. Amidst the explosion, Huang Lang Lavanda's body was charred black. His eyes glazed over, consciousness lost, he plummeted to the ground. With Lavanda's fall, Transcendent Son Gohan reached his limit as well. The poison intensified once more, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. His energy dissipated entirely, and the transformation into Super Saiyan faltered, leaving him unable to rise. Both fighters effectively lost their combat capability simultaneously, rendering the scene silent, leaving gods and angels alike in stunned silence. Only Vegeta remained composed, for he understood how this would conclude. How shall this be adjudicated? The god of destruction, Sidra, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Such an outcome was indeed unforeseen. The performance of Lavanda was satisfactory, adhering to the norms of combat. Heaven knows that Son Gohan clung desperately to drag Lavanda into the fray. It should be deemed a stalemate, King Kai's voice interjected, indicating that even in contemplating a draw, he would not entertain the notion of his universe facing defeat. The second in command, Belgamer, gazed at the fallen Lavanda on the arena floor, fury surging within him as he clenched his fists in silence. If this match were to be deemed a loss for Lavanda, the ninth universe would not only suffer humiliation, but would also forfeit any chance of resurgence. In fact, there would be no need for a third match. A score of 2-1 rendered further competition pointless. Belgamer was evidently oblivious to the fact that, even should he take the stage, the ultimate outcome would only worsen. In the second preliminary battle, both competitors simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. Thus, this contest culminated in a draw. With the Grand Minister's decree, the final result of the match was declared. The verdict, to be candid, seems rather unjust. However, it poses no significant issue. The two competitors fell almost simultaneously, mere seconds apart. The deities and angels of the universe collectively found themselves in a state of bewilderment, while Beerus, Whis, and Son Goku from the seventh universe harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. According to the conventional rules, the first to fall would be deemed the loser. Before they could voice their objections and inquiries, the omnipotent Zeno, the supreme ruler of this realm, began to express his discontent. This match is utterly tedious, he lamented. It pales in comparison to the excitement of the first match. It lacks any allure whatsoever. The Zeno from the future timeline was equally displeased. The pronouncements of the two Zeniths left all the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai in a state of panic and utter disarray. This entity is of supreme significance. Everything occurs solely to appease the Omni King. Upon hearing this, The Grand Priest swiftly turned to the two Omni Kings, bowing respectfully and stating, "Please remain calm, Your Excellencies. I shall promptly instruct the commencement of the third match. In this round, your friend Son Goku will also participate." With the Grand Priest's words, the two Omni Kings quieted down, joyfully exclaiming, "Is Goku about to take the stage? His appearance will surely be entertaining. We long to witness transformations and dazzling brilliance." Their demeanor resembled that of children. Yet, such innocence belied a terrifying unpredictability. Their whims followed only their innermost desires. Regardless, they represent the very core of the consciousness of the universe. They are, indeed, the universe itself. Soon, as the incapacitated competitors were returned to their respective cosmic platforms, the progress of the third match commenced. Belgamore from Universe 9 and the time-traveling Son Goku from Universe 7 simultaneously arrived at the arena. It was imperative that the third match captivated the Omni King, otherwise, the very existence of the 12 universes would be at stake before the tournament even began. For Belgamore, his objectives were twofold: to gain the favor and satisfaction of the Omni King, and to decisively defeat Universe 7's last contestant, the instigator, Son Goku. Conversely, Son Goku appeared blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. As his turn approached, he gazed at Belgamore with fervent determination. Vegeta, situated on the platform of Universe 10, cast his eyes upon the time-traveling Son Goku, finally roused from his previous indifference. At that moment, only Son Goku occupied his thoughts. Everyone else present was rendered inconsequential in his eyes. Even the exalted Omni King failed to capture his attention. The previous battles, aside from the bout involving Majin Buu, which had some flair, were nothing more than a waste of time. The skill level was disappointingly low, merely a display of trivial tactics. If Naravanda had possessed any intellect, victory would have been within reach. Alas, he succumbed to his own overconfidence, underestimating Son Gohan's willingness to fight to the death. Let us begin swiftly. I wish to witness firsthand the extent of the Super Saiyan God's powers, Kakarot. How far can you ascend? Vegeta mused inwardly. Truth be told, the battle prowess of the time-traveling Son Goku was merely 5,000 quintillion. Vegeta had an inkling of the impending outcome, yet his curiosity remained insatiable. He yearned to discover how much Son Goku's power would elevate after transforming into a Super Saiyan God. His Super Saiyan 4th stage, transitioning from black to pink hair, could amplify his base power by 3,200 times, while the perfected Super Saiyan 4th stage with black hair could reach 5,000 times. The Super Saiyan 4th with red hair could ascend to 6,400 times. Moreover, the boundary-breaking capabilities of the Super Saiyan 4th red hair could surge to 10,000 times its base. As for the Super Saiyan 4th pink hair, it could reach between 20 to 50 times the limit of the Super Saiyan 4th red hair. What substantial differences exist between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue? In this moment of contemplation, Vegeta recalled further memories. Within the original narrative of his past life, the power dynamics between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue remained enigmatic. No one could ascertain their true potential, only speculate in silence. However, various pieces of information and comparative data hinted at certain insights. Vegeta's focus did not go unnoticed by the Angel Kess, who observed him intently. It appeared that, despite Vegeta's verbal claims of indifference, he was profoundly invested in Son Goku's battle. Indeed, compared to the previous two matches, this one warranted greater attention. Moreover, in the world of Vegeta, Son Goku was a formidable rival. Chapter 23. Son Goku's forceful assault in the arena. Belgamore, under the scrutiny of the entire universe, refrained from immediate aggression, instead opting to deliver a performance of his own. Utilizing his distinctive verbal prowess, he attributed nearly all blame for the crisis to the time-traveling Son Goku. Though his words might seem petty at this juncture, they were not entirely unfounded. It was indeed Goku's actions that precipitated the tournament of power, plunging all universes into peril. With Belgamore's grandstanding, before the match had even commenced, Son Goku was painted as the principal architect of this crisis. The deities, swayed by his rhetoric, began to direct their animosity towards Son Goku. Furthermore, the innocent Omni King was manipulated by Belgamore's words, granting a final opportunity. Should Belgamore succeed in vanquishing Son Goku, the rule dictating the annihilation of the defeated universe's post-tournament would be nullified. This declaration invigorated the gods, intensifying their disdain for Son Goku, as countless eager gazes fell upon Belgamore, elevating him to the status of a savior. If he could defeat Son Goku, the decree of universal destruction would vanish. However, unbeknownst to all, this was merely a ploy by the Omni King to stimulate Belgamore into unleashing greater power, enhancing the spectacle of the match. What has been done will inevitably recur. What has transpired will be repeated. The Omni King had long harbored intentions of eliminating redundant universes, finding no value in their existence. Thus, it was implausible that the mere words of Belgamore could instigate any change. Regrettably, Belgamore remained oblivious, believing himself to be favored by the Omni King, immersed in a state of exhilaration. This is precisely the outcome desired by the Omni King. All the deities, all the contestants, have only superficially grasped this notion. The angels are well aware of the underlying circumstances, and even Vegeta, who understands the plot, is in the know. Even without the tournament of power, the universe would inevitably face reckoning. Although Goku's original intention for the tournament was not to save the universe, but rather to satisfy his own thirst for combat, it cannot be denied that his suggestion provided 8 out of the 12 universes with an opportunity for survival. Did you hear that? Son Goku of Universe 7. Lord Omni King has heeded my request. Henceforth, I shall represent all the universes and vanquish you, the instigator of this crisis. Bergamo exclaimed, his emotions surging. At this moment, he believed himself to be the last bastion protecting all universes. Listening to Bergamo's litany of accusations, the time-traveling Goku remained unfazed. In his perspective, the destruction of the universe and being labeled a villain were not matters that concerned him, especially since the calamity had yet to unfold. Goku possesses an unparalleled trait, an excessive optimism. He believes that even if he instigated this crisis, as long as he ultimately triumphs in the tournament, the universe would be spared from annihilation. After all, the reward for the victor is the Super Dragon Balls, which could easily restore the destroyed universe. Let me make this clear. Although you might be fighting to prevent the universe from being destroyed, I will not hold back in this battle. If you truly possess the ability to defeat me, I would gladly welcome a change in the rules of the match. Goku voiced his thoughts as he regarded the arrogant Bergamo before him. Of course, such confidence stemmed from his absolute assurance of victory, as he has always considered his strength formidable. With his keen perception and combat intuition, Goku could clearly discern that the Black Wolf, Bergamo, though significantly stronger than the previous opponents, was still within a certain limit. His instinct proved correct. As the leader of the dangerous trio, Bergamo boasted the title of Shatterer, and his formidable power rivaled that of Golden Frieza upon his debut. His prowess was indisputable, yet in comparison to Goku's usual state, it was merely on par. With his full power unleashed, Goku's overwhelming aura surged forth like a massive tidal wave. No longer hesitating, he struck first, his terrifying momentum causing Bergamo to feel a trace of pressure, forcing him to stumble back 2 steps. Goku's battle power, in its normal state, surpassed 5,000 quintillion, soaring to an astonishing 8,000 quintillion. Truth be told, if Bergamo lacked any special abilities, he would have already been outmatched. A bead of cold sweat formed on Bergamo's brow. The strength of the time-traveling Goku exceeded his expectations. Yet this aligned perfectly with his desires. Come forth, Son Goku. In response to Goku's might, Bergamo unleashed his own abilities. My true strength extends far beyond this. Open your eyes and behold. Without a moment's hesitation, the time-traveling Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Unleashing his full power, his battle power surged to 64 zetas, transcending the 7th dimension to reach the 8th. Crackling sounds echoed. Golden electricity enveloped him, and a confident smile graced Goku's face. This visage seems to convey the message. Do you still believe you can triumph over me? Humph. What astonishing energy. You may as well launch an assault and test your mettle. If this is all you possess, I must admit my expectations were overly ambitious. Belgamore, with a sinister expression, spoke in a tone laced with amusement. Then, with arms outstretched, he revealed an abundance of vulnerabilities. Witnessing this scenario, the transcendent Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unfolding events. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed. In an instant, with a vigorous stride, Sun Wukong lunged forward, his fists swirling rapidly as he relentlessly struck the physique of Belgamore. The incessant sounds of impact, akin to muffled thunder, erupted throughout the space. Each strike is imbued with the power of shattered stars. Enduring several of Sun Wukong's formidable punches, Belgamer clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing the pain. His abilities activated continuously, and a crimson light enveloped his body, causing him to gradually swell in size. Observing the increasingly towering figure of Bellgamer, the transcendent Sun Wukong felt a surge of astonishment. Through his keen perception, he discerned a significant elevation in Bellgamer's aura. Chapter 24, The Realm of the Divine. Is this all there is? So, have you discovered the terror that lies within me? Regardless of the nature of your attacks, they shall merely serve as nourishment for my growing strength. Do not halt. Continue your assault. Pour all your energy into me. Bellgamer proclaimed with an air of triumph. Those who revel in verbal advantages often meet a dismal fate in the end. Clearly, Bellgamer was overly enamored with his own capabilities. Like the other two wolves, he was excessively proud and overly confident. Absorbing energy to enhance oneself? That sounds intriguing. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my greater power. The transcendent Sun Wukong remarked, his interest piqued. A myriad of ferocious attacks ensued, and the transcendent Sun Wukong unleashed an unrelenting barrage, each strike more potent than the last. Bellgamer endured the agony, absorbing the energy, and his form gradually increased in height and size. In merely a fleeting 20 seconds, he transformed into a small giant, towering over 5 or 6 meters. Ha ha ha! Thank you for the energy you've bestowed upon me. I have grown even stronger. Bellgamer bellowed with unrestrained glee. This sensation was utterly exhilarating for him. As long as he could fully absorb it, he would become even stronger. Raising his colossal fist, Bellgamer savagely struck down towards the forehead of the time-traveling Sun Wukong. Although his body had grown larger, significantly enhancing his strength, his speed had diminished considerably. The tremendous blow, akin to a meteor hammer, was effortlessly evaded by the transcendent Sun Wukong with a swift motion. With a resounding crash, the arena beneath him was struck violently, splintering into pieces. Such immense force. Can you grow any stronger? A playful smile adorned the face of the transcendent Sun Wukong, for he had discerned the weakness of Bellgamer. Yet, he was in no rush to vanquish his opponent. He was rather intrigued to observe the limits of this being who absorbed the energy of others to augment their strength. In the past, he had encountered a similar adversary, albeit with a completely different demeanor. With a fierce roar, a surge of golden energy erupted, engulfing transcendent Sun Wukong in a blazing inferno of golden flames. He had ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan's second stage. His combat power had surged to an astonishing 200 times its normal capacity. At this moment, Sun Wukong's combat power reached a terrifying 160 quintillion. Transformed into the apex of Super Saiyan's second stage, he began to charge forth with greater velocity, launching ferocious attacks from multiple angles against Bellgamer. Time and again, he struck with relentless ferocity, catching Bellgamer off guard, causing his physique to expand significantly throughout the battle. Ultimately, his body had grown to occupy half the size of the arena. Having absorbed such a vast amount of energy, Bellgamer's combat power had escalated to quintillion levels. However, it seemed he had reached his limit. Once he surpassed 100 quintillion, further enhancement appeared impossible. It seemed this was your threshold. The energy absorbed has peaked. Allow me to unleash my full power for you to witness. With a powerful shout, the transcendent Sun Wukong smirked mockingly and leaped into the air. As he soared into the heavens, the divine power within him surged forth. A sacred voice resonated throughout space, permeating the atmosphere. The energy pool of Super Saiyan Blue was activated, and in an instant, a blinding azure light illuminated the surroundings, leaving the gods in awe. The Kaishins were taken aback, and even the destroyers exhibited incredulous expressions. Since the dawn of creation, such beings had been exceedingly rare. In contrast, the 12 angels maintained their placid demeanor. Although it was remarkable for a mortal to harness divine power and cultivate it to such heights, this level was still far from astonishing them. As the blue radiance dissipated, the transcendent Sun Wukong stood majestically in the sky as Super Saiyan Blue. His aura had undergone a monumental transformation compared to before. On the platform of the 10th universe, Vegeta gazed at Sun Wukong hovering above. Through his perceptive abilities, he determined that the current transcendent Sun Wukong's combat power had reached at least 6,400 quintillion. Upon calculation, it became evident that after transforming into the full-powered state of Super Saiyan Blue, transcendent Sun Wukong's combat power had increased by at least 8,000 times. Vegeta's suspicions were confirmed at that moment. So it was, indeed, as I previously conjectured. The transformation into Super Saiyan Blue resulted in a substantial enhancement of normal combat power, likely hovering between the realms of Super Saiyan 4th stage and the boundary breakthrough. Super Blue is thus, and prior to this, the Super Saiyan God realm likely matched up with Super Saiyan 4th stage in its black-haired state. Observing the transcendent Sun Wukong, drenched in overwhelming divine power, Vegeta remained unfazed. While this power was indeed extraordinary in his eyes, the combat power of Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan Blue state was merely 6,400 quintillion. It was merely the late phase of the 8th dimension, not even touching the units of the 9th dimension yet. This strength can be described as so feeble that it barely even reaches 1/10,000th of his usual power. With but a mere glance, he could vanquish the Super Saiyan Blue Goku in an instant. Even if Goku were to unleash the Kaioken and amplify it to its utmost potential, he would still only ascend to the realm of the initial 9th dimension. Weak. Indeed. Exceedingly weak. Previously, there lingered a thought that this Goku might be concealing his true abilities. However, the reality was utterly disappointing. One cannot help but wonder what instilled this Goku with such audacity, leading him to believe he could triumph over the elite warriors of the universe. It is worth noting that even Vegeta, having attained his current level, never once considered himself invincible. The strength of Super Saiyan Goku is merely confined to this. Drawing from the original narrative, it would seem that Super Vegeta's prowess is likely on par with Super Saiyan Goku. The two are hardly comparable. If they could fuse or combine into Vegeta or Gogeta, the mere thought of it excited Vegeta. If such a possibility existed, he would genuinely wish to witness it. As a time traveler, he had ascended dramatically after becoming Vegeta and had never entertained the notion of fusion or combination. Now, arriving in this transcendent realm, there is a chance he might encounter such an opportunity. Before he could witness either Vegeta or Gogeta, the only source of inspiration left for him is Jiren from Universe 11, who should, at the very least, be of the 10th dimension caliber. Vegeta mused inwardly. After all, if the original storyline remains unchanged, Goku and Vegeta are unlikely to fuse, let alone combine. Jiren remains the strongest. Chapter 25. The Kaioken Unleashed. God blocks. Kill God. Grey Jiren. Only this strength has been acclaimed within the original narrative to rival the gods of destruction, perhaps even surpassing them, which is what stirs a modicum of interest in Vegeta. Regardless of Jiren's true depths, merely reflecting on his portrayal in the original work reveals that even the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus, exhibited a look of shock. Hence, it can be inferred that Vegeta, at least, cannot rely on his usual form to emerge victorious. If, after an entire tournament of power, he could win without transformation, it would be exceedingly dull. Should I perhaps take a step to advance the plot, or make a move to alert the soon-to-be competitors about the gravity of the situation, thus prompting them to strengthen their capabilities in a short span? After all, only when pressure is applied can the strong evolve. With this thought, Vegeta conceived an idea. Ultimately, during the tournament of power in the original tale, nearly every warrior experienced a breakthrough during the contest. Key figures such as Kakarot, Vegeta, Toppo, and Jiren, among others, have surpassed their limits multiple times. On the arena, Belmomo stared blankly at the Super Saiyan Blue Goku, radiating overwhelming divine might, his expression grave. At present, he had absorbed a significant amount of energy, enhancing his strength exponentially, far beyond what he was prior to the battle. In his understanding, he had become more formidable thanks to Goku, exceeding his own limits. However, now, in comparison to Goku, the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue instilled a sense of awe within him, making him acutely aware of the vast chasm between their powers. The apprehension and subtle hesitation reflected on Belmomo's face prompted a triumphant smile from Super Saiyan Blue Goku. While Goku is undoubtedly a battle enthusiast, innocent and straightforward, his relentless pursuit has always been to engage with the strong. Yet, this does not preclude moments of pride. For instance, when facing an opponent of considerable strength, he revels in showcasing his might, overpowering them to instill fear and pride simultaneously. Belmomo, in Goku's eyes, is regarded as a fairly worthy adversary. Had this been a few years prior, he would undoubtedly have posed a challenge. Yet, in the present, Goku feels no trepidation whatsoever. Even with Belmomo's ability to absorb infinite energy, Goku possesses his own means to defeat him. Come, Belmomo, let me witness where your limits truly lie. I shall exert my utmost strength to overcome you. With this determination, Super Saiyan Blue Goku unleashed the Kaioken once more with a resounding roar. This is not merely an act to intimidate and defeat Belgemore. It is also a deliberate display of Sun Wukong's full strength. Not only does he seek to establish his own position, but he also aims to astonish the entirety of the cosmos, thereby rendering the forthcoming power tournament even more exhilarating. He longs for competitors in the tournament who surpass the prowess of the Tri-Wolves. After all, if the contenders are merely of such caliber, they would hardly provide him with the exhilarating battle he craves. Crimson radiance emerged from the azure surface of divine energy, enveloping and adhering completely to the outer essence of the divine aura. Consequently, the colors of the entire space underwent a notable transformation. With the augmentation of the double Kaioken, his combat power surged once more, transcending the limits of the 8th dimension and stepping into the realm of the 9th dimension. His combat power reached an astonishing value of 1,280,000. This is the true realm of destruction. The energy surged once more as the Super Blue Sun Goku clasped his hands together in a lotus formation, resting them at his waist. An astonishing divine power coalesced in his palms under his mental command. Feeling the unparalleled destructive force of Son Goku's strike, Belgamore's heart trembled. Do not be too arrogant. The Scion from Universe 7, Son Goku. My energy shall not yield to you. Belgamore gritted his teeth. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. With a frenzied roar, he unleashed his full power. At that moment, all the energy within him surged forth. In the throes of this desperate cry, his combat power transcended limits, reaching a magnitude of 1,000. However, such a fleeting surge paled in comparison to Son Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form, which had doubled its power through the Kaioken technique. What remarkable energy! But this is where it ends. Kamehameha Wave. As energy reached its zenith, Super Blue Sun Goku unleashed his ultimate technique. A colossal energy beam, measuring 20 meters in diameter, erupted from his palms like a roaring dragon. Break for me. Evil wolf penetration. A fierce crimson light shot forth from Belgamore's fists, embodying an unparalleled penetrating might as he summoned his ultimate technique in a last-ditch effort. A deafening explosion resounded as Belgamore's evil wolf penetration collided with Super Blue Sun Goku's Kamehameha Wave. Initially, it seemed Belgamore had gained the upper hand. Yet, as the explosive force waned, it became evident that he lacked sufficient follow-through. The endless shockwaves radiated outward, after merely 3 seconds of stalemate. Super Blue Sun Goku's Kamehameha Wave surged forward overwhelmingly, crushing Belgamore's evil wolf penetration. A tsunami of energy ruthlessly engulfed Belgamore's massive form. Aya! In the baptism of this ocean of energy, Belgamore let out an agonizing wail. A tremendous roar echoed as the energy exploded, thick smoke billowing forth. A significant portion of the arena was obliterated by Super Blue Sun Goku's tremendous strike. Belgamore, having absorbed energy to his limit, succumbed to the Kamehameha Wave's might, not only being thrown off the stage back to the platform of Universe 9, but also falling into a deep unconsciousness. Such a scene rendered the deities upon their lofty perch speechless, enveloping the entire space in a profound silence. The god of destruction of the 9th universe, Sidera, and the supreme Kai, Lo, wore expressions akin to those who had encountered a phantom, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. The overwhelming prowess of Super Saiyan Blue Goku was beyond their wildest imaginings. Even the formidable Belmod was dispatched with remarkable ease. What astonished Sidera further was that Goku's strength encroached upon the dominion of the gods of destruction, leaving him uncertain of his own chances of victory. Their universe had faced a complete and utter defeat in the 3-on-3 confrontation. The angel, Mojito, merely shook his head in silent resignation. The outcome was evidently anticipated from the very beginning. Yet he found himself utterly helpless, faced with such a universe, burdened by an inept destroyer and a god of destruction. Chapter 26. Provocation of the entire universe has come to a close. At this moment, the king of all in this timeline proclaimed, indeed, it has concluded. The king of all from the future timeline echoed, yes, it has ended. Son Goku is remarkable, remarked the king of all from the present timeline. Indeed, Goku is truly formidable. The future king of all responded. In their eyes, the third match was undeniably more captivating than the preceding two. However, it did not entirely satiate their expectations. The preliminary skirmishes were designed to heighten their anticipation. Now, Goku's splendid transformation and display of power had already made an impact. Your Majesty, according to the regulations of the 3-on-3 format, the match between Universe 7 and Universe 9 has concluded. Universe 7 has achieved 2 victories and 1 draw, thus emerging victorious in the preliminary skirmish. The Grand Priest reported respectfully to the King of All. His voice resonated throughout the silent space, accentuating the solemn atmosphere. Very well. Let us declare the results. The two kings of all commanded. The entire universe fell into silence. With the kings and the Grand Priest speaking consecutively, none dared to interject. However, despite the silence, all the deities across the universes harbored resentment towards Son Goku and bore an intense hatred for Universe 7. The transcendent Son Goku seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With the Grand Priest's announcement of victory in the preliminary skirmish, Goku's confidence soared. Clearly unsatisfied with the battle, he did not return to his universe's platform after reverting from his Super Saiyan Blue form. Instead, after the Grand Priest's declaration, he lifted his gaze towards the pantheon of gods above. The audacious words that had incited the wrath of the deities throughout the universe now echoed forth, albeit more brazenly than in the original narrative. Your Majesties and esteemed Grand Priest, since the matters of the power tournament have reached a definitive conclusion, I beg your indulgence to utter a few words. To all the divine beings across the universe, since you regard me as your adversary, then bring it on. No matter the opponent, I shall conquer them. In the power tournament, I welcome your challenges. Such arrogant and audacious utterances reflect an overwhelming sense of pride. Even the god of destruction of the seventh universe, Beerus, was momentarily taken aback. The audacity of Son Goku's bold declaration ignited a furious wrath within him. Is it not enough to create chaos? Does he not feel he has lived long enough to provoke the entire universe? This fellow still fails to comprehend his own worth. Although his abilities are commendable, they are merely average. The power tournament pertains to the very existence of the universe. When the official competition commences, regardless of which universe it is, all will undoubtedly exert their utmost, with countless formidable beings flocking to the scene. Although they triumphed in this preliminary skirmish against Universe 9, it is merely the beginning. What is Universe 9 after all? It is but the tail end of the pack. Historically, it has been the weakest among all the universes. The seventh universe, despite its low ranking, has only recently fallen to such depths, partly due to the near annihilation of the Ice Demon clan. The combat prowess of the seventh universe is not particularly high, yet it is not insubstantial either. A cacophony of murmurs and sarcastic remarks began to resonate, undoubtedly emanating from the gods of destruction and the supreme Kai of all the universes. Yet, the voices of all the deities were muted, leading to a situation where everyone was speaking, yet no one could be clearly heard. On the platform of Universe 10, the god of destruction, Ramushi, and the supreme Kai, Guavas, gasped in astonishment. Unlike Ramushi, who was filled with anger, Guavas, owing to the Zamasu incident, harbored a deep admiration for Son Goku and was thus engulfed in concern. He likely understood Son Goku's desire to battle stronger foes, yet such a course of action seemed excessively radical. Indeed, Son Goku is remarkable with a single utterance. He has made the seventh universe the target of scorn. Not only that, but the gods from all universes now regard him as the first adversary to be vanquished. Kes could not help but tease, maintaining a playful attitude, unlike other angels who merely viewed Son Goku as a mere monkey. While finding Son Goku amusing, she also harbored anticipation, eager to witness him perform even more extraordinary feats. And indeed, it transpired. Not only did it occur, but it unfolded in an even more brazen manner than depicted in the original narrative. Vegeta remained silent, merely reciting a thought within his mind. He had hoped that such a scenario would not come to pass, yet it not only materialized, but did so in an even more dire fashion. The illustrious Sun Wukong, in his fervent desire to engage with formidable opponents, has descended to an utterly reckless state. His confidence is so profound that he scarcely contemplates the consequences of his actions. As his gaze shifts, Vegeta directs his attention towards the platform of Universe 11. You must be unable to restrain yourself any longer, Torpo of Universe 11. Your sense of justice will not permit the existence of a threat to the world like Kakarot. In the midst of Vegeta's musings, the imposing figure of the dark-cloaked warrior, Torpo, on the platform of Universe 11, makes his move. Apologies for my rudeness, Lord Wamire and Lord Kai, he exclaims, his voice heavy with seething rage. Without allowing the god of destruction Wamire and the supreme Kai to intervene, Torpo leaps from the platform, landing on the arena below. In an instant, he captures the attention of all the deities present, their focus now fixed upon him. Sun Wukong's expression turned solemn, He had long been aware of this formidable presence. His previous remarks were, in essence, a probe to discern whether other powerful beings would act decisively. He yearns to engage with numerous opponents, seizing every opportunity. Above, the 4 attendants of the Omni King stand guard before him, fulfilling their duty to protect him from any disturbances. The Grand Minister narrows his eyes slightly, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Upon landing on the arena, Torpo dramatically sheds his dark cloak, revealing his robust physique and true form. Ignoring the gaze of the gods and angels, and momentarily overlooking Sun Wukong's presence, he kneels before the 2 Omni Kings and the Grand Minister. Speaking with reverence, Great Minister and Omni Kings, I am aware of my impropriety. I beseech your forgiveness. I have something to convey. Upon hearing this, the 2 Omni Kings exchange glances, seemingly intrigued, before nodding in agreement. The 4 attendants step aside once more. What is it you wish to say? Inquires the Omni King of the present timeline. Indeed. Do share your thoughts, adds the Omni King of the future timeline. With the Omni King's consent, the Grand Minister gazes down upon Torpo. Your reckless behavior is overlooked by the Omni King. If you have something to express, now is the time. Chapter 27. The Arrival of Torpo. The battle continues with the Grand Minister's words. Torpo's gaze sharpens, his expression turning cold and unyielding as it locks onto the transcendent Sun Wukong. He is a disciplined warrior and the prospective god of destruction of Universe 10. Faced with the overwhelming aura emanating from Torpo, the transcendent Sun Wukong inhales deeply and descends onto the arena to meet his gaze. As he senses the formidable strength of Torpo, a subtle smile graces his features, a reaction that incites Torpo's fury. Arrogant Sun Wukong, do you still fail to comprehend the absurdity of your situation? The Omni King previously declared that defeating you would absolve the decree of universal destruction. I, Torpo, a proud member of Universe 11's elite squad, implore the Omni King for this opportunity. I will vanquish Sun Wukong. For justice, I, the righteous warrior Torpo, shall undoubtedly subdue this embodiment of evil. Torpo's declarations unequivocally brand the transcendent Sun Wukong as a manifestation of malevolence. This individual, to speak candidly, exhibits a somewhat adolescent desire to assume the role of a savior. Rather, it should be articulated that Torpo has long perceived himself as the embodiment of a messianic figure. No one can suppress the audacious spirit of the transcendent Sun Wukong. The warriors of the 9th universe are utterly ineffectual, leaving it to him to take the stage. As Torpo expressed his true intentions, the god of destruction of the 11th universe, Kai, suddenly recalled something and seized the opportunity to advocate for Torpo, proclaiming, Lord Zeno, Great Priest, Torpo is our warrior from the 11th universe, dedicated to upholding cosmic justice. Hence, he harbors a profound disdain for Sun Wukong, a being that poses a threat to the universe. We beseech your forgiveness for his abruptness, as Sun Wukong's arrogance is simply intolerable. Listening to the discourse between Torpo and Kai, the 2 Zeniths perched at the apex of existence engaged in their own dialogue, seemingly deliberating a matter of significance. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. The Zeno of this world declared, the rules have been altered. We have not yet grown weary of the recent battle. The Zeno from the realm of the future continued, warrior from the 11th universe, should you succeed in defeating Wukong, the rule regarding the annihilation of universes that have succumbed in the power tournament may be rescinded. This proclamation sent a ripple of astonishment among the assembled deities. Simultaneously, Torpo felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. As a champion of justice, fulfilling this task would be an immense honor. Since Lord Zeno has granted permission, let us proceed with another bout. Adhering to the previous rules, the Great Priest announced after receiving the Zenith's directive. At this declaration, the gazes of the 12 gods of destruction and the 12 supreme Kais converged upon Torpo. As long as he prevails, the universe shall remain intact. Thank you for your magnanimity, Lord Zeno and Great Priest. Bowing deeply once more to the 2 Zeniths and the Great Priest, Torpo's eyes blazed with fervor. He turned to face the transcendent Sun Wukong. How intriguing. Perhaps you do not fully comprehend me, which has led to considerable misunderstanding regarding my existence. I apologize for my earlier reckless provocation. However, as before, if you wish to defeat me, you must present your true prowess. Sun Wukong, with a smile that seemed to convey enlightenment, actually radiated an increasing intensity that suggested his irritation. He possessed an air of carefree nonchalance, even with noble intentions. He exuded an aura that felt teasing. Humph, your words are tiresome. You, the embodiment of evil, are utterly unworthy of standing upon this arena. Torpo remained unfazed by Sun Wukong's current remarks. He had already decided that Sun Wukong must be vanquished. Is that so? Then let me witness your capabilities to see if you merit my withdrawal. I have yet to unleash my full potential. The transcendent Sun Wukong grasped Torpo's intent. Rubbing his fists together, a fiery anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Although this was not the peculiar figure in the black cloak from the 10th universe that he had initially yearned to face, whose aura was strange yet familiar, Torpo had become a worthy target in his own right, perfectly satisfying his thirst for battle. In the next moment, with a surge of thought, transcendent Sun Wukong transformed into his peak Super Saiyan second stage. A golden aura enveloped him as he assumed a combative stance, poised for action. The standoff commenced, a terrifying momentum engulfing the battered arena, unleashing a tempest of energy. Fully aware of his opponent's formidable strength, Sun Wukong feigned humility by adopting the Super Saiyan second stage transformation. He refrained from exerting his full strength during the skirmish, simultaneously probing and underestimating his adversary. This is a fatal weakness inherent in every incarnation of Sun Wukong across time and space. It is precisely due to this underestimation that he is destined to suffer significant losses in the ensuing battle. At this moment, Torpo displays a combat prowess that far surpasses that of 100G. As the two destructive auras collide to their utmost limit, the battle commences. Humph, arrogant fool. Since you refuse to unleash that blue transformation, I shall force you to reveal it. With a cold snort, a frigid glint emanates from Torpo's eyes. That seemingly robust physique bursts forth with astonishing speed in an instant, incomparable to the previous three wolves. The arena trembles beneath his feet. Such velocity and power evoke a long-forgotten sense of crisis in the transcendent Sun Wukong. Ha 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 ha. With a surge of energy, the transcendent Sun Wukong, undaunted, charges forward. He initiates an attack on Torpo, only to find himself outmaneuvered. That seemingly massive body is remarkably agile, effortlessly evading his assault and appearing behind him in an instant. A colossal hand seizes Sun Wukong's right arm with ruthless force, unleashing terrifying power that twists the joint of his entire arm. With a sharp crack, Sun Wukong's right arm dislocates, and excruciating pain contorts his features. He had underestimated Torpo. With his uninjured arm, he swiftly retaliates with an elbow strike to Torpo's abdomen, barely managing to push him back momentarily. Gaining a brief respite, the transcendent Sun Wukong leaps a few times to create distance. Grasping his dislocated arm, he forcibly resets it, moving it to restore functionality and rapidly re-entering a combat stance. Is that all you have? You were not this weak before. Justice is eternal. Prepare yourself, Sun Wukong. With a mighty roar, Torpo surges forward once more. Each footfall reverberates through the arena, indicating his intent to overpower Sun Wukong decisively. Seeing the fierce advance of Torpo, the transcendent Sun Wukong dares not underestimate him any further. Realizing that the Super Saiyan second stage is no match for Torpo, Sun Wukong, in a fleeting thought, taps into a higher energy reservoir. Ha 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 ha. With a thunderous shout, the energy of the transcendent Sun Wukong ascends once again. Golden light pierces the heavens like a radiant beam, extending to his waist in a furious display. The unbrowed hero, Super Saiyan third stage, makes his entrance. With a combat power amplification of 600 times in his ultimate state, Sun Wukong's power escalates to an astonishing 480G. Under the enhancement of the Super Saiyan third stage transformation, the transcendent Sun Wukong experiences a remarkable boost in reaction time, speed, and strength. He transitions from defense to offense, launching a fist towards Torpo. However, just as he believes he can contend with Torpo, the latter's immense form vanishes from sight in an instant. The astonishing scene of this mutation left the time-traveling Sun Wukong utterly astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the next moment, a sense of impending crisis surged anew, prompting the time-traveling Sun Wukong to abruptly lift his gaze, as the formidable Troper loomed above him. Despite Troper's colossal form, its speed was such that even my Super Saiyan third level struggled to perceive it, indicating the presence of a true master. Shock coursed through Sun Wukong's mind, and he inhaled sharply, his lips curling slightly in a determined grimace. This was precisely the sensation of being suppressed that he craved. In the blink of an eye, he gathered strength in his legs and leaped forward, launching a fierce and tempestuous assault against Troper. Instantly, an immense tornado engulfed the entire arena, the ferocity of the battle eliciting expressions of delight and admiration from the two supreme deities, the Omni-Kings, high above. The clash of combat, magnitudes beyond anything previously witnessed, resonated with thunderous roars throughout the space. Even with the enhancement of Super Saiyan 3, Troper's combat prowess remained overwhelmingly superior to that of Sun Wukong. From the onset of the battle until now, Sun Wukong had yet to seize true control. He was akin to a mere plaything, toyed with by Troper at will. On the platform of Universe 11, the Kaioshin Kai, the Angel Makalita, and the Jester God of Destruction, Vermouth, observed Troper's absolute advantage with faint smiles gracing their faces. It appeared that everything unfolded precisely as they had anticipated. With no unforeseen events arising, Sun Wukong's audacity ignited the flames of righteousness within Troper, a sight that had long eluded them. His anger and determination were palpable. Witnessing the one-sided nature of the battle, Kaioshin Kai could not help but chuckle softly, remarking, "That scion named Sun Wukong truly is arrogant. Even now, he refrains from employing divine power. Or perhaps he fears that should he let his guard down, he might inadvertently defeat Troper, rendering the encounter dull? Oh, but Troper is certainly not as weak as he perceives." The Angel Makalita remarked with a teasing tone, subtly mocking the time-traveling Sun Wukong. This aligns perfectly with her identity as the Harlequin. In facing any situation, she adopts a tone of irreverent mockery. Ha. One can simply savor the moment. Even if Sun Wukong possesses divine strength, Torpa's true power is far beyond that. The God of Destruction, Jester, remarked lightly, "Moreover, Torpa is my successor. Once he fully awakens, Sun Wukong will be but an ant." On the platform of the 7th universe, witnessing Sun Wukong being thoroughly suppressed, everyone fell into a profound silence. Following the skirmish with the 9th universe, the 7th universe had initially appeared victorious, which should have been a cause for celebration. At the very least, their universe had seized the upper hand. However, due to Sun Wukong's overconfidence, such circumstances had arisen, while others remained oblivious. Beerus and Whis were acutely aware that Sun Wukong's strength was formidable, yet other universes housed beings of immense power, rivaling even that of the gods of destruction. Torpa's exhibited prowess not only overshadowed Sun Wukong, but also hinted at significant concealed strength. Even though Sun Wukong had not unleashed his Super Saiyan Blue transformation, their mutual restraint suggested that each had diminished the other's potential. This righteous warrior Torpa from the 11th universe possesses remarkable strength. If Goku does not reveal his full capabilities, he may very well face defeat, commented Whis after observing the battle for a moment. With his angelic insight, he perceived much more. Torpa had hidden depths that were anything but ordinary. Some truths he could articulate, while others remained locked within his heart. I warned that brat not to be so ostentatious, yet he would not listen. How infuriating. This arrogant little fool thinks he can disregard all caution just because he possesses some skill. At this rate, he still hasn't even tapped into the power of the Super Saiyan God. He will be utterly humiliated. A shadow of discontent crossed the face of the God of Destruction, Beerus. His feelings towards Sun Wukong were a complex blend of affection and exasperation. This boy could bring him considerable surprise, yet his conceited demeanor irked him greatly. After this affair, he deemed it necessary to teach this impudent brat a lesson. For now, however, he could only watch. The Supreme Kai, Shin, was drenched in sweat, too intimidated to interject. Gohan, Majin Buu, and Mr. Satan could only observe in silence. Although the battle seemed unfavorable, Gohan retained immense confidence in his father, knowing that the strength Sun Wukong currently displayed was but a fraction of his true potential. On the platform of the 10th universe, several observers quietly watched the unfolding battle. The newcomer, who claimed to be a righteous warrior, demonstrated impressive strength by overpowering Sun Wukong. The God of Destruction, Rumshur, spoke with earnest concern. To be candid, he felt a bit anxious. Both Sun Wukong and Torpa had approached the domain of the gods of destruction in terms of power. Yet, in his jurisdiction of the 10th universe, despite a higher average strength, he had found no warriors of such caliber. Recently, they had managed to produce Samasu, but that had devolved into chaos due to Sun Wukong's involvement. Both fighters exhibited commendable strength, but if this was merely their level, it would only amount to this. The angel, Kusu, did not finish her thought, casting a fleeting glance at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta regarded the battle with a stoic expression, as if observing a child's play. Noticing Vegeta's indifference, a mysterious smile graced Kusu's lips. Vegeta felt a deep sense of disappointment. To him, this clash seemed little more than a trivial test between Torpa and Sun Wukong. To put it simply, should Torpa awaken the power of a god of destruction, he could easily reach the level of the 10th dimension, at which point even if Sun Wukong invoked Super Saiyan Blue alongside King Kai's technique, he would be destined to lose. Chapter 29. Child's Play. As the battle raged on, the Super Saiyan 3rd grade time-traveling Sun Wukong found himself at the mercy of Torpa. He finally grasped the reality that not all masters from other universes were, as he had imagined, true powerhouses capable of matching him did indeed exist. His previous encounter with the 9th universe had been a mere display of dominance, fostering a false sense of invincibility, leading him to believe he could triumph over any adversary. Now, he understood that Torpa's might was not inferior to his own. The strength possessed by his opponent even surpassed his current capabilities. If he did not unleash his true potential, he would be utterly unable to contend. This realization indicated a degree of introspection on Sun Wukong's part. However, unbeknownst to him, his thoughts remained tinged with arrogance. He believed Torpa's strength did not exceed his own, but rather matched it. This is merely an illusion. In reality, Torpa's true awakening only leads to suffering. It must be noted that in the original work, Vegeta nearly faced defeat even in the 2nd stage of Super Blue. Can you still harbor the same arrogance, Son Goku? Torpa scoffed coldly, delivering a powerful strike imbued with unparalleled force towards Son Goku. With a resounding crash, even the time-space Son Goku managed to defend himself by crossing his arms, yet he was still propelled back several dozen meters by Torpa's explosive strength, almost toppling off the arena. Experiencing the excruciating pain radiating from his arms, Son Goku wore a look of discomfort. His arms trembled slightly under the sheer force unleashed by Torpa. The power of Super Saiyan 3rd stage was utterly insufficient, leaving him powerless to retaliate. I shall grant you another chance, Son Goku. Summon the divine power you wielded before. If you remain this arrogant, do not blame me for what follows. Torpa's cold scoff echoed, his gaze radiating an endless chill. As his words fell, his aura shifted dramatically, an icy intensity enveloping the arena, causing the time-space Son Goku to shudder. This was a clear indication that the ensuing battle would no longer be trivial. Yet, it ignited a fervor for combat within him. It was exhilarating to discover such a formidable opponent from another universe. Since you have proclaimed this, if I fail to take you seriously now, it would be my fault. Suppressing his fervent desire for battle, the time-space Son Goku steadied himself. With a mere thought, the divine realm that had long slumbered within him awakened. Unlike his previous transformations that stirred great upheaval, this transformation exuded an extraordinary calm. Fiery red flames erupted from his being, enveloping the arena in a vibrant aura. The profound divine energy filled the entire stage. This form was not the Super Saiyan Blue, but rather the Super Saiyan God. Transformed into the Super Saiyan God, Son Goku's power underwent a monumental transformation. The magnitude of his strength enhancement far exceeded that of the transition from Super Saiyan 1st stage to 3rd stage. Though it could not rival Super Saiyan Blue, the Super Saiyan God form amplified his base combat power by a staggering 5,000 times. This was akin to Vegeta's ultimate form of Super Saiyan 4th stage with black hair. As the deep and scorching divine energy receded into his body, Son Goku's form became fully apparent. His usual appearance, a lean yet athletic physique, was complemented by fiery red hair and dual-colored pupils, exuding an aura that resembled a tranquil sea, yet one that could unleash ferocious waves at any moment. Although the pressure he exerted did not compare to that of Super Saiyan Blue, this form once again reshaped the god's perception of him. For a mortal to command divine power was already extraordinary, yet this Saiyan had manipulated it to an exceptional degree. Thank you for your patience. Now we may continue. With these words, Super Saiyan Goku took the initiative, seizing the upper hand. Under the enhancement of the Super Saiyan God transformation, his speed, strength, and reflexes surged to an extraordinary level, elevating all his physical functions and responsiveness. Observing the approaching Super Saiyan Goku, Torpa scoffed dismissively, his eyes igniting with fury. How could he fail to see that Son Goku was still concealing his true power? At this juncture, to play tricks was merely courting disaster. Humph. You are walking the path to your own demise, Son Goku. Torpa bellowed in frustration. In an instant, his speed surged to several times its previous rate. Two streaks of red light collided in midair, and as they clashed, Super Saiyan Goku and Trappa simultaneously unleashed punches. With a thunderous roar, their devastating fists met, releasing a wave of destruction that radiated outward. The arena beneath them cracked under the overwhelming force, leaving massive craters at their feet. Neither combatant yielded in their struggle, their sheer power contesting equally. Haha. Super Saiyan Goku smiled faintly, and in the next moment, he transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. Do not think of escaping, Son Goku. Trappa swiftly pinpointed Goku's location, coiling his legs for a powerful leap towards the sky. Thus, a fiercely exhilarating clash ensued. The air was filled with deafening thuds as the two figures engaged in a rapid series of strikes. Their combat styles were equally fearsome, with their speed transcending mere swiftness. Each strike carried immense force, reverberating through the air like thunderous explosions. The 12 gods of destruction present were captivated, their focus unwavering on this intense showdown. Both Trappa and Super Saiyan Goku displayed prowess that had reached the realm of the gods of destruction, leaving even some of the seasoned deities feeling inadequate. At the pinnacle, the Grand Zeno observed the battle below, thoroughly intrigued. The clash between Trappa and Son Goku was on an entirely different level from the earlier matches. It was extraordinarily intense and fervent. Both Goku and Trappa are incredibly strong. Indeed, how thrilling, how thrilling. The two Grand Zenas cheered exuberantly, reveling in unprecedented delight. Aside from them, the Grand Minister and the Grand Zeno's attendants also felt a spark of interest ignited by the fervor of the battle. Even their exalted beings rarely witnessed combat of such caliber, though it still resembled children playing house. Chapter 30. Calculating each other, just fight it out. On the arena, as the battle progressed, this confrontation had reached a boiling point. The sky was filled with energy blasts, dazzling like the stars of the universe, with the explosions from their collisions creating a spectacle of brilliance. The fight escalated from mere hand-to-hand combat to a symphony of energy blasts. The clash between Super Saiyan Goku and Trappa had risen to a new level. No longer were they evenly matched as in their initial encounters. Having witnessed the formidable strength of Super Saiyan God Goku, the decisive Trappa no longer held back, unleashing his true power, his combat strength soaring to 6,000. With the force of a tempest, he launched an assault on Super Saiyan Goku. Under this relentless barrage, Goku in his Super Saiyan God form found himself retreating, continuously overwhelmed. Enduring the relentless strikes, Goku felt an immense sense of frustration, unable to comprehend how his Super Saiyan God form could be so thoroughly dominated by Trappa. In this scenario, aside from the previous incident involving Zamasu, only Vegeta has managed to exert such pressure on him. It was only when he endured the relentless onslaught of Toppo that he revealed a fatal flaw. It's over, Son Goku. Justice will be served. Seizing the opportunity, Toppo skillfully leaped through space to position himself behind Son Goku, firmly locking his hands around the Super Saiyan's body. The terrifying force applied an overwhelming pressure, and the sound of cracking bones echoed painfully. Super Saiyan Goku let out a cry of anguish. Struggling with all his might to break free from Toppo's grasp, he realized that the sheer strength of Toppo far surpassed what he could withstand, even in his god form. He remained, as depicted in the original narrative, only now in a more dire predicament, restrained in his Super Saiyan god state. As a warrior of justice, I shall not take your life. However, as your punishment, I will shatter your bones piece by piece. Son Goku, this is your just desserts. Toppo's deep voice carried a hint of anger as he continued to exert pressure, contorting Super Saiyan Goku's form. Cornered and desperate, Goku gritted his teeth and summoned the divine power within him once more. This time, he would unleash it all. With a roar, a torrent of azure divine energy erupted forth. The powerful shockwave instantly repelled Toppo, liberating Super Saiyan Goku from his perilous situation. The Super Saiyan Blue reemerged, radiating a divine azure light that illuminated the surroundings, the sacred echoes of his divine presence resonating throughout the space. Observing the transformed Super Saiyan Blue Goku, Toppo's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Finally, you've resorted to this transformation. But at this point, what difference does it make? Toppo remarked, unflinching in his demeanor. If you hadn't transformed, I might have truly been defeated by you. Nevertheless, now that I have transformed, it's my turn to dominate. A confident smile graced the lips of Super Saiyan Blue Goku, seemingly forgetting how he had been previously overwhelmed. On the platform of Universe 11, upon witnessing Goku's reversion to Super Saiyan Blue, the god of destruction, Beerus displayed a rare expression of seriousness. The games are finally over, Topo. Use your power to crush Son Goku decisively. The god of destruction, Beerus, was determined for victory in this battle. Until now, Topo had consistently maintained the upper hand, leading him to believe that even with Goku's Super Saiyan Blue transformation, he would not be a match for Topo. Should Topo emerge victorious, he could not only abolish the universe destruction rule imposed after the tournament's defeat, but he could also take this opportunity to mock the god of destruction from Universe 7, Beerus. Their Universe 11 would finally make its mark. With all due respect, Lord Beerus, I don't believe this battle will conclude so easily, remarked the Supreme Kai. Topo is indeed powerful, but you must understand his situation. Moreover, the Son Goku from Universe 7 is not to be underestimated. From my perspective, their strengths are closely matched, and this battle may very well end in a draw. In his view, Super Saiyan Blue Goku had indeed mastered the divine power to such an extent that while Topo might win, the cost of such a victory would be considerable. Furthermore, there was a crucial factor to consider. Topo remained steadfast in his adherence to justice, unable to fully cast aside the principles he held dear. This has led to the unfortunate circumstance where he, as a candidate for the god of destruction, is unable to wield the powers of such a deity. Kei-san has made a valid point, from my observations. Son Goku of the 7th universe has yet to truly reveal his capabilities. This battle is fundamentally an exploratory one. Goku is astute, probing our strengths while deliberately suppressing his own abilities and keeping his trump cards hidden. The angel Makalita concurred, recognizing the depth of the Joker Angel's cunning, who has seen through this maneuver. No matter how formidable he may appear, it remains a mere fade. Should Torpa decide to abandon his reservations and unleash his true power, even a single finger would suffice to obliterate Goku effortlessly, declared the Joker god of destruction, Wami, with a sense of satisfaction. It is worth noting that Torpa is a candidate personally selected and groomed by him, thus he harbors a greater inclination towards Torpa. Torpa, let all beings and deities witness your strength. As my chosen successor, you need not be troubled by a mere Son Goku. Wami mused inwardly, his smile growing increasingly sinister and eerie. On the side of the 7th universe, when Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, everyone present exhaled a sigh of relief. The previous battle had been restrained simply because Goku had not been earnest. Now, however, the situation has changed. In his Super Blue state, Goku is utterly transformed compared to before. This lad has finally had his fill of games. It is time for him to properly deal with this boastful adversary. God of Destruction Beerus has cast aside all previous concerns. Torpa's arrogance has stirred him, and he is eager to emerge victorious. In his view, having reached this juncture, it is time to engage in battle. At this moment, all beings and deities are fixated on the contest in the arena. Yet, there exists one deity who remains an exception. His focus has never wavered from the observation area of the 10th universe. The deity in question is none other than the god of destruction of the 1st universe, Iwan. Chapter 31, The Unfathomable Warrior, Ultra Blue Full Power. My Lord Iwan, you have appeared rather distracted from the beginning until now. What captures your attention? Inquired the Supreme Kai of the 1st universe, Innate, with a hint of confusion. In response to his inquiry, the god of destruction, Iwan, remained silent, instead gesturing for him to direct his gaze towards the platform of the 10th universe. Following Iwan's line of sight, Innate beheld a figure clad in a black robe and mask, Vegeta. Isn't that a warrior from the 10th universe? Innate pondered, perplexed as to why Iwan would be so preoccupied with this mortal. However, as he began to exert his perception to probe the depths of this individual, he was left utterly bewildered. Even he, a Supreme Kai, could not detect any aura emanating from the being, as if it simply did not exist. Previously, all his attention had been fixated on the 7th universe in the ongoing competition, and though it later shifted to Topo, he had entirely neglected to sense other presences. Now, a tempest surged within him as he realized Iwan's intent. This warrior might rival the likes of Son Goku and Topo. Could it be that Lord Iwan is implying? Innate's expression bore incredulity. It seems you two have taken note of that individual from the 10th universe, dear Supreme Kai Innate. Compared to Son Goku and that Topo from the 11th universe, this person is far more inscrutable. Even I cannot fathom his depths, remarked Awamo, the angel of the 1st universe, further astonishing Innate. Even an angel cannot discern the depths of his being? Innate mused, his heart quaking at the thought of such a formidable presence within the 10th universe. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, reassured by the fact that their universe, being the highest in numerical value, was exempt from participating in the chaotic tournament of power, thus alleviating concerns of being swept away by Lord Zeno. The scene shifted back to the arena, where Toppo and Son Goku clashed once more. One exuded a fiery red aura, as radiant as the sun, while the other emanated a divine blue brilliance. The stark contrast between the two energies was striking, leaving onlookers to believe that a god was punishing a disrespectful mortal. Boom. The intensity of their confrontation escalated, causing the arena beneath them to tremble relentlessly. The pressure from their standoff created an unstable atmosphere, causing countless small stones to begin levitating, while fragments of the arena were violently dislodged. The sheer magnitude of their collision unleashed an unparalleled aura, instilling a sense of dread and electrifying terror in all who bore witness. The magnitude of such power is undoubtedly of a destructive divine caliber, capable of effortlessly annihilating the universe with the mere flick of a wrist. Upon sensing the searing aura of Tuapa, the expression of the super blue sun Wukong grew increasingly grave. This spirit does not fall beneath his own. Even if there exists a slight disparity, it is but a negligible difference, easily overlooked. The recent series of battles has allowed him to truly grasp the formidable strength of Torpo, who is at least comparable to his current self. To engage in combat with such a powerful adversary is a privilege he will cherish dearly. I am immensely pleased to encounter you, Torpo, as we prepare to clash. My body begins to pulse with fervor. How far will you push me next? With fervent battle intent gleaming in his eyes, the super blue sun Wukong initiates the assault, transforming into a piercing stream of blue light, racing towards Torpo with blinding speed. This linear offensive approach, both simplistic and brutally effective, unleashes an unparalleled explosive force in an instant. Do not be so presumptuous, Sun Wukong, with a hysterical roar. His entire being surged with an overwhelming aura, elevating his combat prowess once more. Judging by numerical values, at this moment, his combat power reached an impressive 6,400, rivaling that of Super Blue Sun Wukong. His colossal hand clenched into a fist, enveloped in crimson flames. He delivered a devastating blow towards the charging Sun Wukong. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated, as two extraordinary forces collided, unleashing a tempest of chaos and a cacophony of sonic booms. In this extraordinary realm, the immense powers of the two warriors created subtle ripples in the fabric of space. Both were formidable fighters, each at the late stage of the G unit, nearing the pinnacle of their capabilities, with strengths that reached the zenith of the eighth dimension, allowing them to influence, and even shatter, the very essence of space. However, with their current abilities, it was utterly impossible for them to breach this unique pocket of reality. Even a unit of the ninth dimension would find it insurmountable, unless they could once again transcend their limits and ascend into the 10th dimension, entering the true domain of the destroyers. As their powers clashed, Troba's pride was humbled as he was overpowered by the Ultra Blue Sun Goku, who sent him hurtling downwards. Like a meteor plummeting to the earth, Troba struck the ground. And in that fleeting moment, a colossal crater with a diameter of several dozen meters was formed, consuming a significant portion of the arena. It was as if the arena had ceased to be an arena. Upon landing, Troba swiftly regained his composure, his hands gathering energy that pulsated vigorously in his palms. He unleashed his signature technique with a resounding cry, just as flash. Countless densely packed red energy orbs erupted from Troba's hands in rapid succession. Faced with such a barrage of energy attacks, Son Goku remained unfazed, deftly controlling the flow of his own energy with the agility of a fish gliding through water, evading all incoming assaults with precision. Undeterred, Troba intensified his energy output, constricting Ultra Blue Sun Goku's range of motion. Yet, such efforts were merely a squandering of energy. Troba, receive my attack. Amidst the concentrated onslaught of energy orbs, Ultra Blue Sun Goku surged with rage, weaving through the space with abandon. His divine power surged once more, and with hands clasped together, he assumed the ancestral stance of the Kamehameha wave. At this moment, Son Goku's combat power had reached an astonishing value of 8,000 G. This is indeed the true full power of his Super Saiyan Blue, Ultra Blue, at full capacity, a transformation with a tenfold increase in regular strength. As Super Blue Goku traverses the space, the energy for his ultimate attack is condensed to its utmost. With a mere thought, he activates his instant transmission technique, evading the energy blasts in an instant, and appears right before Toppo. Years ago, he relied on this very technique, combined with the Kamehameha, to catch the fully formed Cell off guard. Now, facing Topo, he employs this same combination once more. Alas, Topo, sensing the imminent threat, feels every hair on his body stand on end, overwhelmed by a profound sense of crisis. With no time to evade, he hastily crosses his arms in front of him to form a defensive barrier. Chapter 32, The Ultimate Attack. Reactions from the gods gazing at Topo. Super Blue Goku's lips curl slightly, the blue energy pulsating rapidly within his palms. This sudden onslaught, long kept as a secret weapon, reveals Goku's high regard for Topo, even acknowledging his formidable strength that could potentially overpower him. Seizing the opportunity, the energy of the Kamehameha, gathered to its limit, erupts instantaneously. Boom. A roar akin to that of a mighty dragon reverberates across the arena, the furious energy swelling to 100 meters in size as it surges forth, engulfing Topo and a significant portion of the stage as if a raging tsunami. As the tumultuous energy dissipates, the arena is left with a gaping crater several meters deep, most of it utterly devastated. Amidst the swirling smoke, Topo is nowhere to be seen. On the platform of Universe 9, the god of destruction Sidra, the Supreme Kai Lore, and the recently awakened trio of dangers stand in stunned silence. Particularly the trio, upon witnessing the battle between Topo and Goku, realized that their previous skirmishes were mere child's play in comparison. They had once deluded themselves into believing they could defeat Goku. The memory of the audacious, belligerent Bergamo proclaiming his intent to confront Goku now fills him with bitterness and embarrassment. On the platform of Universe 11, the angel Margarita, the god of destruction Vermoud, and the Supreme Kai Kai are equally astonished. Goku had concealed such a formidable technique. Was that instant transmission? No, it is different. Sweat beads on Kai's forehead as he recalls the Supreme Kai's instant transmission, yet he knows this is not the same. The sheer power of that attack has reached the level of a god of destruction. In such a sudden situation, being struck at such close range, Topo would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries, if not face death. The god of destruction Vermoud displays a worried expression. The frightening power of that last strike could even injure him if caught off guard. Without relinquishing his self, if Topo were hit, his life would be in peril. The angel Margarita furrows her brow slightly. Her angelic perception reveals that Topo is not in mortal danger, but having endured that blow, the outcome is now clear. At least, under the current circumstances, Topo is at a disadvantage. On the side of Universe 7, when Super Blue Goku suddenly turns the tide, everyone exhibits a range of expressions. This move reminds me of the time my father battled Cell. Back then, he caught Cell off guard with this very technique and nearly claimed victory. Who would have thought that today, in this contest, my father would replicate that very move? Gohan clenches his fists in excitement. Undoubtedly, after this strike, victory is assured for their universe. Not only that, but he also reflects on his own past. Those moments from years ago evoke a profound sense of nostalgia. Even if Gohan has faltered since, he has now awakened to reality. Goku always manages to surprise us at crucial moments, and he has certainly upheld the honor of Universe 7. This sudden attack, even without deliberate defense, would likely catch anyone off guard. However, it seems Goku has gone a tad overboard. That opponent may very well have been eliminated by this strike. The situation is precarious. Universe 7 has become the target of scrutiny. The god of destruction Beerus is filled with anxiety and a hint of excitement, but lacks the joy of victory. His concerns for Goku's situation and for Universe 7 weigh heavily on his mind. Though there are no explicit rules prohibiting the elimination of opponents in this preliminary skirmish, Sun Wukong's audacious defeat of the formidable warriors from the 9th and 11th universes has rendered him a target of disdain across all realms. His overwhelming prowess has not only vanquished formidable foes, but has also positioned him as the primary adversary to be thwarted when the true tournament of power commences. Consequently, the 7th universe, too, finds itself marked for elimination. Lord Beerus, feeling a sense of unease, grapples with a situation he has never encountered before. From the perspective of an observer, he knows that should other universes become embroiled with his own, especially in such a brazen manner, he would undoubtedly take action. However, Beerus's concerns may be unfounded. The 11th universe's Topo is not easily dispatched. Yet, given his current state, it appears he may be unable to continue the subsequent battles. If no unforeseen variables arise, victory for Wukong seems assured. By asserting dominance over the 11th universe, Wukong not only establishes his reputation, but also compels other universes to tread carefully during the tournament. This may not necessarily bode well for them. It remains to be seen how Wukong will proceed, and I find myself eagerly anticipating his next move, as he has consistently delivered unexpected surprises. Angel Whis not only elucidates the outcome, but also clarifies the circumstances. Clearly, his insights extend far beyond those of Beerus. As an angel, he has discerned that Topo remains unable to unlock the latent god of destruction power within him. Thus, regardless of the tournament's outcome, Wukong's triumph is, for now, an established fact. In Whis's view, while Beerus's worries are not misplaced, the seventh universe will not be directly targeted. After all, the deities, having existed for countless ages, are unlikely to be foolish enough to provoke Wukong, a formidable rebounder. Everyone is merely testing the waters. Whis's considerations have proven sound, and his predictions remain intact. However, absolutes are elusive. In the original narrative, the ninth universe recklessly challenged the seventh universe, only to suffer a swift and devastating defeat. Surprise? This is more akin to shock. Beerus harbors a simmering frustration that he has yet to express. While victory is commendable, it also carries its own burdens. Having occupied a position of power for so long, he is well acquainted with the deceptions among the gods of destruction, leading him to contemplate unfavorable outcomes. The current state of the seventh universe, bolstered by Wukong's victory, indeed instills fear in other universes. However, the revelation of Wukong as the seventh universe's trump card leaves them with little else to conceal. Chapter 33. The battle concludes. The contest is halted. The deities and angels across the cosmos are stirred by Wukong's sudden surge of power. What was once a favorable position for Topo has been dramatically overturned by Wukong's intervention, rendering all previous expectations void. At this moment, upon the arena, as the energy from his ultimate attack dissipates, Super Saiyan Blue Wukong finds himself panting heavily from exhaustion. This decisive strike harnessed the entirety of his power in this form, and its successful execution signified a significant depletion of his stamina. However, even with all his might, Super Saiyan Blue Goku understood that defeating Topo with this singular blow was an impossibility. Topo was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered, at least thus far. Neither his rival and dear friend Vegeta, nor the ominous Black Goku from the future, nor the assassin Hit, who had recently been contracted to eliminate him, could compare to the prowess of Topo. The sheer force, velocity, and combat style of Topo stirred profound sensations within him. It had been ages since he had engaged in such an exhilarating battle. Topo, you truly are a formidable adversary. Taking a deep breath, Super Saiyan Blue Goku straightened his posture and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. As he regained his composure, he focused on restoring his energy to its fullest capacity. This battle is far from over. Others may be oblivious, but he is acutely aware. The mere presence of a master such as you in this skirmish heightens my anticipation for the forthcoming power tournament. I can scarcely imagine the multitude of formidable warriors that will emerge. The thought of such a spectacle sends exhilarating tremors throughout my being. Even before the true conclusion of the conflict, the transcendent Blue Sun Goku is already envisioning the imminent power tournament. This attitude and behavior of Super Blue Sun Goku indeed exude an air of arrogance, almost as if he is oblivious to those around him. After all, Torpo has yet to be entirely defeated, and he naively believes that no one, aside from the god of destruction, can subdue him. In other words, this individual is sorely in need of a sound thrashing. Only after being crushed by a true powerhouse and having his pride obliterated will he undergo any transformation. As time inexorably ticks away, the billowing smoke from the explosion dissipates. Torpo, bearing numerous injuries, stands resolutely upon the dilapidated arena. His crimson bodysuit is tattered beyond recognition, with energy-inflicted wounds oozing blood. The extent of damage inflicted by Super Blue Sun Goku's full-force Kamehameha is evident. With such a battered physique, victory seems an impossibility, unless he resolves to abandon the justice he has long upheld and truly embrace the force of destruction, transforming into a god of destruction. He stands no chance against Super Blue Sun Goku. Moreover, Super Blue Sun Goku still harbors hidden lethal techniques yet to be unleashed. This exploratory battle has not yet reached the point where he must reveal all his capabilities. However, Torpo remains unconvinced, reluctant to concede. He chooses to fight until the very last moment, even aware that he cannot match Super Blue Sun Goku. driven by the justice he holds dear. The eyes of the Kais and gods of destruction from the 12 universes are fixed upon the two of them, particularly on Torpo, who previously stepped forward with unparalleled might. Fighting with the hopes of all the gods of the universe and daring to alter the rules of the tournament of power. If this battle were to be lost, he would betray the trust of the gods and become a target of their scorn. Observing the tenacious Torpo before him, the smile on the face of Super Blue Son Goku remained undiminished. Since his opponent was resolute in engaging him in combat, he too could not let down the other party, could he? Do not be too arrogant, Son Goku. Flames flickered in his eyes as Torpo, disregarding his own injuries, summoned energy from within. Perhaps due to a fierce blow to his pride, the intensity of the energy he unleashed surpassed that of before. Judging by the metrics, his combat power data had even reached an astonishing 7,000. Remarkable. Has his aura heightened once more? Excellent. Then I shall also reveal my true prowess. Sensing Torpo's escalating battle spirit, Son Goku grinned widely as blue divine energy erupted forth. Around him, a faint crimson glow began to manifest, signaling the impending use of the King's fist. The battle was set to reignite, yet to the gods, this was merely Torpo's futile struggle. He had already disappointed their expectations, and now the gods no longer placed their hopes upon him. In Universe 11, the god of destruction, Vermouth, and the Supreme Kai, displayed a stark contrast to the disappointment and indifference of other universes, revealing their indignation. They ardently wished for Torpo to cast off his burdens. At the pinnacle, the two Omni-Kings observed the intensifying and fervent energies of Torpo and Super Blue Son Goku, their eyes gleaming with heightened anticipation. The Grand Minister, noticing the shift in the Omni-King's emotions, understood that the objective of this skirmish had already been achieved. Let the fourth match conclude here, with the Grand Minister's pronouncement. The second round between Super Blue Son Goku and Torpo was forcibly halted. The Omni-King of the current timeline expressed mild discontent. Why must the match be stopped? The excitement was only just beginning. The Omni-King of the future timeline echoed, Indeed, Grand Minister, I have yet to see enough. I apologize, Your Majesty. The Grand Minister respectfully bowed, but if they continue, one of them may lose their life in this contest. Moreover, if this preliminary battle is so fierce, the upcoming power tournament will undoubtedly be even more spectacular. Therefore, I kindly request Your Majesty's patience, directing your focus toward the power tournament. Thus, the two Omni-Kings had no choice but to acquiesce. They appeared obedient, yet in truth, they understood more than anyone else. They knew when to take up and when to let go. The battle spirits of the two on the arena had just begun to soar. Yet the match was abruptly terminated by the Grand Minister's declaration. What a pity. I had intended to show you my greater strength. It seems I must await the power tournament to continue our bout. However, I must say, you are indeed formidable. Battling you has been an exceptional experience. After this fight, I believe I shall grow stronger. Super Blue Son Goku's leisurely words pierced Torpo's heart like sharp silver needles. Stung by the provocation, Torpo could only grit his teeth in fury, his anger boiling within him, yet unable to find an outlet. Since the Grand Minister had declared the match's conclusion, he could only stifle his frustration. It was his own failure to seize the opportunity to utterly defeat Son Goku while he had the chance. Chapter 34, Adding Fuel to the Fire Humph. Do not be so arrogant, Son Goku. Your strength is at best only on par with mine. I have not yet unleashed my full power in this battle. When the power tournament commences, you will regret it. Within Universe 11, my strength is merely decent. My ally possesses far greater power. You will never defeat him. With those cold words, Torpo leaped off the arena, returning to the spectator area of Universe 11. However, his final warning did not elevate Super Blue Son Goku's spirits. Instead, it only excited the Saiyan further. Is there someone stronger than you in Universe 11? If that is truly the case, then so be it. I have yet to reveal my true capabilities in this fight. I am far from satisfied. When the official match begins, I will not hold back like I have now, Torpo. Super Blue Son Goku grinned, feeling invigorated. At this moment, all the gods in the universe cast their envious gazes upon Super Blue Son Goku. This ignorant mortal has ensnared them in an inescapable vortex of chaos. Situated in the sixth universe's battleground, the angel, Vados, surveyed the concluded match on the arena, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. Yet beneath her serene facade, her thoughts were tumultuous. As her gaze shifted, it fortuitously landed upon the platform of the 10th universe. She had long been aware of the figure clad in black robes, Vegeta, and despite her celestial insight as an angel, she could not discern the depths of this individual. The 10th universe fell under the jurisdiction of her elder sister, and her curiosity had been piqued from the onset, though she refrained from probing further. Following the events in the 11th universe, she found an opportunity to satiate her inquisitiveness. At that moment, the god of destruction, Kampa, glared at the ostentatious display of Super Saiyan Blue Goku, his annoyance palpable. As the sibling of god of destruction Beerus, Kampa harbored a myriad of grievances and was perpetually scheming ways to undermine Beerus. With Goku basking in the limelight and compounded by previous humiliations, Kampa's jealousy surged. "Oh, Lord Kampa, your restraint is commendable this time. Ordinarily, you would have begun to mock Lord Beerus by now," Vados remarked, subtly igniting Kampa's ire. "That Beerus, witnessing his victory, is insufferable, and that Goku, ever so conceited, as if he is invincible." Kampa grimaced, expressing his displeasure. His envy had bred a profound disdain for Goku, who repeatedly thwarted his endeavors. The sight of Goku reveling in triumph was akin to Beerus flaunting his superiority over him, gnawing at his patience. Seeing her scheme unfold successfully, Vados offered a knowing smile and suggested, "Lord Kampa, perhaps this affair is not yet concluded. Observe yonder." Over there?" Kampa blinked, turning his gaze towards the direction indicated by Vados. Coming into view was none other than the 10th universe, which also boasted a warrior clad in black robes. He had previously paid little heed to this detail. "Hey, Ramses, how dull of you. Since your universe has brought a warrior, why not let him take to the stage for a match?" Though the clash between Goku and Tora had been halted by the Grand Minister, Kampa raised his voice, addressing the 10th universe's position. His words resonated not only with Ramses, the god of destruction of the 10th universe, but also reached the ears of all other deities present. Upon hearing this, Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, wore a bewildered expression. This time, it seems there will be no end to it. Although the Supreme Kai had clearly ordered its conclusion, that detestable Zampa. At this moment, the god of destruction, Beerus, was so enraged that he felt an overwhelming urge to give Zampa a sound thrashing. This plump feline is clearly intent on causing trouble. Aware of Sun Wukong's precarious situation, it deliberately exacerbates the tension, adding pressure to their 7th universe. It seems that matters cannot be resolved easily. How will the Grand Minister make his decision? Whis could not help but speak up, having already taken note of the dark-robed warriors from the 10th universe. Even he has been unable to decipher their intentions. This is not something that can be compared to a mere candidate for the title of God of Destruction. Indeed, this is the true essence of strength. Yet, Beerus, you appear somewhat discontented. I am merely considering your interests, after all. Goku, that scion, seems insatiable for battle. Since there is still a contender from Universe 10, it is clear they were well prepared. Perhaps we should consult Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest, and engage in a match on the stage. Kampa feigned concern as he spoke. Who among those present was unaware of his true intentions? Nevertheless, no one intervened, for this was clearly not the appropriate moment for discourse. After all, just moments ago, the Grand Priest had declared the competition concluded. To raise such an issue now would be to challenge the authority of the Grand Priest and Lord Zeno, seeking to reap the benefits of discord. Kampa had thus become the scapegoat for all the gods across the universes. Silence yourself, Kampa. Our affairs in Universe 7 do not require your insincere concern. The furious god of destruction, Beerus, reprimanded Kampa. Beerus's anger added an intriguing twist to the proceedings. Neither Lord Zeno nor the Grand Priest intervened, and the angels merely observed the unfolding drama. This situation prompted Quitella, who harbors a strong disdain for Beerus, to voice his thoughts. As the god of destruction of Universe 4, he stands as Beerus's archrival. I find myself agreeing with Kampa. If the preliminary match concludes so swiftly, it would indeed be quite unjust. The contestants from Universe 11 have taken the stage, yet those from Universe 10 are barred from participating? Great Priest, Lord Zeno, I implore you to allow the preliminary battle to continue, even if only to let the opponent exchange a few blows with Son Goku. Otherwise, would it not dishearten the other contestants from different universes? How can we expect to perform well in the Tournament of Power? Furthermore, does not Son Goku of Universe 7 believe himself to be exceptionally formidable? Beerus, surely you do not fear his defeat? Upon uttering these words, Quitella's sinister expression became apparent. His facade of righteousness belied a cunning nature. Both gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa, cast malevolent glances towards Quitella. When did our familial matters become your concern? You meddlesome rat, When the tournament of power commences, your universe shall be the first to face elimination. The two deities exchanged harsh words with Quitella. While brothers may speak freely, it is not the place of an outsider to intrude. Humph. Feeling the hostility emanating from the two, Quitella let out a cold snort, turning his head away, choosing silence. In any case, he had said what needed to be said, and his words had made an impact. Chapter 35. The Conditions of Kusu. Will Vegeta take action? High above, on the throne of supreme authority, after the remarks from the gods of destruction Kampa and Quitella, the great priest maintained his expression, perpetually adorned with a smile. He refrained from speaking or responding immediately, instead directing his gaze towards the two zeniths. At this moment, he could not overstep his bounds. Despite his keen interest in the Vegeta from an alternate timeline that Kusu had introduced. Then let us proceed, spoke the Zeno of this timeline. It must not be unjust. Added the Zeno from the future timeline. The two supreme beings had decreed the course of events to follow. Understood, Lord Zeno. However, we must consult Universe 10, as this contestant has not voiced his opinion throughout, and we cannot force him. What do you think? The great priest addressed respectfully. Both Zeniths nodded in unison, emitting innocent responses. One might mistakenly believe them to be harmless. Meanwhile, in Universe 10, with developments reaching this point, the deities from the other 11 universes focused their gaze upon them. Feeling the eager and expectant stares from all around, God of Destruction Ramushi was drenched in cold sweat, his face reflecting a look of distress. He wished for Vegeta to ascend and showcase his prowess, decisively suppressing the arrogance of Super Saiyan Blue Goku. However, Vegeta was not his subordinate, and he had no authority to command him. The bitter smile on Ramushi's face grew more pronounced, leaving him no choice but to cast a pleading glance at Angel Kusu. This is his only lifeline. Alas, now that the gods have taken notice, and even the High Priest and the Almighty King have given their recognition, why not reveal a fraction of one's abilities? What do you think? The angel, Kes, tentatively inquired of Vegeta. As these words were spoken, Ramzi cast a gaze filled with yearning towards Vegeta, leaving the nearby Gawas utterly perplexed. How could a god of destruction and an angel resort to such a humble request? A greater curiosity began to swell within him, despite all eyes being on him. Vegeta remained motionless, perceiving Super Saiyan Goku merely as a frog in a well. He felt no inclination to suppress such a minor character, not even Kakarot. After all, the latter's full power barely matched Vegeta's standard form. Was there any necessity for combat under such circumstances? Just as Jiren in the original narrative hesitated to engage in the tournament of power due to the weakness of his opponents, Vegeta recognized that even when combined, they could not rival him. Were it not for Universe 7's extraordinary luck or Goku and Vegeta's relentless strengthening, they would not even have qualified to face him. Super Saiyan Goku's arrogance had offended all the universes. As long as he refrained from directly provoking Vegeta, other universes could not rely on subtle provocations to compel him to suppress Kakarot's brashness. He would not fall for such tricks. His presence here was merely to fulfill a formality, to validate his inner conjectures and observe the unfolding of this preliminary skirmish. In his silence, the angel Kes found herself in a quandary. Unmoved, Vegeta displayed no interest in Goku. After a moment's contemplation, Kes devised a proposal. How about this? If you act on behalf of our universe, tend to suppress Goku, I will do my utmost to fulfill a condition within my power. What do you say? The Supreme Kai Gawas and God of Destruction Ramzi were left utterly astounded by her words. Not only were they shocked, but they were also incredulous that an angel would plead with Vegeta. In this world, no one had ever compelled an angel to relent, except for the Grand Minister and the Omni King. To receive a promise from an angel was akin to obtaining an omnipotent wish. At that moment, upon hearing Kes's proposition, Vegeta felt a flicker of temptation. After all, it was an angel's favor. Just as he pondered whether to intimidate Goku, he suddenly sensed a gaze from above. The Grand Minister was looking at him with a smile, seemingly anticipating something. Could it be that the Grand Minister also hoped for me to suppress Kakarot? How intriguing. Vegeta mused internally, his gaze shifting towards the arena. At that moment, on the arena, Super Saiyan Blue Goku had undoubtedly overheard the conversation among the gods. He lifted his head, directing his attention to the cloaked figure of Vegeta on Universe 10's platform. Expanding his aura perception, he sought to gauge his opponent's strength. Having experienced the battle against Toppo, he understood that those who remained concealed and refrained from action were the true masters. He yearned to discern just how powerful Vegeta was. Yet no matter how he amplified his perception, he could not detect any aura. If not for Vegeta's presence, he might have believed the space to be utterly vacant. This realization further convinced Super Blue Son Goku that the person before him was undoubtedly a master among masters, even more formidable than the recently defeated Topo. The mightier the opponent, the more it ignited Super Blue Son Goku's fighting spirit. Hey, you over there, watching for so long yet remaining unmoved, I must admit, I admire your composure. After witnessing my power, do you truly not wish to descend and test your mettle? Now, both Lord Zeno and the Grand Minister have granted you permission to engage in battle with me, and I must remind you, I have yet to reveal even a fraction of my true strength. A thunderous roar erupted from Son Goku, his aura surging dramatically once more. In the state of Super Saiyan Blue at full power, augmented by a tenfold Kaioken, the furious divine energy surged like a colossal wave in all directions. A scarlet aura erupted violently, as the escalating energy left the gods in awe, particularly those from Universe 11. Could Son Goku truly have been concealing such immense power? The Supreme Kai was taken aback by the explosive surge of divine energy, which was tenfold stronger than the force unleashed moments ago, perhaps even more. Had this formidable power been unleashed during the recent skirmish, it is likely that Topo would have succumbed before even 10 moves, falling to the ground in defeat. The inhabitants of the 7th universe exhibit such audacity, truly believing that a modicum of skill grants them the liberty to act with impunity. With energy of this magnitude, I could dispatch you with but a mere flick of my finger. The god of destruction, Beerus, seethed with frustration, as the actions of the Super Saiyan Blue Goku were undeniably a slap to his face. His candidate for the position of god of destruction, Topo, was unworthy of eliciting such power from his adversary. Lord Beerus, it seems, your assumptions may not be as straightforward as you believe. That Goku harbors considerable hidden depths, murmured the angel, Margarita, her expression grave. What did you say? The god of destruction, Beerus, was rendered speechless by astonishment. Aside from the three of them, the one most profoundly affected by this turn of events was undoubtedly Topo. The divine power that he possesses has firmly eclipsed his opponent, rendering them no match unless he resolutely decides to wield that force. However, should he choose to unleash it, he would irrevocably forsake everything he once held dear, including justice itself. Chapter 36. At this moment, the gods trembled upon the platform of the 6th universe. Ah, there is quite a spectacle ahead, Lord Kampa. Angel Vados chuckled softly, her mouth covered, infused with 100% interest in the impending events. Just how formidable would the warriors of the 10th universe be? She was genuinely curious. Yet, one must ponder, can that individual from the 10th universe truly rival Son Goku? This divine power has significantly amplified since their last encounter. Even Hit may not stand a chance against him. Sensing the overwhelming divine energy radiating from Super Saiyan Blue Goku, God of Destruction Kampa felt a sheen of sweat on his brow, lamenting, perhaps not. Son Goku from the 7th universe has indeed experienced a considerable surge in power. Nevertheless, our universe's Hit has also been growing stronger. Furthermore, the individual on the 10th universe platform may not necessarily be weaker than him, Vados explained, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the cloaked Vegeta of the 10th universe. Upon hearing Vados's clarification, Kampa managed to regain his composure, reassured that his universe's warrior had not been easily overshadowed. Interesting. So, is it to be that Beerus is destined to falter this time? Hee. Kampa's face broke into a smug smile, a fa to mask his inner turmoil. On the side of the 7th universe, what was supposed to be a concluded skirmish was about to reignite once more. Goku, instead of keeping a low profile and avoiding provocation, had audaciously issued a challenge to the cloaked figure from the 10th universe. That brainless fool, Goku, must he offend every universe? God of Destruction Beerus ground his teeth in fury. It was clear they could have ended things here and maintained the current advantageous position, yet at this juncture, he chose to provoke others, complicating matters unnecessarily. The young man, in his perspective, truly requires a moment of suppression, otherwise, he remains oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. The angel of the 7th universe, Whis, is intently observing the cloaked Vegeta on the platform of the 10th universe. He remains silent, yet an answer has already formed in his mind. What should be done about this situation? Gohan can only sigh in resignation. How could he not understand his father? However, he is not particularly worried about a loss. His recent victories have blinded him, given his role as the strategist. Little does he realize that the individual Goku is provoking this time is far from ordinary. Lord Beerus. Gohan. It appears that Goku may be in for a tough time this round. The mysterious figure on the platform of the 10th universe seems to embody a dimension too elevated, as if to ensure his universe can withstand the outcome with size. This statement sends a shiver through those present, an ominous premonition creeping into their hearts. What kind of monster is the one standing on that platform, capable of eliciting such words from Whis? Undoubtedly, his strength surpasses that of the current Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Toppo. Is he truly that formidable? The power derived from the Kaioken technique used by Super Saiyan Blue pales in comparison. Unlike others who interpret Whis' words, the god of destruction, Beerus, comprehends their deeper significance. Gritting his teeth, he is eager to see Super Saiyan Blue Goku and deliver a thorough beating. Gohan, on the other hand, stands dumbfounded, grasping only the surface meaning. It is true that Goku has grown somewhat arrogant. A bit of restraint may not be a bad thing after all. The Angel Whis continues. Experiencing more setbacks is essential for a person to grow stronger. On the platform of the 10th universe, Vegeta gazes down from his elevated position at the Super Saiyan Blue Kakarot, who has actively sought battle with him. He remains silent, solely observing and sensing the intensity of the power before him. It is too weak, even with the tenfold Kaioken boost. The battle power merely reaches a value of 8 Ryo. Beside him, the angel Kusu exhibits a glimmer of anticipation, setting aside the conditions she has mentioned. Goku's proactive challenge serves as the perfect catalyst. The strong are not to be disdained by mere words. The god of destruction, Rumsey, also begins to focus. As the attention of the gods converges upon Vegeta, hope is now placed upon Vegeta. I have just agreed to the condition you mentioned. A simple statement from Vegeta filled the angel, Kes, with an overwhelming joy, revealing her inner little girl fan as she sparkled with excitement. The god of destruction, Ramsey, felt invigorated, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Saiyan Vegeta, hailing from another temporal realm, is finally poised to engage on behalf of Universe 10. As the deity of Universe 10, how could he not feel elated? A grand performance is about to commence. At this moment, the Super Saiyan Blue Goku on the arena is filled with anticipation. Even now, do I not capture your interest? The power you witness is not even my full strength. Should I desire it, this energy could be elevated once more. What say you? Are you reluctant to descend and face me in battle, perhaps out of fear? Seeing that Vegeta remains immobile, Super Saiyan Blue Goku decides to alter his approach, employing a provocation to incite Vegeta. He truly believes his prowess is formidable. The atmosphere, at this juncture, becomes exceedingly peculiar. The air pressure thickens palpably, and silence envelopes the surroundings, as though a needle falling would resound like thunder. Insects. Following a whispered murmur accompanied by a disdainful snort, Vegeta's fury ignites instantaneously, unleashing an aura capable of toppling worlds. Boom! The cataclysmic force transforms into a ferocious tempest that threatens to consume all. In an instant, the entire unique realm descends into chaos. The oppressive weight of his aura sweeps forth with the swiftness of a storm from the heavens. At this moment, the gods trembled, and even the angels turned their gaze in astonishment. The sheer strength was overwhelming, reaching a level that was both astonishing and appalling. The 8th dimension, represented by the unit of Xi, is the pinnacle that beings of the lower realms can aspire to. Any entity capable of transcending the 9th dimension's unit of Yang has preliminarily qualified to become a god of destruction. The 10th dimension, marked by the unit of Go, signifies a realm of seasoned destruction. Presently, the immense power unleashed by Vegeta undoubtedly corresponds to the unit of the 10th dimension, a Go-level force. Even some veteran gods of destruction have merely begun to tread the threshold of the 10th dimension. For instance, the god of destruction Rumsey, who stands beside Vegeta, as well as the gods of destruction Sidra from the 9th universe and Kampa from the 6th universe. They belong to the latter ranks among the gods of destruction. Yet the momentum exuding from Vegeta is by no means inferior to theirs. In fact, he has surpassed them decisively. Without resorting to the transformation of a Super Saiyan, he can unleash such terrifying might, showcasing his mastery over his own power after years of rigorous training. Transformation is merely a conduit for enhancement. Once one reaches a certain level of strength, such mediums become unnecessary. He possesses the ability to be as powerful as he desires. Chapter 37, A Thought. Terrifying Goku, an intimidating storm surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. At this moment, Vegeta resembled an ancient, ferocious beast awakening, radiating an astonishing might. Even the gods were left in a state of shock, and the angels were equally captivated by the scene before them. Undoubtedly, this formidable power rivaled that of any deity present, and it seemed to have subtly reached a realm accessible only to angels. Most notably, this was merely the result of his thoughts, a mere sigh that unleashed such devastating force. In the 10th universe, there exists an entity that transcends the gods, drawing ever closer to the angels. The angel of the 10th universe, Kes, bore a mysterious smile, while the god of destruction Rumsey wore an inscrutable grin. Even the usually composed guavas began to act with bravado, fully aware of the absurdity of this warrior from their universe. This individual occupies the pinnacle of the entire cosmos. On the arena, Goku stood utterly dumbfounded. How could such an aura even exist? The Super Saiyan Blue Goku found himself at a loss against this overwhelming presence, his fighting spirit evaporating in an instant. How could he possibly engage in battle? How should this be struck? The state of the tenfold King's fist dissipates automatically, and the transformation into the Super Saiyan Blue at full power also fades away as his resolve wavers. At that moment, a chilling wave of coldness surged through his entire being, and when he regained his senses, he realized that his body was drenched in a cold sweat. The tempest of energy that erupted in a mere thought had shattered his composure and extinguished his fighting spirit. He struggled to regain control over his body, striving to calm himself, yet the instinctual fear that coursed through him rendered him trembling. And the overwhelming pressure on his bloodline temporarily stripped him of command over his own body. At this moment, every cell in his body was screaming in unison. The time-traveling Sun Wukong appeared dazed, his complexion pale. In this moment, he comprehended the extent of his own frailty. He felt a deep sense of shame for his previous arrogance and provocations. After achieving several consecutive victories in competitions, he had deluded himself into believing he was invincible, convinced that even the greatest masters from across the universe would be no match for him. The pride he once exhibited has now been replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and trepidation. In that moment, he comprehended the absurdity of his previous arrogance. In the presence of true strength, his own power was utterly insignificant. The abilities he possessed were commendable, yet they remained merely adequate. Unlike Vegeta, who had ascended to a level that transcended the bounds of the world, capable of shattering its barriers with a mere oversight, even the god of destruction could not be compared to him. Gazing at the enigmatic figure clad in black robes upon the high platform, Super Saiyan Goku, though paralyzed by fear, retained his capacity for thought. The overwhelming aura radiating from his adversary was indeed terrifying, yet it struck him as oddly familiar. It seemed he had often encountered this presence, but the magnitude of the shock rendered his memory momentarily elusive. On the side of the 7th universe, King Kai-Shin was utterly terrified by the otherworldly energy, drenched in sweat, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Throughout his tenure as a Kaioshin, he had witnessed countless events. Yet what he beheld today completely shattered his worldview. Is this truly a power that a mere human can unleash? The god of destruction, Beerus, wore an expression of horror, incredulously exclaiming. This expression seems to convey a sentiment akin to exclaiming, "Goodness gracious! How absurd!" The grandeur of this moment transcends his understanding of humanity. What once seemed utterly impossible has now materialized into reality. Throughout the eons since the inception of the universe, spanning billions of years, it has indeed given rise to formidable warriors. However, these warriors have scarcely reached the threshold of quasi-destructive god status. Beings as powerful as Sun Wukong are exceedingly rare. Now, on the stage of this preliminary battle, witnessing a presence that rivals or even surpasses the destructive gods, his heart is overwhelmed with a profound shock that words cannot adequately convey. This force, though perhaps not surpassing him, is certainly comparable. In fact, it has even transcended some of the long-established deities of destruction. Perhaps it is the overwhelming shock that has led Lord Beerus to believe he is experiencing an illusion. He seems to have sensed this aura not long ago. Beside him, Son Gohan is rendered speechless, his face betraying a profound terror and his pupils trembling violently, revealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Unlike the intangible, imperceptible power of the gods, what Vegeta unleashes is a palpable force, one that belongs to humanity. They can acutely feel the terrifying nature of this strength, which shatters all their previous understanding. the sheer magnitude of this aura potent enough to crush a person alive. Moreover, Majin Buu, overwhelmed by the tempestuous aura unleashed by Vegeta, has lost all desire for snacks, his previously squinted eyes now wide open. Even the seemingly inconsequential character, Mr. Satan, though unable to perceive the aura, succumbs to the overwhelming pressure, fainting instantly under its weight. As an angel, Whis slightly parts his lips, and even the unwavering calm of his visage is marred by a bead of cold sweat. The sheer might of Vegeta is evident, affecting even the composure of an angel. However, Whis is more intrigued not by the intensity of Vegeta's eruption, but by how closely this aura resembles that of an individual from their 7th universe. Coupled with the calamities wrought by the 10th universe's Zamasu, Whis' suspicions deepen. In the other 10 universes, the Supreme Kai is struck with profound fear, his inner turmoil too intense to articulate. The deities of destruction, while somewhat more composed than the Supreme Kai, are similarly enveloped in silence, their expressions grim and their words failing them. Even the angels, whose serenity has been honed through countless cycles of reincarnation, find their composure disturbed by Vegeta's overwhelming presence. The entire sequence of events unfolded with startling suddenness, almost dreamlike in its quality. The enigmatic warrior on the 10th universe platform achieved feats that rivaled the divine, if not surpassing them. Among those present, aside from the angels, the Grand Priest, and the Omni King, it seems there was no one capable of subduing him. Bolder conjectures suggest that even a coalition of the 12 destroyers may not guarantee the suppression of such a formidable being. What a jest it is that Ramses, that fellow, could command a warrior of such caliber. The clown destroyer, Waymide, was on the verge of madness as his true nature was laid bare. He could hardly fathom that the brawn-heavy, simple-minded pink elephant could harbor such strength. In his perception, Ramses was nothing more than a muscle-bound fool, consumed by thoughts of nothing but his physique. Under such a ludicrous ideology, it seemed utterly impossible for the 10th universe to produce a warrior of such magnitude. Chapter 38, The Schemes of the Gods. While it may be hard to believe, Waymide, you must understand that the eldest sister is no mere pushover. Indeed, one cannot help but marvel at the universe governed by Sister Kiers. If it were as mundane as we surmised, it would truly be a wonder. Angel Makalita maintained her composure far better than Waymide. Being an angel, she had a broader perspective and had surmised the reason behind the formidable power of the black-robed Vegeta on the 10th universe platform. As the eldest daughter of the Grand Priest, Angel Kiers, though seemingly innocent and charming, held unfathomable depths. Her siblings were oblivious to just how potent she truly was. The existence of such power in the 10th universe was undoubtedly intertwined with her influence. It appears that the most formidable threat to our universe arising from this tournament of power is not the 7th universe, but rather the 10th. The Supreme Kai took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and spoke. While Vegeta's explosive display had indeed astonished the gods, it also imparted a far more significant revelation. The 10th universe is the one that poses the greatest threat. This formidable power is perhaps rivaled only by Jiren, Toppo mused silently within. The 10th universe boasts an entity that, while not a deity, possesses strength comparable to that of the divine. However, they need not tremble in fear, for there exist beings within their 11th universe that surpass even the god of destruction level. In comparison to Vegeta, Toppo leans more towards Jiren's immense might. Within their universe, even the god of destruction, Vermaud, pales in comparison to Jiren's combat prowess. Meanwhile, in the 6th universe, what an astonishing aura. Our recent actions have inadvertently drawn out a super warrior. Oh, Lord Kampa, what troubles you? A call went unanswered, and Angel Vados cast a sidelong glance. Noticing the god of destruction Kampa, rendered speechless with fear. Upon observing Kampa's mortifying state, Vados' expression darkened, and she jested, Lord Kampa, are you perhaps feeling a bit frightened? In response, Kampa's mouth twitched, hastily regaining his composure, and retorted with a humph. How could I possibly be scared? It's merely a matter of this level. I need only exert a fraction of my strength to reach his limit. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. This overwhelming presence could only lead to his defeat, should he confront it with all his might. After all, he was one of the gods of destruction at the end of the hierarchy. Angel Vados was all too aware of her god of destruction's bluster. However, it mattered little, as the upcoming power tournament was not intended for Lord Kampa to compete. In the 1st universe, I never would have guessed that the muscle-bound Lamsi could conceal such depth. How is it possible that such a master exists in their universe? yet their overall standard remains mediocre? The god of destruction, Iwan, lamented, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Even in his jurisdiction, which holds the prestigious title of the highest standard among the 12 universes, it would be difficult to uncover such potent beings. At best, he might find a few capable of matching Super Saiyan Goku's level. This mortal is remarkably formidable, after governing this universe for so many years. It is the first time he has encountered a being that transcends the god of destruction. However, given that it is managed by the eldest sister, the emergence of such a powerful entity is only reasonable. Angel Awamo's mind raced, grasping the underlying reasons for the birth of such a warrior. In the cosmos, regardless of how exceptional one's talent may be, without proper guidance, the limits one can reach are rather constrained. But with the right direction, the possibilities differ entirely. Especially since the overseer of the 10th universe is none other than Angel Kusu, the highest ranking among their celestial order. This formidable being was most likely crafted by her own hands. In the 9th universe, as the defeated faction of this preliminary battle, their faces now bore expressions of utter desolation. The god of destruction, Sidra, the supreme Kai, R, and the angel, Mojito, along with the perilous trio of wolves. The 7th universe possesses a Super Saiyan Blue Goku, who can easily overwhelm them. Not to mention, the 10th universe harbors an even more extraordinary entity, one so powerful that it surpasses even the god of destruction. How can we possibly win? Once the official competition commences, they could obliterate us with a mere thought. At this moment, their morale has crumbled. In other words, they have begun to give up hope. Victory seems unattainable, and defeat appears inevitable. Why should we persist? Let the power tournament commence and lead us to our demise swiftly. On the side of the 4th universe, a sense of frustration arises. How insidious! The formidable Ramusi, that seemingly unassuming pink elephant, has concealed his true strength so profoundly that even I have fallen for his ruse. To discover such a master within the 10th universe compels me to re-evaluate my strategies. The threat posed by the 10th universe surpasses that of any other. The god of destruction, Katra, clenched his fists in indignation. This level of power, while not entirely beyond my grasp, certainly signifies that securing victory would not come easily. Lord Katra, the angel, Konik, interjected, rather than dwelling on the upcoming power tournament, it seems more prudent to focus on the present circumstances. If this human were to defeat Son Goku, the conditions previously set by the Grand Minister would be fulfilled. Should Vegeta engage, he would undoubtedly dominate, effortlessly vanquishing Super Saiyan Goku, alleviating our burdens. With the rules rendered obsolete, even if we were to face elimination in the power tournament, the psychological weight would be lifted, allowing for a more relaxed approach. Upon hearing Angel Konik's words, the god of destruction Katra immediately regained his composure. The cunning and treacherous mouse cast its gaze upon the 10th universe. The 4 Supreme Kai Guardians stationed at the pinnacle exchanged incredulous glances. Although this formidable aura did not pose a threat to them, the fact that beings from the lower realms could evolve to such an extent truly challenged their understanding. The individual from the 10th universe was indeed impressive. Even Goku found himself paralyzed by fear in his presence. It seemed that Goku was on the verge of defeat. As such, the 2 Supreme Kais began to engage in a dialogue, exchanging words back and forth. Observing their conversation from above, the Grand Minister's lips curled slightly as he looked down upon the platform of the 10th universe. In that moment, he became certain of the identity of the individual on the platform of the 10th universe. However, he found little concern in this revelation. Rather, the arrival of Vegeta sparked a delightful notion within him. Perhaps, due to his intervention during this period, the tournament of power would become all the more exhilarating. With a playful spirit, he tentatively remarked, "Warrior of the 10th universe, should you defeat Son Goku, the prior rule regarding the annihilation of the losing universe remains in effect." As the Grand Minister's words resonated, the already tense atmosphere was reignited. Countless gods of destruction and Supreme Kai quickly shifted their eager gazes to the platform of the 10th universe. Unlike the likes of Topo, the individual before them undoubtedly possessed the capability to subdue Super Saiyan Goku with but a thought. At this moment, nearly all the gods of destruction were inwardly howling. Yet, in such a scenario, regardless of how intense their emotional upheaval, they were compelled to suppress it. Ultimately, all the deities felt a surge of frustration. For having subdued Goku in this manner would indeed signify a victory over him. However, the Grand Minister posed yet another question. It is said that sheer momentum is insufficient. Chapter 39. The Tide of Events. Why Change? At this moment, On the platform of the 10th universe, Angel Kess felt an unexpected surge of fervent gazes directed toward her. The chain reaction triggered by her intervention was even more fervent than she had anticipated. With a satisfied glance towards Vegeta, she inquired, "The moment you made your move, you became the focal point of the gods. Bringing you along was indeed a wise decision. All the Kaioshins, destroyers, and angels present were thoroughly intimidated by you. How does it feel to captivate the entire arena?" Angel Kess appeared like a mischievous little girl, persistently questioning Vegeta with delight. In high spirits, she found Vegeta's actions perfectly aligned with her expectations. "So, will you make your move next?" Destroyer Ramses asked earnestly. At this juncture, as the destroyer of the 10th universe, he was putting on a brave front, yet the pressure upon him was immense. The expectant gazes of the other destroyers were unambiguously urging him to command Vegeta to teach Son Goku a lesson. The gaze filled with anticipation left the god of destruction, Ramses, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair and powerlessness. He too yearned for Vegeta to unleash his fury upon Super Saiyan Goku to alleviate his frustrations. Yet the reins of command were entirely beyond his grasp. He lacked the authority to issue orders to Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta remained silent, listening to the words of the angel, Kess, and the god of destruction, Ramses. From his elevated position, he looked down upon the battered arena below, where Super Saiyan Goku appeared utterly defeated, failing to ignite even a flicker of interest in him. Furthermore, he had already achieved his objective, having instilled a sense of dread and provocation in Super Saiyan Goku. Any further action would be devoid of significance. Soon, Vegeta lifted his gaze to the sky, where the Grand Minister wore a broad smile. The look in the latter's eyes seemed to convey a message. "You have accomplished your goal, but what now? Will you truly transform the prevailing circumstances?" In his heart, the Grand Minister Vegeta silently contemplated, while also sensing a hint of impending danger. This implies that he has been ensnared in a trap. To him, the prevailing circumstances have always been malleable. However, that was in the realm of the GT universe. In this space-time continuum, there are angels, grand priests, and the Omni King. It is entirely different. I am not so easily manipulated. With an idea forming in his mind, Vegeta resolved to proceed with cunning. Since it is the trend of the times, why alter it? Whether it changes or not, it bears no significance. Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. The effect you wish to achieve, I have already accomplished. That is sufficient. As Vegeta spoke, he retracted his aura, refraining from acting in accordance with the will of the deities. At this moment, the gods were astounded, and the angels revealed expressions of incredulity. Clearly, the golden opportunity to abolish the rule of universal destruction lay before them, yet Vegeta chose to refrain from intervening. What does it mean? All the deities were left in astonishment, gazing at Vegeta on the platform of the 10th universe. Beside him, the god of destruction, Rumshur, was rendered speechless by the scene. His muscle-bound mind could not fathom why Vegeta refrained from taking action. Alas, he lacked the authority to command Vegeta and could only stand there, wide-eyed. Sigh. I had hoped for more spectacle, but this does fulfill our agreement. The angel, Kess, let out a soft sigh, harboring no intentions of reproach. She had anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner, and the objective had been achieved. Vegeta's mere presence served as a deterrent to the other universes, which sufficed. What does this mean, 10th universe? You possess the ability to defeat Son Goku, yet choose not to act. Do you truly wish for Lord Zeno to obliterate the universe that loses this contest? The god of destruction, Katra of the 4th universe, could no longer contain his frustration and shouted at the 10th universe. An opportunity so ripe was before them, and yet this mortal failed to seize it, igniting a flame of irritation within him. He could not comprehend Vegeta's rationale for refusal, especially when the fate of other universes hung in the balance. Could he not act for the greater good? Vegeta was painted as a villain by his words. Ahem. Lord Katra, please mind your demeanor. The Grand Minister and Lord Zeno are watching. The angel, Konik, cautioned, unable to bear the situation any longer. The enraged god of destruction, Katra, instinctively cast a glance upward at the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister's gaze, cold and devoid of warmth, was fixed upon him. In that instant, Katra was drenched in sweat. Realizing his indiscretion, he had been overly zealous, provoking the Grand Minister's displeasure. Had it not been for Angel Konik's timely warning, this god of destruction might have met a swift end at the behest of the Grand Minister before the tournament even commenced. The other gods of destruction could not help but laugh at Quitra's mortification. Truly embarrassing, Katra, remarked the god of destruction from the 12th universe, Jin, who had long harbored disdain for this yellow-skinned rodent. This sinister and cunning individual presents a fade of one kind, while harboring an entirely different disposition behind the scenes, utterly devoid of the dignity expected of a god of destruction. Even the god of destruction Sidra from the 9th universe, who ranks among the lesser deities, possesses a character that far surpasses that of the god of destruction Quitella. This foul rodent is the disgrace of the god of destruction. Silence, you wretched fish creature. Once you are defeated in the tournament of power, I shall see how you can still manage to laugh. The god of destruction, Katra, gritted his teeth in anger, cursing incessantly. Humph, that may well disappoint you, foul rodent. The 12th universe under my dominion is far from pathetic, boasting an average score that ranks among the top 4. The god of destruction, Jin, declared, while the angel, Matinu, hastily concurred. Indeed, Lord Jin, as you stated, our 12th universe holds the 2nd position, with only a slight margin separating us from the 1st universe. Unlike certain universes languishing in the penultimate position, we are not bound by the confines of the tournament. Matinu's sarcastic remarks further incensed Katra, whose face shifted between shades of blue and purple. The god of destruction, Jin, and Angel Matinu were clearly mocking them. The angel, Konik, from the 4th universe, could only manage a helpless smile. Though he yearned to refute their claims, every word spoken was undeniably true. Jin, perhaps it would be prudent to temper your remarks and preserve the peace, interjected the god of destruction, Iwan, from the 1st universe. The reticent creature unexpectedly intruded, leaving the god of destruction of the 12th universe, Jinx, somewhat astonished. The creature, typically reticent, has unexpectedly emerged to speak. However, given that the entity in question ranks first among the average standards of the cosmos, it is indeed entitled to voice its thoughts. Chapter 40, Vegeta, the noisy god. With the presence of the god of destruction, Jin, and the god of destruction, Iwan, who oversee the top 2 universes, the other higher-ranking gods of destruction could no longer remain passive. Iwan was correct. We should not disrupt the harmony among us, Jin. The god of destruction from Universe 8. Ligiel smirked and seized the opportunity to mock Jin from Universe 12. There had always been animosity between these gods of destruction, and when a chance arose, they would not hesitate to deride one another. Since when have you earned the right to interject? Foolish fox, retorted Jin, the god of destruction from Universe 12, in a low voice. I certainly have the right to speak. The average standard of my Universe 8 also ranks in the top 4. According to regulations, our universe is exempt from participating in the power tournament. The cunning fox, Ligiel, grinned wickedly, reveling in Jin's fury. And so what? Your Universe 8 merely holds 4th place. My Universe 5, which I oversee, ranks above yours. The audacious demeanor of Ligiel incited a reaction from the god of destruction of Universe 5, Iraq. The average index of Ligiel's Universe 8 was not even higher than his own Universe 5. If anyone should be speaking, it ought to be him. How could a latecomer presume to surpass the established order? Upon hearing Iraq's scorn, Ligiel's eyes flickered with displeasure. A mere Universe 5. How dare you be so arrogant? Just because your average index is slightly above ours, you act so smug. As a god of destruction, your lack of grace is unbecoming. I genuinely worry for the image of our kind when I see you pathetic beings. Disdain crossed the face of Helles, the god of destruction from Universe 2. She expressed her contempt for her fellow gods of destruction. Despite being colleagues for many years, they resorted to mutual mockery, revealing that those with higher average indices often felt a sense of superiority. The god of destruction from Universe 9, Sidra, scoffed disdainfully. He held utter contempt for these 4 gods who were exempt from the selection for the power tournament. Yet, he found himself at a loss for an appropriate retort. As the universe with the lowest average index, they had lost face in their battle against Universe 7. The formidable trio representing them in the tournament was already among the strongest warriors of Universe 9, yet they had succumbed in their preliminary skirmish against Universe 7. Their situation had grown increasingly perilous. Following Sidra's remarks, Mosca, the god of destruction from Universe 3, began to voice his opinions. The mechanical ticking emanating from Mosca, the machine god of destruction, underscored his dissatisfaction and anger. You self-important beings, do you truly believe that a slightly elevated average index grants you superiority? A higher average index does not equate to the strongest individuals residing within that universe. The jester god of destruction, Wime, could no longer remain silent amidst the escalating tensions among the higher-ranking gods. Observing their arrogant expressions, he felt a surge of irritation. It should be noted that the average index of Universe 11 was just shy of breaking into the top 4. However, when compared to those more fortunate universes, he still held his ground. He possessed not only powerful warriors, but also one whose strength surpassed his own. Rather than engage in these futile debates, we ought to question Ramses about why the warrior he brought, capable of defeating Son Goku, chose to remain a bystander. Suddenly, Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, interjected, redirecting the focus toward Universe 10. Be quiet, Kampa. Our universe's matters are not for you to meddle in. If he chooses not to act, I will not force him. Ramses retorted sharply, unwilling to back down. And you, stop pointing fingers at me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. I recall that it was you and Beerus who orchestrated that competition, leading to our current predicament. You are one of the culprits. Ramses's refusal to yield in the face of Kampa's accusations only heightened the dissatisfaction of the other gods of destruction. Aside from the 4 top-ranking gods, the remaining deities redirected their ire toward Universe 10. As the fierce expressions of the gods loomed, cold sweat trickled down Ramses' forehead. The situation began to spiral out of control. The unfolding events appeared to deviate from expectations. It had been eons since such a scene of discord among the gods had transpired, and the intensity of this altercation far surpassed that of the past. Angel Kusu observed the ongoing quarrel below with an amused smile, finding no inclination to intervene. Positioned at the pinnacle, the 2 kings and the Grand Minister also appeared entertained, watching the spectacle unfold with keen interest, seemingly pleased with this diversion. On the platform of Universe 10, Vegeta listened to the incessant clamor around him, his expression darkening further. Though he remained silent, his aura shifted, reflecting the turmoil within. As a warrior from another realm, he had grown powerful enough to shatter the barriers of existence. Even if all the gods of destruction from the 12 universes joined forces against him, he would remain unfazed. This is neither an exaggeration nor a manifestation of blind confidence. It is grounded in undeniable substance. At present, when he transforms into the 5th level of Super Saiyan, his combat prowess can instantaneously shatter the boundaries of the 11th dimension, propelling him into the 12th dimension. Should he achieve the pinnacle of transcendence, he could even ascend to the 13th dimension. This strength is sufficient to look down upon all the deities present. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of Vegeta's unfathomable power. You gods are truly bothersome. A deep voice emanated from Vegeta's lips. In the next moment, a cataclysmic aura erupted from his being, stirring the very heavens and the earth. At the moment this overwhelming force erupted, the countenance of all the gods shifted dramatically. Boom! The tumultuous aura unleashed a disturbance far more terrifying than before. The gods, who had been engaged in fervent debate, found their voices abruptly silenced. The world descended into an eerie stillness. Chapter 41. In wrath, the gods tremble. The 12 angels turned their gazes towards Vegeta. The Grand Priest and the 2 Omni-Kings expressed their intrigue, observing Vegeta's position with keen interest. At this juncture, Vegeta exuded an aura of absolute terror, coupled with an oppressive presence that was utterly alarming. The black robe and mask he wore, initially intended to conceal his identity, now rendered him even more formidable in appearance, resembling a demonic entity. His eyes, the only visible feature, glimmered with a chilling intensity that seemed capable of blinding those who dared to meet his gaze. Vegeta was evidently on the brink of fury. To him, even angels and the Grand Priest had no authority to command him. After all, he was a transcender, having cultivated his power to this formidable level through sheer effort. Though his strength might pale in comparison to that of the angels and the Grand Priest, he was the kind of being who would maintain his pride even in death. The notion of submission was utterly foreign to his lexicon. Humph! Have you sat on your lofty thrones for too long, perceiving mortals merely as tools to be manipulated at will? What right do you possess to question my authority? A voice, deep and stifled to the extreme, resonated throughout the realm. Following this, a gust of wind, more terrifying than before, transformed into a tempest that ravaged the divine realm. The 12 destroyers present were drenched in beads of sweat, their scalps tingling from the sheer intensity of the overwhelming aura. This surge of momentum instantaneously shattered the magnitude of the 10th dimension, transcending into the realm of the 11th dimension. The resurgent essence left the assembled deities utterly speechless. In this extraordinary realm of the divine, It appears that it is on the verge of being utterly overwhelmed by this formidable aura. If the previous essence was capable of contending with them and held a slight advantage, this current presence is an unequivocal force of annihilation. The Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong, still on the stage, is now utterly dumbfounded. His complexion pales, and he collapses to the ground, devoid of dignity, as fear amplifies within him to the extent that he forgets he is even on the arena. The god of destruction, Ramzi, closest to Vegeta, is most profoundly affected by this overwhelming force. It seems that the excessive actions of the gods have provoked the universe's mightiest warrior. The angel, Kes, observes with a silent smile, showing no intention of intervening. The situation has spiraled out of control, and only a decree from the Grand Minister or the Omni King could restore order. However, at this moment, such intervention is unnecessary. To the gods of destruction from other universes, you all wish for me to suppress Sun Wukong, but I must apologize. I harbor no interest in him. Do not presume that mortals are merely your puppets to manipulate at will. Should there be any discontent, I am more than willing to engage, including in this very instant. Let me see whether you self-important gods, so accustomed to your own arrogance, can indeed defeat me, a mere mortal. Vegeta's commanding voice reverberates throughout the expanse. His words carry an undeniable authority that resonates deeply within each listener's heart. The gods of destruction from other universes fall into a profound silence upon hearing this. The mere release of his aura reaches such heights that even these deities must tread carefully. If a conflict were to erupt, the outcome is entirely unpredictable. Moreover, in such a setting, they cannot act recklessly, for the Grand Minister and the two Omni Kings are present above them. The atmosphere is enveloped in a palpable silence. It appears that you gods of destruction are not as formidable as you seem. Vegeta scoffs disdainfully, retracting his overwhelming aura. Though the terrifying pressure dissipates, the atmosphere remains unrelieved, still steeped in silence. While the gods have not voiced their opinions, their piercing gazes, radiating an icy glare, are fixed intently on Vegeta. The gaze she cast was as if she intended to devour him whole, to flay him alive. It dawned upon me why you refrained from intervening earlier. This scene, I fear, you had anticipated long ago. Indeed, such a thankless task is one that no one wishes to undertake. Angel Kes regarded Vegeta beside her, speaking with profound earnestness. At this moment, she too comprehended the reasoning behind Vegeta's reluctance to take action. This man is far more unfathomable than she had ever imagined. Had it not been for her leveraging a condition as a bargaining chip, he might have continued to remain inconspicuous. Ultimately, it was her vanity that compelled her to showcase her formidable strength as a warrior of the cosmos before other angels and demons, leading to an irretrievable situation. With matters having escalated to this extent, the High Priest, aware of the gravity of the situation, realized it was imperative to intervene. Prolonging this stalemate was not a viable solution. Gods from various universes, it is time to cease your actions. The warrior from the 10th universe speaks the truth. Even as deities, you possess no absolute authority to command others to act. Your recent actions have crossed the line. This farce must come to an end. With the High Priest stepping forward, no one dared to voice a counterargument. This farce has now, at this moment, come to a definitive conclusion. The Supreme Being maintains his stance, showing no favoritism towards either side. His vastness is beyond comparison to that of any destroyer. To him, the beings of the lower realm and the gods are indistinguishable. At this moment, all the destroyers have retracted their hostile gazes, fearing to question or refute the orders of the Grand Priest. However, while they may outwardly appear to comply with the Grand Priest's words, their inner scheming remains a mystery. Warriors from the 10th universe, since you are unwilling to intervene, Son Goku remains unconquered. The rules of the power tournament shall proceed as originally established. With that, the Grand Priest turned to seek the opinion of Zeno. As Zeno expressed his stance, the Grand Priest officially announced the time and location of the power tournament. The date of the tournament is the 157th hour of the King's calendar. The competition will last for 100 takas and take place in the Void Realm. Upon the Grand Priest's declaration, the time and place for the power tournament were firmly established. In just 40 hours, 8 distinct universes will each select 10 of their strongest warriors to represent them in a chaotic battle lasting 48 minutes. Listening to the Grand Priest's pronouncements, Vegeta fell into deep contemplation. He had now officially inserted himself into the unfolding narrative. Super Saiyan Goku, too, felt a surge of motivation. He sensed that the upcoming power tournament would not follow the same trajectory as the original tale. Because of his presence, the gods would surely seek stronger warriors to represent their universes in this competition. There might even be characters not found in the original narrative participating in this power tournament. If that were true, it would certainly add an intriguing twist. After being invincible in the Dragon Ball GT timeline for many years, now that he had arrived in the Dragon Ball Super timeline, he intended to savor every moment. If he were to suppress all warriors without transforming, it would verily be rather dull. Chapter 42. The Gods Depart. The Grand Priest's Retention. All the gods of the universe, you may take your leave. Everything has been arranged and is ready, the Grand Priest commanded, dismissing all deities. 40 hours may seem brief, yet it is ample time for the Kaioshins and Destroyers. 40 hours is sufficient to traverse the cosmos several hundred times. Moreover, with the assistance of the angels, finding suitable candidates for the tournament is remarkably simple. Powerful beings are not absent in the unfathomable cosmos. Perhaps even those formidable entities have already caught wind of the events unfolding here. The Grand Priest has issued his orders, and the destroyers and angels from other universes shall not linger any longer. On the platform of the fourth universe, the destroyer Quintella sighed heavily. 40 hours is rather rushed. Before departing, he cast a thoughtful glance toward the 10th universe. He needed to devise a plan to significantly weaken the other universes. Just as the thought of targeting the 10th universe crossed his mind, the angel Conic bluntly interrupted him. Lord Quintella, we must leave. All right, I understand, Quintella replied, shaking off his thoughts as they returned to the fourth universe through the Kaioshins' abilities. Meanwhile, in the sixth universe, with the tournament date set, the destroyer Compa was troubled over selecting participants. Among the known strong fighters in his universe, only the assassin Hit seemed viable. The other contenders were merely weaklings, mere numbers to fill the roster. Sigh, I wonder if Hit's family will join, Compa lamented. Hearing his musings, the angel Vados smirked. Lord Compa, your imagination is boundless. Instead of complaining here, we should hasten to gather our participants. Time is fleeting, dear Compa. Fine, I get it, Compa responded wearily. The two gathered around Kaioshin Fuwa. KK. With Kaioshin Fuwa's incantation, the three simultaneously vanished from that peculiar space. On the platform of the 11th universe, before departing, the clown destroyer Mame cast a meaningful glance at the 10th universe's platform. His gaze was met by the destroyer Rumshire from the 10th universe, who puffed up with pride at Mame's wary demeanor. Don't be too arrogant, Rumshire. Your universe has strong warriors, but so does mine. Once the power tournament begins, your 10th universe will undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated, Mame grumbled. In the next moment, under the abilities of Kaioshin Kai, everyone was teleported back to the 11th universe. In the 7th universe, the shaken Super Saiyan Goku returned to his universe's platform, visibly still reeling from the earlier fright. His entire body was drenched, not just from the heat of battle, but also from the cold sweat of fear. Seeing Goku in such a disheveled state, the destroyer Beerus seethed with anger. You reckless boy, do you have any idea what a colossal mess you've created? When the power tournament commences, our 7th universe will surely be under siege by all the participating universes. And do you grasp now just how terrifying that individual from the 10th universe is? Just because you possess a modicum of power, you start to feel self-satisfied. In the face of true strength, what you have is barely enough to warm up. Furiously, Beerus seized Goku by the neck, launching into a tirade. He knew that even with all his might, he would not guarantee the suppression of that formidable opponent. Gazing at the furious Beerus, Super Saiyan Goku could only manage a bitter smile, feeling a profound sense of grievance and helplessness. Indeed, this time he was overly impulsive and excessively arrogant. Regrettably, everything is beyond redemption now. I apologize, Lord Beerus, it was my recklessness. Goku wore a bitter expression, yearning to explain, but at a loss for where to begin. This competition arose as a result of him. Gripped by the god of destruction, Beerus, he found himself devoid of any means to resist. Beside him, Super Saiyan Gohan yearned to intervene, but lacked the courage to do so. Majin Buu had abandoned his desire for snacks, rendered helpless as he merely watched in a daze. Satan, an ordinary human, had now awakened, his face etched with confusion, utterly unaware of the unfolding chaos. Observing the relentless assault on Super Saiyan Goku by Beerus, Angel Whis sighed helplessly and remarked, Lord Beerus, might you release Goku for now? This is not the time for internal strife. We must depart. Remaining here would surely displease the Grand Priest. At the mention of the Grand Priest, Beerus trembled, casting a furtive glance towards the heights. The Grand Priest was watching him with a bemused expression, and in that moment, Beerus was compelled to release his grip. The Grand Priest is observing us. Whis, why did you not alert me sooner? That insufferable brat. I shall deal with him upon our return. Despite his myriad grievances, Beerus understood that he had no choice but to withdraw under the Grand Priest's imposing presence. KK. The Supreme Kai Shin chanted a spell, and the inhabitants of Universe 7 were transported away. As Universe 7 departed, the other universes followed suit, leaving this peculiar space with only the god of destruction, Rumshur, Angel Kusu, Supreme Kai Guas, and Vegeta remaining. Gazing at the now desolate platform, Rumshur turned to Supreme Kai Guas. Let us depart and prepare for the participants of the Tournament of Power, Rumshur declared. Indeed, Lord Rumshur, Guas nodded in agreement. Everyone from Universe 10, please hold for a moment. The voice of the Grand Priest suddenly resonated. Grand Priest. Upon noticing the Grand Priest's initiative to retain them, Rumshur was overwhelmed with anxiety. Bowing deeply in respect, we pay our respects to the Grand Priest. Observing closely, Guas hastily prostrated himself on the ground, cold sweat trickling down his aged visage. Hardly daring to breathe, we have encountered the Grand Priest. Might we inquire why you have chosen to retain Universe 10? Angel Kusa bowed slightly, addressing the Grand Priest with utmost reverence. To this, the Grand Priest offered no response, his face adorned with a mysterious smile, gradually descending from the heights. He paused at a certain distance, his gaze unreservedly fixed upon the figure of Vegeta, cloaked in black. Ultimately, one cannot conceal anything from Father, Kusu mused inwardly, recognizing that Vegeta's identity had been unveiled. However, during the gathering of the gods, you refrained from exposing it. What has changed now? Even as the eldest daughter of the Grand Priest, Kusu found herself unable to fathom her father's intentions, her understanding still inadequate. Meanwhile, Rumshur remained bowed at a 90-degree angle, his heart racing. The Grand Priest's unwavering gaze bore down on Vegeta, and Rumshur understood the implications of this scrutiny. If blame were to be assigned, it would surely mark the end of the Destroyer's reign. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Guas, who lay prostrate on the ground, buried his head even lower, trembling uncontrollably, engulfed by panic. Noticing that the High Priest's target was none other than himself, Vegeta expressionlessly raised his head, his eyes beneath the mask locking onto the High Priestess' gaze. One stood as the Supreme Angel, while the other was a mortal, the strongest among the vast majority of universes. The intensity of their mutual gaze heightened the atmosphere to a breaking point. The heart of Lord Rumsey, the god of destruction, raced as if it would leap from his chest, and a look of anxiety crept onto the face of Angel Cass. My daughter, you have brought me quite a surprise. A mere mortal body, yet attaining realms beyond even the god's reach. Vegeta, hailing from alternate universes, had pushed his power to an extreme, surpassing the limits of a single world. How intriguing, how fascinating. In the myriad of parallel universes, it is only an exceptional few that find themselves in such circumstances. The High Priest, with a countenance that was both amused and inscrutable, scrutinized Vegeta, silently musing with immense satisfaction regarding his existence. As he observed Vegeta, the latter too was appraising him. Is this the profound depth of the esteemed High Priest? The closer one gazes upon your existence, the more it evokes an overwhelming sense of unattainability. The strength displayed here has undoubtedly transcended the limits of numerical units, venturing into realms unimaginable. The more he gazes, the more Vegeta finds the existence of the Grand Priest to be utterly astounding. The Grand Priest before him resembles a swirling mist, an enigma with no end in sight. As both sides remain in a stalemate, the god of destruction, Rumsey, is nearly paralyzed with fear, while the angel, Kes, who has experienced no disturbances for billions of years, feels a shift in her serene disposition. It is at this moment that the Grand Priest suddenly speaks. You, a traveler from another dimension. I am well aware of all that pertains to you. Your abrupt intrusion ought to have been eradicated. However, since my eldest daughter Kes has chosen to retain you, and the imprint left in the depths of your soul remains, you may stay in this timeline. Of course, this is contingent upon your maintaining order within this realm. After delivering his decree, the Grand Priest's gaze shifts to Angel Kes. Noticing his attention, Kes appears composed externally, yet internally, she exhales a sigh of relief. She had retained Vegeta, fully cognizant that her father would not reproach her, but had matters not progressed to this point, she would have harbored concerns. With the Grand Priest's words, such worries dissipate. Kes, the calamity arising from the issues concerning the trainee god of destruction, Zamas, in the 10th universe has stirred turmoil across many dimensions. I hope such incidents will not recur. The Grand Priest maintains a cryptic smile. Rest assured, Father, I shall keep a vigilant watch over him. Incidents akin to Zamas shall not repeat, Kes assures promptly. The Grand Priest places unwavering trust in his daughter's promise. Very well, then. If there are no further matters, you may withdraw. He nods, issuing a command to the assembly of the 10th universe. Upon hearing this, Rumsey and the god of creation, Gavas, dare not linger, exhaling relief as they hastily rise to depart, utilizing Gavas's abilities to return to the 10th universe. As the deities retreat, the Grand Priest's eyes narrow contemplatively. After a brief moment of reflection, it is time to attend to pressing matters. In the ensuing 40 hours, he must construct the arena for the forthcoming tournament in the Void Realm. Just as the Grand Priest is about to set off for the Void Realm, he is simultaneously summoned by the two Omni Kings, causing a change in his expression. He should have anticipated this moment. It seems the two Omni Kings are already aware of Vegeta's identity as an outsider. In the 10th universe, through Gavas's abilities, their party returns to the realm of the god of creation. Phew. Thankfully, the Grand Priest did not place blame. For a moment, I feared my position as a god of destruction was in jeopardy. Upon returning, Rumsey breathes a sigh of relief. Understanding the adage to accompany a ruler is akin to courting danger. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Gavas remains silent, his gaze towards Vegeta becoming increasingly complex. At this juncture, he comprehends the true identity of this being, not of this dimension, but rather an entity that Angel Kes has retrieved from an unknown world. Nonetheless, as it is the Angel's decision, and with the Grand Priest's endorsement, it is no longer his concern. In the next moment, Gavas turns to Rumsey and inquires, Rumsey, we must now depart to the lower realms to seek participants for the Tournament of Power. 40 hours is indeed a pressing timeline. Upon hearing Gavas's statement, Rumsey's demeanor shifts to one of discontent, casting a displeased glance at Gavas. The gaze seemed to convey a message. I have just returned, barely settled in. And you wish for me to hasten the search for the participants? Moreover, is this not the task of the Supreme Kai? As a god of destruction, his dominion lies in annihilation. It is the Supreme Kai who wields the power of creation and possesses the knowledge of where formidable beings reside. Sensing something amiss in that gaze, the Supreme Kai, Gawasu, took several steps back in trepidation. Indeed, Lord Rumshire, what Lord Gawasu has stated is entirely accurate. Time waits for no one. The deities of other universes are already in pursuit of contestants, and we must expedite our efforts as well, chimed in the angel, Kusu. This prompted the god of destruction, Ramses, to exhibit a slightly more amiable expression. Alas, well, since time is of the essence, let us hasten our departure to locate the remaining 9 competitors. The god of destruction, Ramses, clasped his hands behind his back, ever ready to embark. However, just before setting off to the lower realm, the angel, Kes, shifted her gaze towards Vegeta and inquired, would you care to join us in exploring the sights of Universe 10? They will surely differ greatly from your previous world. Chapter 44. The gods spring into action. The 7th universe faces dilemmas. In response to Angel Kes's earnest invitation, Vegeta unhesitatingly declined. No need. You may proceed with recruiting the competitors for the Tournament of Power. I have no interest in the customs and scenery of Universe 10. In this vast universe, there are few formidable beings capable of capturing his interest. Therefore, rather than squandering time wandering the lower realms, it is far more prudent to cultivate a tranquil mind in preparation for the forthcoming power tournament. Since you, Lord Vegeta, have no desire to attend, we shall not press the matter further. The realms of the Destroyer and the Kai Shin are interconnected. Should you wish to venture into the realm of destruction, simply traverse this divine domain. We shall take our leave now. Farewell. Until we meet again. Angel Kes waved goodbye to Vegeta. In the next instant, under the influence of Kai Shin Gavas, Angel Kes and Destroyer Rumsey simultaneously vanished from the Kai Shin realm. As Vegeta watched their departure, he shed his dark robe and removed his mask. With a mere thought, he transcended the Kai Shin realm and returned to the realm of destruction. Upon his return, Vegeta sought a suitable spot and entered into meditation. 40 hours is neither excessively long nor too brief. For Vegeta, this duration during meditation is akin to the mere flutter of an eyelid. Meanwhile, in other universes, preparations were underway to locate additional contenders for the tournament. In Universe 11, within the Kai Shin realm, after a brief respite, Angel Makalita employed her divine powers to heal Toppo's wounds. They then commenced discussions regarding the power tournament, selecting candidates and devising plans. Rest assured, Lord Waymide, Lord Kai, and esteemed Angel, I have already identified potential candidates for the tournament, Toppo proclaimed with confidence. In my proud team, I have gathered many formidable elites from across the universe. Leave the selection to me. Toppo's proactive approach garnered the satisfaction of those present regarding his efficiency. That is well and good. However, regarding Jiren, once you have secured his consent to participate in the tournament, bring him to the realm of destruction. We must deliberate carefully about this tournament. The clown destroyer Waymide instructed Toppo with a serious demeanor. Toppo understood Waymide's concerns, particularly regarding the warrior from Universe 10. Only Jiren could stand a chance against him. Toppo voiced no objections, confidently assuring, I guarantee that you will not be disappointed with the candidates for this tournament. Additionally, I will take the initiative to find Jiren. Since you, Toppo, have a plan, I shall accompany you. With my abilities, traversing between the lower realms and the divine realm will be quite convenient, proposed Kai Shin Kai. With the assistance of the Kai Shin, Toppo readily agreed without hesitation. In Universe 6, within the Kai Shin realm, Kai Shin Fuwa, Destroyer Kampa, and Angel Vados stood together, having formulated their own strategies for the tournament candidates. Most selections would mirror those who participated in the previous tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7. In this vast sixth universe, it appears that only they are worthy of recognition. Naturally, the assassin Hit is an indispensable figure. At this moment, the Angel Vados has established contact with Hit through the Angel's staff, conveying the details regarding the tournament of power. Upon hearing this, Hit responded with a mere indifference, stating, Understood. Very well, Lord Kampa, it seems that Hit is on board. As per our previous agreement, similar to the last martial arts tournament, we shall disperse the reward after the conclusion of the competition. After severing the connection with the assassin Hit, Angel Vados reported back to the god of destruction Kampa. Assassins have always been thus. They are not motivated by ephemeral ideals or beliefs. It is only through substantial benefits that one can engage their services. Although it is reassuring that Hit has agreed to participate, the god of destruction Kampa's expression remained troubled, as there are still 9 positions that require filling. Finding these 9 individuals proves to be quite a challenge. Upon witnessing the troubled expression of the god of destruction, Kampa, the angel, Vados, could not resist jesting. Might Lord Kampa consider inquiring with Hit whether he has 9 brothers? In response to Vados's playful remarks, Kampa nonchalantly stated, I would indeed hope that he possesses 10 brothers, yet such a notion is preposterous. By the way, Vados, what has become of Frost? If he is still alive, please inform him to prepare. Although I harbor a strong dislike for him, he seems to be the only viable candidate for this power tournament. The thought of Frost's eerie and bizarre demeanor sent a chill down Kampa's spine. However, there was no alternative, given the fate of the universe hung in the balance. Even his aversion to Frost could not deter him from summoning him. Regarding Frost's fate, fortunately, he has not succumbed to death. Yet, following the exposure of his recent actions, his current circumstances are rather dismal. Coincidentally, his location is not far from Hit's. It would be prudent for Hit to seek him out. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, upon returning to the realm of the Supreme Kai, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. The severely shaken Super Saiyan Goku had yet to regain his composure. He found himself ensnared in the terrifying aura exuded by the enigmatic black-robed warrior from Universe 10, unable to shake off the chilling sensation. Once brimming with confidence in his own abilities, he now began to question, can our universe truly emerge victorious? Has he finally grasped the extent of his own weakness? Only moments ago, he had exhibited tremendous prowess in the arena, yet now, he felt utterly diminished. Summon forth the spirit you displayed earlier, otherwise. Universe May 7th find itself defeated even before the tournament commences. Observing Goku's helpless demeanor, the god of destruction, Beerus, could not help but chastise him. Listening to Beerus's sarcastic remarks, Goku's emotions reached a boiling point, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated and powerless. This time, it seems that the 7th universe is truly on the brink of collapse. The Kaioshin, Shin, and the elder Kaioshin, witnessing the dire situation, could not help but wear expressions of deep concern. Their universe's pride, the mightiest Saiyan, Son Goku, appeared trivial in the face of the warriors from the 10th universe. Even with the formidable Vegeta, who possessed strength comparable to Goku's, what difference could it make? In the presence of absolute power, all talk is rendered meaningless. Chapter 45, Speculation. Black Vegeta? The situation has escalated to a point where no one can conceive of an effective solution. Even the once brilliant strategist among the Z warriors, Super Saiyan Gohan, found himself utterly perplexed. The mysterious warrior from the 10th universe was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering any schemes they could devise mere decorations. As for Majin Buu and Satan, one a gluttonous figure and the other an ordinary man, what could they possibly contribute? As the atmosphere reached an icy stalemate, the angel, Whis, let out a soft sigh. Lord Beerus, perhaps we should consider this from a different perspective. While Goku's excessive pride has led him to encounter a formidable adversary, it may not be entirely disadvantageous. It is precisely due to Goku's audacious actions that the other universes have revealed more of their hidden strengths. Had the warrior from the 10th universe chosen not to intervene, we would remain oblivious to their true capabilities. We still have time and opportunities to strategize. If we wait until the tournament of power begins, our 7th universe may truly be beyond redemption. Observing the despondent atmosphere, Whis sought to alleviate the burden on Super Saiyan Goku, the individual from the 10th universe. As you are aware, possesses a level of strength that raises questions about how we should proceed, Beerus remarked earnestly, a shadow of gloom clouding his eyes. It was evident how dire his mood was. In the event of defeat, everything would be lost. Not only would the universe perish, but he, as the god of destruction, would cease to exist as well. Goku, the source of this predicament, had directly implicated him in a grave situation. The creature from the 10th universe was so powerful that even Beerus could not guarantee victory against it. Even if the 7th universe were to gather 10 warriors of Goku's caliber, they might still fall short against the opponent. Instead of lamenting their misfortunes, one wonders if Lord Beerus has noticed something peculiar. Might the mysterious warrior from the 10th universe bear a striking resemblance to someone from our universe? Whis deftly shifted the topic, and his words momentarily left Beerus speechless. Not only Beerus, but the others were also taken aback. During the preliminary match, the overwhelming shock had caused them to overlook numerous details. Now, upon careful reflection, that formidable aura, almost defying the heavens, felt oddly familiar. It was not the first time they had sensed it. Could it be? Beerus furrowed his brow, his thoughts growing more intricate. Considering the events triggered by the 10th universe, he had begun to piece together an unsettling realization. At this moment, Sun Wukong appeared to have come to a realization. Weiss, Lord Beerus, please allow me to speak for a moment. The intensity of that aura lingered in his memory, and if he was not mistaken, it bore a striking resemblance to Uncle Vegeta's energy. Son Gohan's words ignited the atmosphere. Vegeta. Yes, it is indeed Vegeta. The unique sensation brought forth by that energy was identical to that of Vegeta, who often lingered by their side. It truly felt as if it was Vegeta. Although the power was formidable, its essence remained unchanged. Could it be that someone from Universe 10 has somehow seized Vegeta's body? In that instant, Sun Wukong was struck with clarity, recalling the events he had experienced in the future realm. This speculation was highly plausible. The identity of that mysterious cloaked warrior might very well be someone from Universe 10 or even Zamasu from another parallel world, who had taken over Vegeta's body and remained in Universe 10. However, this was merely conjecture. After all, Vegeta from their universe was currently safe and sound. Moreover, the Zamasu of this world had been eradicated by Lord Beerus, alleviating concerns of his interference. As for whether another individual had seized Vegeta's body, that remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the likelihood seemed slim. At least from my perspective, the gods of Universe 10 would not stoop to such deeds. Their angels, as I understand, would also refrain from such actions. Weiss elaborated for the assembly. He was well acquainted with the character of his elder sister, Angel Kusu. While other universe angels might engage in such acts, Angel Kusu would certainly not. The identity of that individual is no longer of consequence. What I am most concerned about now is whether you have any countermeasures, my boy. Can you and Vegeta triumph against such a monstrosity? God of Destruction Beerus redirected his focus to Sun Wukong. Rather than squandering time and effort deliberating on the true identity of their adversary, it would be more prudent to concentrate their energy on the impending tournament of power. Victory was paramount. Father, you must have a plan, right? Son Gohan implored. With all eyes upon him, Sun Wukong decided to unveil his strategy. Although that mysterious figure possesses extraordinary strength, even surpassing my Super Saiyan blue form with a 20-fold Kaioken, it is precisely this provocation that has illuminated my path to breakthrough. If I train with Vegeta in the room of spirit and time, there may still be hope. As Sun Wukong elucidated his plan, the others began to comprehend the entirety of the situation. The room of spirit and time, in essence, was a dimension where the flow of time differed drastically from the outside world. Wukong, your intention is to enter and train with Vegeta for over a year, to shatter the shell of potential and ascend to a higher realm, is it not? Weiss expressed his reservations regarding this proposal. While a year's training was commendable, at such an elevated level, every increment of progress was invaluable. The saying time does not exist for cultivation, in the blink of an eye. Centuries can pass was not mere rhetoric. Strength is accumulated gradually, not achieved in a single leap. You certainly have confidence in your plan, aiming for a year of training. But now, apart from placing my trust in you, I have no other recourse. God of Destruction Beerus conceded. Although it seemed overly ambitious to aspire to ascend to the rank of a God of Destruction, or even surpass one, Sun Wukong had already wrought innumerable miracles for them. Perhaps this time, success is within reach. Chapter 46. Preparations before the battle. In that moment, the long-silent Elder Kai appeared voluntarily. His sudden emergence caught everyone off guard. The God of Destruction, Beerus, cast a disdainful glance and inquired, "Old man, what are you up to?" "I might be able to assist with Goku's training in the hyperbolic time chamber," the Elder Kai replied, not wishing to beat around the bush. "Do not forget, my abilities can unlock a person's latent potential. Given sufficient time, I could even elevate your strengths beyond your limits." Upon hearing Beerus's question, the Elder Kai wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. The reactions among the group were varied, as Beerus recalled that although this old fellow was not particularly formidable in battle, his abilities were indeed quite peculiar. Indeed, Lord Elder Kai's unique power can maximize the potential of both my father and Uncle Vegeta in a short span. Gohan reminisced about his own experience when the Elder Kai unlocked his potential. Although it seemed implausible at first glance, the overwhelming strength he gained left him astounded. He had transformed from being at the bottom of the ranks to the mightiest warrior of that era. "Then, we must rely on you, Elder Kai, to see if Goku and Vegeta can become even stronger." The angel, Whis, cast a sidelong glance at the Elder Kai. While he held little hope for the potential unlocking skill, it could nonetheless enhance the combat prowess of Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan Vegeta to some degree. These two individuals are indeed the pivotal key to their victory in the seventh universe, and naturally, the stronger they are, the better. Listening to the accolades from the crowd, the corners of the old Kai's mouth nearly ascended to the heavens. The sensation of pretentiousness is truly exhilarating. "Enough. Since you old fellow already have a plan, there's no need to linger here and squander time. Time is of the essence. Those two must enter their training, and we are tasked with locating the competitors. Hurry and transport us to Earth, and promptly secure the remaining contestants. Do you comprehend?" The irritable God of Destruction, Beerus, bellowed at the top of his lungs. At this moment, the God of Destruction, Beerus, was not one to be trifled with. No one would be foolish enough to provoke his limits. Ultimately, under Beerus's command, the Supreme Kai, Shin, led everyone to Earth. Upon their return, Goku entrusted the crucial task of finding other participants to Gohan. Bearing this significant responsibility, Gohan understood well the gravity of his mission, recognizing that the fate of the universe hinged upon his efforts to locate the competitors. Thus, the group made their way back to West City. Goku was the first to approach the alternate timeline's Vegeta, elucidating the reasons behind their gathering and the rules of the upcoming tournament. This series of explanations ignited Vegeta's fury. In a fit of rage, he seized Goku by the collar, his gaze brimming with an intensity that suggested he longed to consume Goku whole. Given his understanding of Goku, Vegeta surmised that this fool's actions were the catalyst for the tournament's initiation and its harsh stipulations. "Kakarot, I suspected it was you. Tell me, do you truly believe we can win? What if we lose? Everyone will vanish due to your reckless blunder." Vegeta's tirade was relentless, lamenting the timing of the tournament, especially as his daughter was soon to be born. "Vegeta, I acknowledge my fault, but there is no turning back now, is there? This is our final opportunity. We have yet to be annihilated by the Omni King. In the remaining 40 hours, we must train in the hyperbolic time chamber to maximize our power. If we can secure victory in the tournament and obtain the Super Dragon Balls, there is still hope for redemption. Goku offered this rationale in a bid to assuage Vegeta's wrath. Yet, could Goku's thoughts truly elude Vegeta's perceptive grasp? The one who knows you best is often not your friend, but your rival. Not to mention, Vegeta was both Goku's destined adversary and a close companion. Vegeta was acutely aware of Goku's every move. At this juncture, we have no choice, but Kakarot, you had better divulge every detail of your experiences to me. You know my nature. Your little schemes cannot escape my notice. Vegeta demanded fiercely. All right, I had intended to discuss this later, but there is no point in delaying now. During the skirmish at the Omni King's palace, I encountered a formidable fighter from Universe 10. Even in my Super Saiyan Blue form, utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken, I found myself devoid of the courage to retaliate against him. Goku's words left Vegeta stunned. Though reluctant to concede, he realized that if Goku could unleash the 20-fold Kaioken, his strength would indeed surpass Vegeta's. Yet, even with such power, Goku felt utterly intimidated, lacking the courage to make a stand. What manner of monster has emerged here? Moreover, that individual's energy bears an uncanny resemblance to yours, Vegeta. Coupled with the previous events involving Zamasu, I suspect that Super Saiyan Goku has chosen not to elaborate further. At this point, even a fool could grasp the situation. Are beings from other universes also vile? This is truly intolerable. Super Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. To be honest, he felt a slight thrill within, as this time the target was his own body. Isn't this a veiled assertion of superiority over Sun Wukong? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Super Vegeta recognized that they had no alternative but to fight with all their might. He uncrossed his arms, adopting a serious demeanor as he inquired of Sun Wukong, Kakarot, what are your plans moving forward? Let us first retreat to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. The old Kai will accompany us as well. With about a year and a half to spare, combined with the old Kai's potential guidance, we should significantly enhance our abilities. Upon hearing Super Saiyan Goku's strategy, Vegeta remained unconvinced and responded, have you settled the matter of our competitors? Do not worry about that. We need only to focus on our training. Lord Beerus, Whis, and Gohan will take care of it. Chapter 47. Kess, are you not hiding your identity? Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 38 hours had elapsed. With less than 2 hours remaining until the official commencement of the Tournament of Power, Vegeta, clad in black and meditating in the God of Destruction's realm, sensed that the moment was drawing near and awakened from his trance. Upon opening his eyes, the mischievous angel Kess appeared before him. Ah, you've finally awakened. I thought it would take longer for you to emerge from your meditation. So, Vegeta-san, are you prepared? Lord Rumshi, along with Kaioshin Gawasu and the other participants, are ready in the Kaioshin realm. Kess smiled gently, inquiring politely. Let us go, Vegeta replied with a slight nod, revealing no particular emotion. His only genuine interest in the tournament lay with Jiren from Universe 11 and the presumably stronger Son Goku from Universe 7. Despite numerous formidable contenders from other universes, they paled in comparison to those two. This attitude and demeanor were influenced by the fact that the competitors from Universe 10 in the original narrative were rather lackluster. Ultimately, the remaining 9 participants were merely there to fill the ranks, and he had already resolved to single-handedly overpower the other 7 universes in the Tournament of Power. Then, let us depart. Kess appeared particularly endearing, akin to a delicate bird. With that, she gently pointed her staff into the void, unleashing a mysterious angelic power that enveloped them in a cascade of colorful light. In the next moment, as the brilliance faded, they found themselves having traversed from the God of Destruction's realm to the Kaioshin realm. Lord Rumshi, we have arrived, Kess greeted. Vegeta's gaze swept past God of Destruction Rumshi and Kaioshin Gawasu, settling on the 9 competitors they had gathered. Murik, Lilybell, Jirison, Napapa, Wabuni, Machiop, Gilcor, Rubarte, and Jum. With the exception of Lilybell, who was female, the rest were all muscular behemoths. This indeed aligns with the style of the destroyer god, Ramses, who seeks out those who appear formidable yet are fundamentally hollow, akin to a paper tiger. The vast majority of these competitors number in the millions, with only a handful reaching the trillion mark. In the grand expanse of the universe, they may dominate their own realms. Yet their participation in the power tournament during this era undoubtedly casts them as mere cannon fodder. Simultaneously, these are characters that have made their appearance in the original narrative. Without exception, the only exception seems to be the Muay Thai fighter, who was supplanted by Vegeta. Although I did not pay heed in my previous life, Vegeta remembers the names of the original characters distinctly. The one who was replaced was named Murism. You have finally awakened, and with your arrival, our contestants from Universe 10 are now complete. Observing Vegeta's approach, a smile nearly stretched Ramses' lips to the heavens. This shall be his final trump card at this power gathering. Are you the contestant that Lord Ramsey has been eagerly awaiting? How handsome. I am Lilibuwu. What is your name? What is your celestial origin? Upon first encountering Vegeta, Lilibuwu immediately found herself infatuated. This aligns perfectly with her butterfly maiden persona. Before her stands Vegeta, precisely the type she adores. Ignoring Lilib's probing inquiries, Vegeta coldly averted his gaze, directing it instead towards the god of destruction, Ramses, and inquired, "When do we depart?" The blatant disregard left Lilib visibly embarrassed, soon overshadowed by a flicker of indignation in her eyes. As a woman, being overlooked, especially when she considers herself a beauty, would irk anyone, even if Vegeta is her ideal. Yet, she could only swallow her frustration, for the god of destruction, the Kaioshin, and the angel were present. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Ramses turned his attention to the angel, Kes. Kes nodded slightly, indicating that the moment had arrived. Although time was still ample, if they could not wait any longer, they could set off immediately, Ramses replied. Before we proceed, Vegeta, might you consider maintaining an air of mystery? After all, your identity is rather unique. Kes interjected, prompting Ramses to realize the implications. Indeed, if the Vegeta from Universe 7 were to participate, their encounter would be quite peculiar. The other contestants were momentarily taken aback by this revelation, including Guas, who hesitated, aware that their universe had skirted the edges in recruiting this Vegeta. Boring. I know that this Universe 7 Vegeta will also participate, but if I'm already joining, is there any need for concealment? Vegeta's retort left Ramses and Guas in a cold sweat. The reasoning was sound. If everyone was participating and the Grand Minister had granted permission, what remained to hide? It was merely a matter of two versions of him meeting. Is that so? It appears I have been overly cautious. In that case, let us depart. Kes narrowed her eyes. She had intended for Vegeta to initially conceal himself, only to later unveil his true power, astonishing all universes. However, with Vegeta opting for a different approach, the complexity was rendered unnecessary. The unexpected turn of events altered the way the other contestants regarded Vegeta, including Lilib, who became even more curious. With a wave of her angelic staff, Kes summoned a mysterious force of law, establishing contact with the Grand Minister residing in the void. Grand Minister, the 10 warriors from Universe 10 are prepared, Kes announced. Instantly, a mysterious radiance enveloped all present. As this extraordinary light surrounded him, Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed an unprecedented, peculiar sensation. Immediately, he expanded his perceptual abilities, committing this feeling to memory and exploring it further. In the next moment, everyone present vanished from the Kaioshin realm. In the void, at the heart of chaos, a colossal and magnificent structure floated. Such grandeur could only be achieved by divine beings. This is precisely the arena of the Power Conference, designed to withstand the tumultuous clash of 80 warriors. At present, the stage lies desolate, with 3 destroyers diligently repairing it under the command of the High Priest. The 3 unfortunate deities of destruction, upon the directive of the Grand Priest, were tasked with testing the sturdiness of the arena. Their intention was to make a grand impression before the Omni King. Thus they approached their task with unrestrained vigor. Unsurprisingly, they ended up damaging the arena. Realizing that fortification was necessary, the Grand Priest entrusted the responsibility of repairing the arena to the 3 deities. They were compelled to restore it to its former glory before the commencement of the tournament. Chapter 48. The Realm of Nothingness. As the 3 deities exerted themselves to mend the arena, a beam of white light descended into the realm of nothingness. Contestants from the 10th universe began to appear, with the first stepping onto the arena. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, all 10 participants, including Vegeta, were struck with awe. After all, it was the first time anyone, even Vegeta, had witnessed the world in its chaotic state. Shock was inevitable. Unexpectedly, we are among the first to arrive, one remarked. TCH. Those fellows from the other universes are truly sluggish. Angel Kes and God of Destruction Ramses exchanged banter, one maintaining composure while the other struck a proud pose with hands on hips. However, their attention soon turned to the 3 deities diligently repairing the arena, prompting Ramses to chuckle. "Hey, Ramses, what is so amusing?" inquired Yalak, the god of destruction from the fifth universe. We are fulfilling the honorable task bestowed upon us by the Grand Priest, replied Ligiel, the god of destruction from the eighth universe. I suggest you prepare for the upcoming match instead of mocking us. Do not become the first universe to be eliminated, warned Iwan, the god of destruction from the first universe. As for our 10th universe's victory, you needn't concern yourselves. Just continue with your repairs, rest assured. The contenders I have chosen will not disappoint. The championship of this power tournament shall undoubtedly belong to my 10th universe. With unwavering confidence, Ramses boldly declared his intentions, asserting that securing victory would be effortless. The three deities felt a surge of discontent at his words, silently deriding Ramses. They were acutely aware of the source of his confidence. It was merely due to possessing a contender who rivaled, if not surpassed, their own capabilities. Without further ado, they hastened their efforts. Given that one universe had already arrived, it was only a matter of time before the others followed suit. They needed to complete the repairs within this window of opportunity. At that very moment, Vegeta was exploring the surroundings. Upon arrival, he enveloped the entire realm of nothingness with his vast perception. To his astonishment, he discerned that the fortitude of this realm surpassed even the world barrier of Dragon Ball GT that he had previously known. No wonder the Grand Priest had chosen this realm as the venue for the power tournament. Even a deity at the pinnacle of destruction would struggle to obliterate this realm. Suddenly, one of the contestants, Lilib, was taken aback by the scenery at the edge of the realm of nothingness, exclaiming in shock. Everyone's attention was drawn toward her, and as they approached the arena's edge, the sight before them instilled a profound sense of dread. Before them stretched an endless abyss of darkness, devoid of any discernible end. This scene, without exception, instilled a sense of trepidation and spine-chilling awe in all the contestants present. If one were to fall, death would be inevitable. Contestants, allow me to elucidate the rules of this strength competition. The elimination rule dictates that any participant who falls beyond the arena's boundaries will forfeit their right to continue in the contest. This arena is imbued with a unique restriction set by the esteemed Grand Priest, capable of mimicking the gravitational forces of your respective planets, while simultaneously nullifying the ability to fly. Techniques such as the sky dance, once utilized by you, will be rendered ineffective during this competition. I hope you do not take offense. These are the rules that must be adhered to by all. Angel Kess addressed the participants from her universe. Upon hearing this, some began to stir with anticipation. The contestants from the 10th universe, despite their lackluster strength, were universally proficient in the art of flight. Just as they were about to employ their sky dance to ascend, they discovered that their abilities had been rendered void. The absence of flight meant they had lost a vital means of survival. Everyone, I seem to be able to fly, exclaimed Lilibei, astonished to find she could soar through the void of the sky merely by flapping her wings. I believe I can also maintain flight, said Jayam, flapping his wings as he glided through the air. He, after all, was a being of avian origin. Angel, why are they able to fly? Asked Mulichimu, perplexed. Angel Kess cast a discreet glance at Lilibei and Jayam, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as she explained. Do you see the wings upon their backs? That is an innate ability, exempt from the regulations, which is precisely why they were chosen to participate. Does this not significantly enhance our chances of victory in the 10th universe? They can soar through the skies, avoiding combat, and still remain until the final moments. The remaining contestants from the 10th universe displayed expressions of exhilaration. This is evidently an overestimation. Even if one possesses the ability to fly, what difference does it make? Other universes could select similar contenders for the competition. If reliance on such tactics were sufficient to prevail, then the existence of other universes would be utterly worthless. Unlike the others, Vegeta is well aware that, regardless of the ability to soar, without adequate strength, one remains inconsequential. This also drew puzzled glances from the contestants present. Vegeta, what does this mean? Even before the competition has begun, you're already undermining the prestige of our 10th universe. The more one attracts attention, the more likely they are to be eliminated first. Your innate ability to fly certainly gives you an advantage, but in such a chaotic battle, every moment is unpredictable. Your flying prowess may very well become the primary target for others from different universes to take down, Vegeta stated, each word resonating with an undeniable truth, albeit unpalatable. The ability to soar in the arena of the void is indeed their significant advantage. Yet, it is precisely this advantage that will render them the first to be targeted. Such is the nature of the original narrative. Before the other contestants could rebut, a brilliant white light descended upon the void. With a thunderous boom, all attention from the 10th universe was drawn to it. Through the sense of aura, Vegeta discerned several familiar presences. They were indeed from the 9th universe. As the white light dissipated, the god of destruction Sidra, the supreme Kai Loa, the angel Mojito, and their 10 contestants emerged. The first to come into view, without question, was the prominent trio from the 9th universe, the dangerous trio composed of Black Wolf Belgamer, Yellow Wolf Lavanda, and Red Wolf Bazel. The remaining 7 contestants were Oregon, Rossero, Sisup, Chapper, Soralu, Hop, and Conflit. Through his sensory perception, Vegeta recognized that these contestants were largely insignificant. Aside from the dangerous trio, whose power had notably increased to the level of Z, the others barely reached the realm of M, with some even falling short of that threshold. No wonder. In the original story, the 9th universe was completely annihilated in under 5 minutes once the competition began. With such a lineup and such feeble combat strength, it would be a miracle if they weren't wiped out. It appears that the gods of destruction from other universes are gradually arriving as well, and soon, all universes will gather in one place. Vegeta, I wonder what you will feel when you encounter the contestants from the 7th universe, remarked Angel Kess. Casting a glance at Vegeta, her smile unwavering, as if observing a spectacle. She had already formed some conjectures regarding the lineup from the 7th universe, and had gained substantial insight into Vegeta. In this alternate reality, where comrades and kin have become adversaries, how would Vegeta respond? One can only hope that this world's Kakarot, and I, after experiencing my overwhelming pressure, will significantly enhance their strength and not disappoint me. As Vegeta muttered this, another universe's contestants arrived at the scene. In another corner of the arena, the Supreme Kai Kor, the god of destruction Quitella, and the angel Konnik from the 4th universe made their entrance. Alongside them were the contestants prepared by the 10th universe. Although they appeared to be only 9 in number, the complete roster of 10 was indeed present, as one individual was so diminutive that they could easily go unnoticed without careful observation. The 10 contestants from the 4th universe were Ganis, Damon, Gavi, Decoli, Shosa, Mona, Madman Nink, Majira, Gamasalas, and Xiangcha. Vegeta deliberately heightened his perception to assess their combat power. Through his aura sensing, he formed a preliminary understanding of the 4th universe's contestants. He did not take them seriously. Even if these individuals reached their peak strength, they would merely match the level of the 9th universe. At best, there might be some opportunistic fighters who could leverage their advantages to catch their opponents off guard. Time passed steadily. Soon, contestants from other universes continued to arrive. Following the 4th universe, the deities and 10 contestants from the 6th universe also made their way to the competition site. Their lineup remained unchanged from the original narrative, with the infamous assassin Hit as their representative, accompanied by Frost, Vados Magetta, Bergamo, Sayanal, Pabira, Dr. Rhoda, Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale. The contestants from the 6th universe were fully assembled. Regardless of the world they hail from, that face is still utterly detestable, Vegeta murmured, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Frost from the 6th universe, treacherous and villainous, was also a member of the frozen demon race. The key point was that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza, stirring an unpleasant sentiment within Vegeta. In his own timeline, GT Frieza had been ruthlessly suppressed by him in his Super Saiyan form, tortured to the brink of despair, even in the decades to follow. Upon returning to the mortal realm due to the chaos of hell, he had been dealt with once more. Frost had already become one of Vegeta's predetermined targets. As Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Frost, the latter, too, noticed his stare. Upon turning to meet Vegeta's familiar visage, Frost was instantly paralyzed by fear. This face, he shall never forget throughout his life. It was during the tournament between the 6th universe and the 7th universe that this man utterly brought about his disgrace. With a single strike, he was decisively defeated. How could he possibly be here? ISNT, that fellow from the 7th universe? How did he find his way to another universe? Upon encountering Vegeta, Frost's expression immediately shifted to one of anxiety. After all, he still vividly remembers the scene where he was mercilessly beaten by the Super Vegeta of this timeline. That moment has seemingly transformed into a nightmare. Whenever he finally drifts into slumber, it is this very image that jolts him awake. As he took note of Vegeta, the other competitors from the 6th universe also became aware of him. The god of destruction, Kampa, the angel, Beerus, and the assassin, Hit, were all struck by disbelief. How did another Vegeta suddenly appear from Universe 10? Is that fellow the Scion from Universe 7? Do Scions exist in Universe 10 as well? The assassin hit. Inquired with confusion. Hey, Beerus, what exactly is happening? Isn't that the Vegeta from Universe 7? How did he end up over in Universe 10, near Ramshur? God of Destruction Kampa was bewildered and hastily turned to the angel, Beerus, for clarification. At that moment, Beerus herself was equally astonished. It finally dawned on her. The man who had intervened during the preliminary battle was indeed Vegeta, yet this Vegeta does not belong to this world. Sister, you truly possess immense ambition. In your quest to secure victory in this power tournament, you have even brought forth individuals from parallel universes. This matter, I fear, has long been perceived by my father. Yet, since he has tacitly permitted it, I, as the younger sister, find myself unable to contest it. The angel Bardos mused quietly within her heart, sinking into contemplation. If my conjecture holds true, the individual resembling the Scion Vegeta from the 7th universe must be the enigmatic figure who intervened during the previous skirmish she elucidated to the god of destruction, Kampa. Kampa inhaled sharply, taken aback. If that is indeed the case, it is truly alarming. Although he was somewhat perplexed, he grasped the essence of Bardos's words. An immense conspiracy undoubtedly lurked beneath the surface. This individual, strikingly similar to Vegeta of the 7th universe, is likely Vegeta himself. After all, Kampa has served as a god of destruction for many years. While he may appear foolish in many respects, he possesses keen insight during critical moments. Chapter 50. The angel transcends the realm. As both Kampa and Bardos pondered this revelation, the Scion from the 6th universe, Cabba, mistakenly approached Vegeta upon encountering him. Straying into the territory of the 10th universe. Master Vegeta, it has been quite some time. However, are you not a Scion of the 7th universe? What brings you to the 10th universe? Have you perhaps allied yourself with them? Cabba's misapprehension was evident, as he had mistakenly identified Vegeta as the Vegeta of this realm. Nevertheless, he regarded Vegeta with reverence, despite the possibility of his defection to the 10th universe. You have likely mistaken me. I am not the Vegeta you speak of. As a fellow Scion, let me advise you. In the midst of uncertainty regarding friend or foe, and amidst differing factions, such overtures will only lead to your own downfall. Rather than placing your hopes in others, it would be prudent to secure your own position. Vegeta's cold words served as a lesson for Cabba. Frankly, the original portrayal of Cabba is rather disappointing. As a Scion of the 6th universe, he has placed his hopes on Vegeta of the 7th universe, uttering flattering words while engaging in despicable betrayal. Then who are you? Upon hearing these words, Cabba exhibited clear confusion, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Evidently, he had only caught the first half of Vegeta's admonition, neglecting the crucial advice that followed. Hey, Cabba, what are you doing? Hurry back. The god of destruction Kampa, realizing Cabba had strayed from their group, urgently called out. Upon hearing Kampa's summons, Cabba hesitated no longer. After apologizing to Vegeta for his error, he promptly returned to the ranks of his own universe. Vegeta could only feel exasperation at this. Even in the face of misidentification, Cabba felt the need to apologize, illustrating the weakness of his character. Ultimately, one can only wonder what this version of him from the original timeline is thinking. As Cabba's little escapade concluded, contestants from other universes began to arrive in the Void Realm, accompanied by 2 beams of white light, the Kais and gods of destruction from the 2nd and 3rd universes, along with their angels and 10 contestants, descended upon the arena. From the 2nd universe, led by the god of destruction, Hellas, and the angel, Sava, they championed the ideals of love and justice, bringing forth competitors who embody these principles. The 10 contestants are Ribrian, Kakunsa, Rashi, Zarbuto, Labe, Baikal, Zero, Pran, and Hamura. The majority of the contestants are, indeed, women, with the enchanting Sailor Moon, led by Ribrian, serving as their representative. Before their transformation, their beauty is undeniably captivating, aligning perfectly with the ideals of love and justice they espouse. However, post-transformation, their grotesque appearances are simply unbearable, provoking a sense of nausea in onlookers. In the original work, the 7th universe's Vegeta was notably disturbed by Ribrian's visage. In contrast, the contestants from the 3rd universe predominantly consist of robots and cyborgs. This is not surprising, as the god of destruction from the 3rd universe, Mosco, is a deity who remains perpetually concealed within his mechanized armor. Although they are primarily composed of robots and cyborgs, the warriors from the 3rd universe possess formidable combat prowess. The 10 contestants are Jia Polichao, Nali Lama, Maji Kayu, Ka Duo Bei Si Lo. Bola Leda, Ku Eci Ka E, Dr. Paparoni, by Allah, Panchie, and Ni Guli Shi. The weakest among them is at the level of E, while the strongest has reached the magnitude of Gai. Among these 10 individuals, several possess combat power values that are, at the very least, at the Jing level. This level of combat prowess, when considering the average values, ranks among the foremost in the several universes present. Moreover, Vegeta is acutely aware that they possess hidden trump cards. These robots possess the remarkable ability to merge. When Kaitsukai, Ponchia, and Bolalida unite, they give rise to a formidable super machine warrior named Kiki Alreda. Furthermore, when fused with Dr. Papilloni, they can summon an enigmatic and immensely powerful ultimate warrior, Oniraza. Although the original manga offers a cursory description of the ultimate warrior Oniraza, who is swiftly defeated by the legendary Super Saiyan Kale from the 6th universe upon his debut, the anime portrays Oniraza's dominion and combat prowess as unparalleled. This ferocious strength necessitates the combined efforts of all beings from the 7th universe to overcome it. And the overwhelming aura it emits even elicits a moment of solemnity from Jiren, the mightiest warrior of the 11th universe. Naturally, the extent of Oniraza's power remains to be evaluated by Vegeta. This is also what Vegeta eagerly anticipated in this tournament of power, aside from Jiren and Son Goku. As the representatives of various universes gradually made their entrance, 6 universes had already arrived for the tournament. Only the 11th universe, governed by the clown god of destruction, and the 7th universe, ruled by the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus, remained. With a resounding boom, as time ticked away, a wave of intense white light descended upon the realm of nothingness. Immediately following, an intangible pressure swiftly spread, an overwhelming force that engulfed the entire arena, capturing the attention of all present, Vegeta included. As the brilliance faded, the members of the 11th universe had all arrived. The 11th universe has come first. One might ponder, initially expecting the 7th universe. Their demeanor suggested they had come well prepared. Upon their arrival, the angel Kusu noticed something unusual. Among the 10 contestants, one in particular stood out as exceptionally formidable. Just from their appearance, they exuded an air of authority that conveyed a sense of unyielding power, a pressure that rivaled that of the gods of destruction. She pondered this, completely unaware that she had uttered something that perhaps should have remained unspoken. Not only did she voice a thought-provoking remark, but she also articulated the impending changes. This also caused Vegeta to furrow his brow slightly. What does this mean? It should be the 7th universe that arrives first. That is indeed correct. Vegeta is aware of the plot. However, Kes seems to have noticed a change. As expected, the angels exist beyond the realm of the world, hence they are aware of the original trajectory. Vegeta remains vigilant in his heart. Previously, it was mere speculation. But now there exists a concrete affirmation. Diverting his attention, Vegeta gazes towards the 11th universe. Chapter 51, The 8 Universes Assemble. Vegeta casts his eyes around, locking onto the position of the 11th universe. The competitors from the 11th universe are undoubtedly members of the proud team from the original narrative: Jiren, Toppo, Dispo, Buen, Kunsi, Taba, Zoirei, Kokodi, Kettle, and Casserole. In Vegeta's sight, all but Jiren are disregarded. Only this supreme antagonist, the mightiest in the power tournament, can ignite his interest. Is this fellow Jiren? His strength is even more terrifying than I had anticipated. He is truly worthy of being hailed as an existence that surpasses even the god of destruction. As Vegeta silently muttered to himself, a smile also graced his face. Jiren's power far exceeded his expectations. Merely a glance was enough to convey an extraordinary presence. This strength, when observed superficially, emanates an unfathomable aura, undeniably surpassing even the level of a destroyer. Vegeta's formidable gaze soon captured Jiren's attention. 2 titans, both positioned at the zenith of power, felt an instinctual connection, exchanging a glance that spoke volumes. The determination reflected in their eyes resonated profoundly, fostering a mutual respect among warriors. Jiren swiftly recognized Vegeta as the warrior from Universe 10, previously mentioned by Toppo, noting his keen perception, sharpness, and indomitable spirit. Upon his arrival, Jiren's immense aura enveloped the arena, rendering all present as mere insects in comparison. However, upon noticing Vegeta, he discerned that this gathering of power was far from mundane. True to Toppo's words, this formidable fighter from Universe 10 was indeed a match for him. In Jiren's estimation, Vegeta emerged as his greatest rival, the only one who could potentially battle alongside him until the very end. Among all the competitors on the stage, only he was deemed worthy of contesting with Jiren. Nevertheless, Jiren held no illusions about Vegeta's ability to triumph over him. He harbored a substantial confidence in his own strength, bordering on arrogance. Throughout the original narrative, he maintained an invincible and overwhelming stance, dismissing all other contestants until he was ultimately challenged by the Saiyan from Universe 7, which shattered his hubris and catalyzed a transformation in his mindset. This evolution allowed him to embrace his true nature as a fighter, engaging in battle fearlessly and unrestrained until the final moment. Intriguing. In that brief exchange of glances, Vegeta gleaned a significant understanding of Jiren's formidable prowess. This strength merits a serious approach, but only to a moderate extent. To compel him to exert his full power, the current Jiren is still insufficiently prepared. Redirecting his gaze, Vegeta ceased to focus on Universe 11. Noticing Vegeta's disinterest, Jiren scanned his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Previously, Toppo had mentioned to the god of destruction, Beerus, that there exists a Saiyan of considerable strength in Universe 7, known as Son Goku. He is also the instigator of this entire incident, the root cause. Jiren desired to ascertain the level of this so-called sinner and how he compares to the warrior from Universe 10. If he were too weak, it would be rather uninteresting. Time passed steadily, approaching the commencement of the power tournament. Currently, all 7 universes had gathered, yet one remained conspicuously absent. TCH. Why hasn't that fellow Beerus shown up yet? Could it be that he is intimidated by our universe as warriors and is reluctant to participate? Perhaps he fears defeat and is hiding away. As the god of destruction, Beerus continued to delay his arrival. The god of destruction, Ramushi, boasted verbally. Just as his words fell, a burst of white light suddenly appeared in a corner of the arena, heralding the arrival of the warriors from Universe 7. The very instigators of this power tournament. Finally, that guy Beerus has arrived. The god of destruction, Katra from Universe 4, could not help but fold his arms in complaint. Previously, he had endeavored to create trouble for Universe 7, preventing them from finding suitable participants. He had conspired with the god of destruction, Sidra from Universe 9, intending to teach Universe 7 a lesson. Unfortunately for him, his schemes ultimately came to naught. Not only was his assassination team completely annihilated, but even Beerus had discerned his intentions. Though he did not openly acknowledge it, one could be certain that should the opportunity arise, Beerus would not let this yellow-skinned rat escape. Beerus is taking his sweet time. Is he planning for a grand entrance? If he delays any longer, the time limit will be exceeded. At that point, Universe 7 would lose by default, becoming the first universe to be obliterated. The god of destruction, Beerus, could not help but criticize. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would indeed be perfect for him. Alas, such thoughts were mere fantasies, for reality would not allow it. It seems that Universe 7 has not been cowed by the warriors of Universe 10, as Son Goku has indeed chosen to participate in the tournament. Toppo could not suppress a remark, as he too was influenced by the atmosphere of the preliminary battle, leading him to question whether Son Goku might hide away in Universe 7 and forego the competition. Evidence showed that during the preliminary battle, Son Goku appeared to have been stimulated, thereby growing even stronger, as the angel, Margarita, teased with a playful tone. This serves as a reminder to the warriors of their own universe to remain vigilant against Son Goku and his companions from the 7th universe. Is he truly the root of all this chaos? The turbulence within the cosmos can be attributed to him. The warrior known as Tizpor, renowned for his supersonic speed, scoffed disdainfully. At this moment, Son Goku remains blissfully unaware that he has already been marked for death by the proud warriors of the 11th universe upon his arrival. Meanwhile, in the 9th universe, the preliminary battle has been lost, securing their position at the bottom of the cosmic hierarchy, and tempers are flaring. Both the god of destruction, Sidera, and the Supreme Kai, Lore, are known for their dark dispositions and erratic natures. In this tournament of power, it is imperative that they vanquish the 7th universe. Belgamer, you 3 brothers, having undergone training under the god of destruction, Sidera, and with your enhanced abilities, must ensure the defeat of the 7th universe this time, declared Supreme Kai Lore. Such commands, to be frank, evoke a rather unpleasant sensation. However, the warriors find themselves powerless, for Lord Zeno is a deity who governs their fates. A palpable sense of conspiracy permeates the 9th universe, while a confrontational aura emanates hostility towards the 7th universe. This sentiment is felt by all. Meanwhile, the angel Mojito is engulfed in frustration, rendered speechless. Chapter 52. The magnificent lineup of the seventh universe. With the arrival of the entire seventh universe, the arena of the power tournament is charged with palpable tension, as if the very air had been ignited. The newly arrived members of the seventh universe wear grave expressions. The god of destruction, Beerus, is infuriated by the incessant mockery of the other deities that echoes in his ears. Enough of this cacophony. Do you gods possess no decorum? He bellows in exasperation. What was once mere whispers has now escalated into an overt confrontation. Even before the battle has commenced, there is a sense of impending chaos. It appears that the gods from other universes perceive us as the instigators of this crisis. It seems likely that several universes will soon band together to launch an assault against us. The Angel Whis can already foresee the tumultuous events that are about to unfold. The situation is even more dire than anticipated. The warriors, upon hearing this, each felt a weight in their hearts. Upon arriving in the realm of nothingness, they found themselves exposed to the gaze of all, leaving them with no place to hide. They could only face it with composure. In the 10th universe, Vegeta surveyed the scene before him, momentarily taken aback by the array of figures that met his eyes. Goku, the Vegeta of this timeline, Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, Goten, Frieza, Broly, Majin Buu, and Android 17. This is a lineup that diverges significantly from the original, and it is terrifying to an extraordinary degree. What a remarkable transformation this world has undergone. Majin Buu, Broly, and even Trunks and Goten have arrived. To be candid, Vegeta experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. Upon reflection, it is apparent that the original narrative, in its endeavor to accommodate the participants of the 7th universe, compelled Goku to assemble the Z Fighters, consequently sidelining several pivotal characters. For instance, Trunks and Goten, who played significant roles during the Majin Buu saga and are undeniably more formidable than the likes of Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi, were relegated to mere pawns despite their ability to fuse. Moreover, even the originally intended Majin Buu was forcibly removed due to his almost inexplicable powers, only to be supplanted by Frieza, leading to yet another instance of forced redemption. Let us set aside these matters for the moment. In this current timeline, not only do we have the participation of the formidable Majin Buu, but the legendary Super Saiyan Broly has also emerged. What has precipitated such a monumental shift? The sole explanation lies in the unexpected intervention of Vegeta, which has led to this unforeseen scenario, consequently allowing participants who were never meant to compete to enter the fray. It is likely that the Angel Whis has quietly orchestrated these events. Otherwise, how could the narrative have diverged so drastically? The legendary Super Saiyan Broly. In the realm of Dragon Ball GT, Vegeta once engaged in a fierce battle against the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. That confrontation was arguably the most arduous battle he has ever faced. Though he is reluctant to admit it, Broly, the madman, is indeed a true Saiyan. Even though Vegeta's powers at that time were nowhere near as formidable as they are now, achieving a stalemate against an opponent of equal strength was an arduous endeavor. It is noteworthy that the Broly he defeated was a frenzied beast, uncontrollable in his rage. However, the Broly of this timeline is markedly different from his GT counterpart. His temperament is surprisingly gentle, almost excessively so, and he exhibits a hint of weakness. Of course, this understanding is derived from the clues provided in the film. One commonality remains. Once provoked, this individual can unleash energy in magnitudes hundreds, if not thousands, of times greater, and his strength escalates during combat, with a learning capacity that far surpasses that of ordinary beings. How much enjoyment might you bring me, Broly, perhaps in this timeline? You could engage me in a worthy battle. With this notion in mind, Vegeta redirected his attention towards others. Trunks and Goten, when observed from his perspective, indeed appeared different. This timeline's chronology is set a decade prior to that of his own world. They are still young. To be candid, despite their youth, their strength is not to be underestimated. Especially after merging through the techniques of the Metamorans, their combat prowess would experience a dramatic surge. In this temporal realm, although you are still young, your prowess is not to be underestimated, which is quite intriguing. A glimmer of excitement flickered across Vegeta's face. He flashed a grin, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. At this moment, he could not help but be influenced. Before him, the combat power readings of all members of the 7th universe materialized. The main protagonist and the second male lead, Kakarot and Vegeta, surprised him as well. Kakarot's base combat power now reached an impressive level, at least in the order of trillions, though not exceedingly high. It was around 10 trillion. Meanwhile, Super Vegeta's base combat power was even more formidable, reaching double that of Kakarot, at 20 trillion. Had they trained in the hyperbolic time chamber? Otherwise, such a rapid enhancement in strength would be implausible. Moreover, this was merely the surface of their capabilities. Vegeta could naturally surmise the reasons behind their significant progress. Besides the extraordinary dimension of the hyperbolic time chamber, where one can grow stronger in a short span, what else could account for this? Undoubtedly, there was also the immense pressure stemming from his presence, which propelled them to such swift breakthroughs. This is precisely what makes it exhilarating, given your current level. To what heights can you ascend in this tournament? The anticipation continues to grow, and it must be said that this power tournament has become somewhat intriguing. Moreover, when observing Son Gohan, who previously exhibited only modest combat power in the preliminary battles, he now surpasses the level of quintillions in his base form. What does this concept entail? The lad has awakened. Moreover, the Piccolo of this timeline possesses a combat strength that greatly exceeded his expectations, reaching a power level in the hundreds of billions, merely reflecting his surface capabilities. As for Frieza, after enduring the torments of hell in this timeline, he has become significantly stronger than his counterpart from the GT timeline. In his final form, his combat power has soared to the thousands of billions, showing little deviation from the strength depicted in the original narrative. Android 17, with his fixed combat prowess at the level of the quintillions, while not as formidable as the Super 17 from the GT universe, boasts the greatest advantage of infinite stamina. Having observed for a considerable duration, the changes in Vegeta have caught the attention of the angel, Kes. It appears that our strongest warrior is quite pleased with the participants from Universe 7 for this upcoming tournament. With a light chuckle, Angel Kes remarked on the unfolding situation. In Chapter 53, The Ugly Faces of the Gods. Within Universe 11, it seems a spectacle is about to unfold. Angel Margarita's face displayed a cunning smile as she pondered how Kes would explain the circumstances. A warrior identical to one from Universe 7 has emerged in Universe 10, and there is certainly more than meets the eye. They are not oblivious to the previous incidents between Universes 10 and 7. However, since the matter was resolved, they chose not to delve further. The occurrence of events entangled across timelines is already an unimaginable phenomenon. Now, with the appearance of a warrior identical to one from Universe 7 and Universe 10, it becomes glaringly evident where the issue lies. I had wondered how Ramshur could exude such confidence. It turns out that Warrior does not belong to Universe 10 at all. He must hail from an unknown timeline, huh? I eagerly await your next move. It seems the tournament may not even commence before your Universe 10 faces obliteration. The god of destruction, Beerus, currently wears a look of petty triumph. Before the competition has even begun, Universe 10 was deemed the most threatening. Now, this universe stands on the precipice of being erased by the king of all. This signifies that before the battle has even commenced, a formidable adversary has been eliminated, rendering the situation more favorable for Universe 11. Meanwhile, the strongest warrior of Universe 11, Jiren, remains silent, contemplatively casting a glance at Vegeta from Universe 10 and Super Vegeta from Universe 7. The disparity between them is starkly evident, leading him to shake his head in disappointment. As two identical warriors manifest in different universes, the deities from disparate realms reveal their grotesque attitudes. Two distinct universes hosting identical warriors? Universe 10, in its pursuit of victory in the tournament of power, appears to have sunk to unprincipled depths. The truth is now laid bare. Let us witness how Lord Zeno will address your actions. The god of destruction from Universe 9, Laura, exhibits his vile nature, while the god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, displays a sinister grin, indicating his stance despite his silence. The fourth universe's deities also unveil their malicious intentions, eager to witness Universe 10's judgment. Ramses, you, the pink elephant, are surely in for a rough time. I had suspected that the warriors under your jurisdiction in Universe 10 could not possibly be that powerful. It appears they were procured from elsewhere. Once Lord Zeno expresses his displeasure, I am curious to see how you will justify this. The god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, chuckles ominously. The elimination of a rival is indeed splendid news for Universe 4. He anticipates a spectacle, yet the angel, Kaneko, perceives matters differently. As an angel, he surmises far more than what Katra has discerned. If there was a need to address Universe 10, it would have been resolved long ago, rather than being postponed to this moment. Nevertheless, not all divine beings exhibit such malice. A portion of them maintains a neutral and observant demeanor, such as those from Universes 2 and 3. It has been heard that individuals from Universe 10 have stirred considerable trouble in Universe 7, involving other timelines as well. Although I do not particularly favor Ramses, his current predicament seems rather dire. What will he do now? The god of destruction from Universe 8, Hellas, does not engage in the same vitriol as her counterparts. Her focus lies on Lord Zeno's decree, whether to intervene or to allow events to unfold. Lord Hellas, as spectators, we need only observe, stated Angel Sava. Moreover, this matter is likely already decided by Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest. We are merely bystanders. The god of destruction from Universe 3, Mosca, also expressed his opinion, with muffled whispers emanating from his mechanical armor. In response, Angel Campelli remarked, Lord Mosca, please remain calm. This situation is already known to Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest. We simply await news. Regardless of the outcome, the tournament of power shall proceed. In contrast to the other universes, Universe 6 steadfastly maintains its position. Their realm, a twin universe to Universe 7, cannot possibly host identical beings. At best, they can only share similarities. In this moment, even the simplest minds would grasp the situation. As anticipated, the enigmatic warrior is none other than Vegeta from the 7th universe. However, one must ponder, from where did you manage to retrieve this warrior? The angel, Beerus, remains unfazed by the plight of the 10th universe, for in her eyes, everything has already been tacitly approved by the Grand Minister. What does it matter if the gods are discontent? The tournament of power shall proceed as planned. At this juncture, the competitors from the 7th universe are, without exception, gravely serious. It is evident to even the most naive that they stand at the epicenter of attention. They have also taken note of the 10th universe's Vegeta, when that identical visage starkly contrasts with the Super Vegeta beside him. All conjectures and thoughts seem to have been unveiled. What more can the 10th universe possibly say? I am eager to see how that scoundrel, Lamoshi, will justify the existence of two identical Vegetas. Following the incident with Zamasu, the emergence of another doppelganger leads me to suspect that there is indeed a connection. The god of destruction, Beerus, snorted in displeasure, a flicker of annoyance gleaming in his eyes. He awaits a satisfactory explanation from the god of destruction, Lamoshi. However, I advise you, my lord Beerus, not to harbor excessive hopes. It is likely that during the earlier skirmish, the Grand Minister was already aware and had made a determination regarding his existence. The angel, Whiss's explanation, caused the god of destruction, Beerus, to sink into a state of disquiet, as if something lodged in his throat, refusing to be swallowed. Must they endure this unvoiced grievance? It appears that the individual who intervened during the preliminary battle was indeed him. Our previous suspicions regarding Vegeta are confirmed. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave, and his tone became more somber. Chapter 54. The mutual attraction of two legendary warriors. Upon hearing Goku's words, Super Vegeta's countenance darkened further. He had noticed that individual immediately. I need not your words, Kakarot. Merely a counterfeit. Only I, the prince, can fully unleash the potential of this body. He is nothing of significance. Though Super Vegeta's words dripped with disdain, the flicker of trepidation in his gaze was unmistakable. Even after training in the hyperbolic time chamber and receiving profound potential enhancement from the old Kai, he still could not fathom the depths of the individual before him. Even if it were his own form, it could not possibly reach such heights in an outsider's hands. He felt as though both he and Kakarot were being toyed with by this world. As the Lord spoke, Trunks and Goten stood at the side, engaged in a hushed exchange that only they could hear. Trunks, did you see that person from the other universe? He bears a striking resemblance to Uncle Vegeta. Goten whispered to Trunks, oblivious to the implications. Of course, I noticed. I overheard some of the conversation between Dad and Uncle Goku. If my assumptions are correct, this individual is of the same ilk as the one who recently usurped Uncle Goku's body. He stole my father's body. Trunks clenched his fists, his words tinged with intense emotion. Clearly, he longed to devour the imposter from the 10th universe. However, unbeknownst to him, that individual is not merely a counterfeit, but rather his true father from another timeline. The atmosphere is palpably strange. Standing to the side, Piccolo communicated telepathically with Gohan. Gohan, is he the formidable adversary you mentioned earlier? I never expected that, having learned from Goku's past experiences, the 10th universe would engage in such actions, targeting Vegeta this time. Piccolo spoke with earnest gravity to Gohan. concurrently gaining a renewed understanding of the audacity exhibited by other universes. The competitors from their own universe may be lackluster, yet they resort to seizing the bodies of the strong from other realms. Such a demeanor is undoubtedly that of a despicable scoundrel. Uncle Piccolo, I believe this matter is far from simple. Son Gohan, being astute, refrained from hastily drawing conclusions. For reasons unknown, he harbored a lingering suspicion that there were deeper intricacies at play. Piccolo, upon hearing this, chose not to respond. If the truth diverged from their assumptions, delving deeper could prove terrifying. As for Frieza and Android 17, although they were astonished by the presence of two Vegetas, their focus remained elsewhere. Their singular concern was how to triumph in this tournament of power. The multitude of competitors surrounding them possessed formidable strength, making it no simple feat to emerge victorious among such skilled adversaries. Soon, Frieza's attention was drawn to Frost, a fellow member from Universe 6. At that moment, Frost also took note of him. They could be regarded as counterparts from different universes. However, Frieza was a cosmic sovereign, while Frost was a disgraced jester. Yet, being equally cunning and treacherous, they exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other's intentions. Prior to the commencement of the tournament, the two discreetly made their way towards a shadowy corner, in contrast to the others, who were rigorously preparing for the match. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly maintained an air of silence, deliberately diminishing his presence. This is also related to his character. Yet his imposing figure and the unspoken aura of terror he exudes make it exceedingly difficult for others to overlook his presence. He merely sought to fulfill the agreement with the angel, aiming to secure victory in this contest to exchange it for a more favorable existence on another planet. His thoughts were singularly focused on hastening the conclusion of this competition so that he might return home. However, at that moment, an inexplicable resonance from within his bloodline surged forth. The typically reticent Broly suddenly found his expression invigorated. Guided by the power of his ancestry, his gaze was drawn towards an individual in Universe 6. What is happening to my body? Broly's bewildered eyes directed themselves towards Universe 6. From a considerable distance, his focus locked onto the female scion, Kale. A profound resonance emanated from within his bloodline. Is this woman one of his kind? As he gazed at Caulifla of the 6th universe also noticed Broly. The moment their eyes met, it seemed as if something within her was yearning to emerge, causing her to become increasingly disoriented. Hey, what is wrong with you, Caulifla? Just as she was on the brink of losing herself, Kale stepped forward, bringing her back to reality with a single remark. Sister. Upon regaining her composure, Kale felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead, her expression appearing quite unnatural. What's the matter, Kale? You seem rather unwell. Is it the atmosphere here that troubles you? Fear not. Just stay close to me later, and I shall protect you. Caulifla continuously reassured Kale, signaling her not to worry. Yes, sister. Kale eagerly agreed, yet she cautiously stole a glance at Broly from the 7th universe. This exhilarating sensation, unmistakably, emanates from this scion of the 7th universe. For the first time in many years, she felt a profound resonance. At this moment, atop the pinnacle of the realm of nothingness, the high priest observed with great interest the chaotic state of the arena below. This is precisely the effect he desired. As for the confusion surrounding the angels and the destroyers, there is no need for him to provide an explanation. The astute have already grasped the situation, while only the foolish remain entangled in trivialities. With your involvement, the power tournament has undergone a transformation. What further changes shall unfold? It is indeed a source of anticipation. The high priest chanted incantations, simultaneously calculating the time remaining. There were merely 5 minutes left until the commencement of the competition. Concurrently, under the combined efforts of the 3 destroyers, the restoration of the tournament arena neared its conclusion. This is it. With a resounding shout from the destroyer of the 8th universe, Ligel, the destroyer manipulated the last 2 fragments of the arena, directing them towards the vacant spaces above. As the fragments surged forward, they were poised to collide with Jiren of the 11th universe. Yet, with remarkable finesse, the fragments maneuvered around Jiren, perfectly filling the final gaps. Chapter 55. The Frustrated Son Goku. The match begins. As the arena was restored, the power tournament was on the verge of officially commencing. Jiren's unyielding demeanor did not go unnoticed by the observant. Was that individual from the 11th universe? Could he be the formidable expert mentioned by Toppo? Son Goku found himself irresistibly drawn to the formidable aura exuded by Jiren. Another challenging opponent. Where are you going, Kakarot? Super Vegeta, taken aback by Goku's actions, pondered. Shouldn't the focus be on the 10th universe right now? Since the match hasn't started yet. I'll just go over and say hello to those from the 11th universe. Oblivious, Son Goku casually dismissed Super Vegeta's concerns and jogged over to the 11th universe's area. The members of the Pride Troopers revealed unfriendly gazes upon noticing the outsider's arrival. Goku, undeterred, was about to speak when he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. An icy chill enveloped him, freezing his movements. Jiren, who had been before him just moments ago, had inexplicably teleported behind him. When is this? Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks as Sun Wukong was profoundly shaken. Get lost. A voice, icy to the core and imbued with boundless authority, left Sun Wukong dumbfounded. The mere utterance of those words instilled such terror that he could not summon even the slightest thought of resistance, his body drenched in perspiration. At this moment, he once again profoundly comprehended his own insignificance. In the previous skirmish, he had been so brazen and self-satisfied. Now, he was engulfed by terror and bewilderment. Not only did the individual from the 10th universe possess strength far superior to his own, but the 11th universe also harbored entities of immense power, far beyond his capabilities. Compared to Topo, they were overwhelmingly stronger, existing on an entirely different tier. Shaken, Son Goku trembled and instinctively distanced himself. Gazing at Jiren's robust physique and the formidable aura he exuded, he was left astounded. Witnessing Son Goku succumb to his intimidation, Jiren let out a dismissive snort. Accompanied by a gaze laced with frost, it was an expression of utter disdain. The frightened Son Goku was gripped by a sense of dread. He understood that lingering here was unwise and hastily retreated in a panic. Observing this spectacle, the competitors from the 11th universe could not suppress their derision, with even the god of destruction joining in. Now you grasp your own insignificance. The god of destruction from the 7th universe, named Vermouth, watched Son Goku flee with a sense of satisfaction that words could scarcely articulate. Jiren's might was such that even he felt compelled to tread carefully. How could a mere Goku be so easily disregarded? The competition is about to commence, Vermouth. We should depart from this place, the angel, Margarita, advised. Very well. I shall leave the forthcoming contest in the capable hands of the proud team, Vermouth instructed. As Margarita and Vermouth exited, the Supreme Kai followed closely behind. Simultaneously, deities and angels from other universes began to make their exits. The competition was on the verge of beginning. The scene shifted to the 7th universe. Shaken, Son Goku retreated to the safety of his own domain, where he could finally steady his breathing. After spending 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber since the skirmish, he once again felt the suffocating pressure that weighed upon him. However, this time, the intensity of that pressure paled in comparison to his previous experiences. He was growing stronger. He was in pursuit. Whether it was Jiren from the 11th universe or that Vegeta from the 10th universe, he knew that, had it been the old him, he would have been utterly powerless against them. But now, even if he could not confront them head-on, he did not believe he would be easily subdued. Should he transform into his latest form, his power would surge dramatically once more. The outcome of their confrontation remained in uncertainty. TCH. You look utterly pathetic, Kakarot. I told you not to run around, Super Vegeta remarked, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Son Goku's disheveled appearance. At the same time, he steeled himself, ready to face the challenges ahead. On the arena of the power tournament, hidden talents abound. Besides the individual from Universe 10, who bears an uncanny resemblance to him, Universe 11 harbors formidable warriors not to be underestimated. The air is thick with incessant chatter, a symphony of divine grievances mingled with the conversations of the competitors. While some appear remarkably relaxed before the contest commences, others are already poised for battle. As the final moment approaches, the Grand Minister welcomes the presence of the Omni King, and at the behest of the Omni King, begins to announce the rules and details of the competition. His arrival elevates the tension in the hearts of all participants and deities present. The upcoming power conference is orchestrated by these supreme deities, who merely perceive the participants as performers. Moreover, the presence of the High Priest and the Omni King signifies that this grand event is on the verge of commencing. As the High Priest delivers an extensive exposition, a wave of internal complaints surges among the competitors, including Vegeta. This contest, fundamentally a battle determining the fate of the universe, explicitly forbids the act of killing. Such a rule is scarcely different from mere ornamentation. To lose the match signifies certain death in the subsequent round. Hence, the struggle must be waged with one's life at stake. Why then, should one adhere to any moral limits? Upon the conclusion of the explanation, the Grand Priest, having received affirmation from both kings, proclaimed the commencement of the power tournament. With the Grand Priest's words echoing, the electrifying and exhilarating 48-minute melee commenced. Chaos reigned as myriad beings flaunted their extraordinary abilities. The arena transformed into a stage for self-expression, where, in mere seconds, an overwhelming barrage of dazzling energy blasts began to rain down upon it. Countless energy orbs erupted across diverse regions, their sheer magnitude and terror reaching unimaginable heights. Each individual exerted every ounce of strength in defense of their universe, whether noble or treacherous in demeanor, all engaged in their own unique tactics to secure a fleeting chance for survival for their respective realms. Some opted for the most straightforward approach, overpowering thousands with sheer force, directly confronting and toppling one competitor after another. Others employed shrewd strategies, lurking in the shadows, evading the chaos of battle, conserving their strength to ensure their presence until the very end. Among the most emblematic figures were the contestants Frieza from Universe 7 and Frost from Universe 6. The role that dwells in the shadows possesses a profound understanding of how to conceal oneself better than anyone else. Chapter 56. Chaos Unleashed. The might of a single punch upon the arena, chaos erupted. The elite warriors from 8 universes launched their diverse assaults in swift succession. From Universe 10, the resounding voice of Mealy Chiwu echoed, "For the survival of Universe 10. Witness as I unleash my unparalleled physical strength to eliminate all foes." In the next instant, his muscles tensed, his legs coiled with power, and he leaped into the sky, soaring 100 meters high. He swiftly locked onto his first target, Bazel the Red Wolf from Universe 9, and with a full-force dive, he caught the Red Wolf completely off guard with his direct and effective approach. "Now, let us commence our action. Wabney, join me," Jillison beckoned to Wabney. Upon receiving consent, the two synchronized their movements. "I shall also make my move, Lily Baimu. Would you care to accompany me?" Jiwoo candidly invited Lily Baimu, suggesting that their advantage of flying freely would catch the other participants by surprise. However, she paid him no mind, her attention solely captivated by Vegeta. Noticing his invitation met with silence, Jiwoo's expression darkened. Undeterred, he flapped his wings and ascended, seeking a suitable target for attack. Meanwhile, the remaining 4, Papapa, Ma Xiao Pu, Jirk Air, and Lubart, after deliberation, decided to act in unison. They reasoned that should an individual venture out alone and encounter misfortune, their collective strength would ensure Universe 10 could persevere until the very end. Before long, only Vegeta and Lily Baimu remained within the confines of Universe 10. "What are you still doing here? Instead of utilizing your aerial combat advantage to strike the enemy, you linger by my side. Are you relying on me for protection?" Vegeta remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lily Baimu, his tone devoid of any emotional inflection. This provoked a surge of indignation within Lily Baimu. "Hey, we are comrades in the same faction and should support one another. Shouldn't you express gratitude for my choosing you as a partner? My flying abilities are unparalleled," she retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration at his blunt demeanor. Perceiving him as nothing short of an iceberg, Vegeta's gaze shifted slightly, not at her directly, but rather towards what lay behind her. The blue entity from Universe 3. Magi Kaiju, reminiscent of a rubber creature, approached Vegeta with malevolent intent, seemingly underestimating him. With arms stretching 100 meters, he tore through the air, aiming a heavy strike at Vegeta. This is bad." Lily Baimu sensed impending danger and instinctively rushed towards Vegeta, flapping her wings to escape with him. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an energy blast detonated nearby, sending shockwaves that affected her balance. Lily Baimu stumbled and fell into Vegeta's embrace. A peculiar sensation enveloped the two as she blushed, instinctively attempting to push away from him, only to find a powerful arm wrapped securely around her waist. The strength was such that escape was impossible, imparting a paradoxical feeling of both heaviness and safety. "Is there still time for flotation amidst the chaos? You of Universe 10 truly seem at ease. Allow me to assist in your elimination." Magi Kaya sneered from mere meters away, his colossal iron fist, imbued with the power to upheave existence, descended with ferocity. Observing the unfolding situation, Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. Such an entity, which was directly cast out of the arena by Jillian with a single punch in the original work, dares to provoke him. Bang! A formidable aura coalesces into a terrifying pressure, merely the aftershock shattering the colossal fist of Magi Kaya, further forcing him to retreat a full 20 meters. "What?" Startled, Magi Kaya stumbles backward, unwittingly allowing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. In the face of this Vegeta, he finds himself momentarily at a loss. He is acutely aware of the immense power contained within his own fist, yet it was effortlessly dismantled by his opponent. It is not over yet. As Vegeta clenched his other fist, a searing white aura coalesced into a blazing flame atop his knuckles, accumulating immense power before he unleashed a heavy punch. With a thunderous explosion, the sound reverberated like a piercing shockwave. The terrifying strike generated a formidable pressure that penetrated everything within 100 meters ahead. In an instant, a tempest roared, massive stones crumbled, and the atmosphere of the arena was thrown into chaos. All contenders within that 100-meter radius were ruthlessly subdued by this astonishing blow, sent tumbling off the stage. Majin Caulifla of Universe 3 and Zabdu of Universe 2 were both swept away by the force of Vegeta's fist, resulting in their immediate elimination. In the spectator area of Universe 3, the Supreme Kai-El gazed in disbelief at the blue liquid above him morphing into the form of Majin Caulifla. Majin Caulifla, how could you be eliminated so swiftly? Supreme Kai-El scolded vehemently. It must be noted that Majin Caulifla was his chosen warrior, possessing considerable strength and enigmatic abilities. Such a formidable presence should have been eliminated only later in the tournament. Yet now, barely a minute into the competition, he had been cast down. What a farce. What remains of their dignity in Universe 3? Majin Caulifla, lying above Supreme Kai-El, appeared equally helpless and at a loss for words. He had initially aimed to seize the opportunity to eliminate two contenders from Universe 10, but had instead been overwhelmed by a single punch. Beep, 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 beep. The god of destruction from Universe 3, Mosca, interjected, urging Supreme Kai-El to remain calm. Even though Majin Caulifla had been eliminated, their universe still boasted powerful warriors. Composing himself, Supreme Kai-El's gaze turned serious as he focused on Vegeta from Universe 10. Even now, he struggled to comprehend the situation, finding it utterly bewildering. Clearly, Universe 10 had engaged in an act that contravened the rules, yet it seemed as though all present had chosen to overlook it. At the outset, everyone had anticipated the drama, eagerly awaiting the annihilation of Universe 10 by the Omni King due to this warrior's actions. Yet, the Omni King not only remained indifferent, but even the Grand Minister turned a blind eye, failing to address the matter. What is this? Chapter 57, captivating the beauty with a single blow. Majin Ko had been reduced to a mere droplet in size, presenting a scene both bizarre and comical at this moment. The Kaishin-El seethed with frustration, yet felt powerless to act. What a mockery it was that the Grand Minister allowed two identical beings to appear on the stage. Was this all predetermined? How infuriating. We are entirely at a disadvantage, left with no choice but to accept our fate. Though unwilling to concede, any dissent must be swallowed in silence. The choices made by the Grand Minister and Zeno are beyond his influence. He is merely a humble Kaishin in the vast universe. Indeed, while the Kaishin holds a position of supremacy within the cosmos, in the grander scheme, they are but insignificant insects. In the audience of the second universe, suddenly thrust onto the viewing platform, Zabda wore a look of utter confusion and bewilderment. He had been unwittingly entangled in the events. Initially, he had been quietly observing the situation from the shadows, but a sudden, fervent whirlwind had swept him away from the arena. He felt utterly foolish. My sincerest apologies. Lord Destroyer, Lord Kaishin. At this juncture, all he could do was plead for forgiveness from the two deities. Fortunately, both his Lord Destroyer and Kaishin remained steadfast. It's all right, Zabdu. Do not dwell too much on it. You've done your best. Leave the upcoming matches to Ribrian and her team, Kaishin Pyre reassured him. In the name of love, regardless of the unfolding circumstances, they must suppress their negative emotions. Though inwardly exasperated by Zabdu's lack of resolve, they could only accept the situation. After all, they had chosen the competitors. Such a barbaric and violent contestant is hardly appealing. The destroyer of the second universe, Hellas, paid no heed to Zabdu, instead fixating on Vegeta's commanding presence, unable to suppress a sardonic remark. As a destroyer, she understood that Vegeta was a formidable adversary, especially given the strength he had displayed in the preliminary battles. With such power demonstrated in a single punch, it would be prudent for them not to provoke this warrior lightly. Maintaining a numerical advantage and fighting until the very end was their only chance to secure victory in the tournament of power. This was, indeed, the strategy she had initially established. After all, there existed a rule. The number of contestants remaining in the arena at the conclusion of the match would determine the outcome. On the stage, Lily Buu danced in astonishment, her mind rendered speechless by the unimaginable power of a single blow. She finally comprehended why. Prior to the commencement of the contest, Lord Rumsey the Destroyer and Lord Kess the Angel had deliberately awaited his arrival. She grasped, at last, why her own Lord Gavas, the King of Realms, treated him with such deference. How long do you intend to maintain this stance? In this arena, I have no leisure to shield you indefinitely. Vegeta's words jolted Lily Buu from her state of profound shock. Realizing her predicament, she hurriedly distanced herself from Vegeta, her cheeks still flushed, growing ever more crimson. Akin to a ripened apple. Let us converse after the match has concluded, she suggested. Observing Lily Buu's sudden transformation into a delicate creature, Vegeta offered her a piece of advice. Although she was fair in appearance, as a butterfly maiden, he harbored no such desires. With that, he turned away, intending to explore other combat zones. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, his remark prompted Lily Buu to ponder further. Her cheeks tinted with embarrassment. She vigorously shook her head to regain her composure. In the next moment, she fluttered her wings in accordance with her strategy, preparing to intercept competitors from other universes. She, too, needed to showcase her abilities as best she could. However, she was not the only one capable of flight in this arena. On the side of Universe 7, upon witnessing the unparalleled strength exhibited by Vegeta from Universe 10 as he dispatched Magic Ku from Universe 3, Goku, also a Saiyan, began to stir with excitement. He was eager to seek out a formidable adversary for battle. Gohan, Vegeta, remain here on standby. I shall take my leave first to engage in combat. Hehe, Goku exclaimed, exhilarated, as he dashed forward at full speed. The gathering of countless warriors, poised for a fierce battle, had long been anticipated by him. Now that the power tournament had commenced, an assembly of formidable individuals had converged, and for this battle enthusiast, restraint was inconceivable. However, this was also one of Sun Wukong's most critical shortcomings, his lack of a broader perspective. He never considered the implications of his actions on the team, nor did he ponder the consequences of his absence from the group. As he plunged into the chaotic storm of battle, surrounded by formidable combatants engaged in a fray, he sensed through their auras that these opponents were indeed powerful. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Swiftly locking onto a familiar figure, Toppo from Universe 11 was locked in combat with Vegeta Magetta from Universe 6. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose Toppo as his adversary. Disregarding the precarious situation between Toppo and Vegeta Magetta, it had been some time since their last encounter. Let us battle once more, Toppo, he bellowed, his fervor igniting his spirit. In his normal state, his combat power surged from 10 Zetas to an astonishing 40 Zetas, unleashing the full potential of his Super Saiyan form. With a base level of 40 Zetas, the 80-fold increase from the Super Saiyan form elevated his power to an extraordinary 3,200 Zetas. After rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber and the unlocking of his potential by the Elder Kai, he had transformed significantly. His Super Saiyan power now rivaled that of his previous transformation into Super Saiyan God during the earlier skirmish. At that moment, upon hearing Sun Wukong's roar, Toppo experienced a surge of emotions. The humiliation from his previous defeat resurfaced, igniting a fierce power within him that forced Vegeta Magetta back as he prepared to confront Sun Wukong. Since his earlier loss, he had undergone rigorous training under the God of Destruction, Vermaud, significantly enhancing his strength. This time, he was confident in his victory against Sun Wukong. Just as the two were about to engage, competitors from Universe 4 intervened. The Birdman, Ganos, and the Berserker, Nink, brazenly entered the fray, launching a series of assaults against both Toppo and Sun Wukong. Caught off guard by Ganos, who had shifted his attention from Sun Wukong, Toppo found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Nink, relying on his unparalleled might, held his ground against Sun Wukong's full power as a Super Saiyan, gaining a slight upper hand. Chapter 58, The Great Melee. Jiren's disdain, get away from me. Unable to endure the relentless onslaught, Sun Wukong unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks. His power so formidable it seemed capable of reshaping the very fabric of reality. Uninterested in lesser foes, he confronted Nink with unyielding ferocity. The relentless force of his assault pushed Nink back, though Sun Wukong had yet to unleash the full extent of his Super Saiyan power, sparing Nink from severe harm. Sensing the terrifying magnitude of Sun Wukong's strength, Nink wisely chose to retreat from the conflict, recognizing that he stood no chance alone. His ally, Ganos, also withdrew from the battlefield, avoiding further confrontation with these titans. They fought strategically, seizing every opportunity to gain the upper hand. In such a tumultuous battlefield, opponents may not have been exceptionally strong, yet they posed a significant threat. With the duo from Universe 4 no longer hindering them, Sun Wukong and Toppo locked eyes. The atmosphere charged with an electrifying intensity as their fighting spirits soared. Just as their heated battle was set to commence, an unexpected disruption occurred, once again complicating their confrontation. Two top-tier warriors representing Universe 10, Murasai and Napapa, suddenly joined the fray. Murasai declared, "You from Universe 11, prepare yourself," while Napapa added, "You from Universe 7. Don't become too complacent." The sudden entrance of these two powerful fighters shifted the dynamics of the battle. Murasai's explosive strength was so overwhelming that even Topo, the proud captain of Universe 11, was sent flying in an instant. The suddenly disrupted battle situation left Sun Wukong increasingly agitated. However, upon witnessing the formidable aura emanating from the approaching Napapa, he prepared to unleash his frustrations upon this adversary. At the very least, this opponent was decidedly more formidable than the previous ones. A torrential onslaught of attacks rained down upon Napapa, yet he remained unmoved, even causing Sun Wukong to be taken aback by the sheer force of his opponent's strength and defense. To Sun Wukong's astonishment, he realized that this pig-headed powerhouse was far from merely superficial. Though unappealing in appearance, he proved to be exceedingly effective. The fellows from the 7th universe must be awestruck by my power. I have withstood your assaults. Now, brace yourself for mine." Napapa let out a hearty laugh, and in the next moment, his hands transformed into palms, charging forth with tremendous energy. A relentless barrage of palm strikes surged towards Sun Wukong, who, unyielding and steadfast, assumed a defensive stance to confront the onslaught head-on. Despite his resolve, he was still pushed back several meters, Napapa's strength leaving him in awe. Did I manage to block it? Quite impressive indeed," Napapa remarked, observing that Sun Wukong had only been driven back a few meters. "You are not without merit. Receive my next strike." A triumphant smile spread across Sun Wukong's face. In the next moment, he brought his hands together in a lotus formation, rapidly condensing energy in an exceedingly brief span. A sudden blast of Kamehameha surged forth towards Napapa, who, sensing the terrifying force of the attack, assumed a defensive posture. His massive frame was pushed back repeatedly by the onslaught of the Kamehameha, only coming to a halt at the very edge of the arena. This is indeed one of Sun Wukong's significant flaws. Despite possessing the capacity to eliminate his opponent in a single blow, he chooses to hold back until the final moment. Papapa's arms are already a gruesome sight, clearly struggling to withstand the onslaught of the Kamehameha wave. Underestimating this adversary could lead to disastrous consequences, as engaging him directly would surely result in elimination. Papapa, fully aware of Sun Wukong's formidable strength, is gripped by a lingering sense of dread, prompting thoughts of escape. How do you like that? My power seems to far exceed yours," declared Sun Wukong, rubbing his nose with an air of arrogance. Yet his bravado lasted but a fleeting moment, for the maniac from the 3rd universe, Ninka, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack without adhering to the principles of fair combat. The masochist instantaneously teleported behind Sun Wukong, ensnaring his neck and throat with a vice-like grip, and began to maneuver towards the edge of the arena. His intent was to bring about a mutual destruction with Sun Wukong. After the preceding battles, he had come to comprehend the formidable nature of Sun Wukong. A direct confrontation would yield no victory, yet he could triumph by exploiting his own advantages. In terms of strength, he felt confident he would not falter, for he possessed a unique ability to transform pain into pleasure, rendering his captives nearly incapable of escape. Observing this, Papa's lips curled slightly, a smile creeping across his face. This time, it was not his turn to intervene. Though he was not the one to eliminate the opponent, it mattered little to him. In the next moment, he gathered his strength and hastily departed the battlefield, heading towards another area. The spectacle of Sun Wukong being ensnared by the madman Nink, on the brink of falling from the arena, did not escape the gaze of the strongest warrior of Universe 11, Jiren. He felt an overwhelming disappointment. Sun Wukong's performance was utterly lackluster, and the fact that such a competitor could ensnare him was disheartening. He need not lift a finger. Merely a glance would suffice to vanquish his foe. Perhaps it was fate that in this very moment, Sun Wukong sensed the disdain reflected in Jiren's gaze. In a surge of indignation, he transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing his full power. Not only did he break free from Nink's grasp, but he also delivered a powerful kick that sent Nink tumbling from the arena. The instant he manifested his divine power, Jiren's expression underwent a slight transformation. At the very least, Sun Wukong was not to be completely dismissed as a weakling. As Jiren contemplated the implications of Super Saiyan Blue, he inwardly scoffed, deeming it merely a trivial achievement. Just as he resolved to redirect his focus, an odd sensation washed over him, causing him to flinch as he sensed the presence of another individual behind him. Coldly, he turned, his icy gaze locking onto the warrior from Universe 2, Labanra, who had attempted to launch a surprise attack. With just a single glance, Jiren instilled a profound sense of intimidation in Labanra, who found himself utterly devoid of the courage to strike. This is the true demeanor of a formidable warrior. Every gesture, every glance, and even the slightest shift in atmosphere can instill fear in the hearts of the unworthy. Humph. Rabanla, fully aware that he is no match for Jiren, merely scoffs to reclaim a semblance of dignity before swiftly retreating. As he watches Rabanla depart, Jiren makes no attempt to pursue. He turns away, lost in contemplation, the depths of his thoughts unknown. Ultimately, throughout this power tournament, only one individual has truly captured his attention. That person has already made a move, and Jiren has keenly observed it. That punch still holds a significant threat in his mind. Chapter 59, Conspiracy? Vegeta's playful spirit once again sensing the fervor of battle from Son Goku, Jiren remains utterly indifferent. Even the recently displayed Super Saiyan Blue fails to ignite his desire for a confrontation. As Son Goku locks eyes with Jiren, he is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The immense pressure caused a single cold bead of sweat to trickle down his cheek. The overwhelming sense of pressure that assailed me from the front this time was far more terrifying than before. This further affirmed his belief in the formidable strength of the individual before him, certainly on par with that of Vegeta from the 10th universe. Even the god of destruction could not be compared to him. The sense of oppression left Sun Wukong feeling apprehensive. He recognized that engaging in battle with Jiren at this moment was not a prudent choice, despite his fervent desire to confront formidable warriors. The stakes involved the very existence of the universe, necessitating careful consideration. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sun Wukong made the most sagacious decision. He chose to avoid combat. He would have the opportunity to face Jiren, but certainly not at this juncture. He needed to harness the power of battle to strengthen himself, continuously warming up to become more accustomed to the abilities he currently possessed. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, having distanced himself from the 10th universe's team, he opted for solitary action. Utilizing his sensing abilities, he pinpointed his target. At this moment, Frost from the 6th universe and Frieza from the 7th universe were concealed in the shadows of a time column, seemingly engaged in a clandestine discussion. Vegeta's keen sense of energy and stealth rendered them oblivious to his proximity. Humph. So, both of you have arrived? How fortuitous. Observing the scheming Frost and Frieza below, a subtle smirk crept across Vegeta's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. The Frost demons were perhaps the most detestable of all races. Although he was a traveler from another realm, he remained Vegeta. The innate loathing he harbored for Frieza was inescapable, transcending even the barriers of this timeline. With a piercing gaze, an unparalleled aura surged forth, manifesting as a tangible shockwave that obliterated everything before him. Boom. Massive boulders shattered in an instant, unveiling the forms of Frost and Frieza, who were momentarily taken aback. Their expressions turned to shock upon realizing who had approached them, and their panic escalated. From a distance, the foul stench of their conspiracy was palpable, prompting Vegeta to draw closer for a glimpse. What an unfortunate coincidence to encounter you two, he remarked, a playful grin adorning his face, eyes glinting with mischief. Upon witnessing Vegeta's arrival, Frost instinctively recoiled 2 steps, clearly traumatized by the experiences inflicted by this world's Vegeta. The mere glance from him was enough to instill considerable fear. Look at you. The battle hasn't even commenced, and you've lost all semblance of pride as a Frost demon. Frieza, however, remained unfazed by Vegeta's presence. With newfound strength since emerging from the depths of hell, he felt an overwhelming confidence. After the previous encounters with warriors from other universes, he had absorbed the power of the god of destruction, leading him to mistakenly believe that his strength rivaled that of a destroyer. Listening to Frieza's arrogant declarations, Vegeta could not suppress his amusement. This role of comic relief was undoubtedly his, although this version of Frieza was considerably stronger than the one from his own timeline. A mere insect would forever remain an insect. Then, I shall leave him to you, my esteemed predecessor. Just right. I can observe the intricacies of your battle. Frost, feigning a light chuckle, retreated to Frieza's side. Each harbored ulterior motives. Frost's actions were merely a testament to the indelible psychological scars left by Vegeta. Should the situation turn dire, he could flee at any moment. Yet, such scheming did not escape Frieza's notice. Then behold, as I transform once more, Frieza declared, his lips curling into a slight smile, seizing the opportunity to gain Frost's trust. The energy within him surged, radiating a brilliant golden light that illuminated the arena, creating a dazzling spectacle. The gods were captivated by this radiant glow. Even the two Omni Kings observing from above were drawn to it. "Wow, such a brilliant light!" exclaimed the Omni King of this timeline. "So dazzling, so resplendent. Which universe does this warrior belong to?" inquired the future Omni King. Surely, this would be Frieza's singular moment in the spotlight. With a single transformation, he garnered the attention of the gods, even the supreme deities. At this moment, Frieza had completed his metamorphosis into the golden form. His white skin now glimmered with a golden sheen, reminiscent of pure gold. Frost, witnessing Frieza's transformation, widened his eyes in disbelief, never having imagined such a form existed within his race. Vegeta, his expression impassive, scrutinized the newly transformed golden Frieza. Sensing the energy, he estimated that Frieza's combat power had reached an astronomical level, surpassing that of the Super Saiyan Blue. It was an unfortunate encounter for Frieza. He would soon witness the true extent of Vegeta's power, one that even the gods of destruction could not obliterate. "Let me clarify. The original owner of the body you now inhabit was once one of my subordinates," Frieza boasted, brimming with confidence in his newfound strength. Yet, the more he reveled in arrogance, the more he would soon be humbled. Vegeta, naturally, would not indulge Frieza's pretentiousness. "Enough of your prattling." With a disdainful snort, an unparalleled, overwhelming aura erupted from Vegeta. The terrifying aura surged dramatically, exerting a profound influence upon the Void Realm. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire Void Realm was disturbed, and the surrounding environment became overwhelmingly oppressive. Chapter 60, Absolute Dread. The warriors, engaged in their own battles upon the arena, ceased their conflicts upon sensing the tempestuous might unleashed by Vegeta. The intensity of his aura was simply too horrifying. It felt as though the entire Void Realm was on the brink of collapse. This is impossible. Such a force. How could it possibly surpass this king by such a margin? Up close, Frieza was rendered speechless by this utterly terrifying presence. Every cell in his body trembled. In his golden form, he found himself utterly powerless against a mere glance from Vegeta. For him, such an occurrence should be utterly inconceivable. In comparison to Frost, who stood nearby, Frieza's situation was relatively fortunate. At that moment, Frost had lost all courage to resist under the overwhelming might unleashed by Vegeta. His gaze was vacant, his body quivered, and he appeared almost as if his soul had fled. This overwhelming pressure and formidable presence, surveying the entire arena, finds no rival. Indeed, Frieza, it is only fitting that you display such a visage of terror in my presence. You are indeed formidable, capable of such transformations. And you are astute enough to recognize that I am not the Vegeta of your seventh universe. Yet, you are mistaken, for I am still Vegeta. Vegeta regarded Frieza with a bemused expression, taking in the latter's look of trepidation. At these words, Frieza trembled, a wave of humiliation surging within him. At this moment, he regained his composure, realizing the extent of his earlier disgraceful behavior. The golden form he took pride in had been so thoroughly shaken by the individual before him. "You mean to say, you are also Vegeta?" Humph. Although he was perplexed by the situation, he admonished, "Do not become too arrogant, you wild monkey." The golden Frieza, unable to contain his fury any longer, raised his hand and unleashed a deadly beam towards Vegeta. This beam, possessing the power to pierce through the very fabric of space, shattered mere half a meter from Vegeta, crushed by an overwhelming force that scattered it into a myriad of energy particles drifting through the air. The initial probing strike yielded no results, and disbelief flickered in the golden Frieza's eyes. In the next moment, he used both hands to continuously unleash deadly beams in a relentless assault on Vegeta. These energy beams, without exception, transformed into countless energy particles the moment they touched Vegeta's body barrier, drifting in the air. The overwhelming scenario intensified the fear within both Golden Frieza and Frost, while a certain Saiyan prince, concealed in the shadows, was also taken aback by this spectacle. Even in his full power state, he could not nonchalantly disregard all of Golden Frieza's attacks, as Vegeta did. A futile endeavor. Seemingly weary of Golden Frieza's onslaught, Vegeta casually waved his hand, summoning a tempest. An unparalleled aura surged forth, instantly forcing Golden Frieza and Frost back several dozen meters. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Golden Frieza and Frost struggled to stabilize their bodies, their expressions markedly different. It was infuriating to be targeted by such a being at the outset. Escaping would require ingenuity. Golden Frieza's malicious gaze fell upon Frost. To ensure his own survival and avoid elimination, this pawn would have to be utilized as a scapegoat. It appears we cannot win against this individual. Let us postpone discussions of cooperation. Frost decided to make a hasty retreat as the situation grew dire. However, just as he was about to take action, Golden Frieza intercepted him. If that individual were to escape, it would spell doom for himself. In times like this, you and I must unite. That being is intent on pursuing us and will not allow an easy escape. I have a plan. If successful, it will not only enhance your power, but also eliminate that being in one fell swoop. With his exceptional eloquence, Golden Frieza managed to bewilder Frost momentarily. What must I do? Frost ultimately chose to place his trust in Frieza, as he seemingly had no better options available. It is quite simple, yet before Golden Frieza could finish his sentence, an unforeseen event occurred. A golden energy wave sliced through the space at incredible speed, skillfully evading Golden Frieza and striking Frost squarely in the chest. The force propelled Frost's body into the sky beyond the arena. With a resounding boom, the energy exploded, illuminating the sky with brilliant flames. In the audience of Universe 6, the severely weakened Frost was teleported back amidst the chaos. His sudden appearance startled the god of destruction, Kampa, who felt both helpless and furious. Frost's unexpected elimination thoroughly disrupted Golden Frieza's plans. Trembling, Golden Frieza abruptly turned to face the advancing Vegeta, his clenched fists and quaking form betraying his anxiety and agitation. Frieza, it is your turn next, Vegeta taunted, surveying Frieza with a mocking gaze. He would not allow this foe to be eliminated so easily. After all, this toy served well to pass the time. Humph. You have merely disposed of an inconsequential pawn. Do not revel in your small victory. My true power extends far beyond what you see. Open your eyes and behold, you wild monkey. Fully aware of his precarious situation, Golden Frieza understood that he could no longer remain hidden. With a piercing scream, his energy surged dramatically, escalating at an astonishing rate. His combat power readings fluctuated and soared in Vegeta's eyes. As his energy reached its zenith, Golden Frieza's true battle power was revealed, 6,000. His genuine strength. This prowess is already sufficient to rival that of Topora during the skirmishes. It must be acknowledged that the inherent talent of the Ice Demon clan is truly formidable. Even when imprisoned in the depths of hell and subjected to immense suffering, they continue to grow ever stronger. In this moment, Vegeta genuinely witnessed the true combat prowess of Golden Frieza. Yet what of it? Even a combat strength at the late stage of the 8th dimension appears to him as mere ants, inconsequential and insignificant. As energy surged to its zenith, Golden Frieza raised his hands high. A sphere of radiant golden energy coalesced in his palms, expanding relentlessly until it reached a diameter of 100 meters before ceasing its inflation. Chapter 61, Golden Sandbag, You Deserve It Planet Destruction Bomb. This skill was originally imparted by the god of destruction, Beerus, to the Frozen Demon clan for the purpose of annihilating planets. However, after Frieza's enhancements and modifications, the planet-destroying technique evolved into a more formidable and devastating maneuver, known as supernova. When unleashed to its fullest extent, the supernova retains the essence of a god of destruction's technique, embodying the pinnacle of the 8th dimension. It poses a significant threat even to the mightiest beings of the 9th dimension. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter obliteration. Ha ha ha. This technique can reduce even superstars to mere dust. If you dare, witness it for yourself. With a cunning smile, Golden Frieza abruptly cast his hands forward, directing the supernova straight towards Vegeta. Vegeta, with an expression devoid of emotion, regarded the advancing supernova as if it were of no concern to him. It was not until the supernova was a mere 10 centimeters from him that an unseen force suddenly impeded its progress, halting it in its tracks. This is impossible. Feeling the overwhelming pressure wash over him, Golden Frieza widened his eyes in disbelief. He witnessed an event he deemed utterly inconceivable in his lifetime. That ultimate technique capable of obliterating even superstars could not be resisted. Yet, it was frozen in place by a mere glance from Vegeta, unable to advance any further. The opponent didn't even need to lift a finger. A mere gaze was sufficient to thwart his supernova. The gap between dimensions was insurmountably vast. Such a dull and pathetic technique should not be showcased. Frieza. With those words, The pressure surrounding Vegeta surged exponentially. In the next moment, the intangible force crushed the colossal supernova, transforming it into a myriad of energy particles that scattered throughout the surrounding space. Rather than invoking any turbulence, it imparted a sensation more outrageous than destruction itself. In this moment, the astonished Golden Frieza stood in stunned silence. Even the deities in the audience were visibly shaken. At this point, anyone possessing even a modicum of strength was acutely aware that, although the destructive power of Golden Frieza's supernova was not yet a threat to the gods of destruction, its might had reached a preliminary stage capable of unsettling their domain. Even if they wished to obliterate it, it would require considerable effort. Yet, this seemingly cataclysmic strike appeared but an empty facade before Vegeta, proving utterly insufficient. It was evident that the gods had, on some level, underestimated Vegeta. What is the matter? Are you frightened by such a display? Is this all that the so-called Emperor of the Universe amounts to? Under the anxious gaze of Golden Frieza, the playful smile upon Vegeta's face grew ever more pronounced. Golden Frieza, overwhelmed with fear, instinctively sought to flee. However, Vegeta's swiftness surpassed his expectations. The domineering Vegeta stepped forcefully upon Golden Frieza's tail, immobilizing him, and launched a powerful punch aimed at his face. The devastating blow tore through space, crashing solidly into Golden Frieza's visage. A resounding bang echoed through the air. Reeling from the impact, Golden Frieza's gaze became vacant, his eyes clouded, as purple blood trickled from his nostrils. He was momentarily dazed by the sheer force of the strike. Yet, the onslaught was not over. Vegeta had not exerted his full strength, as he held a modicum of interest in Frieza. After all, this character had demonstrated remarkable resilience in the original narrative. Vegeta was eager to gauge just how formidable he truly was. Utilizing both hands, he delivered a relentless barrage of lethal strikes that shattered the very fabric of space, ruthlessly pummeling Golden Frieza's body. What a heavy fist! Damn this wretched monkey! Golden Frieza seethed with fury, humiliated by the relentless assault. Each strike unleashed a destructive force formidable enough for him to quench his thirst with a jug. Had it not been for the unparalleled defensive prowess bestowed upon him by his golden form, he would have likely succumbed to this relentless onslaught long ago. You endure even better than I anticipated, Frieza. You are more suited than anyone to serve as a human punching bag. As Vegeta ruthlessly battered the Golden Frieza's physique, he simultaneously provoked his adversary's spirit with his taunts. The exhilaration derived from mercilessly tormenting Frieza is indeed a profound mental gratification. However, it must be acknowledged that the defensive prowess of Golden Frieza is truly remarkable. Even without exerting full force, each of Vegeta's strikes possesses the potential to bring down a being of the 8th dimension. One should not become overly complacent. On the brink of a berserk state, Golden Frieza unleashed a frenzied, desperate roar. As his fury reached its zenith, he erupted with an energy that surpassed all limits. The golden flames emanating from him resembled an incessantly erupting volcano. Has he grown stronger once more? Sensing the shift in Golden Frieza's aura, Vegeta remained unfazed. In his eyes, Golden Frieza's combat power had already peaked at the zenith of the 8th dimensional level, merely a step away from transcending to the 9th dimensional tier. Yet, even if he were to truly break through to that level, what of it? He would still be but an insect. Raising his right hand, Vegeta clenched his palm into a fist, as a white aura coalesced into a tangible flame atop his knuckles. He gathered his strength and swung his fist. Boom! The irresistible force of his blow collided violently with Golden Frieza's face. The unparalleled might unleashed caused Golden Frieza's energy to dissipate significantly in an instant. Due to the excessive force, Vegeta inadvertently tore Frieza's tail, which resembled the delicate form of a lizard, sending him hurtling backward in a straight line, crashing through several rocky peaks before careening off the arena of the Tournament of Power. A moment's inattention led to excessive force. I hope this wretch is still alive. Observing Golden Frieza, who had been sent flying hundreds of meters and had fallen from the arena, Vegeta felt a wave of ennui wash over him. Ultimately, this was the extent of his capabilities. If the later emergence of Black Frieza were to occur, it might hold some intrigue. Bending down, he gazed at the tail beneath his left foot. Having lost its energy supply, the tail had reverted from a dark golden hue to a pure white. One cannot help but admire the tenacity of the Frost Demon race, even severed. This tail continued to writhe and twitch in a futile struggle. As long as the tail remained, Was he not still in the game? Vegeta stooped to retrieve Frieza's tail, only to casually discard it from the arena. Thus, Frieza was eliminated. Chapter 62. Whis. This Vegeta is indeed formidable. In the observation area of the 6th universe, the elimination of Frost and Frieza signified not only the loss of the first contestant from the 7th universe, but also the diminishing strength of the 6th universe. The numerical advantage had begun to wane. The god of destruction, Kampa, harbored an intense hatred for Vegeta of the 10th universe. That damn scoundrel. Why must he target our universe of all places? Did Frost provoke him in any manner? To Kampa, Frost was merely an unintended casualty, driving him to a near-frenzied state of rage. Meanwhile, the Angel Vados remained silent, listening to the grievances of Kampa. She had already grasped the situation. Her gaze subtly shifted to the audience of the 7th universe. The Vegeta of the 10th universe is no imposter. In the observation area of the 7th universe, Frieza had become the first contestant to be eliminated. He lay battered and bruised, plunged into a deep unconsciousness, his aura exceedingly feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Such a ruthless, offensive method sent shivers down the spine of the god of destruction, Beerus. That scoundrel from Universe 10 has deliberately set his sights on Frieza. Gritting his teeth, Beerus spoke in a tense tone. Although he harbored a profound dislike for Frieza, he was nonetheless a formidable force within their universe. Especially with Frieza's golden form, he ranked among the strongest in the 7th universe. Yet, even a warrior of such caliber was utterly powerless against that Vegeta from Universe 10, facing a one-sided battle. Beerus could not fathom why this imposter from Universe 10 was targeting Frieza. They should be meeting for the first time, devoid of any deep-seated enmity. Observing the arena for a prolonged period, the angel, Whis, suddenly remarked, "Lord Beerus, perhaps our previous assumptions were erroneous." Have you discerned something, Whis? Beerus swiftly turned his attention. Whis did not respond immediately, his gaze growing increasingly grave as he scrutinized Universe 10's Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta sensed the attention from the angel, and upon shifting his gaze, locked eyes with Whis. This brief moment of eye contact solidified Whis's confirmation of Vegeta's identity. An imposter could never possess such arrogance and unwavering determination. Through the eyes, one could perceive a multitude of truths and insights. Lord Beerus, Whis intoned, our previous conjecture regarding his identity is far too simplistic. Perhaps this body was his from the very beginning. Taking a deep breath, Whis disclosed this bombshell of information. Beerus, taken aback, was left speechless, his mouth agape as his intellect began to piece together the implications. Whis, are you suggesting that he hails from another dimension? At that moment, beads of cold sweat adorned Beerus's brow. The Vegeta of Universe 10 did not belong to this world, but rather emerged from an alternate parallel realm. Aside from the possibility of body theft, this seemed to be the most plausible explanation. Indeed, while this remained a hypothesis, it was likely very close to the truth. This Vegeta was not an imposter. He was the genuine article, hailing from another temporal realm. Whis spoke earnestly, casting a contemplative glance at the spectator area of Universe 10. Noticing his brother's gaze, Angel Kusu displayed a bright, innocent smile, seemingly admiring her brother for finally arriving at the correct conclusion. It was indeed a being from a parallel world. But why was he present here, and as a competitor of Universe 10? How infuriating. They were from the 7th universe. Yet they fought for Universe 10. Surely, the Grand Priest and the Omni King were aware of the reason behind this. Beerus's emotions were a tumultuous mix. Even if he hailed from a parallel dimension, he was still a warrior of their universe. Now, he had ventured into another universe to confront the 7th universe. Meanwhile, Whis remained silent. The presence of this Vegeta here must be intrinsically linked to his elder sister, Angel Kusu. Yet, even with this knowledge, what could be done? Kusu, as the chief angel, had not spoken against the actions of her father, the Grand Priest, or the Omni King. In the arena, Vegeta gazed toward the spectator area of the 7th universe. After exchanging a glance with Whis, he began to understand the situation. However, he was indifferent. Even if they unraveled his true identity, what of it? The outcome of this power tournament would be rewritten by him. Having dispatched the 2 ice demons, Vegeta was ready to rise and seek amusement elsewhere. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept toward him. Vegeta recognized this was no mere coincidence. Someone had approached him. Your ability to conceal your presence is commendable, yet your arrival has chilled the air around us. Reveal yourself, competitor from Universe 6. Vegeta's piercing gaze fixed upon a dark and rocky area to his right. In the heart of that shadowy terrain, the ace of Universe 6, the legendary assassin Hit silently emerged. This fellow appears to have deliberately sought him out. I did not anticipate that you would uncover this so effortlessly. Your prowess surpasses my expectations. Speaking of which, prior to the commencement of the competition, Lord Kampa, the god of destruction, advised me to exercise caution with you. The assassin, Hit, emerged slowly from the shadows. His hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, his words imbued with a chilling undertone. Upon gazing at Hit before him, Vegeta smiled. Does this fellow believe he is comparable to the Vegeta of the 7th universe? If I am not mistaken, you must be the companion of the first individual I recently eliminated, though you appear significantly stronger than him, with such a degree of combat prowess. To dare approach me seems rather presumptuous. Vegeta smiled confidently, his indifferent judgment casting a shadow over the assassin Hit, whose countenance darkened ominously, revealing the glint of cold fury in his eyes. As an assassin, he possessed his own dignity and principles, and Vegeta's arrogant demeanor was utterly intolerable to him. Chapter 63. Hit comes to challenge. For Hit, the Vegeta of the 7th universe had previously fallen to his might. While this current Vegeta was undeniably powerful, he did not entertain the notion of defeat. A chilling glimmer flashed in his crimson eyes, and with each step Hit took, the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid. Noticing the assassin's movements, Vegeta remained unfazed, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. In his perception, Hit's combat power had been thoroughly assessed, neither particularly strong nor weak. Standing at the 8th dimensions unit, and at least above 5,000 units. He was merely slightly stronger than Golden Frieza. But his mastery of the time-skip technique rendered him a tad more formidable. In the original narrative, did he possess such strength? Vegeta was taken aback for a moment. Perhaps it was due to his influence that Hit had grown stronger. However, any minor tactics would prove futile before absolute power. Do you wish to engage me in battle? With your current strength, you truly lack the capacity. A mocking smile illuminated Vegeta's face. As he spoke, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the surroundings as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. An incredibly fierce aura transformed into a tempest, surging directly towards Hit. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, reclaiming the domain for Vegeta, shattering the cold ambience that Hit had meticulously crafted. The overwhelming aura of formidable pressure surged forth, causing the assassin Hit to furrow his brow, his heart growing ever more solemn. Although he harbored a measure of confidence in confronting his foe, the challenge posed was undeniably daunting. As their gazes locked, Hit felt the weight of the moment intensify, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was acutely aware that this Vegeta was not the same as the one he had recently defeated. After a brief moment of mutual scrutiny, Hit made his decision. Stepping back and withdrawing his hands from his pockets at his waist, he understood that the individual before him was extraordinary. Any hint of vulnerability could lead to his utter demise. You merely seized the body of the Vegeta from the 7th universe, Hit reassured himself in his own manner, attempting to stabilize his mental state while simultaneously seeking a chink in Vegeta's armor. In response to Hit's taunt, Vegeta remained unfazed. It seems you have made up your mind. Very well, then, let us commence, he remarked with a smile, his anticipation growing. Although he was well aware of Hit's techniques and offensive strategies, the experience of direct confrontation was a vastly different affair from mere observation, particularly during this period. Hit had once more enhanced his power and grasp techniques beyond mere time manipulation. Nevertheless, even if his adversary were to employ such skills, it would not pose a significant challenge for Vegeta. The disparity in their strength spanned far beyond a single dimension. Before the battle had even commenced, the viewing area of the 6th universe erupted in chaos. Just moments prior, their fighter Frost had been unceremoniously knocked off the stage by his opponents. In the blink of an eye, Hit had set his sights on the Vegeta of the 10th universe. Kampa, the god of destruction, recognized that the might of this individual greatly surpassed Hit's capabilities. It was scarcely moments into the competition, and already Hit was engaging such a formidable adversary. This was akin to courting disaster. What are you doing, Hit? Kampa exclaimed, his frustration palpable. From the very beginning, I warned you not to provoke that individual. The match had barely unfolded, not even 5 minutes had passed, and there was still ample time. Now was the optimal moment to eliminate competitors from other universes. Yet, here he was, directly confronting this behemoth. How infuriating. Kampa's anger was so intense that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Had Hit chosen to target any other competitor from a different universe, even one of great strength, he would have remained silent. Even if it had been Goku or Vegeta from the 7th universe, he would have had no objections. Yet, this fool decided to challenge an opponent he could not possibly defeat. Their 6th universe had already lost one competitor. Should Hit also fall, it would spell dire straits for them. Kampa held no doubts regarding Vegeta's strength. He could still vividly recall the terrifying aura displayed during the preliminary battles. This level of prowess is more than sufficient to effortlessly surpass him, let alone Hitler. The presence of such an extraordinarily powerful being at the power tournament is utterly devoid of any semblance of law. How can the participants from other universes possibly endure this? The Grand Minister and the Omni King merely observe the spectacle. Lord Kampa, please remain calm. We must retain some faith in our own competitors. In my opinion, while the warrior from Universe 10, Vegeta, is indeed formidable, Hit will not fall without putting up a fight. After all, Hit has evolved significantly. His abilities extend far beyond merely traversing time. The angel, Vados, cast a discreet glance at the exceedingly impatient god of destruction, Kampa, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. How could she have been so blind as to find Kampa endearing and select such a gluttonous cat to serve as a god of destruction? This temperament cannot withstand even the slightest turmoil, lacking the composure of other gods of destruction from different universes. Yet, after years of companionship, the god of destruction, Kampa, has grown accustomed to it. Come now, Beerus, there is no need for you to panic. Even if the entirety of the 6th universe were to be eliminated, and we vanished, you, my dear angel, would remain unscathed and unobliterated. How infuriating! Kampa pounded the ground in frustration. Observing his agitated demeanor, the angel, Vados, chose to feign ignorance. She had witnessed countless such melodramatic displays and typically afforded them little attention. Their coexistence operated within this dynamic, yet to outsiders, it resembled a plump cat lamenting to its owner. What a pity, Lord Kampa. The thought of parting ways with you soon fills me with regret, she quipped, her tone dripping with sarcasm, which only served to redden Kampa's face with indignation. However, he found himself unable to retort. The status of angels differed vastly from that of these deities. Even if the universe were to be annihilated, angels would remain unaffected, merely undergoing a cycle of rebirth. But for him, as a god of destruction, the existence of the universe was intricately linked to his own. Should the universe cease to exist, everything would vanish, including the very need for their existence as gods of destruction. Chapter 64, The Clash of Legendary Powers. On the arena, as the competition commenced and battles raged on, the power tournament had reached a fever pitch within a mere 3 minutes. Countless formidable warriors clashed in various corners of the arena, with skirmishes erupting incessantly. The chaotic melee encompassed numerous universes, leaving no one capable of discerning friend from foe. Yet, 2 areas stood in stark contrast, eerily quiet, as if no one dared to intrude. One such area was the battleground of Vegeta and Hit. Being the strongest warrior of Universe 10 and the ace assassin of Universe 6, their confrontation drew the attention of the gods. The other area, however, was different. There, no eyes were watching, yet an intangible, eerie aura emanated that struck fear deep within the souls of those who sensed it. The legendary Super Saiyan of the 7th universe. Broly, following the call of his bloodline, sought out the legendary Super Saiyan of the 6th universe, Kale. The latent powers within both of them resonated, their legendary might surging until, at last, they awakened simultaneously. Boom! 2 astonishing beams of emerald energy pierced through the void. The overwhelming presence of their energy, coupled with an oppressive force that seemed to emanate from the very depths of their souls, transformed the atmosphere of the void into something entirely different. The arena quaked violently in response to the sudden eruption of power from these 2 legendary Super Saiyans. An unparalleled pressure enveloped the entire vicinity, sweeping across all directions. Contestants, feeling this overwhelming aura, widened their eyes in shock and terror. Those engaged in battle upon the arena were compelled to halt their conflicts, overwhelmed by the surge of this formidable energy. This force is not only terrifying, but also permeated with a sense of brutal oppression and bloodlust, evoking an instinctual feeling of unease and fear within one's very being. Meanwhile, the atmosphere of the battle between Vegeta and Hit is directly disrupted by this sudden surge of energy. Could this sensation signify the awakening of the legendary Super Saiyan? Upon sensing the power of his bloodline surging within, Vegeta abruptly turned his gaze towards another battlefield. Through his heightened perception, he pinpointed the location of the Transcendent Saiyan and discerned the terrifying magnitude of his unleashed power. In the 9th dimension, measured in units of the cosmic scale, Hit, standing nearby, had lost the will to continue fighting. The source of that energy explosion emanated from their Universe 6 territory. For the greater good, he resolved to abandon his skirmish with Vegeta, ensuring that Universe 6 maintained its numerical superiority. With a mere thought, Hit vanished into the realm of time, leaving no trace behind. As Hit's sudden departure registered with Vegeta, he realized he could have intervened, yet refrained, deeming it futile. The method of escape was peculiar, fitting for one of his lethal profession. Vegeta had confirmed that Hit had indeed disappeared from the vicinity. His focus shifted entirely to the intensifying energy signature of the Transcendent Saiyan in the distance. The encounter of two legendary Super Saiyans was about to unfold, and the anticipation was palpable. With a thought, Vegeta transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had traversed 1,000 meters. Arriving at the epicenter of the power surge, he stood with keen interest atop a rocky precipice, arms crossed, surveying the two transcendent Saiyans whose power erupted below. Simultaneously, he noted the presence of the Universe 11 warriors, Jiren and Toppo, who were evidently drawn to the terrifying energy emanating from the battlefield. The awakening of the legendary Super Saiyan had captured the attention of all warriors from Universe 7 and Universe 6. At that moment, Goku and Super Vegeta stood side by side, gazing in awe at the source of the escalating energy on the arena, their hearts racing with trepidation. They had felt Broly's overwhelming might firsthand. When the Angel Whis discovered this Saiyan, they had dismissed him, only to later recognize the vast disparity in power when he unleashed his fury. Even when united, they realized they could not match Broly's strength alone. Did the Sixth Universe also possess a legendary Super Saiyan? Broly's presence there raised concerns. Should he succumb to rage like the others, he could inadvertently eliminate the contestants from other universes. Goku, haunted by the thought, lamented the potential loss if Broly were disqualified for breaking the tournament rules. "Stop overthinking, Kakarot. Look over there," Super Vegeta interjected, pointing towards the imposter from Universe 10 and the two warriors from Universe 11. This was an opportune moment to gauge their true capabilities. Compared to Goku, Super Vegeta was clearly more astute, recognizing that if Broly's rampage drew their attention, they might take action. Understanding the enemy's tactics would be crucial for their strategy in the impending battle. A cacophony of desperate roars reverberated throughout the arena, as an uncontrollable tempest of energy surged, engulfing most of the stage. The Transcendent Saiyan Kale had completely lost control. Her power wreaked havoc across the arena, causing distortions in the fabric of reality. The violent energy resulting in the ground beneath them erupting in massive rock formations. Standing atop the rocky summit, Vegeta could feel the terrifying intensity of this power. "The legendary Super Saiyan has returned," he muttered, a genuine exclamation from the depths of his being. Kale's unleashed energy had now reached the 9th dimension, measured in cosmic units. This formidable power is anything but trivial. It is sufficient to overshadow the vast majority of competitors in the arena. The terrifying might of the legendary Super Saiyan has been personally experienced. It is akin to an insurmountable glitch in the realm of combat. At every moment, his aura and strength are in a constant state of augmentation, with an astonishing velocity that is almost unfathomable. When confronted with formidable adversaries, he can further awaken the latent potential within him, leading to a renewed surge in combat prowess. Should he fail to vanquish the fabled Super Saiyan in an instant, the unfortunate consequence will befall him instead. The female legendary Super Saiyan from the 6th universe has entered a rampage. Yet why do you remain so composed? Vegeta's attention is drawn to Broly, who remains stationary not far from Caulifla. He can distinctly sense the terrifying energy contained within Broly's physique. Chapter 65, Power Accumulation and Explosive Release. At this moment, Broly is enveloped in emerald green flames. Although he remains in his ordinary state, the energy within him is no less than that of the rampaging Caulifla, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, paradoxically, this energy is currently unnaturally tranquil, a calmness that feels profoundly unsettling. This sensation resembles the ominous signs preceding a tempest. Positioned within the spectator zone atop the arena, all the supreme Kais, gods of destruction, and even the angels were profoundly astonished by the overwhelming power unleashed by the legendary Super Saiyan. The seemingly delicate little girl from the 6th universe harbored such terrifying energy. Who could have imagined that the most unassuming individual could emanate a presence that left even the deities in awe? The aura has reached the threshold of a quasi-destroyer god. In the viewing area of the 6th universe, the destroyer god, Kampa, was left utterly astonished by the overwhelming presence emanating from Caulifla. Initially, when he had chosen Caulifla to participate, he had presumed that this young girl was merely a filler, yet he never anticipated that she harbored such formidable power. Hey Vados, did you already know that this Saiyan girl possessed such strength, which is why you insisted on her participation in this tournament? Kampa inquired incredulously. To this day, he remained in the dark. He had originally intended to replace Caulifla with another competitor. However, now, the power she unleashed could even rival his own. Haha, Lord Kampa. From the very beginning of the tournament, I mentioned to you to remain calm. You were simply too anxious and overly concerned. The tournament has only just commenced. And while other universes boast strong contenders, our universe is not without its own formidable fighters, and we have more than just Hit as our ace, the Angel Vados teased, deliberately provoking Kampa. Upon hearing this, Kampa felt his face flush with embarrassment. He truly had lost face this time. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Yet now that he had seen it, he had no choice but to accept it. And he felt fortunate that he had not rashly replaced Caulifla. With Caulifla's explosive emergence, the championship of the power tournament seemed to beckon toward their sixth universe. Very well then, Caulifla, eliminate all the competitors from the other universes on that stage, leaving none behind. The champion of the power tournament must belong to our sixth universe. Kampa shouted exuberantly toward Caulifla on the arena. He remained oblivious to the cost of unleashing such power. At this moment, Caulifla had already lost her sense of self. Overwhelmed by the feral instincts inherent in the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, she was no longer Caulifla. She had transformed into a mindless beast. Beside her, the Angel Vados felt a strange sense of embarrassment upon hearing Kampa's call. It was astonishing that in such a state, Kampa could not perceive that Caulifla was no longer able to hear anyone's voice. Lord Kampa, regardless of what you say now, I fear Caulifla cannot hear your commands. She has succumbed to her primal fury, consumed by the desire for destruction. Moreover, there is an even graver concern. It is possible that in her current state, she may even attack her allies, Vados cautioned once more, causing Kampa to pause in stunned disbelief. The thought of being unable to control her power and transforming into a creature that could not distinguish between friend and foe implied that everyone on that stage had become potential targets for Caulifla's elimination. What a ridiculous situation. A rampaging monster incapable of controlling her strength would be of no use to him. On the arena, Caulifla had begun to stabilize her transformation. That verdant aura receded into her body. It was unimaginable that just a few minutes ago, the frail young girl had now morphed into a towering 3-meter-tall creature, exuding an aura of ferocity. Her imposing figure was shrouded in white mist, her eye sockets devoid of pupils. Her menacing visage resembled that of a beast on the verge of eruption. This stands in stark contrast to Broly, who is beside her. While Caulifla has succumbed to the frenzy induced by the power of Super Saiyan, Broly remains unexpectedly calm, as if he is concocting some formidable technique. Even in her berserk state, Caulifla notices Broly's presence, feeling a potent resonance from her bloodline within. The bloodline of Super Saiyans is one that allows only a singular existence. It does not permit the coexistence of two. With a firm grasp, a verdant glow flickers in her palm, energy rings retracting in concentric circles, each retraction causing a distortion in the fabric of reality itself. After 3 such contractions, an emerald energy, almost alive, playfully dances in her hand. In the next moment, she swings her arm. The green energy transforms into a shockwave, shooting forth in a straight line, colliding with Broly's chest. The force propels Broly into the air, bursting forth in a brilliant display of emerald light akin to flames. Is Broly thus eliminated? Clearly, that is impossible, despite the seemingly terrifying nature of Caulifla's strike. It has not harmed Broly in the slightest. It merely displaced him to another part of the arena. There exists a disparity even among Super Saiyans. After repelling Broly, Caulifla's vacant gaze sweeps across the surroundings, where countless competitors enter her line of sight, igniting her ire and displeasure. A deafening roar, more fearsome than any beast, erupts once more, followed by a manifestation of corporeal emerald flames. A terrifying energy beam pierces the sky of the void, and the sheer magnitude of the explosive energy in that instant renders it impossible for anyone to approach. Undoubtedly, her form is too frail to fully endure the legendary energy of a Super Saiyan, requiring her to release a portion of it. In an instant, Colossal stone pillars erupt from beneath Caulifla's feet, elevating her 10 meters into the air. Surrounding her, innumerable green energy particles materialize, and in the next moment, countless emerald energy blasts surge forth from her being, cascading in all directions. This indiscriminate bombardment of energy encompasses both foes and allies alike. Each energy blast possesses formidable power. If unleashed in the universe, even a single one could obliterate a medium-sized planet. Multiple universes are affected, with countless competitors suffering elimination. From the second universe, Zero, Hamera. From the third universe, Nicorix, Cardobessler. From the fourth universe, Ganos, Jawi. Chapter 66, Vegeta, Super Saiyan? Merely that. Aside from these three universes, the ninth universe suffers the most grievously. In their realm, apart from a dangerous trio, nearly all have been eliminated in the moment of Caulifla's explosion. In the blink of an eye, her furious roar has led to the elimination of over 10 competitors. Should this maniac continue her rampage unchecked, more universes will be implicated. Even the sixth universe will not escape unscathed. After all, Caulifla has lost all discernment between friend and foe. Caulifla, her sister, Kale, calls out her name loudly. She wishes to awaken Caulifla, but alas, what responds is an energy blast capable of obliterating stars, one that could claim her life. In the nick of time, the assassin Hit arrives on the battlefield, saving Kale in the nick of time with a swift movement. Hit has spared a life, and Kale is overjoyed, though her expression quickly darkens. Given Caulifla's current state, even Hit's intervention might prove insufficient to bring her back. Having brought Kale to safety, the assassin Hit gazes grimly at the distant battlefield, stating solemnly, "A formidable monster has been awakened. Your sister is now ensnared in a state of indistinction between friend and foe. She must be subdued." Meanwhile, in a rocky region to the right of Caulifla and her companions, the seventh universe's participants, Goten and Trunks, are frantically fleeing from Caulifla's indiscriminate barrage of energy. This is no fun. It is utterly unenjoyable. Had I known, I would not have heeded my father's advice to participate in this tournament. Goten, be careful. If we are even grazed by one of those energy blasts, we are finished. I do not wish to be eliminated before having done anything. It is not fun at all. The two boys dart around the arena, evading Caulifla's energy bombardment. While their combat prowess is commendable, they remain mere children at heart. Caulifla's explosive display has thoroughly frightened them. This situation brings back memories of their confrontation with Majin Buu, filled with tension and fear. Just as they flee, a verdant energy blast tears through space, seemingly locked onto them with deadly precision. The two boys sense impending doom and are at a loss. In the nick of time, however, Majin Buu appears, deflecting the energy blast away and saving them both. Uncle Buu. Upon seeing Majin Buu, Goten beams with joy. Wonderful. We are saved. Trunks exhales deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Stick with me. This place is extremely dangerous. One misstep, and you might be knocked out. Majin Buu speaks in a simple, earnest tone to Trunks and Goten. With such protection, the boys cannot refuse, nodding eagerly. With Majin Buu as their safeguard, their safety on this arena is considerably enhanced. At least until their fusion, they cannot be eliminated. This was also conveyed to them by Uncle Weiss. As long as time permits, they should merge directly. And when the moment arrives, it will be the invincible Lord Gotenks who reaps the rewards, positioned at the very epicenter of the energy eruption. At this moment, Vegeta stood resolutely atop a mountain peak, quietly observing the explosive emergence of Ultra Instinct Kale. To be frank, after years of absence, the sensation of Ultra Instinct's power surging forth was nearly overwhelming, almost provoking him to intervene and subdue Kale. However, he refrained. Although Kale was formidable, she had yet to reach the threshold that warranted his intervention. Vegeta's gaze shifted slightly, bypassing Ultra Instinct Kale to focus on the opposite side of the arena, where the 11th universe resided. At this juncture, the eruption of Ultra Instinct Kale had transformed into the greatest threat for everyone present on the stage. The three mightiest warriors of the Pride Troopers stood united, led by Jiren. Jiren, Toppo, and Dispo surveyed the increasingly dire situation unfolding before them, their expressions tinged with gravity. Jiren maintained his silence, yet a subtle shift in his gaze indicated a change. Such destructive power, concealed within the sixth universe, is truly a monstrous revelation, Toppo murmured gravely. He was also keenly attuned to the aura surrounding them, measuring the disparity between the two warriors. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that the legendary Super Saiyan Kale's unleashed might indeed surpassed his own full strength. Engaging her directly left him with scant hope of victory. However, there was an alternative. By completely relinquishing his identity and embracing the power of destruction, his strength would ascend to an entirely new realm. With the enhancement of God of Destruction's energy, annihilating an ultra-instinct Kale would become a trivial endeavor. Such a creature, if left unchecked, would run rampant without restraint. Damn it, Dispo seethed through gritted teeth. Just as Dispo's words fell, Jiren made his move. The moment Jiren acted, both Topo and Dispo sensed the shift, their faces reflecting disbelief. It was well known that Jiren would not act lightly. This marks the first time that Jiren has taken a proactive interest in the warriors upon the arena. Unbeknownst to them, Jiren had been observing Vegeta from Universe 10 since the very beginning. Are you planning to make a move, Jiren? Toph whispered in astonishment from the side. Dispo remained silent. Yet the emotions swirling within him were clearly reflected on his face. The explosive power of the female warrior from Universe 6 had captured the attention of Jiren, the mightiest warrior of their universe. It is worth noting that even Son Goku from Universe 7 had not been afforded such an honor. Jiren's actions did not escape Vegeta's keen gaze. While Caulifla was indeed formidable, once one reached their level of strength, she was merely an opponent that could be subdued with ease. It presented an opportunity for him to assess the true capabilities of the gray-skinned warrior and ascertain her level of prowess. At this moment, Caulifla's eruption of power continued unabated. Unrestrained, her strength surged ever higher. Vegeta could clearly discern that her energy had escalated to the magnitude of 100 yadas. Should she be granted even a modicum more time, the overwhelming surge of her transformation would inevitably elevate her to 1,000 yadas, perhaps even the pinnacle of yadas. Ultimately, however, she would be unable to endure the extremes of such explosive power, leading to her own demise. Chapter 67. A true man never looks back. Brutally suppressing demise through explosive power? Indeed, from Vegeta's understanding, the fate of all previous transformations had always followed this pattern. Engulfed by the desire for power and destruction, they ultimately succumbed to a path of self-destruction. At this moment, Caulifla, perched high above, unleashed a series of frenzied roars. The terrifying sound waves swept across the entire arena, even capturing the attention of the Grand Minister and the Omni King above. She was both expressing her power and venting her destructive desires. While this power was undeniably formidable, it was tragically limited. Even at its peak, it remained just that. Standing atop the mountain, Vegeta gazed upon the rampaging Caulifla, feeling a pang of sorrow within. If only she could harness this power, she might be considered a worthy adversary. However, her inability to control it doomed her to be merely a beast. As Vegeta's thoughts echoed, it seemed that the rampaging Caulifla sensed something. The power within her bloodline detected Vegeta's disdain. The legendary Super Saiyan would never permit anyone to belittle her. With a feral roar, Caulifla unleashed a primal scream. As her mouth opened wide, a fearsome beam of emerald green energy erupted forth. This vast torrent of energy, imbued with unparalleled destructive force, surged directly towards Vegeta. Oh, has she initiated an attack against me? How intriguing, Vegeta mused, a smile gracing his face as he felt the sheer destructive power behind the strike. Unhurriedly, he raised his hand. A profound aura manifested at the surface of his being. The unstoppable emerald beam was halted mere inches from Vegeta, thwarted by an invisible barrier. The tumultuous energy was gradually distorted by this unfathomable aura until, in the end, it dissipated into countless twinkling particles scattered across the void. The terrifying energy unleashed by Caulifla's strike instilled a sense of lethal threat among all present. Jiren, who had been preparing to intervene, paused upon witnessing Caulifla's aggressive attack on Vegeta. Perhaps his involvement would no longer be necessary. With effortless ease, Vegeta dispersed Caulifla's assault, a chuckle escaping his lips. It has been quite some time since I have encountered an attack of such potency. You do possess some skill. The sensation of oppression evoked in Vegeta a nostalgic recollection of his past battle with Broly in the GT timeline. However, the formidable Caulifla before him pales in comparison to the overwhelming pressure exerted by GT Broly. Following an unsuccessful assault, Caulifla's anger intensified. Her robust and fearsome figure surged forward, resembling a savage beast intent on tearing Vegeta to shreds. For anyone else, such a direct onslaught might leave them defenseless. Yet, in my eyes, this brazen attack was riddled with flaws. As the thought echoed in his mind, Vegeta gathered a sphere of blue particle energy in the palm of his hand. Final flash, he declared, unleashing a terrifying emerald energy beam that shot directly towards Caulifla's exposed torso. The sheer force of the impact propelled her body skyward into the void. Once she had been flung a considerable distance, Vegeta ceased his energy release and turned away, refusing to linger on the aftermath. A true warrior never looks back at an explosion. With a resounding boom, the energy detonated, engulfing the arena in a searing blaze. In an instant, Caulifla's presence vanished, ruthlessly subdued by Vegeta's overwhelming power. Amidst the residual chaos of the explosion, Caulifla reverted from her transformed state, succumbing to a deep unconsciousness as she plummeted towards a corner of the arena. Witnessing the sheer might of Vegeta, all present, gods and mortals alike, were left utterly speechless. Although she had not been directly eliminated from the arena, this moment indelibly etched itself into the hearts of all onlookers. The sheer magnitude of Caulifla's fury in her transformed state was utterly dismantled by this man in a mere instant, leading to the conclusion of his formidable strength. The gathered deities once again recognized the terrifying prowess of Vegeta. True strength is not characterized by mindless rage like that of Caulifla, but by the capacity to end a battle in a heartbeat, showcasing the essence of a true warrior. As the explosive aftermath dissipated, the battlefield fell into an unnatural silence. The oppressive atmosphere permeating the air. A chilling sense of dread enveloped every competitor. The legendary Super Saiyan Caulifla had been vanquished, heralding not a tranquil reprieve, but rather a tempest of greater magnitude. Vegeta's display of dominance over Caulifla did not go unnoticed by Jiren, the mightiest warrior of Universe 11. Sensing Jiren's intense gaze, Vegeta instinctively turned his head away. Their eyes met, and the unseen energy radiating between them was potent enough to incapacitate weaker fighters. On the grand stage, the two strongest warriors stood 100 meters apart, seemingly poised to engage in a more fervent clash. Did my subduing of that girl ignite your fighting spirit? Vegeta mused, his anticipation for the confrontation with Jiren intensifying. However, I wish to see what level you have attained in Universe 11. Should you fall like that girl with a single blow, it would be rather dull. Peering down at Jiren, Vegeta's expression grew more expectant. While Caulifla's power should not be underestimated, it was still far from warranting his full attention. Jiren, standing before him, was undeniably the strongest contender on the arena aside from Vegeta himself. Engaging him in battle might just provide the thrill he sought. In contrast, Jiren, feeling the weight of Vegeta's arrogant scrutiny, clenched his fists, his demeanor shifting. Even before the match commenced, they had harbored mutual suspicions. Thus, Jiren recognized that his greatest adversary in this arena was none other than Vegeta of Universe 10. Although confronting such a formidable opponent early on posed a precarious situation, their clash was inevitable. Why not embrace it sooner? The desire to battle the strong is the singular pursuit that dwells within the hearts of every warrior. The standoff between these two titans did not escape the watchful eyes of the hidden Saiyan youth. This shall be the most remarkable battle to behold. Chapter 68. Confrontation with Jiren. The entire universe falls silent. The clash between Jiren of the 11th universe and Vegeta of the 10th universe is on the verge of commencing. To be candid, I yearn to join them in this fierce contest. However, my own strength is woefully inadequate to capture their attention. How infuriating. At this moment, Son Goku can only seethe with frustration at his own lack of power. In this scene of formidable beings confronting one another, he surprisingly finds himself without a place. It is worth noting that within the 7th universe, he has no rivals left, aside from Super Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Super Vegeta couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. At this point in time, Kakarot still harbors the audacity to challenge these two formidable opponents. Fully aware that the battle is a foregone conclusion, he nevertheless rushes forth to meet his fate. Despite his Saiyan heritage and his yearning to confront powerful adversaries, the survival of the universe takes precedence, compelling him to make the wisest choice. With many concerns weighing heavily on his mind, Super Vegeta's gaze drifts toward a specific direction, the very spot where Broly had been sent flying by the Transcendent Kale. Through the perception of energy, Broly's aura remains eerily calm, a state that induces discomfort. Surely, Broly, you are not so easily intimidated and subdued. What are you truly plotting? Once you unleash your potential, I fear no one on this stage will be able to stand against you. Not even I, Super Vegeta muses, lost in contemplation as he awaits the opportune moment. Meanwhile, the gods observe the unfolding battle with keen interest, assessing its trajectory and implications. On the side of Universe 10, the moment Vegeta engages with Jiren, the god of destruction, Rumshur feels a twinge of anxiety. The situation appears precarious. That insufferable clown has under his command a warrior of considerable prowess. Even I cannot fathom the depths of his abilities. Should Vegeta confront him, the outcome is anyone's guess. A bead of cold sweat forms on Rumshi's brow as he expresses his deep concern for Vegeta's predicament. Jiren, the gray warrior of Universe 11, exudes an aura of formidable strength that is palpable even at a glance. Even I lack complete assurance in my ability to triumph over such a formidable opponent. Rumshur, you are overly apprehensive. Even if the warrior named Jiren from Universe 11 is indeed powerful, our universe's Vegeta may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. On the contrary, should this battle ignite, it could serve as a valuable opportunity for our universe to shatter the morale of the other competitors, counters the angel, Kusu, with unwavering conviction in Vegeta's potential for victory. As an angel, her perception transcends that of the gods of destruction. While Jiren is undeniably powerful, having surpassed the typical level of a god of destruction, he has yet to truly surpass the gods themselves. Vegeta, however, captivated her upon their first encounter with his overwhelming strength. It was the first time she experienced such an almost otherworldly pure power, an essence unmatched even by the gods of destruction, and one that even angels might envy. Even if this battle does commence, she remains unperturbed, exuding an air of calm assurance. Listening to Angel Kusu's insights, Rumshur gradually relaxes. With an angel's endorsement of Vegeta's inevitable victory, what further cause for concern could he have? Nearby, the Supreme Kai, Gaosu, wipes the cold sweat from his brow. Acutely aware of his position as a mere observer in the profound dialogue between the two divine beings. In the observation area of Universe 11, the Supreme Kai, speaks solemnly, his brow furrowed with worry. His concerns are numerous, considering all possible angles. The early confrontation between Jiren and Vegeta may not bode well. This encounter has come sooner than I anticipated. Has Jiren already clashed with that warrior from Universe 10? While this may disrupt my plans, an early confrontation has its merits. They were destined to battle eventually. It is a perfect opportunity to showcase the vast disparity between universes. The clownish god of destruction, Vermouth, smirks, brimming with confidence in Jiren's might. No matter how powerful Universe 10's Vegeta may be, Jiren is certain to prevail. It appears an exciting spectacle is poised to unfold. As Jiren expresses keen interest in the Vegeta from Universe 10, who among them will ultimately claim victory? In Universe 7, the god of destruction, Beerus, wears a triumphant smirk. Initially, his universe's elite warriors could not compare to those of Universes 10 and 11. However, with the two strongest warriors from those universes clashing prematurely, the dynamics shift significantly. When both parties exhaust themselves in battle, it will be the opportune moment for Universe 7 to strike. Although Frieza is absent, he remains confident in the prowess of Goku and Super Vegeta. As the clam and the clam dig their own graves, the fisherman reaps the rewards, he muses. The angel, Whis, nods in agreement, recognizing this as an opportunity for Universe 7 to turn the tide. Yet, above all, he remains focused on their own warrior, Broly. The transcendent Kale of Universe 6 has unleashed her power, only to be brutally suppressed by Jiren of Universe 11. However, Broly possesses far more latent potential. Once he erupts, no one on the arena will be able to contain him. What transpired during this interval? It deviated significantly from my expectations. Could it be that the encounter between the two legendary Super Saiyans resulted in one succumbing to rage while the other found tranquility? No. Broly's energy has already been unleashed. Yet it seems he is reluctant to erupt, choosing instead to endure. The angel Whis furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The scene shifts back to the arena. Vegeta and Jiren stand in a standoff, neither daring to make the first move. However, their confrontation has drawn the attention of onlookers from other universes, who perceive an opportunity and believe they have spotted a weakness. The last hope of Universe 9, the perilous trio of Black Wolf Bergamo, Yellow Wolf Lavenda, and Red Wolf Basil, converge to showcase their signature technique, the dangerous triangle formation. Their target is none other than Vegeta of Universe 10. Although the god of destruction Sidra had previously cautioned them against recklessly confronting Vegeta, the trio is unwilling to swallow their pride. During the preliminary skirmishes, they felt overshadowed by Vegeta's prowess and are now determined to reclaim their honor. Chapter 69, Vegeta, what of the wrath of the masses? Come at me all at once. Bergamo, brothers, are you prepared? The glory of Universe 9 rests upon this strike. Lavenda, "Fear not, elder brother, we shall give our all to reclaim what was lost. Basil, united as brothers, our combined might is formidable. No matter how powerful he may be, he cannot emerge unscathed. For the fate of Universe 9, even if it involves a sneak attack, so be it." The dangerous triangle beam. The trio assumes their stances, harmoniously unleashing a remarkably destructive tricolored energy beam. While their individual combat prowess may not be remarkable, their unity transforms their strength into something extraordinary. The destructive force of this perilous triangular beam of light is undeniably formidable, rivaling the energy blast that Chaos had previously unleashed upon Vegeta. Perched atop the mountain peak, Vegeta, who was engaged in a fierce standoff with Jiren, sensed a chilling presence behind him. With a fleeting glance, Vegeta beheld a triad of energy beams, each radiating distinct hues and formidable power, slicing through the fabric of space, mere dozens of meters away from him. A mere mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly oblivious to its folly. Muttering this thought, Vegeta refused to yield to his adversary. He raised his hand, and in that moment, a sphere of energy began to coalesce with intensity. Just as the treacherous triangular light was poised to strike him, a torrent of terrifying energy surged forth from Vegeta's palm. With a thunderous roar, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. This astonishing energy assault undoubtedly reached the magnitude of the 10th dimensional chasm. The terrifying energy waves obliterated the lethal strike of the perilous trio with overwhelming force. The shocking aftermath enveloped 1/5 of the arena. In an instant, the last hope of the 9th universe, the perilous trio, was extinguished. Consequently, the three brothers were defeated and cast down from the stage. This scene once again reshaped the perceptions of all participants. At this moment, both the scions of Universe 7 and the formidable warrior Jiren of Universe 11 displayed expressions of utter disbelief. The power of this strike is utterly terrifying. The astonishing force it unleashed could rival that of a god of destruction. No, it surpasses even that, especially considering it was delivered with such nonchalance. It is worth noting that no one had noticed the attack from the three wolves. In such a precarious situation, even a casual strike possesses immense power. As the tumult of energy subsides, the gaze of all gods and mortals converges upon Vegeta. This seemingly trivial blow harbors the capacity to instill trepidation even among the deities. The 9th universe, having reaped what it has sown, now faces the dire consequences of its actions. With the elimination of the formidable trio, the 9th universe finds itself irrevocably ensnared in despair. The atmosphere becomes palpably oppressive, and the competition halts at this critical juncture. The Supreme Kai of the 9th universe, Lord Laura, and the god of destruction, Sidra, are enveloped in desolation. Their universe is doomed. The entirety of the 9th universe faces eradication at the hands of the Omni King. At this moment, the High Priest pronounces the fate of the 9th universe. As his words resonate, both Omni Kings raise their hands in unison, channeling a mysterious force of regulation within their palms. In an instant, all competitors upon the arena lift their gazes toward the heavens. Even beings of unparalleled might, like Vegeta and Jiren, cannot help but observe intently. The power wielded by a single Omni King is already terrifying. The prospect of two wielding their might to annihilate a universe is beyond comprehension. As a brilliant flash of white light envelopes the scene, the 9th universe, along with Lord Laura, god of destruction Sidra, and all its warriors, is rendered to nothingness. No trace of their existence remains, as if they had never been, utterly obliterated and consigned to oblivion. In the vast arena of the 9th universe, only the angel Mojito remained. Having witnessed the demise of the universe firsthand, the angels were rather unfazed, for such occurrences were not unprecedented. However, the Supreme Kaisen destroyers were distinctly different. The 9th universe now served as a cautionary tale, a stark reminder that they could very well be next. Following the complete annihilation of the 9th universe, the Grand Priest announced the continuation of the Tournament of Power. It was precisely due to the intervention of the Omni King that the remaining 6 universes harbored an amplified animosity towards Vegeta. During the preliminary tournament, he possessed the ability to alter the course of events, to spare their universes from the catastrophe of obliteration, yet he chose to remain a passive observer. If the 7th universe was the architect of this calamity, then Vegeta was undeniably the sinner who disregarded the existence of the universe. This revelation starkly illuminated the treachery that lay within the hearts of the spectators. On the stage, having witnessed the Omni King's divine prowess, Vegeta's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. Is this the extent of the Omni King's formidable powers? To obliterate an entire universe with merely a thought, such terrifying abilities witnessed firsthand instilled in Vegeta an unparalleled sense of awareness. Simultaneously, He comprehended a crucial truth. All beings born within this Dragon Ball universe are destined to be subservient to the Omni King. Their very existence hinges upon his whims. He embodies the very essence of the rules governing this realm. In other words, he is the world itself. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the Supreme Being can exert any influence over him, an anomaly. Returning to his senses from the boundless divine aura of the Omni King, Vegeta retracted his thoughts. With his acute perception, he sensed the searing gazes converging upon him from all directions. Those stares seemed to yearn to consume his very existence. Vegeta was well aware of the reason behind this collective focus. Humph! You cowardly, shadow-dwelling miscreants, I can feel your battle intent. This world has always thrived on the principle of survival of the fittest. Do not claim I deny you an opportunity. I stand here now. So if you possess the capability, come forth. However, in my estimation, it would be wise for you all to unite in your efforts. Vegeta's declaration, imbued with unassailable dominance, reverberated throughout the arena. Following closely was an overwhelming aura that could send tremors through the hearts of even the gods. Boom. In an instant, the realm of nothingness experienced its most profound upheaval in history, as Vegeta single-handedly stirred the very fabric of existence. What a terrifying presence! How could such force emanate from a mere mortal? This Vegeta is indeed astonishingly formidable. Chapter 70. What of the 10th dimension? A single strike suppresses all. As the god of destruction from Universe 7, Beerus, found himself unable to remain passive, the entirety of the universes began to tremble. As the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus understood the magnitude of Vegeta's overwhelming pressure. It was far more terrifying than the force unleashed during their previous skirmish. Oh dear. This is truly remarkable. This aura resembles that of a battlefield of demonic warriors. Perhaps only an angel could be comparable. Whis, the angel, delivered a weighty remark that struck Beerus like a thunderclap. The fact that even Whis, as an angel, could offer such praise raises the question of just how terrifying this Vegeta truly is. While Beerus from Universe 7 was struck with astonishment, the expressions of the gods from other universes varied widely. The overwhelming pressure was so intense that even the angels were taken aback, leaving the gods of destruction feeling inadequate in comparison. The deities from other universes displayed palpable tension and apprehension. However, one god of destruction stood apart from the rest. The god of destruction from Universe 10, Rumsey, was almost breathless with arrogance at this moment. The angel, Kes, was thoroughly pleased with Vegeta's actions. This is precisely what was needed. Crush the warriors of the other universes with vigor. It doesn't matter how many there are, nor their strength. Let them all come forth. Defeat them without exception. At this moment, Rumsey felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This elevated feeling of unrestrained confidence is utterly irresistible to him. How long has it been since he felt such a sense of triumph? It is indeed a declaration of dominance, yet it perfectly aligns with Lord Vegeta's temperament. Regardless of the strength of any opponent, he will vanquish them all without hesitation. Lord Rumsey, our Universe 10 has truly struck fortune this time. The angel Kes covered her mouth and chuckled softly, while discreetly glancing at the expressions of the other angels. Her triumphant demeanor seemed to declare, "Behold, the competitors I have chosen are far superior to the inferior lot you present." As Vegeta's aura surged forth, the expressions of the various contestants on the arena varied significantly. Some were filled with exhilaration and anticipation upon encountering a formidable opponent, while others were utterly daunted by the overwhelming presence, losing all will to fight. Among them, the Saiyans were most profoundly affected. Within the oppressive force emanating from Vegeta, they could distinctly sense the ancestral suppression and fear coursing through their veins. Perched atop the pinnacle, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, exuding an aura of invincibility as he surveyed his surroundings with disdain. His icy gaze swept over the competitors on the stage, who were seething with frustration. Humph! Is there not a single soul brave enough to challenge me? Vegeta snorted, shaking his head in utter disappointment. It appeared that this event would remain a mere exhibition of dominance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, in a secluded corner of the arena, Broly, who had been nurturing the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, reached the precipice of his transformation, perhaps sensing the threat posed by Vegeta's bloodline. The previously tranquil Broly of Universe 7 awakened. The moment he opened his eyes, his dark hair transformed into a brilliant gold, followed by an immense beam of energy capable of piercing the very fabric of the void. The recent surge of energy is remarkably extraordinary. The formidable presence and overwhelming sense of pressure are far more astonishing than the oppressive force previously exhibited by the legendary Caulifla. This sensation is unmistakable. Vegeta sensed the stirring of his bloodline's power within him. He immediately recognized this as the legendary pressure associated with the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, This iteration of Caulifla is distinctly different from the one he effortlessly vanquished in a single blow from the 6th universe. This surge of energy, judged solely by its overwhelming pressure, has transcended the 9th dimension and has firmly attained the realm of the 10th dimension. Everyone on the arena was captivated by the eruption of this magnificent force. Vegeta cast a glance towards the source of the energy explosion. As the vivid green aura of transcendent power gradually dissipated, a formidable and menacing creature, radiating a fierce and ominous presence, slowly emerged into view. Upon witnessing this figure, Vegeta's brow twitched slightly, for he was well aware of the identity of this being. In this temporal realm, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly of the 7th universe stands unparalleled. His presence is undeniably captivating. I initially assumed he would choose to remain subdued, yet he has erupted into chaos at this moment. Nevertheless, this is preferable. Your power is far more intriguing than that of the previous female contender. At least, it has reached a level where I can unleash my full strength without restraint. As I gaze into the distance, the figure of Broly gradually emerges from the haze of battle, and a fierce determination ignites within me. In comparison to the rampaging Kale, Broly possesses an allure that is simply irresistible. The disparity in power levels is staggering. Although Broly currently exists merely in the form of an ordinary Super Saiyan, the strength he wields is formidable, reaching an astonishing 10th dimension, firmly placing him within the realm of destroyers. As for Kale, she barely grazes the 9th dimension. With a sense of amusement, I lower my arms and scrutinize the legendary Broly on the arena. Suddenly, a primal roar erupts, reminiscent of a beast in fury. Broly, in his ordinary Super Saiyan state, leaps into action with a terrifying, boundless momentum. He transforms into a brilliant meteor, hurtling towards my position, causing the very fabric of space around us to tremble violently. Humph! In the face of Broly's aggressive advance, I emit a playful snort. My form, like a specter, deftly evades his savage assault. In terms of speed, even in my untransformed state, I am undeniably at the 10th dimensional level. I raise my right hand, clenching it into a fist, as an ethereal flame ignites upon my knuckles. In an instant, I gather my energy and unleash a devastating punch, resonating with a thunderous explosion. The sheer force of my blow collides with Broly's face, distorting his features and sending shockwaves through the surrounding space. The horrific power erupts instantaneously, propelling Broly's body in a straight line backward. A series of mountains crumble into countless fragments under the impact of his collision. Even the legendary Super Saiyan is not exempt from such domination. At this moment, within the 11th universe, the warriors observe with grave expressions as they witness the formidable power displayed by me, Vegeta. The strongest warrior of the 11th universe, Jiren, is equally astonished. Such a monster can be so effortlessly subdued. Who exactly is this warrior from the 10th universe to possess such overwhelming strength? Is this truly within the realms of human capability? The captain of the Pride Troopers, Topo, feels restless, a profound sense of dread stirring within him upon witnessing my formidable prowess. Broly's unleashed strength evokes a palpable sense of imminent danger. It is a force that could easily crush him unless he resorts to the powers of a destroyer to stand a chance. Topo discreetly glances at Jiren, who displays an unprecedented seriousness. He genuinely recognizes my might, realizing that the recently emerged Broly is not a foe to be trifled with. His energy far surpassing that of the earlier Kale. Although Jiren possesses the confidence to unleash a punch capable of toppling worlds, he knows he cannot replicate the ease with which I performed that feat. His fists clenched unconsciously. He feels honored to encounter such a powerful adversary in this tournament, and his desire to battle me surges within him. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, Goku and Super Vegeta, concealed in the shadows, are gravely affected as they witness Broly's explosive emergence and my overwhelming suppression. They have felt Broly's power firsthand, even in his first Super Saiyan form. He could effortlessly overpower both of their Super Saiyan Blue forms. Yet, this formidable warrior has been sent flying by my single strike and remains motionless. His strength has reached such heights. However, this presents an opportunity. Vegeta, let us join forces and assist Broly in taking down that opponent. Together, we stand a chance of victory. Goku proposes naturally, leveraging Broly's eruption to suggest collaboration. Ultimately, they would never consider teaming up unless absolutely necessary, maintaining a mentality of individual combat. Yet, the 10th universe's Vegeta is overwhelmingly powerful, leaving no hope of victory without cooperation. Listening to Goku's proposition, Super Vegeta remains silent. His heart conflicted. He watches the individual who stands triumphantly above all. That position should rightfully belong to him. His essence is overshadowed by a pretender who has achieved a level he himself cannot fathom. Though reluctant to ally with Goku, he realizes that this may be the only course of action available. Observing Broly, it is clear that he is not so easily defeated. His power extends far beyond what has been displayed thus far. If he were to transform into that green-haired state once more, he might not fall to that adversary. Meanwhile, in the 6th universe, the assassin hit accompanies Caulifla as they locate Kale, who lies unconscious after being struck down by my blow. She is merely unconscious, with no serious injuries. Take her and find a safe place to hide, it instructs Caulifla, casting a determined glance toward my location. There is something he must do. Are you truly going to challenge that monster alone? Caulifla expresses her concern, sensing Hit's intentions. My strength is far beyond what one can face alone. As the strongest ace of their 6th universe, a reckless assault could spell disaster, leaving them without a key player in the tournament. Yet Hit is resolute. He must act. Without further explanation, he activates his time-skipping ability and vanishes into the temporal void. On my end, I have become the focal point of attention across all universes. As the most formidable contender on the arena, I pose the greatest threat to all. However, such matters do not concern me. So many individuals have come to confront him alone. Such a circumstance is beyond his wildest dreams. Thus, let the tempest rage with even greater ferocity. Perched atop the mountain peak, Vegeta leaps down to the arena, his gaze fixated intently on the direction where Broly had been sent flying. If the legendary Super Saiyan could be subdued so easily, it would indeed be a marvel. As he senses the aura, he notes that Broly's energy has not diminished. Rather, it is escalating at an astonishing rate. Perhaps the sheer destructive force of Vegeta's previous strike has provoked the dormant Saiyan blood within Broly, thrusting his primal power into a frenzied state, bestowing upon him an even more formidable energy. In Broly's vicinity, the very fabric of space quivers violently, and the atmosphere grows increasingly uncanny. Waves of emerald energy ripple through the air, bringing with them an overwhelming sense of pressure that descends upon the arena. In the distance, beneath a cascade of rubble, Broly undergoes a transformation. His body, once again influenced by the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, swells into a towering figure nearly 3 meters in height. His muscular arms, enhanced by this primal force, appear exaggerated to the point of resembling a robust warrior capable of withstanding immense blows. In this form, Broly is no longer merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. He embodies the 3rd transformation of the 1st level of Super Saiyan, a truly magnificent muscular behemoth. The explosive surge of legendary power causes Broly's combat prowess to soar dramatically. Vegeta, through his keen perception, estimates this newfound strength to be at least on par with the 100-fold level. Even before fully awakening, he possesses such might. Should he fully unleash it, no one on this stage, aside from myself, could hope to contain you. However, a battle is truly captivating when it unfolds in such a manner. Serving as a warm-up opponent is indeed a splendid choice. Vegeta assumes a combat stance, his inner reservoir of Super Saiyan energy subtly mobilized by his resolve. In this battle, he could afford to be somewhat more serious. Chapter 72, The Power of Transmission. Sunbase strikes. A deafening roar erupted from Broly, a visceral expression of his fury. The secondary expansion of the transmitted power transformed him into a bloodthirsty beast. With a mere thought, Broly, guided by instinct, morphed into a colossal projectile, slicing through space as he charged directly towards Vegeta's position. Although his physique had grown even more formidable, his speed remained unhampered. In fact, it had significantly increased. Unperturbed by Broly's savage onslaught, Vegeta did not evade. A golden glimmer flashed in his eyes as he braced himself against the beast's devastating impact. The force of Broly's collision was enough to obliterate worlds, its destructive power so fearsome that even the gods would retreat. Yet, Vegeta emerged unscathed from this terrifying encounter, merely using a single hand to fend off Broly's ferocious advance. At that moment, a golden aura enveloped Vegeta, mirroring Broly's own. His rage ignited, transforming into a brilliant golden flame in an instant. Golden electricity crackled around him, signaling the full power of Super Saiyan Level 1. Having achieved no effect with his first strike, Broly, in a frenzy, swung his massive arm again, attempting to rend Vegeta to shreds. Vegeta skillfully sidestepped Broly's assault, then swiftly extended his arms to seize Broly's enormous limb. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed his full strength, propelling Broly's massive form skyward. In this realm devoid of gravity, Save for certain races, no one possessed the ability to fly. Thus, Broly, flung into the air, lost all control over his body. Seizing the moment, Vegeta teleported directly above Broly, his hands joined to form a hammer. He struck down upon Broly's chest with tremendous force. The resounding impact echoed through the void, driving Broly deep into the arena, creating a vast crater. Debris soared through the air as the arena trembled. Broly struggled amidst the rubble. Vegeta plummeted from above, delivering another powerful punch straight to Broly's face. The searing pain intensified, driving the beast into a frenzy. Unconcerned with Broly's escalating madness, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of crushing blows, overwhelming in their ferocity. The sound of fists meeting flesh reverberated through the air, as Broly became a mere human punching bag for Vegeta's relentless assault. The physical torment and anguish provoked Broly's desperate roars and futile resistance, yet each attempt to fight back was mercilessly suppressed by Vegeta's thunderous might. The legendary Super Saiyan, under the absolute might of Vegeta, was utterly crushed, left without the power to retaliate. As Vegeta's relentless onslaught continued, Broly's anguished cries reverberated throughout the void. A profound chill spread among all the participants, the sorrowful wails echoing with an almost unbearable desolation. Time ticked away, and Broly's tormented screams faded into silence on the arena of nothingness. His body, battered and bruised under Vegeta's unceasing, crushing strikes, was riddled with wounds. Fortunately, as a legendary Super Saiyan, his physical resilience far surpassed that of others within the same realm. Otherwise, even a being of the 10th dimensional caliber would have been reduced to mere pulp under the ferocity of Vegeta's tempestuous assault. Observing the motionless form of Broly beneath him, Vegeta's eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment. Once, in his own world, Broly had instilled in him an unforgettable sense of pressure. Yet now, having reached the pinnacle of power and shattered the boundaries of existence, he found that Broly's strength was woefully insufficient in comparison. Just as Vegeta prepared to eliminate Broly once and for all, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From Broly's battered form, emerald flames began to surge forth. Vegeta murmured in surprise. In an instant, a more formidable energy erupted from Broly's being, piercing through the entirety of the void. Vegeta was forced to retreat. And as he sensed the intensity of this explosive power, his initial disdain transformed into anticipation. His keen perception suggested that this surge of energy had reached a staggering magnitude. As the emerald energy column dissipated, Broly's figure gradually emerged, and once the energy fully subsided, he appeared in a new form. His hair glimmered in a vibrant green, and his physique was now even more robust and wild. This is the true visage of the legendary Super Saiyan. All the injuries sustained in battle have been wholly mended under the influence of the transcendent power. At this moment, Broly remains in a state devoid of reason. Exhaling scalding white mist, his pupilless gaze fixated intently upon Vegeta. In the next instant, energy coalesces in his throat, and a cataclysmic wave of destruction erupts from his mouth. Yet, at the very moment he unleashes this energy, Vegeta has already leapt through space to position himself directly in front of Broly, preparing to deliver a devastating uppercut that forces Broly to clamp his mouth shut. The tumultuous energy detonates within Broly's mouth, inflicting severe damage upon his oral cavity and internal organs. Fly for me, Vegeta bellows, channeling his strength to launch Broly into the sky, soaring to a height of 100 meters. Just as he prepares to deliver another crushing blow, Son Goku and Super Vegeta from Universe 7 sense their opportunity has arrived. Now is the moment. Vegeta, concealed in the shadows, Son Goku unhesitatingly unleashes his divine power. The transformation into full power Super Saiyan Blue is achieved in an instant. His normal state multiplies his combat power to an astounding 40 quintillion. However, this is not his full strength. Do not command me, Kakarot. Super Vegeta grumbles in irritation, yet his body remains obedient. The divine power within him surges forth, and he too transforms into the full power Super Saiyan Blue state in a heartbeat. In terms of baseline combat prowess, Super Vegeta surpasses Son Goku slightly, attaining a combat power of 50 quintillion, a notch above Goku. United in purpose, the two Saiyan youths coordinate their assault, flanking Vegeta from both sides. Chapter 73, 1 against 3, take it more seriously. Bang. Boom. The sound of two consecutive explosions reverberates. Vegeta effortlessly deflects the simultaneous attacks from Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Observing the formidable power of Super Saiyan Blue Goku and his own counterpart from this world, a faint smile graces his lips. Indeed, your strength has ascended to such heights. However, to challenge me at this level is still quite a distance away. With a resounding roar, Vegeta's hands erupt with force, sweeping aside Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta with ease. Damn it. Such overwhelming power leaves no room for retaliation, Super Saiyan Blue Goku reflects. Filled with trepidation, his strength has undoubtedly increased since their last confrontation. Yet even so, he was effortlessly cast aside. The disparity is glaringly evident. Nonetheless, he shall not concede defeat. Such challenges hold immense significance for him, even possessing the potential to fortify his strength in a remarkably short span of time. It must be noted that following his previous experiences, Sun Wukong has undergone a substantial transformation. At the very least, his heart is no longer solely dominated by fear and trepidation. His indomitable spirit, emboldened by each battle, propels him forward with an unwavering desire to fight. What is the true identity of this individual? He certainly does not resemble someone who has usurped my body. Rather, he appears to be another version of myself. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta furrowed his brow upon sensing this overwhelming power. Despite both being named Vegeta, this counterpart from another dimension possesses remarkable intelligence, perceiving far more than what is visible. Even an outsider possessing his body for an extended period could not wield it with such finesse. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta harbored a silent conjecture regarding the true identity of this doppelganger, which was far more complex than he initially surmised. The Saiyan Prince quickly regained his composure after being repelled. The two figures positioned themselves on either side of Vegeta, a palpable tension rising in the air, drawing the attention of the entire universe. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta shouted, "Final Flash." In the next instant, Super Saiyan Goku coordinated an attack, simultaneously exclaiming Kamehameha. Both launched their ultimate techniques in a convergence of force aimed at Vegeta. And how did Vegeta respond? His expression remained utterly impassive, as tranquil as a lake devoid of ripples. Concurrently, Broly, who had been struck into the air, regained his footing and locked onto Vegeta's position, a fierce expression evident on his face. The roar of a beast echoed through the heavens as Broly unleashed a colossal energy beam. Three forces converged. The seventh universe united in an assault, determined to eliminate Vegeta, surrounded and under siege, with a formidable energy assaulting from above. Even a god of destruction would be compelled to take this seriously. Humph. If you three are of the same caliber, perhaps your ultimate techniques might inflict some damage upon me. However, it is unfortunate that you are far too weak at this moment. As the words left his lips, an indomitable aura enveloped Vegeta, forming an unyielding shield that protected him from all angles. The three disparate energies surged towards him from their respective directions. Yet they were met with this impenetrable barrier, unable to advance even a fraction. Such a scene bears a striking resemblance to the original work, where Jiren valiantly withstands the combined onslaught of Ultra Instinct Goku, Ultra Instinct Vegeta, and Android 17's triple energy beams. Alone, Vegeta endures the ferocious assault from the three formidable forces of Universe 7, and even at his Super Saiyan Blue base, he does not falter in the slightest. The sheer might and invincibility of Universe 10's Vegeta are indelibly etched in the minds of every god and angel present. I refuse to believe that your protective shield is truly impenetrable. A crimson light ignites in Ultra Instinct Goku's eyes. In the next moment, his combat power surges explosively once more. A scarlet aura envelopes him, and in an instant, he activates the Kaioken tenfold, amplifying his power tenfold. His combat power soars beyond 400 quintillion. With a mighty roar, the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Ultra Instinct Goku expands beyond its original diameter. The overwhelming energy opens its ravenous maw, seemingly intent on devouring Vegeta whole. However, Ultra Instinct Vegeta is not idle. He taps into a deeper reservoir of energy within him, and his brilliance surges exponentially. The two energies collide, relentlessly assaulting Vegeta's protective barrier. Yet, despite their tenacious efforts, they cannot even graze the shield surrounding Vegeta. The chasm in their strengths is insurmountable. To challenge the current Vegeta with the power of the ninth dimension is sheer folly. Even with the assistance of Broly, a warrior of the 10th dimension, it remains futile. Years of relentless training and discipline have allowed Vegeta to harness the full extent of his bloodline's power. Even in the form of a standard Super Saiyan, he can, when he chooses, unleash combat power rivaling that of a Super Saiyan 4. Feeling the fervor of Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Instinct Vegeta on either side, a subtle smile graces Vegeta's lips. Given your fervent efforts, I shall engage with a modicum more seriousness. But do be cautious not to be overwhelmed. As his words linger, the power of his bloodline surges forth. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force, far more terrifying than before, descends upon the entire realm of nothingness. A colossal golden energy pillar rises from Vegeta, piercing through the arena and the clouds above. Both Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Instinct Vegeta are once again forced back by the shockwave of energy. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly, suspended in midair, is violently overturned by this formidable energy, crashing down onto the arena. The moment this overwhelming aura envelopes the realm of nothingness, the deities rise in unison. The two Omni Kings in their palace gape in awe, their eyes captivated by the resplendent golden light. The Grand Priest, maintaining his stoic demeanor, gazes at the dazzling golden radiance, a hint of a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 74, The Emergence of Super Saiyan 4. The Sovereign of Bloodlines. On the arena, all participants were expressions of shock, gazing at the golden pillar that pierces through the world. Unlike divine energy, which is imperceptible, the energy unleashed by Vegeta is a palpable force. Judging by its intensity, the mere pressure it exudes could crush a person underfoot. The fighter from Universe 10 can unleash such power. The captain of Universe 11's prideful team, Topo, exclaims with trepidation. Although he had anticipated the opponent's strength would be formidable, the level of pressure he experiences rivals that which he felt only when Jiren unleashed his full power. Does this imply that Vegeta's strength is on par with Jiren? Perhaps even surpassing him. What of Jiren? At this moment, he finds it increasingly difficult to contain himself. He, too, is a powerhouse, a warrior in his own right. The fierce aura radiating from Vegeta captures his attention and ignites his desire for battle. His fists involuntarily clench, and a rare smile of anticipation graces his typically stoic face. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, Piccolo and Gohan conceal themselves in the shadows, quietly observing the distant battle. What a monster! Could this truly be the Vegeta from another dimension? Piccolo grits his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his face. The aura unleashed by Vegeta instills in him a sense of foreboding pressure. Unbelievably, he has managed to cultivate his energy to such an extent, Gohan gasps in awe, utterly astonished. In this moment, despite his unwavering faith in his father, he was taken aback by the overwhelming aura of Vegeta, filled with an ominous energy. And a profound concern for his father weighed heavily upon him. Just as their attention wavered, two golden energy blasts tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards them from behind. The ever-vigilant Piccolo swiftly turned around, his powerful hand shattering the energy blast into fragments. "Is it you?" Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. For the assailants were none other than his own kin, the Namekians from Universe 6, Pabina and Sanel. These two bore the hopes of their entire race, having assimilated nearly all their brethren to participate in this power tournament. Do not blame us for resorting to underhanded tactics, fellow Namekian. You are aware of the dire consequences that follow failure in this tournament. For the survival of Universe 6, we had no choice but to act thus. Pabina and Sanel stated, their gazes fixed upon Piccolo. Piccolo, however, was unfazed by their ambush. In a battle governed by rules of chaotic conflict, such tactics were completely expected. Were he in their position, he would have done the same. Gohan, standing beside Uncle Piccolo, signaled that he too was ready to intervene. "No need, Gohan. They are my kin, and this battle is destined to occur. Moreover, your strength surpasses mine by a significant margin. Conserve your energy for the final moments. The forthcoming battle will require your prowess. I shall handle these two," Piccolo declared, as his aura began to swirl and boil, his latent potential unleashed in full. His muscles swelled, and his skin took on an orange hue. This transformation was none other than the Orange Piccolo, a form that emerged only in the latter arcs of the original series. It is widely known as the Dragon God form of Piccolo. Originally, this form was meant to be unlocked post-tournament with the aid of the Dragon's power, following the crisis with the new androids. However, the immense strength of Vegeta had an impact on the warriors of Universe 7, compelling them to grow stronger, thus prompting Piccolo to attain this form ahead of schedule. In this state, his combat power reached a terrifying 8th-dimensional level, measured in Xeno's units, and it was nearly 1,000 Xeno units. What is this? Do we Namekians possess transformation abilities beyond mere enlargement? Pabina and Sanel gazed at Piccolo's transformation, their eyes wide with astonishment. This is a transformation they have never witnessed before, and instinct and intuition tell him that the Piccolo before him possesses power that far surpasses their own. "I shall take my leave first, Uncle Piccolo. I will meet you again shortly," Gohan entrusted, then hurried alone toward the opposite side of the arena. As Gohan departed, a smile graced Piccolo's face. His fist clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit as he called out to his fellow Namekians, "Let us battle. Who among the Namekians of the two universes is the strongest?" Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, as the golden energy beam gradually dissipated, the tumultuous void slowly regained its tranquility. Within the golden glow, Vegeta's form underwent a dramatic transformation. His beastly appearance emerged, the clothing on his upper body vanished, revealing powerful muscles cloaked in vivid crimson fur. The golden hair of the Super Saiyan transformed into long, dark brown locks cascading down to his waist. His azure, dual-colored pupil seemed capable of piercing through the essence of the world. At the corners of his eyes, 2 streaks of scarlet added an air of dominance to Vegeta's presence. Once his transformed state stabilized, Vegeta inhaled deeply, calming the restless power coursing through his veins. This was the pinnacle of the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. With a battle power increase of 5,000 times his normal state, if his typical battle prowess could be likened to a single unit, then now, under the 4th stage of Super Saiyan with black hair, his battle power had reached a staggering 5,000 units. What kind of transformation is this? Do we Saiyans possess such a transformation? Not far off, the overturned Super Saiyan Blue Goku stared in stunned disbelief at Vegeta's wild appearance. In his understanding, Saiyan transformations ranged only from the 1st to 3rd stages of Super Saiyan, followed by the God Super Saiyan achieved through divine training, and now the Super Saiyan Blue. But what was this red-haired monkey's form? Not only was its power terrifying, but its majestic stance also eclipsed that of their Super Saiyan Blue by an unfathomable distance. In addition to the shock, Super Saiyan Blue Goku felt the latent power within him tremble slightly before the presence of Vegeta in his 4th stage. His bloodline. Was it yielding? What is happening? My body is trembling. The Super Blue Son Goku forcefully suppresses the dread coursing through his bloodline, gritting his teeth as he rises to his feet. Soon, the turmoil in his veins is subdued, replaced by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and fervent battle spirit. For him, the opportunity to witness new phenomena is a blessing. Not far away, the Super Blue Vegeta also stands, trembling with a mix of surprise and joy at the transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage. Aside from divine power, the Saiyans possess other paths to explore. Chapter 75, The Turn of Events begins. Gamma Blast shining. The transformation before him seemed to transcend even the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, devoid of any divine aura. How infuriating. If this truly is the 4th level of Super Saiyan, why did I forsake my dignity to serve that insufferable Beerus? Gazing at the wild form of Vegeta in his 4th Super Saiyan state, exuding an aura of invincibility that scorned all. The heart of the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration and resentment. He was certain that this form was indeed the 4th level of Super Saiyan. If not, then what could it be? What he did not comprehend was the means by which his opponent had achieved it. Upon witnessing the 4th level of Super Saiyan Vegeta, the reactions among the Saiyan elite varied greatly. However, there was one Saiyan present who stood apart. When the 4th level of Super Saiyan Vegeta made his entrance, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly felt a fierce wave of danger resonate from within his bloodline. He sensed an intense threat. As the king among Saiyans, the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan absolutely would not tolerate any other lineage that could jeopardize his status. Upon detecting a challenger, he would undoubtedly seek to obliterate it. Broly's primal roar echoed once more, amplified by the power coursing through his legendary blood, bestowing upon him an even greater strength while simultaneously drowning his rationality in the ferocity of that power. Both Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, positioned on either side of the 4th Super Saiyan Vegeta, recognized Broly's unusual state. His body trembled uncontrollably, mirroring the sensation that Vegeta had evoked earlier. Such instinctive reactions were truly vexing. Yet, inexplicably, it filled him with excitement. Super Saiyan Blue Goku clenched his fists as the warrior within him surged with an unyielding fighting spirit, his gaze scanning the 4th Super Saiyan Vegeta. His perception magnified to discern how this form would contend with the rampaging Broly. Broly was someone whom he and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta had struggled to gain the upper hand against. Let me witness the extent of your power in this form. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta took a deep breath, centering his focus, meticulously observing each movement of the 4th Super Saiyan Vegeta. At this moment, the 4th Super Saiyan Vegeta also sensed Broly's impending eruption. The power of his bloodline signaled to him, urging him to swiftly eliminate this bothersome legendary Super Saiyan. With an indifferent demeanor, the 4th Super Saiyan Vegeta turned, coldly regarding the now even more frenzied Broly. Through his sensory perception, he assessed that Broly's combat power had reached at least the level of 2,000. Moreover, it was climbing steadily, hinting at the possibility of reaching 3,000. Given a bit more time, he might even rival the current Vegeta. No, there was another potential outcome. The energy could become too overwhelming, pushing his body beyond its limits, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. What a wild and reckless sight. It instilled both fear and pity for the legendary Super Saiyan. This madness had both forged and doomed him. Let us quell this with a single strike. With those words, the fourth Super Saiyan Vegeta leaned forward, golden arcs flickering in his palms as immense energy coalesced there. Sensing the threat posed by the fourth Super Saiyan Vegeta, Broly instinctively gathered a sphere of annihilating light capable of obliterating all existence. Boom! A vast, emerald energy beam shot forth, charging towards the fourth Super Saiyan Vegeta with unstoppable force. Gamma burst! With a powerful shout, the fourth Super Saiyan Vegeta unleashed an even greater torrent of energy beams from his hands. The terrifying might swiftly swept through, ruthlessly shattering Broly's final strike. The chaotic energy engulfed Broly entirely, eliciting a continuous roar from the frenzied beast. Ahe! Broly's anguish cries resonated throughout the arena, sending shivers down the spines of the other competitors. The fourth Super Saiyan Vegeta exerted his strength once more, expanding the energy of the Gamma Burst. The violent energy pierced through Broly's form, launching him from the arena. As the tempest of energy subsided, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly found himself teetering at the edge of the ring, no longer in his legendary form. The destructive force of the fourth Super Saiyan Vegeta's Gamma Burst had reverted him to his original state. His body swayed dangerously at the brink of the abyss. In a moment of peril, Android 17 dashed forth, rescuing Broly just as he was about to plunge into the void. Phew, that was close. If he had been eliminated, our universe would have faced dire straits. Android 17 sighed in relief. Goku, Vegeta, leave him to me, he shouted towards the distance. In the next moment, he hurriedly carried Broly deeper into the arena. This action also relieved the gods and angels of the seventh universe, as well as the duo of Goku and Vegeta. It was already a stroke of luck that Broly had not been eliminated. At this moment, in the audience of the seventh universe, the god of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis observed the battle unfolding in the arena, their emotions suppressed to an extreme. This fighter is an exceptionally powerful Saiyan, one that they scoured the entire universe to find, whose abilities rival those of Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Yet, before the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta of Universe 10, he was swiftly and decisively defeated. Fortunately, he was not entirely eliminated. Oh dear, the situation appears dire. It is surprising that such a formidable being as Broly was vanquished by that Vegeta from Universe 10, even with Goku and Vegeta joining forces. The hope for victory seems exceedingly slim, mused Angel Whis as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fear not. There is more than one method to secure victory in this competition. As long as we wait until the contest concludes, whichever side has more participants will emerge victorious. If Goku and Vegeta can maintain their footing on the arena alongside the other competitors, our Universe 7 shall remain undefeated, remarked God of Destruction Beerus, feigning calmness. Nevertheless, it is likely that Goku and Vegeta will not heed your advice, he added. Chapter 76, Beyond Super Blue, Deep Blue Evolution. The battle prowess exhibited by Universe 10's Vegeta stirred the hearts of Goku and Vegeta, both Saiyans. It seems inevitable that a direct confrontation with Universe 10 is on the horizon, was analyzed logically. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened, though he felt helpless. Meanwhile, within the Xeno's palace, the Gamma Burst of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta captivated the attention of the two Xenos. What a dazzling brilliance! That incredibly powerful Super Saiyan was defeated in an instant. Indeed, that Vegeta from Universe 10 is truly formidable, conversed the Xenos of the future timeline and this world. On the arena, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, noticing that Android 17 had rescued Broly, paid little heed to it. After all, it was merely the end of the line. His gaze shifted to Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Sensing their fighting spirit intensifying rather than diminishing, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta smiled in satisfaction. At least they did not show fear or attempt to flee. This is more like it. If your fighting resolve could be so easily shattered by me, this tournament of power would indeed be rather dull. Come now, it is your turn. Let me entertain you with my Super Saiyan 4th transformation. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta cracked his knuckles, a playful smile adorning his face. The Super Saiyan 4th transformation? It is astonishing that we Saiyans possess such a transformation. However, even with a significant disparity in power, my Super Saiyan Blue shall not yield to you. Goku steadied his trembling body, inhaling deeply to quell his excitement. Indeed, the Super Saiyan 4th transformation aligns with my speculations. We Saiyans can achieve an alternative evolution without cultivating divine power. But the strongest Saiyan in the universe is none other than me, Vegeta. Regardless of who you are, I shall defeat you, as Vegeta shouted. His divine power surged dramatically, reaching unprecedented heights. Are you going to unleash that form? Hey, I shall join you. Noticing Vegeta's actions, Goku wasted no time in tapping into a deeper layer of his divine power. Both warriors' divine energy soared, their azure auras transforming as this energy continuously elevated. Have they transcended their previous limits, reaching an even higher realm? This is somewhat unexpected, exclaimed Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta in astonishment. In the original storyline, the transformation beyond Super Saiyan Blue occurred when Goku awakened Ultra Instinct, which then inspired Vegeta to achieve Super Saiyan Deep Blue. However, in this timeline, it seems that due to Goku's influence, both Saiyans have simultaneously and prematurely mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Two magnificent pillars of divine energy ascended, stirring the void sky. Under countless gazes, Super Saiyan Deep Blue Goku and Vegeta emerged, showcasing their enhanced powers. Has your strength increased significantly? This is indeed impressive. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta scrutinized Deep Blue Goku, then glanced at Deep Blue Vegeta behind him. In the state of Super Saiyan Deep Blue, Goku's combat power had risen to nearly the realm of 1,000 quintillion. Compared to the previous substantial increase of over 20 times, this was a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, Deep Blue Vegeta's combat prowess reached the quintillion level. It appears that the magnitude of this transformation exceeds the limits of my Super Saiyan 4th transformation. After muttering these thoughts, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta smiled, arms crossed, exuding an air of composure and tranquility. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Deep Blue Goku and Deep Blue Vegeta gritted their teeth, simultaneously launching their assault in an instant. The two advanced in a pincer formation towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed, marking the commencement of this ultimate battle. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta evaded the combined onslaught with a ghostly grace. No matter how many varied attacks the duo unleashed, they could not land a single hit on him. The battlefield shifted continuously, leaping from the ground to the sky, then darting to the opposite side of the arena. The ferocity of Deep Blue Goku and Deep Blue Vegeta's combined assault intensified. As fellow Saiyans, they were destined warriors. Together, the power they unleashed was far from mere addition. Their combined might could easily overwhelm even fighters at the pinnacle of the 9th dimension. And a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. In the face of a 10th-dimensional powerhouse, they would be more than sufficient. Bang. Boom. The sound of 2 consecutive explosions reverberated. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta effortlessly intercepted the heavy blows from Deep Blue Goku and Deep Blue Vegeta, exerting his strength to send them flying as if they were mere toys. Deep Blue Goku and Deep Blue Vegeta felt an overwhelming force engulf them, losing control of their bodies. After soaring several dozen meters, they finally managed to stabilize themselves. In a display of mutual understanding, they stood side by side, preparing to unleash their respective energy attacks. Kamehameha Wave. Deep Blue Goku maximized his divine power, unleashing a brilliant azure energy beam from his palm. Final Flash. Deep Blue Vegeta, not to be outdone, released his ultimate technique at lightning speed. The two devastating techniques merged as they advanced, transforming into a final Kamehameha Wave, carrying an unstoppable force of destruction, heading straight for Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Here it comes. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stood resolutely like a mountain, unyielding and steadfast, prepared to confront the ultimate Kamehameha head-on. The collision unleashed a deafening explosion of energy that resonated through the air. Thick, billowing smoke ascended towards the heavens, while the tremendous shockwave radiated outward, with ferocious winds that raged for an indeterminate duration before finally subsiding. Chapter 77. Beyond Deep Blue Evolution having been struck. Deep Blue Goku gasped for breath, rapidly recalibrating his focus. Do not underestimate it, Kakarot. The battle has only just begun. Deep Blue Vegeta was acutely aware of the formidable strength of their adversary, understanding that defeating it would not be an easy task. Both warriors remained tense, their full attention fixed upon the area of the explosion. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the wild form of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta emerged, partially obscured yet unmistakably intact, prompting expressions of disbelief from both. Incredible! Unscathed. How can this be possible? Deep Blue Goku was astonished by the scene before him. The combined might of their ultimate Kamehameha should have been enough to warrant serious caution, even from a god of destruction like Beerus. Yet here stood Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, having withstood their lethal assault without sustaining a single injury. At that moment, they finally comprehended why even the mighty Broly had fallen victim to the merciless might of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The disparity in their dimensions was staggering. The gulf between them was far more than mere triviality. This is a chasm of unimaginable disparity, akin to an insurmountable abyss that ordinary mortals cannot traverse. Humph. An entity even more formidable than Broly. The Deep Blue Vegeta could not help but curse. Have you all had your fill of fighting? Now it is my turn. Emerging from the thick smoke, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta leapt with astonishing speed, his powerful form transforming into a projectile that collided forcefully with the body of Deep Blue Goku. The impact inflicted excruciating pain upon Deep Blue Goku, whose anguished cries echoed as he was propelled backwards like a rocket. Were it not for the enhanced strength granted by his Deep Blue evolution, Goku would have surely been obliterated. The speed is astonishing. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Deep Blue Vegeta's forehead, his eyes trembling violently. Even with his heightened concentration, he could not perceive when Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta launched his attack. Seizing the moment, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta charged forth once more, moving with such swiftness that he instantaneously appeared directly above Deep Blue Goku. With hands clasped together, he formed a hammer of immense force, striking down with overwhelming power. The sound of the impact resounded like thunder. The tremendous blow crashed into Deep Blue Goku's chest, sending shockwaves through his body. The force of the hit caused Deep Blue Goku to plummet into the arena, creating a massive pit nearly 100 meters deep. A spurt of blood erupted from Deep Blue Goku's mouth. As the blood flowed, his energy diminished drastically. Such a heavy attack. It felt as if my bones were shattering. Was this the kind of force that Broly endured? How could a single blow threaten to shatter my very being? Deep Blue Goku struggled to rise, only to find his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Despite his efforts, he could not regain control of himself. At that moment, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had no intention of granting him respite. Plummeting from the sky, he delivered an unstoppable kick that pierced through space, smashing into Deep Blue Goku's abdomen. The impact reverberated violently. The already deep pit seemed to deepen further, and the battered Deep Blue Goku could scarcely utter a word, his consciousness slipping away into oblivion. The transformation of Super Saiyan Deep Blue dissipated, reverting Goku back to his normal state, his energy flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. After the strike, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta looked down from his elevated position at the barely conscious Goku, his interest waning. So weak. No. It is he who is too strong. Even among the fighters on the platform, Deep Blue Goku's power was remarkable, yet unfortunately, he faced an opponent like this. Just as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta intended to confront Deep Blue Vegeta, his gaze flickered to a nearby rock. Trunks? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta instinctively called out. Not only Trunks, but Goten and Majin Buu were present as well. They watched the battle unfold, unable to intervene. Especially Goten, whose furious gaze was fixed upon him. Those two brats. A smirk crept across Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's face as he paid them no mind. In the next moment, with a thought, he vanished from sight. His departure provided Goten, Trunks, and Majin Buu the opportunity to attend to Goku. Of course, this was a deliberate act by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Meanwhile, on another part of the arena, having dealt with Deep Blue Goku, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta sought out Deep Blue Vegeta once more. The two, transcending space and time, represented unique transformations from their respective realms. Kakarot's divine power has dissipated. TCH. Good, you can rest there peacefully. By the time you awaken, everything will have concluded. Taking a deep breath, Deep Blue Vegeta stood resolute before Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, refusing to cower. Compared to Kakarot, you seem far more intriguing. You may deceive others, but not me. Unleash your full power. I know this is not your true strength. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's indifferent words caused Deep Blue Vegeta's pupils to constrict. Has he seen through me? Humph. Kakarot never noticed. Deep Blue Vegeta's expression turned serious as he recalled his plan to defeat Kakarot with the King-Kai fist, but his smile soon returned. Do not think that by defeating Broly and Kakarot, you can run rampant. I, Vegeta, am the elite among the Saiyans, the king of the universe's greatest Saiyan. Ahat. With a frantic scream, the divine power within Deep Blue Vegeta underwent a transformation. An even denser radiance of divine energy erupted from him. An overwhelming presence of divinity descending upon the entire void realm. Even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta could not help but marvel at the force emanating from him. Has the self in this world already surpassed Kakarot? As the Deep Blue energy radiance recedes back into his being, the appearance of Deep Blue Vegeta remains unchanged. Yet his combat prowess has undergone a qualitative leap. The pinnacle of Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution. An astounding increase of 500,000 times in his base power. Presently, his combat strength has reached an astonishing 5,000 Ryo. Clearly, his base form has also transcended with this enhancement in power. Chapter 78, The Defeat of Super Vegeta. The Bug Abilities of Majin Buu. Is this truly your full strength? Indeed, it is quite impressive, remarked Super Vegeta, witnessing the augmented prowess of Deep Blue Vegeta. Humph. I am not like that Kakarot fellow, so prepare yourself. With a disdainful snort, the pinnacle of Deep Blue Vegeta charged furiously at Super Vegeta. The prince's fighting technique was unleashed, delivering a relentless and fierce barrage akin to a tempest. Each strike possessed the might to rend mountains and shatter the earth. Deep Blue Vegeta wholly immersed himself in the onslaught, maximizing the advantages of the prince's technique and liberating his full potential to unleash greater abilities. Boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang. The continuous assault stirred a cacophony of deafening sonic booms. Despite the ferocity of Deep Blue Vegeta's onslaught, Super Vegeta effortlessly absorbed it all, as if he had completely deciphered his attack methods. Though both are Vegeta, the assaults of Deep Blue Vegeta are trivial in the eyes of Super Vegeta. It could even be said that the combat strategies employed by Deep Blue Vegeta in this world have long been abandoned by Vegeta himself. There is no need for contemplation. One can swiftly discern the countermeasures through instinct alone. This is also the reason why Vegeta abandoned such a fighting technique in his early years. Naturally, the Deep Blue Vegeta, putting everything on the line to engage with him, had no other choice. An approach of offense without defense. If Vegeta were to confront an opponent more formidable than himself, this would indeed be a viable strategy. This is impossible. Has he truly seen through all my offensive maneuvers with just a glance? What on earth is happening? Deep Blue Vegeta was taken aback. It was precisely his astonishment that revealed a fatal flaw. "You are distracted," came a dispassionate whisper. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta clenched his right fist and swung it with earth-shattering force. With a resounding boom, the unstoppable punch tore through space and struck Deep Blue Vegeta squarely in the face. The terrifying power distorted Deep Blue Vegeta's features, sending him hurtling away. Remarkably, the sensation of striking oneself held a unique flavor. With his legs coiled for power, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta charged after the airborne Deep Blue Vegeta. Deep Blue Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to control his body as he executed multiple backflips in midair. A surge of white and violet energy enveloped him as he rapidly condensed his power, unleashing a Gallic Gun. Witnessing this, the rampaging Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, relying on his formidable physique, shattered the Gallic Gun upon impact, barreling toward Deep Blue Vegeta and sending him tumbling. Raising his hand, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta seized Deep Blue Vegeta's ankle, unleashing a savage strength. Deep Blue Vegeta was tossed around like a mere toy, crashing against the ground with a series of thunderous impacts. With a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The relentless barrage left him severely battered, his bones feeling as if they were about to splinter. The overwhelming force rendered him utterly incapable of escaping. Deep Blue Vegeta exerted all his energy in a desperate attempt to free himself from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's grasp. Yet, the latter's strength was far too overwhelming. The disparity between them was evident. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge even an inch. "Do you wish to leave? Very well, I shall release you," Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta said with a wicked smile. In the next moment, his right arm swelled with muscle as terrifying power surged forth, violently swinging Deep Blue Vegeta's body. An unparalleled force erupted in an instant. Deep Blue Vegeta soared backward like a kite severed from its strings, crashing through several rugged mountains, sliding nearly 1,000 meters before being buried beneath a cascade of debris, his energy diminished by more than half. In less than 2 minutes of combat, the Saiyan's second prince was utterly overwhelmed by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's lightning-fast onslaught. The difference in strength was unmistakable. The two were simply not in the same league. Yet, despite the vast chasm in their abilities, the battle must persist. The other competitors from various universes had not yet been entirely demoralized. Perceiving the energy signatures of his adversaries around him, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta smiled. His gaze swept the battlefield, taking in the participants of the second universe, Ribrian and Rosie, the third universe, Kefla, Pan, Borarita, and Paparoni, the fourth universe, Ganos and Game Salis, the sixth universe, Badamo, Magetta, and the assassin hit lurking in the shadows, the seventh universe, Majin Buu, Goten, and Trunks, and the 11th universe, Jiren, Topo, and Dispo. The competitors from each universe had nearly converged, their attention fixated on Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's might. Everyone yearned to eliminate Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, yet felt utterly powerless. Such a top-tier warrior could scarcely be challenged by these lesser beings, save for a few in the arena. Noticing the fiery glares of anger directed at him, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta chuckled lightly, unfazed. The weak would always resort to such expressions of their frustration. Meanwhile, on Goku's side, after Deep Blue Vegeta was ruthlessly crushed by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Majin Buu took the opportunity to bring Goten and Trunks to Goku's side. Seeing Goku unconscious, Majin Buu wasted no time in utilizing his unique healing abilities to mend Goku's injuries. Although the rules of the tournament prohibited the use of healing potions and items, they did not restrict healing abilities. This crucial aspect of Majin Buu's participation lay in his healing power. As long as he remained, any member of Universe 7 could rapidly recover from even the most severe injuries. Moreover, this ability could potentially amplify the recovery of Saiyans, enhancing their strength after injury. Evidently, as Goku's wounds healed, he not only regained consciousness but felt a notable surge in power. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Majin Buu, he realized the situation. This trump card of Majin Buu had been reluctantly revealed. Such healing prowess was akin to an exploit, bound to attract the attention of other universes, making him a prime target for elimination. After listening to Majin Buu's explanation, along with Goten and Trunks' accounts, Goku understood the details of what had transpired. I see. Thank you, Buu. If it weren't for your healing, I might not have awakened until the tournament concluded. Goku expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. However, my healing ability can only mend physical injuries and restore ordinary energy within your body. The divine energy you expended will require your own efforts to recover, Majin Buu replied. Restoring my physical injuries is more than sufficient. I can swiftly utilize special methods to gather and refine the divine energy, Goku stated, clenching his fists and feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. What had initially seemed a misfortune, being so severely battered by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, had turned into a blessing. Majin Buu's healing had indeed precipitated a significant boost in his combat prowess. Dad, Goten called out, sensing the gravity of the situation. He wished to voice his concerns but hesitated. Noticing his son's unease, Goku smiled gently, ruffling Goten's hair. Don't worry, Goten. I'm not the same as before. You can trust me to handle the upcoming battles. Hearing his father's assurance, Goten's worry slowly dissipated. His unwavering faith in Goku returned the innocent smile to his face. Meanwhile, Trunks glared fiercely at the distant figure of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his teeth clenched in anger. To him, this impostor had trampled over his father, and he could not sense the divine energy, leaving him unaware of Goku's current state. Buu, please take these two to a safe location. The upcoming battle may have broader repercussions. Striving to remain on the stage for an extended duration is paramount, as the advantage in numbers is indeed a crucial factor. At this moment, Sun Wukong, displaying a modicum of wisdom, cautioned Majin Buu. Now, you must exercise caution. Avoid being knocked off the platform. As long as you remain within the confines of the arena, I can continuously utilize my healing abilities to mend your injuries. As long as you endure, our universe shall not succumb. Upon concluding his words, Majin Buu swiftly led Son Goten and Trunks away from the area, continuing to observe from the shadows. Son Goten and Trunks, exhibiting remarkable synergy, found themselves in a position where they could not yet contribute, thus opting to linger in the concealment of darkness. Meanwhile, Trunks was still endeavoring to sense his father's energy. The scene shifted back to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, as all eyes were fixated upon him. He too was keenly observing everyone else. His formidable perception enveloped the entire arena, rendering the movements of all participants exposed to his simulated energy field, leaving no room for concealment. The recovery of Sun Wukong did not escape his perceptive awareness. This was precisely what Vegeta had anticipated from the very beginning. Otherwise, he would have simply defeated Son Goku earlier. His intention was to provoke Goku further, igniting his awakening, particularly with regard to the Ultra Instinct technique. He was eager to witness its manifestation. Has he finally recovered? Kakarot, my efforts in keeping you here were not in vain. Under the extraordinary powers of Majin Buu, after enduring grave injuries, his battle prowess had notably increased, yet it remained uncertain whether he could grasp Ultra Instinct as swiftly as depicted in the original narrative. Nevertheless, the Super Saiyan Blue evolution transformation seemed rather lackluster to me, mused Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta inwardly. Suddenly, his keen senses detected a shift in Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. His gaze shifted towards the area where Deep Blue Vegeta had been sent flying. There, the once dormant divine power erupted anew. Boom. The ferocious divine energy surged forth, shattering all the rocks on the arena. Within the radiant aura of this Deep Blue divine energy, Deep Blue Vegeta's form re-emerged. At that moment, despite his battered state, his aura was not only intact but seemed to intensify. It appeared that something dormant within him was gradually awakening. The damage inflicted by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had inadvertently served as a catalyst for his transformation. It seems you have undergone significant changes as well. How intriguing. I wonder what you will ultimately become? Noticing the transformation of Deep Blue Vegeta's aura, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta felt a sense of resonance and smiled faintly. The self within this world appears to be evolving towards an unknown realm, propelled by a profound inner stimulus. This transformation left even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta in disbelief. Soon, with his injuries healed, Son Goku returned to the battlefield, landing beside the transformed Deep Blue Vegeta. Son Goku was both astonished and exhilarated by Vegeta's further evolution into Super Vegeta. Is this truly your power? You have remarkably cultivated the Super Saiyan Deep Blue transformation to such an extent. Just as Son Goku began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Deep Blue Vegeta. Step aside, Kakarot. This is my battle. It is not your place to interfere. He is my opponent. Deep Blue Vegeta's resolve was unwavering. He had discovered an entirely new direction. In his fight against Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, he continually transcended his limits and grew stronger. And now he stood on the brink of true transcendence. This also signifies his hope for a second evolution. Could it be that you have already? Sun Wukong involuntarily gasped, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. It is important to note that although Super Saiyan Vegeta completed his Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution before him, he has merely begun to grasp the full potential of this form. Yet, Vegeta is poised to break through once more. What does this signify? He has already surpassed Vegeta. Goku, in awe, gazed into the distance at the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Both versions of Vegeta have eclipsed him? Goku clenched his fists, a fierce determination igniting within him, leading to a remarkable breakthrough in his own realm. It was as if a barrier, previously impervious to his touch, suddenly manifested cracks, now revealed to him. Humph. Without answering Goku's inquiry, the Deep Blue Vegeta remained oblivious to Goku's transformation. His mind was consumed solely by himself. A resolute determination shone in his eyes. His injuries were suppressed by divine power, and with its assistance, began to heal. He inhaled deeply, unleashing a terrifying surge of divine energy once more. Chapter 80, Transcending Limits. Super Vegeta ascends to the 10th dimension. The Deep Blue Super Vegeta swelled with renewed power, the intensity of his divine energy forcing Goku back several meters. Compared to earlier, it had at least doubled. No, the energy transcended yet again, signifying a breakthrough beyond the 9th dimension, reaching the 10th dimension. The level of energy surged to terrifying heights. And in an instant, Deep Blue Vegeta was the first to strike. Deep blue flames coalesced into a tangible form, swirling around him, igniting fiercely, rendering him as if enveloped in a brilliant blue inferno. This is splendid. This fervent fighting spirit is precisely what Vegeta embodies. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta grinned with exhilaration and surged forward in an instant. The second round between the two formidable Vegetas erupted anew at this moment. Bang, 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 bang. Both sides unleashed their royal combat techniques, launching identical offensive maneuvers against one another. This is the result of Super Saiyan Vegeta's deliberate intention. He has suppressed his own power, responding with precisely the same strength and manner. Though these two individuals hail from disparate timelines, it is noteworthy that Vegeta, despite being a traveler, is fundamentally the same person. Vegeta has reached the pinnacle of his bloodline power, elevating the purest essence of Saiyan strength to its utmost limit, thereby manifesting the most primal and quintessential force of the Saiyan race. Super Vegeta, on the other hand, has embarked upon the divine realm and is currently undergoing a metamorphosis toward an even higher echelon of divinity. Their fervent battle rages on. The speed of the Deep Blue Vegeta's assaults continues to escalate, with each strike and maneuver unleashing the destructive potential of the royal combat style to its zenith. To the naked eye, one can only perceive countless rays of light racing through the space, rendering clarity impossible. In such a state, any minute fluctuation is discerned primarily through heightened perception to gauge the opponent's strikes. What on earth is happening? With the same combat technique, it should be impossible for him to reach this level, no matter how diligently he trains. As the battle progressed, Deep Blue Vegeta was struck by a terrifying realization. He hurriedly ceased his assault and swiftly distanced himself from Super 4 Vegeta. Noticing the grave expression in Deep Blue Vegeta's eyes, Super 4 Vegeta's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. It seems you have finally become aware. Super 4 Vegeta gazed into Deep Blue Vegeta's eyes and spoke softly. Who are you? This fighting style is not something a mere imposter could replicate. It mirrors my own combat skills precisely. No, it is even superior, Deep Blue Vegeta exclaimed loudly. In truth, he had long harbored suspicions, but had been hesitant to confirm them. Who I am, did you not already know? Super 4 Vegeta's words instantly validated Deep Blue Vegeta's conjecture. Upon hearing this, shock flickered in Deep Blue Vegeta's eyes, and he involuntarily staggered back 2 steps. However, this astonishment was soon replaced by exhilaration. The energy within him surged at his command, and the overwhelming divine power erupted forth. How? With a frantic scream, Deep Blue Vegeta spread his arms wide. His muscles swelled significantly, and a torrent of energy transformed into colossal waves that rapidly expanded. His divine power continued to magnify, its intensity rising exponentially, momentarily transcending limits. stabilizing his combat strength at the 10th dimension, a magnitude of 10. Such formidable energy, if unleashed in its entirety, could obliterate the entire arena. One wonders how devastating your ultimate strike could be. Observing this, Super 4 Vegeta neither dodged nor retreated. Deep Blue Vegeta was all in, concentrating all his energy into a single point. This technique is indeed one of his ultimate skills, the Gamma Burst Flash. Regardless of whether you are the genuine me or a mere imitation, the champion of this power tournament shall undoubtedly be none other than myself. The universe's preeminent scion shall be none other than Vegeta. Amidst his thunderous roars, the deep blue aura enveloping Vegeta crystallizes into a tangible form, while the surrounding golden lightning erupts like the dawn breaking through the darkness. Without a doubt, this represents his true power. The ultimate Gamma Burst Flash, recently mastered, had previously obliterated the fused Zamasu in the future world with its incomplete strength. Now, after enduring the rigorous training within the hyperbolic time chamber, his energy has undergone a remarkable transformation, amplifying the potency of this strike exponentially. With this blow from me, prepare for your elimination. Gamma Burst Flash. Boom. An unstoppable wave of destructive energy surges forth from the palms of Deep Blue Vegeta. The terrifying energy unfurled like a world-destroying dragon, its gaping maw seemingly intent on engulfing Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta entirely. Confronted with this overwhelming force, Vegeta stood resolutely, embodying the essence of a king, refusing to flinch or retreat. In comparison to the strike he had previously unleashed to vanquish Broly, the Gamma Burst was far less potent. A tenacious aura enveloped him, forming an impenetrable barrier of protection. A resounding roar echoed throughout the void, as the chaotic energy of the Gamma Burst pierced through Vegeta's form, erupting with a frightening momentum that shattered the arena of the Tournament of Power. At this moment, the attention of the gods was drawn to the spectacle. The destructive capacity of that strike was astonishing, undoubtedly reaching the level of a destroyer god rather than merely skirting the edges of that power. Even a direct hit would leave Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta wounded, no matter how formidable he was. In the stands of Universe 7, spectators were astounded that Vegeta could unleash energy to such an extent. The recent display was nothing short of extraordinary and should have yielded significant effects. Destroyer God Beerus gazed intently at the billowing smoke on the arena, his heart racing. Lord Beerus, I advise you not to harbor excessive hopes. While the might of this attack from our universe's Vegeta is indeed formidable, it falls short of what is required to defeat the Vegeta of Universe 10, remarked Angel Whis, fully aware of the terrifying strength of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, who had easily bested Broly. Even if this was the full force of Blue Vegeta, it would likely struggle to breach a mere energy barrier, and even if it managed to do so, it might only result in minor abrasions. In Chapter 81, Goku's fervent fighting spirit ignited. The audience of Universe 10 was aflame with excitement due to the full-force assault unleashed by Universe 7's Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. It was an astonishing display of energy, something not felt in many years. Even I, caught off guard, would have sustained considerable injury from such a blow. Universe 7's Vegeta is indeed an extraordinary individual, remarked Destroyer God Rumshire with a tone of deep respect, his gaze filled with admiration. One could not help but notice his heightened regard for the Saiyans. Why does our universe lack such beings? It was the first time I had witnessed Lord Rumshire hold such high praise for a mortal from another universe. However, despite the immense power of this strike, in the presence of true strength, it was akin to any previous move. At that moment, amidst the exchange between Angel Kusu and Destroyer God Rumshire, a sudden flash of realization struck the audience of Universe 10. Contestants Jiren, Waboni, and Ribrian simultaneously returned to their viewing area, their faces a mixture of confusion as they exchanged glances, unaware of how they had been knocked down. It was evident that the overwhelming energy from Universe 7's Vegeta had directly affected their vicinity, incapacitating them in an instant. However, they were not the only ones affected. Contestants from various universes, including Universe 2's Plank, Baikel, and Jimmy's, Universe 3's Sapri, Narlum, and Bayara, Universe 4's Damon, Decoli, Shosa, Mona, Gamasalas, and Xiangcha, Universe SIX's Votai Magata, Bergamo, and Dr. Rhoda, as well as Universe 11's Buin, Quincy, Taba, and Kokot, were also struck down by the sheer force of this attack. Many contenders from different universes, particularly those of lesser strength, were felled by the terrifying impact or ambushed from the shadows. Amidst this chaos, Universe 7 maintained its numerical superiority. At this moment on the arena, breath came in heavy gasps as Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta endeavored to calm his racing heart. He fixated on the center of the smoke. Not far from him, Goku felt the terrifying energy ripple through him, leaving him prostrate on the ground. Vegeta has managed to concentrate energy to such an extent. I wonder if this attack will prove effective? Goku's instincts screamed that something was amiss, and indeed, they were validated. As the explosive smoke began to dissipate, the proud figure of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stood unyielding. Upon witnessing this, Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's faces froze in disbelief. Before Blue Vegeta could react, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta surged forward, instantly teleporting in front of him, a sphere of golden energy hovering perilously close to Blue Vegeta's chest, pulsating ominously. A deadly sense of urgency paralyzed Blue Vegeta, every cell in his body screaming warnings of imminent danger. Observing the near-dazed expression in Blue Vegeta's eyes, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta chuckled softly. Though we share the same name, your strength has indeed surpassed my expectations. However, I must emphasize that the chasm between us is not negligible. With that, the energy in Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's palm erupted explosively. The golden energy propelled Blue Vegeta's body violently against the massive pillar at the center of the tournament arena. In that instant, Blue Vegeta's aura plummeted, the form of Super Saiyan Blue fading away as he reverted to his normal state, plummeting from the pillar to the ground. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was defeated in a single strike. This scene profoundly resonated with the hearts of all present, simultaneously heightening the tension within Sun Wukong to an extreme degree. The recent Gamma Burst, powerful beyond measure, had proven ineffective against Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Should he engage, the outcome would likely be no different. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to step forward. After defeating the Deep Blue Vegeta, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's gaze shifted once more to Sun Wukong. It is now your turn, Kakarot of this timeline. Having recovered from your injuries, I trust your strength has significantly increased. I am eager to witness the disparity between your power and that of another me. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta regarded Sun Wukong, who stood at a distance, with a smile. To be honest, I feel I possess little chance of victory against you. Broly has fallen, and Vegeta has succumbed. Should I engage, the outcome would be the same. At this moment, Sun Wukong smiled, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. Saiyans have always approached formidable opponents with a mindset of first engaging in battle, especially a martial artist like Sun Wukong. In the past, his fear of the unknown and the dread of higher dimensions had instilled trepidation within him. However, now clarity prevailed. Once his resolve solidified, Sun Wukong's relentless advance became evident. This is indeed one of his merits. Although aware of the outcome, it has been an eternity since I felt such exhilaration. The power of the fourth stage, Super Saiyan, is astonishingly formidable. Son Goku is eager to engage in battle once more. The divine power within him surges forth like a torrential flood. The deep blue aura intensifies continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he achieves the deep blue evolution of the Super Saiyan. With a standard battle power enhancement of 200,000 times, his combat prowess escalates to a staggering 2,000 yadas. After his near-death revival, his base battle power reached the level of 100 zetas, and coupled with the formidable 200,000-fold increase from the deep blue evolution, his power has now reached this extraordinary state. However, this strength still pales in comparison to the deep blue Vegeta he faced earlier. Yet, observing the current state of deep blue Goku, he seems to possess considerable confidence. Whoosh! In an instant, the divine power once again erupts. The barriers that constrained him are shattered. His deep blue evolution and Super Vegeta have both reached their pinnacle. With a standard augmentation of 500,000 times, his battle power has soared to 5,000 yadas. This was precisely the level of Vegeta's previous strength. Furthermore, this is not even his ultimate limit. Whoosh! A scarlet energy aura emanates from his entire being, and in an instant, the aura of deep blue Goku experiences a tremendous surge. Noticing the fluctuation in the aura of deep blue Goku before him, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta raises an eyebrow slightly. He recognized the move. Chapter 82, The Defeat of the 20-fold King S Fist. Son Goku bets everything on the King S Fist. Indeed, Son Goku had mastered this technique in the original tale, having previously employed it in the preliminary battle. There was no reason for him to abandon the King S Fist after reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution. In this state of transcending limits, I wonder if my body can fully withstand the surge of power that accompanies the King S Fist. Yet, even at the risk of annihilation, I must elevate my strength. This is my sole hope of vanquishing you. The eyes of Deep Blue Son Goku radiated an unprecedented resolve. The crimson malevolence intertwined with the deep blue divine power sparked a tumultuous uprising. Within the perception of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Deep Blue Son Goku's battle power was escalating at an astonishing rate. Battle power reading, 6,000 zhang. Battle power reading, 7,000 zhang. Battle power reading, 8,000 zhang. Battle power reading, 9,000 zhang. It continues to rise. The ninth dimension shattered, The 10th dimension, a unit of measure. So, it is the tenfold King S fist? Humph. With your current body strength, employing the tenfold King S fist in this form is rather presumptuous. However, the stronger you are, the better it is. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta observed the subtly transforming form of Deep Blue Sun Goku, arms crossed, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Tenfold, King S fist. Gritting his teeth, Deep Blue Sun Goku elevated the multiplier of the King S fist to tenfold. Boom. The vast divine pressure surged forth, accompanied by an aura of ferocity. The deep blue divine power fused with the crimson radiance, transforming into a light of obliteration that pierced through the firmament of the void. The imposing aura and overwhelming force now subtly surpassed that of the previous Deep Blue Vegeta. In the pinnacle transformation state of Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution, augmented by a tenfold Kaioken, the combat power has shattered the limits of the 9th dimension, tentatively stepping into the realm of the 10th dimension. Within the perception of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the combat power possessed by the current Deep Blue Goku has reached an astonishing level of 5 units. This strength, though it may not match the formidable intensity of the original work's Zai Gong upon its debut, is unlikely to be significantly lacking. Once the aura of the tenfold Kaioken stabilized, the Deep Blue Sun Goku cast a cold gaze upon Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Apologies for the wait. We can begin now. Deep Blue Sun Goku murmured. Crackling blue and red lightning erupted around him, a manifestation of ferocious might that bore no resemblance to divine power. Indeed, your strength has increased considerably, but how long can you sustain it? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, hands on his hips, appeared to be riddled with openings, yet was, in truth, impeccably guarded. He intentionally created an illusion of vulnerability. Long enough to defeat you. That will suffice. Deep Blue Sun Goku, well aware that further words were futile, gathered his strength, unleashing his full power. He leapt into action, his body transforming into a streak of light, slicing through space at breathtaking speed. A powerful whip kick tore through the air, aimed directly at Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's face. Too slow. Vegeta chuckled lightly, evading Deep Blue Sun Goku's assault with an agile, ghost-like movement. Undeterred by his missed strike, Deep Blue Sun Goku unleashed his combat techniques with full force, a relentless barrage sweeping in from multiple angles. The Turtle School's martial arts, with their balance of offense and defense, proved difficult to breach at his level. However, faced with an opponent of overwhelming strength, the defenses appeared somewhat inadequate. It's my turn, Kakarot. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta scoffed, clenching his right fist. A golden aura gathered at his fist's edge, delivering an unstoppable, mighty blow. With no option for evasion, Deep Blue Sun Goku braced himself, crossing his arms in defense. A resounding explosion echoed as the force of Super Saiyan 4's overwhelming power far exceeded his expectations. Deep Blue Sun Goku felt a piercing pain in his arms as he was sent flying, overwhelmed by the unyielding force. In mid-flight, he swiftly regained his balance, rapidly waving his hands to release a flurry of energy blasts, aiming to obscure Vegeta's vision and hinder his movements. Yet, he underestimated Vegeta's tenacity. A resilient aura coalesced around him, forming an impenetrable barrier as he charged straight through, disregarding the barrage of energy blasts, and appeared before Deep Blue Sun Goku. Grasping his ankle tightly, it seemed a devastating scene was about to repeat itself. Understanding the fate that awaited him once locked by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Deep Blue Sun Goku disregarded the limits of his body and decisively unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken. A crimson energy erupted violently, intensifying his battle power once more. The power surged from a level of 5 to 10. This sudden increase allowed him to break free from Vegeta's grasp. Spinning in midair, he quickly distanced himself from Vegeta, clasping his hands together in a sunflower formation, gathering energy to unleash a rapid Kamehameha wave. Vegeta's eyes narrowed as he solidified his aura, seemingly dispersing the attack with an invisible force. Blue energy particles scattered throughout the air. Although Deep Blue Sun Goku had anticipated this, witnessing his ultimate attack being effortlessly neutralized stirred considerable emotion within him. Damn it, is this really all I have? I wonder if my body can withstand more. Even the Kamehameha under the 20-fold Kaioken was so easily dispersed by you? Then I have no choice. Clenching his jaw, Deep Blue Sun Goku's forehead bulged with veins, his muscles alternately swelling and contracting. Every cell in his body was drawn upon, expelling every ounce of energy. You rely too heavily on the Kaioken, Kakarot. Such superficial augmentation is of no use to me. Regardless of how much you increase its multiplier, the essence remains unchanged. A flicker of disappointment crossed Vegeta's eyes. Chapter 83, The Limit of 30-fold. A blow to crush Deep Blue Sun Goku now found himself at the precipice of his limits. Relying solely on the Kaioken would not allow him to truly shatter the shell of potential that confined him. 30-fold Kaioken. Deep Blue Son Goku. With everything on the line, truly committed this time. The third-fold Kaioken surpassed the thresholds of his body, equating to wagering his very life. A moment's recklessness could spell doom. A crimson energy beam erupted, completely overshadowing the deep blue energy of Super Saiyan Blue evolution. His battle power surged to a staggering level of 15. With everything at stake, Deep Blue Son Goku's aura coalesced into a tangible form as he leapt, channeling all his strength into a single point. Blue and red flames blazed upon his fist. Victory hinged on this moment. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta acknowledged the significance of Deep Blue Son Goku's desperate strike. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, shaking the entire arena. The ground beneath Vegeta sank several meters deep, enveloped in thick smoke, obscuring the view for both gods and mortals. Within the haze, Deep Blue Son Goku's ultimate strike was caught effortlessly by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta with a single hand. The sight before him profoundly revealed the vastness of the world. He was indeed powerful, but Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stood stronger, rendering any hope of victory invisible. This punch was undeniably extraordinary. However, such levels of combat power were far from sufficient to defeat me. You need to train harder, Kakarot, Vegeta said, applying pressure to Son Goku's fist with his left hand while his right clenched, a golden flame roaring atop his fist. He readied himself to strike. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The deep blue eyes of Son Wukong trembled violently, helplessly watching as the unstoppable fist of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta surged towards him. The sound of a resounding impact echoed through the air. With immense power, Vegeta's punch brutally embedded itself into Son Wukong's chest. In an instant, a terrifying force engulfed Son Wukong's entire being. He could not catch his breath and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His transformation dissipated, and he flew backward like a kite with cut strings. With a series of thuds, his body pierced through several colossal rock formations, skidding for hundreds of meters before barely stabilizing at the edge of the arena. The pinnacle of the Deep Blue Super Saiyan transformation, augmented by 30 times the Kaioken, was shattered by a single blow from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Thus, all the elite combatants of Universe 7 were decisively defeated by him. In this dire moment, could you, Kakarot, once again create a miracle? Perhaps awakening the Ultra Instinct could allow you to rival my current strength. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gazed intently at the area where Son Wukong had been sent flying, his eyes piercing through the thick haze. Locking onto the unconscious figure of Son Wukong, buried beneath the rubble. In the original tale, Son Wukong had shattered the shell of potential through the energy of a spirit bomb, awakening the Ultra Instinct. Now, however, he lay gravely injured, on the brink of death. It appeared that the awakening of Ultra Instinct was a distant hope. Once again struck down, the hidden contestants of Universe 7 sprang into action. Son Gohan, who had been lurking in the shadows, rushed to the area where Son Wukong lay, clearing away the massive stones and carrying the barely conscious Son Wukong away from danger. Their covert actions could not escape the keen eyes of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, yet he paid little heed to their efforts. Even if they managed to restore him, what difference would it make? Meanwhile, Majin Buu observed the battle from a distance, and upon learning of Son Wukong's severe injury, he wasted no time in hastening towards Gohan and arriving at Son Wukong's location. As for Trunks and Goten, who had maintained a low profile on the arena, they could no longer remain passive in the face of Son Wukong's repeated defeats. They too yearned for battle, and the time was ripe, with the tournament nearing its conclusion. Simultaneously, on Piccolo's front, he faced the combined assault of the Namekians Pabina and Sayanol with calm composure, deftly countering their attacks. Having unleashed his potential through the Dragon Balls, he had awakened a new transformation. If it weren't for their shared kinship, he would have already sent them tumbling from the arena. However, sensing the dire situation of Son Wukong, Piccolo realized that things were dire in Universe 7. With Son Wukong's energy plummeting, had the battle there already reached its conclusion? I cannot afford to waste more time here. A glimmer of determination flashed in Piccolo's eyes, and in the next moment, a golden aura enveloped him. Sayanol and Pabina, sensing the shift, hastily retreated. The two launched a combined attack, unleashing an extraordinarily destructive energy beam straight towards Piccolo. Now serious, Piccolo's fighting prowess was vastly superior to before, exhibiting an exponential increase in power. In a heartbeat, he unleashed a terrifying speed, his robust form shooting forth like a cannonball, crashing into Pabina and Sayanol. With a splatter, both Pabina and Sayanol expelled a considerable amount of bile, the overwhelming force threatening to shatter their very beings. In an instant, Piccolo's unparalleled strength overturned them, sending them flying several dozen meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo swiftly positioned his index and middle fingers together, gathering energy at an alarming speed to unleash a special beam cannon. The spiraling golden energy tore through space, striking Pabina and Sayanol with devastating force, propelling them off the stage like skewered meat. 2 contestants from Universe 6 were eliminated. Having dispatched them, Piccolo reverted from his orange transformation. The power of transformation, although formidable, exacts a significant toll on one's stamina. He would only resort to it in dire circumstances. Chapter 84. Obstacles across the universe. A hidden current surges forth. With a deep breath, Piccolo inhaled deeply. After casting a contemplative glance at the audience from Universe 6, he focused his energy to locate Goku's position. Swiftly, Piccolo sprang into action, hurrying to the area where Goku was situated. At this moment, the 2 kings at the King's palace, having witnessed the staggering might of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, simultaneously expressed their admiration. Vegeta from Universe 10 was indeed impressive, defeating the enhanced Goku without the aid of divine power. It appeared that Goku had completely succumbed, his condition worse than before. The Super Saiyan 4th level was truly formidable. Indeed, Goku, having transcended the limits of the Super Saiyan God, was swiftly overwhelmed. The kings from the current and future timelines exchanged remarks, engaging in a verbal duet. Although Goku was ostensibly their friend, during this tournament of strength, they would not show favoritism to either side. The guards flanking the kings exchanged glances, seemingly communicating something to one another, before respectfully taking their leave. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister, suspended in the void above, observing the unfolding battle, found himself lost in contemplation. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his right index finger, intrigued by the invincible Vegeta on the arena. The unfolding events were becoming increasingly captivating. In this world, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta have been vanquished by you, instilling profound apprehension among the warriors of other universes. What action shall you undertake next, Vegeta? The Grand Priest grows increasingly intrigued by the existence of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. He has long been aware of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's identity and has thoroughly investigated the origin of this being from a different timeline. Vegeta's formidable strength serves as a pivotal piece in his grand design. In his realm, there exists a GT Goku whose prowess is not significantly inferior to his own. A Saiyan who could potentially be an asset to him. It seems he ought to occasionally venture into that parallel universe. In the audience of the 7th universe, the god of destruction, Beerus, wore a countenance dark as ink upon witnessing Goku being decisively defeated by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his expression fraught with concern. He had anticipated that securing victory in this power tournament would be exceedingly arduous, yet he had not foreseen the magnitude of the challenge. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating all with his overwhelming presence. Fortunately, Goku and Vegeta had not yet been entirely eliminated. The primary combatants of the 7th universe remained intact. As long as they remained in the arena, there lingered a glimmer of hope for triumph. Beerus inhaled deeply, striving to quell his restless spirit. With over a third of the tournament elapsed, there was still ample time. If they could maintain their numerical advantage, no matter how formidable Vegeta might be, they could exploit the rules to secure victory. Yet, he harbored doubts about the efficacy of winning through sheer numbers. As the Angel Whis cautioned, that Vegeta from Universe 10 has yet to reveal his true strength. Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent, casting a fleeting glance towards the audience of the other universes. Surely, after witnessing Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's nearly unparalleled combat prowess, the other gods of destruction would not remain indifferent. In the 2nd universe, as participants dwindled, only 3 combatants remained, Ribrian, Kakunsa, and Rose. The situation for their universe appeared dire. Observing the invincible Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta on the stage, the god of destruction, Hellas, spoke with a grave tone. What a savage and wild sight. It is far from beautiful. Following this remark, she employed special means to communicate with her universe's fighters. All remaining warriors of the 2nd universe, remain vigilant. Your greatest adversary is the fighter from Universe 10. For the survival of our universe, you must seize the opportunity to defeat him. Hellas covertly issued orders to the remaining participants, designating Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta as the primary target for attack. The Angel Sava, observing the situation, noted the tension but refrained from speaking. In the 3rd universe, the god of destruction, Moscow, similarly commanded the remaining contestants, instructing them to reserve their final trump cards for when the moment was ripe. They must bring down Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta at the opportune time. In stark contrast to the fervor of the 2nd and 3rd universes, the gods of destruction, Quitella from the 4th universe and Kampa from the 6th, were acutely aware of each other's power. Without absolute certainty of success, they would not initiate an attack, prioritizing the preservation of their respective contestants. Listening to the discourse among the gods, the god of destruction, Rumshur from Universe 10, secretly reveled in their hesitation. Only the strong attract such scrutiny. Yet, those of great strength remain unfazed by any stratagems or schemes. In the face of absolute power, the number of foes and their tactics become inconsequential. The victor shall invariably be the strongest, a belief Rumshire has steadfastly upheld. Continue your disputes. The more fervent they become, the better. Ultimately, it will be my Universe 10 that claims victory in this power tournament, Rumshire declared with unwavering confidence. The other gods of destruction appeared increasingly unsettled by Vegeta's overwhelming strength. However, the god of destruction from Universe 11 seemed to possess a different demeanor, Rumshire observed. At this moment, Angel Kes reminded destruction god Ramsey to pay attention to Universe 11. The clown destruction god, Jiren, had closed his eyes, revealing no signs of emotional fluctuation. An indifference that did not escape Ramsey's notice. Humph. Let that clown be. Whatever he does will change nothing, Ramsey thought dismissively. Although Angel Kes sensed something amiss, she did not delve deeper. Her gaze shifted back to the arena of the power tournament. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, the clown destruction god, Jiren, was communicating telepathically with the gray Jiren on the stage. Jiren, can you hear my voice? Jiren, he called out repeatedly. I can hear you, Jiren on the stage replied. Slowly closing his eyes, mentally acknowledging the call as a means to focus on his own destruction god. The time for you to conserve your strength has passed. Universe 7 has suffered significant blows, and our greatest adversary now is Vegeta from Universe 10. The gods of the other universes are greatly intimidated by his power. Now is the moment for you to act, Jiren. His strength is formidable, but I have greater faith in your abilities. Let this arrogant being, who scorns the gods, witness what true power is, Jiren. Let all the universes know that we, Universe 11, are the mightiest. As his words echoed, the voice of the clown destruction god lingered. I understand. After responding to destruction god Jiren, Jiren swiftly opened his eyes once more. The command was issued at the perfect moment. He had long harbored the desire to act, yet had not found the opportune moment until now. With the defeat of Son Goku and his companions from Universe 7 at the hands of Vegeta from Universe 10, the time had finally come. Focusing his mind, an unprecedented surge of energy enveloped him. The two formidable members of the Pride Troopers, Toppo and Dispo, noticed the shift in Jiren's aura and exchanged startled glances. Could it be that Jiren had made his decision? Toppo clenched his fists, a fervent light igniting in his eyes. Until now, it had been Vegeta stealing the spotlight. But at last, Jiren was ready to unleash his power. Toppo, Dispo, eliminate the competitors from the other universes. Leave that Vegeta from Universe 10 to me. It is time for everything to come to an end. Jiren's confidence was unparalleled, his arrogance surpassing that of anyone else in this world. He issued a calm command to his companions before striding forward, leaving behind an air of mystery. Though Toppo was the captain of the Pride Troopers in this moment, Jiren's words held greater weight. As he advanced, Toppo responded, Dispo, and I will swiftly clear the stage of all competitors. With Universe 7 weakened, it is time to strike. Dispo nodded in agreement. The crucial battle now rests with you, Jiren. With that, they departed, hastening towards the area occupied by Universe 7. Once they left, Jiren's gaze shifted, locking onto the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, whose keen instincts sensed Jiren's focus. So you have finally decided to make your move? Compared to those two, you are far more intriguing. Jiren's strength was indisputable. He was the mightiest being on the stage, even surpassing the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. It was clear that Jiren's sheer physical prowess had transcended that of a typical god of destruction. Sensing the intense attention from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Jiren quietly amplified the energy within him. However, just as he was about to take his most significant step, an unexpected attack was launched towards Vegeta. A flash of purple light appeared before Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, freezing time momentarily. Hit, the assassin from Universe 6, seized the opportunity to strike Vegeta with his time-skip technique. With a resounding boom, the previously frozen space shattered into countless fragments. As Hit's sudden assault was deftly countered by Vegeta, who caught it effortlessly in his palm. Not even a moment of vulnerability, I see. How naive of me, Hit mused. Realizing the formidable nature of Vegeta, the individual before him was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Ah, the assassin from Universe 6, what brings you here? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta inquired, his expression stoic. While the time-skip technique was impressive, it was but a trivial trick in the presence of someone of his caliber. Unexpectedly, Hit, having witnessed Vegeta's strength, resolutely chose to attack nonetheless. Allow me to do my work, Hit said coldly. In the next moment, he vanished into the time-skip space, projecting his image in front of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. So, you truly wish to challenge me? Very well, let the battle we could not have before commence now. I am eager to see just how formidable your time skip technique is. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed and content. Though Hit was renowned as a killer and his time skip was a formidable skill, such tricks were utterly ineffective against a genuine powerhouse. Do not be so arrogant. Hit reappeared before Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, their gazes locking, the atmosphere thick with tension. Unfazed, Vegeta maintained his nonchalant stance. Fully aware that the Hit before him was merely an illusion, the real Hit was hidden within the time skip space, and what he saw was but a projection. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar as Hit, concealed within the time skip space, silently moved behind Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, raising his fist to strike. Anticipating this, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's eyes glimmered with alertness, and in the next instant, he spun around and unleashed a powerful punch. With a thunderous crash, the space behind him exploded as Hit, who had been hiding, was struck squarely on the arm by Vegeta's formidable blow. The sheer force sent him tumbling several meters away. Struggling to regain his balance, Hit grimaced in pain, realizing the weight of Vegeta's punch exceeded his expectations. So this is the weight of a punch from Goku during battle? Indeed, it is quite heavy. I can feel it. Suppressing the agony radiating from his arms, Hit gritted his teeth. His gaze towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta now tinged with apprehension. Chapter 86, Unassailable, perfectly countering the time skip. Since the attack hidden in the time skip space proved futile, Hit resolved to utilize the time skip technique itself. In the next moment, he focused his thoughts and executed another time skip, this time extending the duration to half a second. He surged forward towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, aiming to strike first. Hee. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta chuckled lightly, unleashing another punch with remarkable speed. The terrifying force of this punch shattered the very fabric of space, its velocity surpassing even the capabilities of Hit's time-skipping technique. A powerful and resounding blow landed squarely on Hit's face, sending him hurtling through the air. In an instant, he stabilized himself mid-flight and once again activated his time skip, launching assaults from multiple angles around Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The air was filled with sharp, explosive sounds. Bang, 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 bang. Each time Hit materialized within striking distance of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, he was met with relentless counterattacks that sent him flying. With every assault, the duration of his time skip increased. 0, 55 seconds, 0, 6 seconds, 0, 7 seconds, 0, 8 seconds, 0, 9 seconds, and finally, 1 second. Yet, despite his rapid growth amidst the battle, extending his time skip to 1 second, he remained unable to breach the defenses of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. After numerous attempts, he had not managed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Vegeta, while his own body bore the marks of relentless punishment. Left with no choice, Hit ceased his assault. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his purple cheek, and a profound wariness flickering in his crimson eyes. The time skip had been thoroughly deciphered. The challenge posed by this opponent was far beyond his expectations. It seemed he had no alternative but to resort to his ultimate technique, even at the cost of his own life, to force this adversary off the stage. Taking a deep breath to suppress the agony coursing through him, Hit sought an opportunity to strike. Still unwilling to concede? Very well, let me witness the legendary assassin of Universe 6 unleash his true capabilities. Whether it takes 1 second, 2 seconds, or even 3 seconds, I demand to see the limits of this so-called time skip. The haughty words of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta pierced deep into Hit's heart. The words ignited a furious resentment within Hit, yet he found himself utterly powerless against the individual before him, who seemed to disregard his time-skipping ability entirely. On the other hand, Jiren, though his battle was interrupted by others, displayed no sign of anger. With his arms crossed, he watched with keen interest the clash between Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Hit. The assassin from Universe 6 was truly overestimating his capabilities. Despite knowing the vast disparity in strength, he still dared to challenge someone of a different echelon, a foolish endeavor indeed. In Jiren's eyes, Hit was woefully inadequate, relying solely on his time-skipping ability. Without that skill, Hit's raw power paled in comparison even to their universe's dispo. A challenger of such caliber against Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was, without a doubt, courting disaster. In the audience of Universe 6, the spectators were filled with despair. Neither time-jumping attacks nor strikes from another dimension could inflict any harm on him. Damn it, Hit, why won't you listen to me? Why must you seek out this guy? Lord Kappa, the god of destruction, raged in frustration, pulling at his ears. The situation for Universe 6 was already dire, with only 4 warriors remaining on the stage. Now, Hit, representing their universe's strongest force, had approached the mightiest fighter of Universe 10, and should he be eliminated, it would spell catastrophic loss for Universe 6. Lord Kappa, please remain calm. From what I know, Hit is not one to act recklessly. As an assassin, he meticulously gathers information on his opponents before proceeding. His choice to confront Vegeta from Universe 10 surely has a strategic purpose, the Angel Vados remarked, unperturbed. She understood Hit's character well. Perhaps the key to victory for Universe 6 resided within Hit himself. In the audience of Universe 10, Lord Rumshi listened intently to Angel Kusu as she recounted Hit's feats. The ace assassin of Universe 6, endowed with the unique ability to manipulate time, possessed remarkable strength. The ability to control time is indeed a formidable power. In all my years, I have never encountered a being from the lower realms capable of such mastery. Although originating from another universe, witnessing it firsthand is indeed astonishing, Lord Rumshi praised Hit, albeit with an air of regret. As the strongest warrior of Universe 6 seemed on the brink of elimination. Lord Rumshi is correct. Hit's prowess is indeed impressive, yet Vegeta clearly surpasses him, Kusa noted. Casting a glance toward Angel Vados of Universe 6. It is a pity, dear sister, but it appears your universe's strongest warrior may meet his end here. Reluctantly. We must acknowledge that it was Hit who sought out this confrontation. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, as the fierce battle raged on, the severely injured Goku was once again receiving treatment from Majin Buu, under Gohan's guidance, participating in this pivotal power tournament for the fate of their universes. Majin Buu played his role to perfection. He flitted between rescuing Goku, then Vegeta, and back again. Damn it. Even if you recover and your power increases. Bolstered by the Kaioken, it still pales in comparison to that guy. Super Vegeta seethed, his mood dark and filled with frustration, having suffered such a crushing defeat. He had lost all semblance of dignity. His strength is overwhelming. So formidable that we cannot even compel him to fight seriously, Goku gasped, rising to his feet. Despite the relentless battles and continuous losses, he refused to yield. With Majin Buu's support, as long as he remained in the fight, he could recover and push beyond his limits. As Goku voiced his thoughts, Piccolo and Gohan exchanged worried glances. For them, the dimensional constraints limited their perceptions of power. With Goku and Vegeta's deep blue transformations having failed, even their transformations would be insufficient. Their situation was increasingly dire, and their chances of victory dwindled. Unbeknownst to them, Trunks and Goten had already departed from the vicinity. On the other side, as Hit clashed with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the remaining 3 contestants from Universe 6 lurked in the shadows, observing the fierce battle. It has been driven to such extremes that Vegeta from Universe 10 is terrifyingly strong, Kale remarked with trepidation, standing alongside Caulifla and Kaba. After her defeat at the hands of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Kale had awakened, and the latent power within her showed no signs of resurgence. Clearly, after being subdued by Vegeta's bloodline power, Kale's instincts had been quelled. What should we do next, leader? We can't just let Hit face this alone, Kale timidly suggested, her earlier confidence shaken by the overwhelming strength Vegeta had displayed. Though I've regained consciousness, witnessing Vegeta's overwhelming power has left me with a psychological scar. Caulifla, contemplating Kale's suggestion, was not dismissive of the idea of assisting Hit. However, given their current level of combat prowess, aiding Hit seemed an impossible task. Against Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, there would be no exceptions, they would be instantly obliterated. Caulifla, Kale, we should refrain from rash actions. Since Hit has chosen to confront Vegeta, we must consider the survival of Universe 6. If the worst comes to pass and Hit is eliminated, we 3 will be the last hope for our universe. Should we fall, Universe 6's defeat would be inevitable. As long as we remain in the arena, hope still lingers. At this moment, after a prolonged silence, Gabe proposed an idea. Although his words were somewhat unpalatable, they indeed represented their best option at that juncture. Lacking absolute power, they were left with no choice but to conceal themselves in the shadows, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Upon hearing this, Caulifla clenched her fists tightly. As a Saiyan, she yearned for the thrill of battling formidable foes. However, given her current strength, any one of the champions in the arena could likely obliterate them with ease. The prospect of encountering an adversary of comparable prowess seemed elusive. Suddenly, 2 golden energy blasts tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards Caulifla and her companions from behind. Watch out, sister. Kale was the first to sense the impending danger, shouting a warning. Caught off guard, Caulifla and Gabe were struck by the 2 energy blasts. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the air, enveloping the trio from Universe 6 in a thick cloud of smoke. The culprits behind the attack were none other than the 2 young Scions from Universe 7, Goten and Trunks. Trunks, do you think our sudden ambush might be a tad inappropriate? Goten asked, a hint of trepidation and embarrassment in his voice. What are you saying at a time like this, Goten? Trunks reprimanded him. The outcome of this tournament could determine the fate of our universe. With both Dad and Uncle Goku severely injured, if they are eliminated, the responsibility falls solely upon us. Goten fell silent, chastised, and turned his gaze ahead. Who dares to attack us unprovoked? How infuriating. Emerging from the smoke, Caulifla, Kale, and Gabe appeared unscathed. The attack from Trunks and Goten had yielded no significant damage. So it's you two brats? Caulifla recognized Trunks and Goten, who had launched the surprise assault, and a flicker of intrigue crossed her mind. Her wild nature ignited a thought. These two inexperienced youngsters dared to provoke them. Were they not merely offering their heads on a platter? Hearing Caulifla's mocking outcry, Trunks and Goten's expressions soured. They were seasoned Saiyans, having weathered many storms, and were no mere Navi children. Their encounter with the Saiyans of Universe 6 was, in essence, a quest to validate their own abilities. Caulifla, it seems they are Saiyans from Universe 7. Also, that Saiyan is the son of our master? Gabe recognized the two before him, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Though they had approached them, he was reluctant to engage with his master's son or confront Universe 7 directly. To him, it seemed that Universe 6 and Universe 7 should stand united against a common foe. Gabe, at such a critical moment, you're still hesitating. They've come to challenge us. If you want to act, then I shall take it upon myself to deal with these two brats and relieve my frustration, Caulifla declared, sensing Gabe's reluctance and dismissing any other considerations. Goten, did you hear that? She said she intends to knock us off the arena. Caulifla exclaimed. I heard her, Trunks. The two Saiyans exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they simultaneously unleashed the latent power of their Saiyan blood, a golden aura erupting from within. Their Super Saiyan transformation surged forth in full power, manifesting instantaneously. Despite their usual focus on leisure rather than training, they had made a concerted effort to enhance their potential for this tournament, having sought guidance from the old Kai. Moreover, even without rigorous training, they had continuously engaged in combat games, ensuring their skills remained sharp, coupled with their innate potential, which had been unlocked by the old Kai. Their base power level was already formidable. With a solid foundation, their Super Saiyan transformation amplified their battle power by a staggering factor of 80, propelling their combat strength beyond the limits of conventional metrics, reaching an astonishing level of 8 quintillion. The prowess displayed here is likely unmatched, even by Sun Wukong and Super Vegeta, who have both encountered divine events. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the two and witnessing their transformed state, Kale's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Can you two little ones also become Super Saiyans? This is truly magnificent, Kale exclaimed, her excitement palpable. As she had been lamenting the lack of worthy opponents, the arrival of Goten and Trunks perfectly fulfilled her desire for a formidable battle. Since you can transform as well, let us engage in a spirited duel. Come, let me show you my Super Saiyan form. With that declaration, Kale unleashed the energy of her Super Saiyan first stage. The ferocious energy erupted from her body like a volcano, radiating a golden aura. Judging by the intensity of her energy, her battle power reached an astounding 24 quintillion. Are you ready? Brace yourselves, Kale commanded, hands on her hips, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Goten and Trunks. As a female Saiyan, she possessed a unique allure. Such incredible energy. It far surpasses our combined strength. We must proceed with caution, Goten, Trunks said, adopting a combat stance. His focus unwavering and expression serious. Let us utilize the Super Saiyan second stage. Her power exceeds ours combined, Goten proposed, ever vigilant. After a moment of contemplation, Trunks nodded in agreement. Such immense energy required their utmost effort to contend with. Although revealing their Super Saiyan second stage early would deplete their stamina, they still had a final trump card in reserve. Exchanging a determined glance, Goten and Trunks simultaneously unleashed their power, a torrent of energy surging forth like a tidal wave. Hawa, Goten shouted. Ya, Trunks echoed. The two young Saiyans released a resonant cry, and in an instant, energy poured out of them like a flood. Their golden auras expanded, and countless blue-white arcs of electricity crackled around them, bursting into brilliance. The two individuals, in their full force, bore a striking resemblance to their forebears during their joint battles. Accompanied by the continuous expansion and explosive bursts of blue and white lightning, they finally stabilized their transformation into the second level of Super Saiyan. Although they were merely at the initial stage of this transformation, the enhancement to their combat power reached an astonishing hundredfold compared to their usual capabilities. Goten's combat power was firmly established at 9 quintillion, while Trunks achieved a remarkable 10 quintillion. Is this a higher realm of Super Saiyan transformation? How did you two accomplish this? Kale exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Goten and Trunks. She found it hard to believe that these seemingly young lads could unleash such a magnitude of power, while her own combat prowess surpassed theirs. She felt vastly inferior in terms of transformation mastery. Hey, big sister, are you not familiar with the second level of Super Saiyan transformation? If you defeat us, we might just share the secrets of achieving it. Goten and Trunks teased Kale, revealing their youthful playfulness. All right, it's a deal, but do not go back on your word. If I win, you must reveal the method to attain the second level of Super Saiyan. Kale declared, her fist clenched and her eyes sparkling with fierce determination. Although Goten and Trunks possessed a more advanced Super Saiyan transformation, Kale remained confident in her own strength. In the next moment, Kale launched herself toward Goten and Trunks at breakneck speed. Unfazed, the two boys simultaneously unleashed energy blasts towards her. Futile. Your power pales in comparison to mine, Kale declared, effortlessly swatting the incoming energy blasts aside, causing them to explode against a nearby stone pillar. Seizing this opportunity, she closed the distance to Goten and Trunks. With a flurry of powerful punches, she unleashed a relentless assault upon the two. Goten and Trunks could only evade her fierce onslaught. The force of her strikes would be too much for their small frames to endure if they were caught. Trunks, her strength is overwhelming. We can't withstand her punches. Is she really a woman? Goten exclaimed. Indeed, we must devise another strategy, or we risk being eliminated. Trunks replied, as Goten seized an opening, leaping into the air and rapidly gathering energy for the Kamehameha wave. Trunks quickly jumped back to create distance from Kale. Ha! A brilliant blue energy beam erupted from Goten's palms, hurtling directly towards Kale. Realizing the intensity of the energy, Kale gritted her teeth, crossing her arms in a defensive stance to absorb the impact. Boom! The explosive energy struck the ground, causing a deafening detonation and billowing clouds of smoke that obscured Kale's vision. Unfamiliar with sensing energy, she lost track of her adversaries amid the smoke. Whoosh! Suddenly, the second level of Super Saiyan Trunks burst through the space, launching a surprise attack on Kale. Bang! With a resounding crash, Trunks delivered a powerful kick to Kale's back, sending her flying like a severed kite into a pile of rubble. Well done, Trunks, Goten exclaimed as he landed beside him. Grinning, it appears our synergy remains intact, Goten, Trunks replied, exchanging a knowing high-five with his friend. Yet, they were still just children, reveling in a momentary advantage. They needed to remember that the arena in this power tournament resembled a battlefield, with unpredictable changes occurring every second. With Kale struggling, Kaba could no longer remain passive. This match, after all, concerns the very existence of the universe. Even though Trunks is the son of Vegeta, he must take action. You two dare to harm my sister. This is utterly unforgivable. Unlike Gabby's indecisiveness, Kale is on the verge of an eruption. Witnessing her beloved sister being tormented by the two young ones, Kale, the devoted sister, finds herself teetering on the brink of a frenzy. The boundless power within her, driven by her emotions, begins to surge forth. Trunks and Goten, sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from Kale, feel a weight in their hearts and tremble as they retreat. The terrifying prowess of this woman is well known to them. If they were to confront this legendary Super Saiyan, would they not be utterly vanquished? Kale, wait a moment. At that instant, from the distant rubble, the voice of Caulifla emerged. She pushed aside the stones that encumbered her and appeared before everyone, unscathed. Trunks' previous kick had not harmed her in the slightest. Sister. Upon seeing the unharmed Caulifla, Kale's tumultuous emotions began to settle. Gab, Kale, you both must refrain from intervening. I still need to extract the method for transforming into the Super Saiyan second grade from them. Besides, they are merely children. A one-on-one confrontation would be somewhat unfair. Caulifla cracked her knuckles, her demeanor markedly different from before, indicating her seriousness. All right, since you say so, sister, I shall not interfere, Kale assured from the side. Caulifla, remember, he is the child of my master. Be gentle. Gab was acutely aware of Caulifla's temperament and feared she might unintentionally inflict serious harm on Trunks. In response, Caulifla smiled knowingly and replied, Rest assured, Gab. I am counting on them to reveal to me the method for transforming into the Super Saiyan second grade. How could I possibly damage them so easily? Goten and Trunks, facing the formidable Caulifla, could not help but swallow hard, feeling the overwhelming pressure. Together, they barely possessed the means to contend with Caulifla. If they were unable to achieve the Super Saiyan second grade transformation, they would have to resort to their trump cards. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta continued unabated, maintaining a one-sided oppressive trend. It repeatedly attempted to use his time skip technique, only to be effortlessly thwarted each time. Although he excelled in defense, the sheer ferocity of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's strength rendered him nearly defenseless. Even a casual punch from Vegeta compelled him to exert all his effort to block, and a slight miscalculation could result in his immediate elimination. The resounding sounds of impact echoed repeatedly. No matter the angle of attack, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta accurately predicted Hit's position and countered directly. Vegeta furrowed his brow, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. "Enough. How long do you intend to repeat these tedious attacks?" he exclaimed with a low growl. In the next moment, he gathered his strength and launched a powerful punch. His formidable fist tore through the fabric of space, infused with immense force, shattering the dimensional barrier and striking precisely between Hit's arms. The overwhelming power coursed through Hit's entire being. In an instant, Hit felt his energy surging uncontrollably, as if his body were on the verge of collapse, and he was sent flying like a projectile. The thunderous sounds of impact persisted as Hit's body skidded along the ground, sliding for hundreds of meters before barely stabilizing himself. At this moment, he was battered and bruised. Not a single part of him left unscathed. Enduring excruciating pain, Hit shakily stood up, having reached the absolute limit of his endurance. Yet, for the sake of the survival of Universe 6, he had no choice but to press on. The presence of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta posed an insurmountable threat to Universe 6. His purpose in this arena was to eliminate the greatest danger. He had already committed Vegeta's attacks and every reaction to memory, knowing that the outcome hinged on this one strike. Taking a deep breath, Hit raised his hand and unleashed an invisible energy blast. This fierce energy penetrated several massive rocks, hurtling towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta did not evade. Instead, his formidable aura coalesced into an impenetrable energy barrier that stood resolutely before him. Its invisible energy blast was ruthlessly halted by this turbulent and fearsome barrier, unable to advance even an inch. Utilizing the invisible energy blast to divert Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's attention, Hit activated his timeskip technique once more, teleporting at lightning speed to position himself behind Vegeta. "Futile," Vegeta muttered as he swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful punch. The power of this punch is irresistible, capable of shattering all existence. Should Hitler endure such a devastating blow, given his current physical condition, he would undoubtedly be eliminated. A resounding bang echoed through the air. This time, the outcome was reversed. It was not the iron fist of Super Saiyan God Vegeta striking Hit, but rather Hit's fist landing squarely upon Vegeta's chest. The fist, infused with all its might, propelled Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's form backward by 10 meters. How intriguing. It has indeed shattered my protective aura. I underestimated you, Hit. As Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta felt a sharp pang in his chest, a smile crept upon his lips, filled with admiration for Hit's remarkable performance. The might of this punch transcended the barriers between dimensions, reaching a magnitude comparable to that of the 10th dimension. Although it was merely a single strike, its significance was indeed remarkable. It is essential to note that the figure before us, Hit, is merely a warrior of the 8th dimension. Just as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta prepared to move, he found himself ensnared by an invisible force of energy. What? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta felt an odd sensation, but soon clarity dawned upon him. No wonder this blow carries such weight. It is, in fact, the ultimate technique that Hit comprehended in the original narrative, time skip. This ability confines an individual's body within the prison of time, utterly immobilizing their actions. Chapter 90, Hit's elimination. I must acknowledge that your strength is unparalleled. An exceptional force I have yet to encounter. It is unlikely that within the arena of this tournament of power, you will find another warrior who can rival you. However, this is where it concludes. I shall entrap you within this temporal prison. For the sake of the universe's survival, I must eliminate you. Positioned upon a towering rock directly before Vegeta, Hit gazed down upon him with an air of superiority. He concentrated his dwindling energy, forming a profound orb of purple energy within the palm of his hand. This strike encompassed all his might. Failure meant death. Should he falter, all would be rendered futile. A hint of amusement flickered across the visage of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. His form began to advance gradually, as if the confines of time were on the brink of being shattered by Vegeta's formidable power. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the temporal prison, Hit clenched his jaw tightly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta exceeded his wildest imagination. This individual's power was so immense that even the confines of time could not restrain him. This next strike would be everything for me. With a fierce shout, Hit leaped forward, accelerating towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta with unparalleled speed. Observing this, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta halted his movements, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Without flinching or evading, he stood resolute against Hit's full-force assault. A tremendous explosion erupted as the terrifying energy collided with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's chest, detonating in an instant. A violet radiance burst forth, soaring skyward, the rampant energy compelling those observing the battle from a distance to retreat in trepidation. The intensity of this maneuver is truly astonishing. Concealed in the shadows, the Seventh Universe warrior wonders, has it succeeded? Sun Wukong couldn't help but clench his fist, anxiously holding his breath for it. The terrifying might of this strike was palpable, instilling in him a profound sense of threat. Should he succeed in vanquishing Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, it would undoubtedly become a monumental hero across the cosmos. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta represented the most formidable adversary, posing the greatest obstacle to their collective victory. Meanwhile, Super Vegeta, Gohan, and Majin Buu held their breath, fully aware that the fate of the battle hinged upon this very moment. In the arena of Universe 11, Jiren's massive eyes fixated on the billowing smoke generated by the explosion. With his remarkable vision, he perceived far more than any ordinary being could. While Hit's time prison and self-sacrificial strike were undeniably powerful, the distance he needed to cover in order to defeat a true powerhouse remained vast. Such a level of combat prowess is still far from sufficient to secure victory against them. At least, this holds true for him. And perhaps it is the same for that Vegeta. After all, the strength of the warrior before him has reached a level that even he cannot underestimate. The deities in the audience are now fully attentive, especially the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa. If it can eliminate Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, it would at least restore some dignity to their Universe 6. However, should Hit be defeated, their Universe 6 would suffer a severe blow. On the arena, Hit maintains his offensive stance, observing the explosion of energy before him, allowing himself a moment of relief. His final strike has successfully landed. No matter how powerful Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta may be, he cannot possibly emerge unscathed. Yet, as the smoke dissipates, the assassin Hit's pupils contract sharply, his entire being trembling with shock. For Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta has not only escaped the confines of time, but has also withstood his life-threatening attack, completely unharmed. What the hell, is this monster's strength not somewhat outrageous? That previous strike was indeed impressive. The corners of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's mouth curl slightly as he chuckles softly while brushing off the dust from his attire. In the face of the ultimate defensive capabilities bestowed by his Super Saiyan 4th transformation, even Hit's full-force attack could not inflict the slightest injury upon him. This is impossible. Hit trembles all over, unable to control the panic rising within him, continuously retreating. In this moment, the assassin found himself utterly flustered. Even during his previous assignment to eliminate Sun Wukong, he had never experienced such trepidation. The man before him was impeccably formidable. Victory was entirely out of reach. Very well. Assassin of the 6th Universe, you have seized the opportunity meant for another warrior. Now that your performance has concluded, it is time for me to escort you to your end. As Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's words echoed, an unparalleled aura erupted instantaneously. A terrifying presence descended upon the assassin Hit, enveloping him in an unimaginable sense of oppression that rendered him completely immobilized, feeling his body betray him. The assassin's nerves were taut as he could only watch helplessly while Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta condensed an energy sphere against his chest. The energy sphere propelled his form beyond the arena of nothingness, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion in the void. The explosion unleashed a torrent of fiery debris, engulfing everything in its wake. At this moment, the hearts of the other competitors still on the arena raised to their throats, as they gained a newfound understanding of the formidable strength of Super 4 Vegeta. The formidable existence of this being is far more terrifying than they could have imagined. As the smoke from the explosive display dissipated, it had appeared in the audience of the 6th Universe, signifying his elimination. In that moment, the eliminated Hit remained in a state of shock. The overwhelming strength of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was the most absurd he had ever witnessed. Even the confines of time were powerless against such an entity. How immensely powerful could this being truly be? It was far more fearsome than a god of destruction. Do not blame yourself, Hit. You have performed admirably. This is not your fault. That individual is so powerful, it is almost terrifying, said the god of destruction, Kampa, as he observed the dazed Hit. The Vegeta from Universe 10 possesses a level of strength that is indeed beyond comprehension. His power has transcended time itself. I have never encountered a human who has reached such a realm. His strength likely surpasses that of the gods of destruction, remarked Angel Vados, gazing solemnly at the nearly invincible Vegeta on the arena. The overwhelming might of Vegeta rendered her unable to discern any weaknesses. She was at a loss as to how this battle could be won. Chapter 91. Jiren takes action. A shockwave throughout the universe on the spectator side of Universe 7. The realization dawned that even that assassin had been defeated. The confines of time had been shattered. Damn it. What level has this Vegeta reached? On this stage, it seems there is truly no one who can match him. To rely on tactics to secure victory is nothing but a fool's dream. The god of destruction, Beerus, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Even he, the strongest of the gods of destruction, found the situation exceedingly troublesome. In contrast to Beerus's agitation, the Angel Whis remained remarkably calm. His gaze was not fixated on the assassin hit from Universe 6, but rather on the warrior named Jiren from Universe 11. Lord Beerus, you are mistaken. While that Vegeta is indeed powerful, there are still individuals on this stage who can confront him directly. Pay close attention to the warrior from Universe 11. He is unlike anyone we have seen before. Whis spoke in a measured tone, redirecting Beerus's attention, previously too focused on the battle's dynamics. Beerus had not given much thought to the warrior from Universe 11. It was then that he noticed Jiren's formidable physique and the profound aura he emanated, causing Beerus's eyes to deepen with intrigue. This individual, equally formidable, resides within the dominion of the god of destruction, known as Vermouth, in the 11th universe, where an extraordinary creature exists. On the arena, with Hit eliminated from the fray, the gaze of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta shifted to the enigmatic gray figure of Jiren. Observing the seemingly unfathomable power of the bald titan before him, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta communicated telepathically, stating, "At this moment, no one can impede our battle. After watching for so long, I trust you have grown restless with anticipation. Coincidentally, I feel the same. You appear to possess strength that surpasses even that of the warriors from the 6th and 7th universes. If it is combat you seek, then let us commence." Thus, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta extended a bold invitation to Jiren for battle. This also signifies that the battle between the two strongest beings on the arena is about to commence. Listening to the audacious declaration of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Jiren is not one to relent. With a disdainful huff, he incites a boundless tempest of energy that sweeps across the arena of the Tournament of Power. In an instant, the very atmosphere of the void begins to tremble. An unparalleled whirlwind of energy rages forth as Jiren, determined to overpower Vegeta in sheer force, prepares to unleash his full might. The turbulence caused by his aura creates significant upheaval. The atmosphere of the void is purged, the arena quakes, and the very fabric of space distorts. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Jiren, cannot help but display a jubilant expression. Haha, how amusing. This is truly fascinating. Such a level of power can only be deemed formidable. After arriving in this realm, encountering a being of your caliber is indeed a stroke of good fortune for me. Initially, I thought you were merely akin to those lesser beings. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta laughs exuberantly, utterly captivated by Jiren's immense strength. This sheer power, distinct from divine strength, emanates an undeniable sense of oppression. In contrast to battling those endowed with divine abilities, the formidable combat prowess of Jiren is undeniably more captivating to him. Simultaneously, the other competitors on the arena, upon sensing the terrifying impact of Jiren's overwhelming aura, felt a profound heaviness in their hearts. The gods, too, became acutely alert at that moment. The angels cast their gazes in his direction as the atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness. The mere presence of a Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was already formidable. Now, with the emergence of Jiren, whose strength rivals that of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the stakes have escalated dramatically. How should this be fought? The warriors of the second universe find themselves in a precarious situation. What manner of monsters are these combatants in the arena? Our love for the second universe pales in comparison to theirs. When Jiren unleashed his terrifying and soul-chilling aura, Ribrian's fighting spirit was nearly shattered. The mere strength of a Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was already enough to instill despair. Now, with Jiren joining the fray, what are they to do? What is with your despondent demeanor, Ribrian? Smack. Witnessing Ribrian's utterly dejected state, Rogi, also a warrior of the second universe, could no longer contain herself and delivered a sharp slap to Ribrian's face. Feeling somewhat aggrieved by the blow, Ribrian pondered, "Is this the extent of your love? The fate of the second universe rests upon your shoulders. If even you give up, what shall we do?" Rogi voiced her heartfelt concerns, seeing Ribrian as their last beacon of hope. It was this poignant reminder that awakened Ribrian. "I understand now, Rogi. Thank you for your encouragement. I will not fall so easily. For the love of our second universe and the hopes of Lord Hellas, I refuse to lose." On the side of the second universe, the fervent stimulation rekindled their confidence. However, the situation was markedly different for the warriors of other universes. In the realm of the third universe, chaos was escalating. For the survival of the third universe, I must remain ever ready for fusion. Kaisakai, Pontia, Boreleida, let us fuse for the sake of the third universe's survival. To prepare for any eventuality, Dr. Paparoni had commanded his three robotic subordinates, Kaisakai, Pontia, and Boreleida. Responding to Paparoni's summons and guidance, the three robots fused together to become Kaiseki Irida. This step has been completed. As long as he is willing, he can merge with Kiki Alida, transforming into the true Ultimate Warrior, embodying the last hope of the third universe. However, now is not the opportune moment for them to act. Should they intervene at this juncture? It would signify his involvement in the battle between Vegeta and Jiren, resulting in a fate far more devastating than that of the 6th universe's assassin, Hit. Only when the Grey Jiren of the 11th universe and Vegeta of the 10th universe are locked in a fierce struggle until the very last moment, both sides gravely wounded. Shall it be the time for him to unveil his trump card and eliminate all the warriors on the stage in one decisive strike? In his eyes, his strategy is infallible. It is destined to succeed. Chapter 92. Crises from all sides. 11th universe versus 7th universe. Meanwhile, in the 4th universe, the situation remains rather bleak. With only 2 contestants left, Gamasalas and Damon. One has survived by utilizing his cloaking ability to remain undetected, while the latter has persisted due to his diminutive stature. His small size makes it nearly impossible to perceive his presence without careful observation. Given the current circumstances, they can only act in unison, hiding in the shadows and waiting for the right moment to strike. It can be said that this universe is in the gravest danger of elimination. As for the 7th universe, has the battle between the two finally commenced? At this moment, Son Goku's emotions are exceedingly complex. Before the match began, he had believed his strength had reached its zenith, convinced that none could defeat him in a direct confrontation on the arena of the power tournament. Yet now, he realizes he was gravely mistaken. The arena is filled with countless masters, a congregation of formidable warriors. Not only can the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta suppress him, but the powerful Jiren from Universe 11 is also undeniably on par with his current strength. The sheer intensity of their explosive aura is simply incomparable. He does not fear. Yet he is acutely aware of the disparity in power. TCH. To think that 2 such monsters have reached this level. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. The strength he once took pride in now seems utterly insignificant on this stage. Not only is another version of himself superior, but even that bald giant from Universe 11 surpasses him significantly. It is truly infuriating. Beyond our universe, there exist such extraordinary beings. Our existence feels inconsequential. In light of this, Gohan cannot help but lament his own weakness. Had he not forsaken his training and maintained a rigorous regimen, studying the divine arts under Whis, his achievements might have eclipsed those of his father, Goku, and Vegeta. It is even conceivable that he could have reached the heights of these 2 combatants on the arena. Yet now, it is too late for such reflections. Beside him, Majin Buu remains silent, but the widening of his eyes reveals the gravity of his thoughts. He is no fool. Beneath his seemingly simple demeanor lies a keen intellect. His focus is entirely directed towards the unfolding battle. It is at this moment of high tension that warriors from other universes have silently approached them, setting their sights upon them. They are the proud members of Universe 11's warrior team, Topo and Dispo. Although they disdain the act of ambush, the survival of their universe takes precedence above all. Prepare yourselves, warriors of Universe 7. Justice Flash. Justice Slash. Topo and Dispo simultaneously unleash their techniques, launching a significant surprise attack on the nearby warriors of Universe 7. The frenzied energy propelled sharp waves of force towards Goku and his companions. Goku exclaimed, "This is bad. It's Topo and Dispo." Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta added, "Those scoundrels from Universe 11 are at it again." Sensing the impending crisis, the group snapped back to reality. Their intense focus on the battle had blinded them to the approach of other combatants on the stage. With an earth-shattering roar, energy erupted, sending thick clouds of smoke spiraling into the sky. The explosive force is exceedingly formidable, making it quite challenging for entities that do not reach the 9th-dimensional level to withstand it. However, fortunately, although the combined offensive of Tuapa and Disipu is indeed powerful, it was ultimately neutralized. This attack merely stirred up a cloud of dust. Once the haze from the explosion dissipated, Son Wukong, Super Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Majin Buu emerged unscathed. The joint assault of Topo and Dispo was thwarted by them. "To think you would come seeking me out, Topo. Very well. Let us settle the unfinished business from our last encounter. My power has evolved beyond what it once was. If you wish to engage me, you best tread carefully, Topo." Son Wukong scoffed, his divine energy surging forth like a tidal wave. The blue aura enveloped him, and in an instant, he transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan Blue state, thanks to the enhancements from his near-death revival. Son Wukong's combat power in this form reached an astounding 200 quintillion. To the minions from other universes, now that you have sought out this lord, do not blame me for what follows. After I defeat you all, the Super Dragon Balls will rightfully belong to me, Vegeta. With a fierce shout, Vegeta also assumed his Super Saiyan Blue full power transformation. However, his strength was far more formidable than that of Sun Wukong, due to his near-death revival. His base combat power soared to a staggering 250 quintillion. It is essential to note that this is merely Super Saiyan Blue. Should they access the higher-tier Super Saiyan Ultra Blue transformation, their power would shatter the boundaries of the 9th dimension and ascend into the 10th. Regrettably, they are not yet capable of achieving the Super Saiyan Ultra Blue form. Divine power differs from ordinary energy. It requires rigorous training to cultivate. Even with specialized methods to condense divine energy, a period of rest is necessary. Alas, the timing of Toppo and his companion's arrival is far from ideal. All they can do now is to engage in battle to hone their skills. They shall recover and break through amidst combat. Humph. Sun Wukong, do not become too arrogant. Do you believe I am still the same as I was during our last match? After the training under Lord Beerus, I have undergone a complete transformation. I am no longer what I once was. You are not even a worthy opponent for me at this level. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's boastful declaration, Toppo snorted, and energy surged forth from within him like an unstoppable tide. A deep crimson light enveloped his entire being. And in that moment, his combat power experienced a remarkable surge. Whoosh. The crimson glow swirled around Toppo. The tumultuous energy stabilized from its explosive form. And Toppo's combat power metrics became firmly established. Chapter 93, Awakening, Super Saiyan Beast. The powerful energy stabilized from its explosive state. Confirming Toppo's combat power after undergoing Lord Beerus' specialized training, it was truly on another level. His combat power now reached 200 quintillion, closely rivaling Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue full power metrics. Even without the benefits of his near-death revival, Sun Wukong is no match for him. Meanwhile, Dispo. Although his erupted energy was not particularly formidable, merely at the 8th dimension level, his speed was remarkably swift. Toppo's full-speed eruption could scarcely compare. Otherwise, Dispo would not be renowned for his speed. As the clash loomed imminent, Son Gohan stepped forward decisively, positioning himself in front of Sun Wukong. Upon seeing this, Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Was his son, Son Gohan, intending to face Toppo alone? Father, please take a moment to rest. The victory of Universe 7 will still rely on you and Uncle Vegeta. Therefore, I shall confront Toppo from Universe 11. Leave this to me. Son Gohan had unwavering confidence in his abilities, firmly believing he would not falter against Toppo. While his strength did not match that of Sun Wukong, he was certainly capable of stalling Toppo for a considerable time. Moreover, it was high time for him to showcase the fruits of his training. I shall join as well. This rabbit-like fellow will be my opponent. Majin Buu eagerly volunteered to combat Dispo. Initially, he had a yearning to face powerful foes in the Tournament of Power, intending to engage in a spirited contest. Majin Buu, too, was a warrior at heart, albeit with a more playful understanding of battle. Humph. Have you finally come to your senses? Very well. I entrust this task to both of you. Do not bring shame to the Saiyans, Gohan. Vegeta decisively dismissed his Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Since the tournament began, he had noticed a distinct change in Son Gohan. It was a perfect opportunity for Gohan to recover his strength, regardless of whether he could defeat the enemy. Once his power was restored, Toppo and Dispo would pose no threat. Naturally, he was also curious to see what level of power Son Gohan had achieved. A few years prior, that lad had eclipsed both him and Kakarot. Now, witnessing Gohan's confidence in facing Toppo, Vegeta was convinced Gohan must possess some hidden cards. Very well then. I leave it to you, Gohan and Buu. Sun Wukong, seeing Vegeta's calm demeanor, also swiftly relinquished his transformation and stepped aside. Here. It instantly transformed into a battleground for others. Yoshi, I shall not let everyone down, exclaimed Sun Wukong, fervently clenching his fists, unleashing the entirety of his mysterious state's combat prowess in an instant. At this moment, in his enigmatic state, his combat power had soared to a staggering magnitude of 5 Ron, reaching the 9th dimensional level. This illustrates the immense strength he possesses in this mysterious state. This marked the first time he erupted since entering the competition. He had honed his skills in the Spirit Time Room and benefited from the potential unlocked by the Elder Kai. Yet, his strength was far from its peak. With a deep, resonant cry, Gohan unleashed the full extent of his latent power. A blinding white flame surged forth, emanating an overwhelming aura that eclipsed even Toppo. Amidst this frenzied roar, Gohan's transformation commenced. His black hair gradually shifted to a striking silver, and his pupils morphed from black to a fierce crimson hue. With a powerful shout, energy exploded forth, soaring skyward. The sheer magnitude of this energy forced several onlookers back by several meters. In this brilliant light, Gohan's metamorphosis reached its culmination. At this moment, had the chaos of battle elsewhere not been so dire, Gohan would have undoubtedly taken center stage. All of his potential had been transformed into combat prowess, and as the radiant energy dissipated, Gohan's form underwent a profound change. Super Saiyan Beast. In this new state, his combat power surged to an impressive 250 quintillion, surpassing Topo. What is this? Gohan, is this your newly awakened transformation? Is this another form of Super Saiyan? Son Goku gazed at the drastically transformed Gohan, disbelief evident in his eyes. With his silver hair and crimson eyes, this was their first encounter with such a formidable Super Saiyan. Even Vegeta was taken aback by Gohan's transformation. Recalling Universe 10's Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4th stage, he suddenly realized something profound: bloodline power. Could it be that this transformation is unique to hybrid Saiyans like them? Unlike the ordinary Super Saiyan, this form emanated a pressure that resonated with the power coursing through his veins. I had no idea you possessed such strength. It appears I underestimated you during the preliminary matches, Vegeta mused internally. This power is formidable, yet to defeat me with such combat prowess is still insufficient. Though Topo spoke with confidence, his demeanor was serious. He sensed a palpable threat from the silver-haired youth before him, who possessed strength that was slightly superior to his own. Is that so? Then I shall hold nothing back in the upcoming battle, Topo. Buu, I entrust this one to you. Without hesitation, Gohan surged forward, unleashing an astonishing speed as he charged directly at Topo. Dodge. Dispo. Topo urgently instructed Dispo to evade, redirecting his energy for a powerful strike against Gohan. A tremendous force erupted, creating waves of spatial turbulence. Dispo, pushed aside by the residual shockwave, couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the Saiyans. Then you shall be my target. Dispo radiated a brilliant purple light and, in an instant, launched himself toward Majin Buu. Unprepared, Buu was caught off guard by Dispo's rapid assault. The sounds of explosive impacts reverberated all around. Yet, despite Dispo's relentless barrage, no substantial damage was inflicted upon Majin Buu. Chapter 94. The battle commences, Clash of the Strongest. The grand melee between the participants of Universe 7 and Universe 11 was on the verge of erupting. Aside from the competitors from these two universes, lurking in the shadows were two more participants from Universe 10, Kafla and Napapa, who were quietly observing it, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At this moment, on the main battlefield, a confrontation that would capture the attention of the gods and angels was about to commence. Jiren stepped forward with a deliberate, heavy gait. Each step sent tremors through the void arena, causing the atmosphere to ripple. Soon, he stood before Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, whose powerful and robust physique exuded an undeniable pressure, instilling a sense of trepidation. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta regarded his formidable opponent with a measured smile. Through the intensity of their auras, he discerned that Jiren's combat power had reached an astonishing 5,000 quintillion, equivalent to his own peak form. Is the original Jiren this strong? Perhaps. Vegeta thought, convinced that this Jiren was significantly more formidable. Maybe his involvement had catalyzed Jiren's increase in strength. The excitement surged within him, maintaining his smile. His own energy flared, a golden aura radiating from him. Not to be outdone, Jiren released his energy, and the two fierce auras clashed, generating a colossal storm of power. As this tempest raged, both opponents exchanged glances, a mutual understanding of each other's prowess dawning upon them. Neither made the first move to disrupt the tranquil tension, while the concealed participants from other universes puzzled over why the two had yet to engage. The gods and angels in the audience recognized this as the calm before the storm. Suddenly, with a sharp sound of displacement, Jiren and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta vanished from sight. They leaped through space, disregarding the rules of the void arena, engaging in battle amidst the cosmos. Their fervent exchanges of fists and feet cascaded toward one another. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta unveiled his true combat style, merging the ferocity of a prince's techniques with the flexibility for defense, far surpassing Goku's method, executing it with fluidity and grace. This nearly flawless combat technique reveals not a single flaw, even against opponents of equal caliber. However, Jiren's formidable strength should not be underestimated. As a being who has transcended the god of destruction through sheer determination in the 11th universe, his power is grounded in a relentless journey of growth. Having undergone rigorous refinement, both his combat skills and instincts have been honed to perfection. In the face of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's relentless onslaught, he not only stands his ground but exhibits a remarkable ease in his movements. In mere seconds, they have engaged in countless clashes, their bodies colliding with such force that it reverberates through the very fabric of space, tearing the world asunder. The fierce energy manifests as a lightning storm, mercilessly ravaging the arena of the tournament of power, affecting both foes and allies alike, caught in the aftermath of their battle. With a fierce cry, "Ha!" Super Jiren unleashes his full power, delivering a cataclysmic blow. The sound of an explosive impact echoes as Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta finds himself caught off guard by Jiren's overwhelming force. The terrifying punch, imbued with unparalleled strength, strikes his chest, sending him plummeting towards the arena like a shooting star. Such a heavy blow, Vegeta muses internally, executing a graceful spin mid-air before landing steadily. A massive imprint of Jiren's fist materializes on his chest, emanating scorching white smoke. Seizing the moment, Jiren raises his hand, enveloped in searing crimson flames. As he concentrates the blistering energy into a devastating sphere of annihilation, the force of his assault is imminent. This strike is indeed one of Jiren's signature attacks, a terrifying force capable of obliterating a significant portion of the arena. The scorching crimson energy shines with a brilliance akin to that of the sun, strikingly conspicuous. The frenzied energy rends the very fabric of space, imbued with unparalleled destructive power, hurtling towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Upon sensing the immense destructive potential of this assault, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta smiled, his blood surging and boiling in response to the impending crisis. Raising his hand, violet-white lightning enveloped the energy, converging within his palm. Big Bang Attack. With a powerful shout from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, a sphere of energy, compressed to its utmost limit and brimming with boundless destructive force, erupted from his palm. When the two spheres of energy collided, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. Instead, energies of equal magnitude canceled each other out, igniting a series of explosive flashes throughout the space. Once the aftermath subsided, the Void Realm fell into an unexpected tranquility. Jiren's formidable form descended from the air, landing on the ground a mere 10 meters away from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The two mightiest beings had merely engaged in a brief exchange, yet it had already stirred the very essence of the Void Realm. Their gazes locked, the tension between them simmered beneath the surface. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's eyes sparkled with fervent combat spirit, his fists clenching instinctively. "Since my arrival in this world, you were the first to engage me in a fleeting battle and momentarily hold me at bay. It appears that participating in this universal power tournament was indeed a prudent choice." As he beheld the extraordinary Jiren before him, a desire to engage in a fierce battle began to blossom within him. "Vegeta of Universe 10, your existence truly exceeds my expectations. Your strength ranks among the mightiest I've encountered, second only to the gods of destruction. It is an honor to do battle with you, though it is regrettable that regardless of the victor, we shall not have the opportunity to clash again. Despite the melancholy of that thought, the memory of your formidable presence will forever be etched in my heart." Jiren's declaration was laced with arrogance and bravado. While his words may have been harsh and irksome to others, he possessed the merit and strength to back them up. Chapter 95, A Mutual Respect Amongst the Strong. Haha. It seems you have a wish that must be fulfilled through the Super Dragon Balls. However, I regret to inform you that the ultimate champion of this tournament will undoubtedly be me, Vegeta. Jiren was brash, yet Vegeta matched his arrogance, if not surpassing it. After a brief exchange, they shared a glance, both wearing smiles on their faces. This is a profound connection of minds, a smile discovered in a kindred spirit. The brief encounters and exchanges between them did not escape the watchful eyes of the supreme beings in the audience and the eliminated contestants. In the observation area of the 11th universe, when Jiren revealed a smile, the god of destruction, Vermaud, the supreme Kai, and the other members of the Pride Troopers displayed expressions of disbelief. Jiren actually smiled? How astonishing. It seems he is quite pleased with that warrior from the 10th universe. One can only hope for an exhilarating battle in this tournament of power. The god of destruction, Vermaud, genuinely felt joy for Jiren. Having interacted with Jiren for so many years, he understood the profound loneliness and reclusiveness within him. Yet, it is precisely this stern demeanor and the harsh experiences of his childhood that have forged the formidable warrior he is today, one that even he must look up to. I, too, hope that Jiren can unleash his true nature in this battle. It is the first time I have seen him so joyous. Undoubtedly, the champion of this tournament of power shall belong to our 11th universe. The supreme Kai maintained his smile, brimming with confidence in Jiren's strength. Especially during Jiren's earlier confrontation with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Jiren clearly held the upper hand. Undoubtedly, this greatly bolstered his confidence. The other members of the Proud team, witnessing such a version of Jiren for the first time, began to feel invigorated. The victory in this competition surely belonged to Universe 11. In the audience section relatively close to Universe 11, the spectators from Universe 10 were displeased to see the jester in such high spirits, reveling in what was merely a slight advantage. Humph. In terms of strength, Vegeta would undoubtedly not be outmatched by that bald-headed fellow. At this moment, the god of destruction, Ramses, was in a rather dismal mood. To be frank, he was even somewhat concerned about the situation of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Within Universe 10, the only truly formidable competitor was Vegeta. Moreover, 7 of their contestants had already been eliminated, leaving only 3 remaining: Vegeta, Murichimu, and Napapa. Their situation was only marginally better than that of Universes 2 and 4. Without a doubt, Vegeta represented the pinnacle of their universe's combat prowess. Yet Murichimu and Napapa's capabilities were considerably lacking. Now, Ramses could only hope that these two would not be eliminated. Otherwise, Universe 10 would be left with Vegeta fighting a lonely battle. Noticing the god of destruction's evident concern, the angel, Kes, smiled gently and said, "There is no need for your worries, Lord Ramses. While our Universe 10 situation may appear precarious in terms of numbers, the ultimate champion of the Tournament of Power will undoubtedly be the one with the greatest strength. Even if other universes have more contestants, they will seem utterly helpless in the presence of true power. Let us not forget, Universe 11's predicament is equally dire. However, do you see them in a state of panic? With a powerhouse like Jiren, the contestants from other universes dare not act recklessly. We too. As long as Vegeta remains in the fray, the outcome remains uncertain." Listening to Kes's explanation, the anxiety that had weighed heavily on Ramses finally began to lift. The angel's perspective was broader than his own, and since Kes had expressed such confidence, it suggested that Universe 10 still held a significant chance of victory. With this reassurance, Ramses clenched his fists, excitement flickering in his eyes. Since the dawn of existence, a singular principle has prevailed: might is right, and the strong dominate the weak. Given Vegeta's prowess, there was no need to worry about anyone resorting to cunning tricks. The champion of the Tournament of Power would undoubtedly belong to the strongest. Meanwhile, the contestants from Universe 10 were also invigorated, particularly the muscular warriors among them. The wild and formidable figures of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Jiren only solidified their belief that muscle equates to strength. As long as they could cultivate physiques comparable to Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, their power would surely escalate. Should such thoughts reach Vegeta's ears, one cannot fathom how he would react. In the second universe, the god of destruction, Hellas, inhaled deeply, feeling a profound sense of melancholy as he observed the fierce contest between the two mightiest mortals on the arena. The predicament of their universe was exceedingly dire. Their only formidable warrior, Ribrian, was merely a shadow in this arena, her prowess scarcely noteworthy. Even with the presence of Kakunsa and Ro, their numbers were insufficient. Elimination at the final moment was inevitable. Despite their exhaustive brainstorming, they found themselves utterly bereft of strategies to alter this grim scenario. However, the god of destruction was not entirely devoid of options. Should this particular tactic prove effective, it might just turn the tide. At this moment, the long-silent Kaishin, Pei finally spoke up. His words immediately drew everyone's attention, and the god of destruction, Hellas, exclaimed in an uncharacteristic outburst, "Why didn't you old fool mention your hidden method sooner? Have you not yet grasped the situation in the second universe?" Hellas unleashed a torrent of invective towards Kaishin Pei, though Pei felt a myriad of grievances. Now was not the time to retort. He hastily replied, "Our universe is in a dire predicament. I'm uncertain if this method will be effective. But for the sake of our second universe's survival, we must take a gamble. Patera. My plan is to use the Patera earrings to fuse Ribrian and Roji. If they can successfully merge using the Patera earrings, it will undoubtedly result in the birth of an extraordinarily powerful warrior. At that point, the love and justice of our second universe will surely prevail, and claiming victory in the power tournament will no longer be a distant dream." Chapter 96, Battle. Continue the fight. Kaishin Pei laid bare his entire plan in one breath. His intentions were commendable. Yet this very scheme left Hellas in a state of silence. Hellas was aware of the Patera earrings' capabilities. Once two individuals utilized them, an unparalleled warrior would emerge. However, the tournament rules explicitly prohibited the use of external items. Should the king of all detect the use of the Patera earrings, their universe would likely face immediate eradication for violating the rules. What a foolish plan, Hellas sighed, shifting his gaze to the arena. Rather than racking their brains here, it would be wiser to accept the status quo. At that moment, deities from other universes were engaged in fervent discussions. The god of destruction from the third universe was telepathically issuing commands to the remaining contestants in his universe. instructing them not to interfere in the battle between Vegeta and Jiren, but to seize the opportunity to eliminate competitors from other universes. If it came down to the wire, they could summon their ultimate weapon to sweep across the arena. Similarly, the God of Destruction from the fourth universe had ordered the last two participants on the stage to endure at all costs. Their universe's fate rested upon their shoulders. If the contestants from other universes suffered significant casualties, they could secure victory through their numerical advantage. Lastly, there was the rivalry between the sixth and seventh universes. The God of Destruction, Kappa, and the God of Destruction, Beerus, were at odds, bickering even as the end drew near. Particularly, Kappa felt the pressure as his universe had only 3 contestants left, while on Beerus' side, apart from one eliminated Frieza, all others remained on the stage. Creating a stark contrast, this situation left him, as a brother, quite displeased. Not only did he mercilessly mock Beerus with his words, but he also commanded Caulifla to swiftly bring down the 2 young ones, Trunks and Goten. In response, the God of Destruction, Beerus, twitched his lips, feeling helpless towards his brother. If it weren't for the fact that you are my own kin, would any other God of Destruction dare to ridicule me so? I would have long since given him a severe beating, causing chaos in the universe under your jurisdiction, high above in the realm of nothingness. The 2 Zeniths were captivated by the sparks generated during the initial clash between Vegeta and Jiren. How impressive, Super Saiyan 4th level. At this moment, the Xeno of this timeline mimicked Vegeta's demeanor. Yes. And that Jiren from Universe 11, their powers are astonishing, seemingly even surpassing that of the gods of destruction. The Xeno from the future timeline's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, the battle between these 2 most formidable beings on the stage deeply intrigued them. Witnessing the clash of warriors who were on par with or even beyond the level of gods of destruction brought them immense joy. A feeling they hadn't experienced in countless epics. The Grand Minister, observing the joyous expressions of the 2 Zeniths, couldn't help but smile. This power tournament was organized solely to bring delight to the Zeniths. Since they were thoroughly satisfied with the battle, his primary task had already been accomplished. It was now time to attend to more serious matters. Shifting his gaze, the Grand Minister refocused on the 2 pivotal figures, Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. As mortals, one was the strongest in the current universe, and the other had broken through the barriers of reality to become a top-tier powerhouse in this realm. Both of you possess remarkable and formidable combat prowess. This world will ascend because of your strength. Shine brilliantly on the stage of this power tournament. There are merely 20 minutes remaining. Within these 20 minutes, you shall exert every ounce of your strength in battle, presenting the most fervent fight for our Lord Xeno. The Grand Minister's proclamation resonated throughout the realm. All the gods and participants heard his words, undoubtedly amplifying the pressure on the competitors. Regardless of the outcome, they must fight until the gods are satisfied, as it pertains to the fate of the universe. The already heavy burden became even more daunting due to these words, intensifying the pressure on the participants from other universes. However, this only affected the weaker ones. The strong have always disregarded such words, pursuing only their own desires. On the stage now, the battle arena between Jiren and Vegeta was a place where no one dared to approach. No, to be precise, they found themselves powerless to draw near, even if they wished to. The prowess of these 2 individuals is undeniably formidable. The sheer energy emanating from them has divided the arena of this power tournament into 2 distinct realms. The brilliance of others, even that of the Super Saiyan beast, pales in comparison. The dark sky of the Void Realm has been suffused with the vibrant energies unleashed by these 2 warriors, casting it in a myriad of hues. The area enveloped in a golden aura belongs to the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, while the other, shrouded in a deep crimson essence, radiates intense heat, is the domain of Jiren. After a prolonged gaze exchanged between them, a sudden eruption occurred. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta bellowed, Hi-Awa. Jiren responded with a fierce roar, Gra. The intensity of their auras surged once more, as a formidable wave of energy expanded outward in a cataclysmic release. Their energies collided, distorting the very fabric of the Void Realm. Both combatants gathered their strength, raising their right arms. Boom. In an instant, 2 cataclysmic energy shockwaves tore through space, carrying unimaginable destructive power toward one another. Boom. The mere impact of their strikes reverberated throughout the entire arena as the 2 shockwaves met, instantly shattering the Void Realm stage into countless fragments. The vast arena shattered into 2 halves. As the explosive flames lingered, Jiren and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta surged forth. Their powerful forms pierced through the blaze, colliding with one another. Immersed entirely in combat, every strike and maneuver was executed to perfection. The clash of their bodies and the force of their blows were unrestrained, a thrilling display of unadulterated battle. The visible waves of destruction unleashed terrifying lightning that ravaged the void, bombarding every corner of the arena. Chapter 97, Warm-Up, concluded. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of offense and defense, pursuing and countering each other. In a mere few seconds, they clashed dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Each attack either parried or neutralized. From an observer's perspective, their combat prowess and strength were evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. The fierce resolve of these titans reflected in their unwavering focus, channeling an astounding 200% of their energy. What an extraordinary individual! His speed is terrifying. And his strength is equally formidable. My fists ache under the impact of his blows. Even the formidable physique of Super Saiyan Blue seems to falter before you? Vegeta silently pondered as his terrifying energy coalesced into a tangible form within his palm. Final Flash. With a resounding shout, Vegeta unleashed an instantaneous Final Flash. The golden energy twisted the very fabric of space, resembling a dragon as it lunged toward Jiren. Unfazed, Jiren met the attack with a piercing gleam in his enormous eyes. Boom. The sound echoed. The energy of the Final Flash appeared to be halted by an unseen force, unable to advance an inch further. Ultimately, it was distorted and scattered, transforming into countless energy motes that drifted through the void. In this moment, Jiren's dominance and ferocity were laid bare. Did you truly deflect my Final Flash with merely your gaze? Impressive. Aside from that relentless cockroach, you are the first to ignite such excitement within me. How many more techniques do you possess, Jiren? With a resounding roar, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta unleashed his aura, a torrent of energy expanding outward. His presence was even more formidable than before, igniting Jiren's desire for battle. Is this your energy? I must respond in kind. Do not fall easily to me, Universe 10's Vegeta. With legs firmly planted, right fist clenched, his biceps rippled with vitality, veins pulsing. As deep crimson flames gathered at the tip of his fist, the might of this strike is truly formidable, causing even the mighty Super Saiyan God Vegeta to display a grave expression. In the original narrative, it was precisely this overwhelmingly powerful punch that instilled fear in Super Saiyan Blue Goku, forcing him to revert to his ordinary state. Fiery electromagnetic. Currently, Jiren is executing this very attack. Moreover, the sheer weight of this blow is even more terrifying than that depicted in the original tale. With a fierce roar, Jiren unleashed a punch, as deep crimson flames, imbued with boundless and ultimate destructive power, surged forth from the tip of his fist. As this formidable strike was unleashed, even the formidable Vegeta felt a sense of threat, compressing all his strength into his fist and then unleashing it with his own power. The might of this blow was indeed terrifying. On this arena, it seemed that no one could withstand it except for myself. However, such a level of attack is far from sufficient to challenge me. Vegeta extended one hand, effortlessly blocking Jiren's blazing electromagnetic assault. The rampant energy was hindered, transforming into countless beams of light that bombarded every corner of the arena. In that moment, both foes and allies alike were caught in the explosive shockwave brought forth by this fearsome energy. As the residual waves subsided, Jiren's electromagnetic flames had completely dissipated. Both sides effortlessly neutralized each other's techniques, appearing remarkably relaxed and comfortable, devoid of any sense of pressure. Withdrawing his hand, Vegeta gazed at Jiren with a smile. Though no words were spoken, his intent was unmistakably clear, and Jiren understood his intentions as well. The communication among the strong has always required little in the way of words. A mere glance suffices to convey their thoughts. How intriguing. Jiren moved his arms, the robust muscles beneath his skin creaking as his resilient bones shifted with his movements. What is this individual doing? At such a critical moment, engaging in such warm-up exercises. Isn't he deliberately exposing himself to colossal vulnerabilities? Of course, this is merely the perspective of onlookers. Those who truly comprehend Jiren know that he would never commit such a fundamental error. Moreover, Jiren's formidable prowess is well established. No one would be foolish enough to launch an attack on him or on Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta at this juncture. Engaging in battle with these two titans would be tantamount to courting death. It seems you are also prepared. Very well, let us conclude this warm-up. What say you, Jiren? Your true strength must extend beyond this, does it not? I too am prepared. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's words ignited the atmosphere once more. Jiren and he have merely been warming up until now. Yet, if such a level of intensity is merely a prelude, what terrifying heights must their true powers have reached? This is rather terrifying, isn't it? To claim they have transcended the realm of destruction was once mere speculation, but it now appears to be unequivocally true. Upon hearing this, Jiren smiled, a fervent battle intent igniting in his eyes. Initially, I believed that even among the contestants hailing from various universes in this power tournament, None possess the capability to compel me to exert my full strength. However, I now realize my error, out of respect for the formidable. I shall unleash my true power to confront you. As Jiren's deep voice resonated, searing flames akin to the sun enveloped him once more. In the eyes of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Jiren's combat power was exhibiting a staggering surge, a terrifying aura stirring the atmosphere of the void, distorting its very fabric and shattering the arena beneath him. A resounding roar echoed through the heavens, Jiren's bellow growing increasingly monumental. As the flames surrounding him coalesced into a tangible presence, his muscles hardened to an extraordinary degree, and a torrent of energy surged throughout his being. With each roar, Jiren's combat power soared, racing towards the 11th dimension. Combat power reading, 5,500. Combat power reading, 6,000. Combat power reading, 6,500. Combat power reading, 7,000. Combat power reading, 8,000. Combat power reading, 9,000. He is on the verge of shattering the limits of the 10th dimension. Chapter 98, The Aura That Surpasses Limits. With a thunderous roar from Jiren, energy instantaneously ruptured the entirety of the void. This surge of energy shattered the barriers of the 10th dimension, propelling one into the realm of the 11th. Now, Jiren stands on the arena of the void like the very core of the sun. The surging flames emanate an intense heat that even the divine would find humbling. Jiren's explosive display has ignited a tumult among the gods of various universes. The gods of destruction from the second and fourth universes were expressions of sheer astonishment. Though they were aware of his strength, the magnitude of his battle prowess is astonishingly excessive. In terms of sheer combat capability, Jiren has now surpassed them. The god of destruction from the 11th universe, the clown, Vermaud, recognized that Jiren was finally unleashing his full power and slowly rose to his feet. His rising symbolizes profound respect towards a formidable opponent. Jiren's might commands reverence from these gods. Such scorching flames. It has been many years since I have witnessed Jiren-san in such earnestness, akin to the sun, remarked the god of time, Kai. He stood with a smile, affirming that Jiren was undoubtedly an indomitable force. The moment he unleashes this power, it signifies that the battle is nearing its conclusion. The god of destruction, Vermaud, felt a shiver run down his spine and commented with a peculiar smile. Meanwhile, on the side of the 10th universe, the god of destruction, Lamzi, carefully sensed Jiren's fiery aura, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Initially brimming with confidence in Vegeta, he now felt an unnatural dread upon experiencing Jiren's overwhelming presence. This power cannot be said to surpass all of the deities of destruction, but it undoubtedly exceeds his current capabilities. This must indeed be a confrontation of divine proportions. Lord Ramsey need not worry. While Jiren is undeniably formidable, our universe's Vegeta shall not be outmatched. Furthermore, I can sense that Vegeta is currently in high spirits, presumably quite satisfied with his opponent, Jiren. Angel Kess exudes confidence in Vegeta, and as the chief angel, she can undoubtedly perceive the terrifying energy residing within him. Once unleashed, that power will truly elevate him to the realm of angels. Truly, what monstrous beings they are. Lord Ramsey wiped the cold sweat from his brow, expressing his astonishment. At this moment, in Universe 7, Angel Whis gazed at the radiant and fervent Jiren on the arena, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Lord Beerus clenched his fists tightly, consumed by an unsettling anxiety. It is rumored that in a certain universe, there exists an individual whose strength surpasses that of the gods of destruction. It appears this legend holds truth. It seems that the one who has forged such a tale is indeed among them, was remarked with a lingering sense of trepidation. Beside him, Lord Beerus remained silent, his hands clenched, praying inwardly for a miracle to unfold. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Hit stood in silence, his eyes trembling, his entire being uncontrollably shivering. Is this the true power possessed by the strong? The dimensional gap between them seems rather vast. Yet, if Jiren is already this formidable, what terrifying level has Super Saiyan God Vegeta attained? Have their powers reached such an extraordinary realm? How infuriating. It appears that we must place our hopes on Caulifla and Kale. If we can utilize that artifact, we still have a chance. God of Destruction Compa gasped heavily, clearly affected by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiren. Angel Vados remained silent, her gaze thoughtfully drifting towards the audience of Universe 10. Upon observing the Chief Angel Kusa maintaining her confident demeanor, she comprehended everything. Sister, you have truly brought an incredible monster to this tournament. Jiren is indeed powerful, but he likely pales in comparison to this Vegeta. However, after this tournament of power, how will you confront the other angels? Though I shall not voice my thoughts. The other angels are bound to hold considerable grievances against you, Vados mused internally. She could already foresee the repercussions that would unfold after the conclusion of this tournament. Though they are angels, the relationships among most of them have always been fraught with tension. Unlike her, as a descendant of the Grand Minister, who can engage in friendly dialogue, the angels from other universes are not so amicable. If their interests are threatened, they are capable of anything. At this moment in the Xenos Palace, the two Xenos were captivated by the fiery brilliance radiating like the sun. How fervent and dazzling! Jiren from Universe 11 resembles the sun itself. Indeed, this intensity is something I have never felt before. Look, even the gods of destruction seem astonished. Not only the gods of destruction, but the angels too have shown great interest. The two Xenos were suddenly intrigued, marveling at Jiren's might. However, if Jiren has reached such a level of strength, how powerful must Vegeta be? On the stage, as Jiren unleashed his true power, the arena began to crumble, affecting the battle zones of other universes significantly. The scale of the clash between these two ultimate monsters surpassed their expectations. Meanwhile, Caulifla, entangled in a struggle with Goten and Trunks, was forced to cease her fight. The fighter from Universe 11 has indeed become so powerful, rivaling that of Vegeta from Universe 10. How infuriating. I too long to join that battle. Caulifla fumed in place, resenting her own weakness. If only she were stronger, she could partake in those epic confrontations. Alas, she felt unqualified. Reduced to her full power as a Super Saiyan, she had yet to master the second transformation. And entering the fray would only lead to her elimination. It was this moment of distraction that granted Trunks and Goten the opportunity. Chapter 99, The Fusion Warriors. Gotenks. The two young fighters distanced themselves, standing on either side of Caulifla, exchanging determined nods. Enough of this. I will first eliminate the two of you, then deal with the others from different universes. Caulifla cracked her knuckles, clearly having lost interest in Goten and Trunks. She was oblivious to their intentions. The transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was no longer her concern. Hey, don't think we will be easily defeated. The real battle is just beginning. Trunks and I have some powerful techniques yet to be unleashed. The time has come, big sister. Be prepared. As they spoke, Goten and Trunks simultaneously assumed the fusion stance, swiftly approaching each other with the unique dance created by the Metamorphs. What is this? Caulifla was taken aback, her mouth twitching, despite a foreboding feeling. She couldn't help but be dazzled. Fusion! Trunks exclaimed. Fusion! Goten echoed. With the collision of their index fingers, they successfully executed the long-dormant fusion. A blinding white light pierced the sky of the void, exuding a vast aura. Although it may not match the terrifying power of Vegeta and the others, this strength represented a significant leap. The sudden surge of energy forced Caulifla back, while even Kale was propelled several meters away. How could this momentum be possible? They have reached such a level. Caulifla was struck with fear by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the white light. The imposing aura enveloping him exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression, a pressure that rivaled even that of the transformed Son Goku from the 7th universe. The invincible Gotenks has arrived. Amidst the blinding light, an exceedingly arrogant dual magical resonance reverberated. As the brilliance faded, the figures of Goten and Trunks had vanished, replaced by a fusion warrior clad in a vest, with golden hair cascading down to his waist. He was the fusion warrior, Gotenks. What is this? Where are those two little brats? And who are you? Upon encountering the figure before her, Kale was momentarily bewildered. The overwhelming aura emanating from him surpassed her comprehension, and the very transformation was something she had neither heard of nor witnessed before. I am the fusion warrior of Goten and Trunks. Gotenks. Gotenks confidently placed his hands on his hips, emulating the flamboyant demeanor he had previously observed, unleashing his own formidable presence. Although his terrifying aura did not quite match that of Jiren and Vegeta in the arena, it was undeniably formidable, especially considering that the two youthful warriors, Trunks and Goten, had undergone potential enhancement under the tutelage of the Elder Kai. Their normal combat power had already reached astounding levels. After fusion, Gotenks' baseline combat power soared to at least a staggering 1,000 quintillion. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage, his combat power surged to a shocking 60 quadrillion due to a 600-fold increase. The young warrior before her was of the 8th dimensional caliber. Fusion warrior? So, you've merged? Kale murmured, though soon her eyes ignited with fervent battle intent. The more powerful the presence, the more it stirred her Saiyan blood. No matter the fusion, a child remained a child. Watch as I throw you off the arena. Kale clasped her hands together, unleashing a devastating wave of energy. The destructive power of this energy is undeniably terrifying. Even beings with combat prowess reaching the 100 quintillion level would not dare to confront it directly. However, for Gotenks, who has ascended to the 8th dimensional realm. It poses no challenge whatsoever. With a confident gesture, he rubbed his nose, chuckled softly, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. His form darted through the space like a specter, perfectly evading Caulifla's energy attacks, and materialized behind her. With a powerful kick that rent the fabric of space, he struck forcefully at Caulifla's back. Eh! Caulifla cried out in agony, her body propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the enormous rock pillar that jutted from the ground. Humph! It seems you were nothing but mediocre before the invincible Gotenks, he declared arrogantly, turning to fix his gaze upon the nearby Gabe and the legendary Super Saiyan Kale. Clearly, the flaws of their fusion were becoming evident at this moment. Overwhelmed by hubris, they believed that a mere surge of power granted them the liberty to act recklessly. Caulifla, noticing the terrifying strength exhibited by Gotenks, Gabe could no longer afford to observe passively. Regret washed over him. He should have seized the opportunity to strike when Goten and Trunks had yet to fuse successfully, and together with Caulifla, cast them from the arena. He chastised himself for his overly compassionate nature, having given Trunks and Goten a chance, despite their lineage. For the survival of Universe 6, he had to eliminate them. Without a moment's hesitation, Gabe transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. His formidable strength surged forth, capturing Gotenks' attention. Do you wish to challenge me? Very well. Let us engage in battle. With clenched fists, Gotenks launched himself into action in an instant. As a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, his speed was such that Gabe could not anticipate it. The disparity in power was immense, with one at the 8th dimension and the other at the 7th. In a mere 0.001 seconds, Gotenks appeared before Gabe, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. The sheer force overturned Gabe, sending him hurtling to the edge of the arena. Pooh! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vitality diminished drastically. The difference between the 1st and 3rd levels of Super Saiyan was monumental. Their strengths were vastly unequal. Chapter 100. Fusion. Caulifla emerges, reeling from the devastating blow. Gabe found himself precariously at the edge of the arena, unaware of the presence of another contestant from a different universe beside him. His lack of awareness was due to the contestant's ability to blend with the environment by altering their body color, achieving an effect of invisibility. This individual was Gamisaurus from Universe 4. Bang! Caught completely off guard, Gabe was struck fiercely by Gamisaurus, who sent him tumbling out of the arena. As he fell into the abyss of the void, a mysterious force teleported him back to the audience seats. He was left in a daze. What on earth is happening? Clearly, there is no one around him, and he has managed to stabilize his own body. What kind of existence has launched an attack against him? Hey, how could you let yourself be eliminated so easily? The god of destruction, Kampa, looked at the helpless Gabe and bellowed in reprimand. This fellow, Gabe, not only suffered a devastating defeat in the previous match between the 6th and 7th universes, but this time, his loss was even more severe. Originally, the situation in their 6th universe was grim, and now, Gabe's elimination has exacerbated their already dire predicament. I apologize, Lord Kampa. I am as perplexed as you are. All I know is that in that fleeting moment, I was struck down from the arena by an invisible force. Gabe felt overwhelming guilt. His defeat rendered the situation for the 6th universe even more precarious. Now, only Caulifla and Kale remained on the stage, faced with the combined might of Gotenks. They seemed to have little chance of victory. Never mind, blaming you now serves no purpose. At least the two of them are still in the arena, Kampa sighed deeply. Ceasing his reproach of Gabe, he still held a final trump card on the stage, and as long as they were not completely eliminated, hope lingered. On the stage, with Gabe eliminated and Caulifla severely injured, Kale, the legendary Super Saiyan of the 6th universe, was on the verge of a resurgence. However, due to the terrifying damage inflicted by Vegeta's previous blow, she had yet to regain her composure and was not quite ready to transform into her Super Saiyan form. Nevertheless, even in her current state of anger, her power was formidable. Well, big sister, your aura is terrifying. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Kale, Gotenks felt a pang of foreboding and instinctively took 2 steps back. You dare to harm my sister. This is unforgivable. At that moment, Kale's expression twisted into a ghastly visage, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. A torrent of energy erupted from her body like a volcano, with fearsome shockwaves expanding in all directions. The terrifying energy radiating outward. With veins bulging on her forehead, Kale's hair began to shift into a vibrant green hue, a precursor to her transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. Stop, Kale. At that moment, Caulifla's voice rang out, pulling Kale back from the brink of rampage. Sister, are you all right? Hearing Caulifla's call, Kale immediately regained her senses. Her gaze shifted toward Caulifla, and upon seeing her, Kale's tumultuous energy began to subside, with her aura stabilizing. Gotenks breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his formidable strength, facing Kale, the legendary Super Saiyan, head-on would have left him with little chance of success. Caulifla, in disarray, looked at Gotenks with a wary expression, devoid of her previous excitement. Now, if she had to resort to that move, and they too were eliminated, it would spell disaster. Kale, bring out that item. The time has come. Caulifla called out urgently to Kale, signaling that they could utilize their special technique. Subsequently, Caulifla retrieved a pair of emerald green Patera earrings from her waist. Seeing this, Kale quickly took out her own Patera earrings from her pouch. Before the commencement of the competition, Bardos advised them that it was permissible to utilize it in critical moments. Is that the Patera earrings? Wait. Wasn't it stated that external items could not be employed in this contest? Observing the two individuals before him retrieving the Patera earrings, Gotenks was momentarily taken aback. This scene did not escape the notice of the gods, who began to castigate the god of destruction, Champa, with a barrage of scornful remarks. However, Champa remained utterly indifferent. For in the face of inevitable demise, he deemed it preferable to embrace the challenge. Shortly thereafter, on the arena, two female scions adorned themselves with Patera earrings, their bodies colliding with remarkable swiftness. In but an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth, its overwhelming might shaking the very foundations of the arena. Gotenks, positioned at the epicenter of this explosive force, couldn't help but be drenched in cold sweat as he sensed the sheer terror emanating from it. This overwhelming force, when assessed by its intensity, had long since left him far behind. Once the terrifying shockwave dissipated, a warrior of extraordinary power, surpassing the threshold of quasi-destroyer level and attaining the true destroyer tier, emerged. It was the fusion warrior, Kaifura. A resounding cry, piercing deep into the soul, erupted as the fusion completed. The surging energy transformed into a cataclysmic wave, capable of annihilating all existence, rapidly expanding outward. An unparalleled force, exuding a destructive aura, engulfed the entire arena. Ha 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 ha. An unceasing torrent of energy surged forth from within. Was this the exhilarating sensation of having fused? It was utterly delightful, truly delightful, ha ha ha. Kaifura laughed heartily, the energy surging from his body causing the arena to tremble, drawing the attention of formidable warriors from various realms. The terrifying energy has reached the level of a near-destructive deity. Upon sensing the horrifying power, Gotenks displayed an expression of astonishment. The formidable aura had already left him far behind. However, a smile soon appeared on Wuten Keisai's face, regrettably. Such a powerful being was about to be eliminated for violating the rules. Yet, the unfolding events exceeded everyone's expectations. The two kings in the king's palace, upon sensing the terrifying energy of Kaifula, became even more exhilarated. Could the Patera earrings truly give rise to such a powerful warrior? The fusion fighter from the sixth universe is remarkably impressive. At that moment, the eyes of the kings from both the present and future timelines sparkled with excitement. Chapter 101, The God of Destruction, Top Aura, arrives. The Grand Minister, standing at the pinnacle of the void, could not help but smile at the enthusiasm of the two kings. Subsequently, he promptly amended the rules of the competition. With the intervention of the Patera earrings, the tournament of power became even more thrilling. The use of Patera earrings in the competition was now permitted. To enhance the experience for the kings, competitors from other universes are also allowed to utilize the Patera earrings to fuse, showcasing even more intense battles for the kings. The Grand Minister's voice resonated through the void. Upon hearing this, the gods across the universe were astounded. The sixth universe's participants could summon powerful warriors using the Patera earrings, and now, so could they. With the Patera earrings in play, the gods of every universe could now potentially give birth to exceptionally formidable warriors. At this moment, the god of destruction, Beerus, rudely tore the Patera earrings from the ears of the East Kaioshin, Shin. He intended to bestow these earrings upon Goku and Vegeta, believing that their fusion would yield an immensely powerful warrior capable of contending with both the formidable Vegeta of Universe 10 and the mighty Jiren of Universe 11. However, Whis intervened, cautioning that they still held a numerical advantage. Should Goku and Vegeta fuse and subsequently be defeated, they would suffer the immediate loss of two key fighters. It would be wiser to delay such a decision until absolutely necessary. Moreover, the duration of the fusion is inversely proportional to the strength of the warriors involved. Thus, Goku and Vegeta's combined energy could easily surpass the earrings' limits. Other gods of destruction from different universes were also in motion. The god of destruction from Universe 2, Hellas, seized the Patera earrings from the West Kaioshin, Pei, and tossed them to the remaining competitors from Universe 2, Ribrian and Rosie. They were their last hope. Meanwhile, the God of Destruction from Universe 3, Mosco, had alternative plans. Their Universe's artificial intelligence warriors did not require Patera earrings, as they possessed unique techniques that could rival the earrings' fusion effects. On the other hand, the God of Destruction from Universe 4, Quitella, lapsed into silence. Not out of reluctance to use the Patera earrings, but due to the impossibility of doing so. The two competitors from their universe, Damon and Gamasalas, were of special categories. One was a diminutive insectoid warrior too small to wear the earrings, while Gamasalas was a unique chameleon who could evade detection at will. It was far more prudent for them to operate separately. Observing this, the God of Destruction from Universe 10, Ramushi, pondered whether to allow Napapa and Murichimu to fuse. Surely, their fusion would produce a remarkably powerful warrior. Ramushi held a pair of Patera earrings, deep in thought about this decision. I believe our universe does not necessarily require such a measure, my lord Ramushi, interjected the angel, Kusu, in a teasing tone. Is it that you lack confidence in our universe's warriors? Should Ramushi insist on using the earrings, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, Ramushi was a being of pride. Humph. If that insufferable clown chooses not to use the Patera earrings, then neither shall we. Our warriors will not be inferior to theirs. Consequently, Ramushi returned the Patera earrings to the West Kaioshin, Gawas, asserting his dignity and confidence as a god of destruction. At that moment on the arena, Jiren's overwhelming power invigorated Toppo, who was engaged in battle with Gohan in his Super Saiyan beast form. Jiren has unleashed such formidable energy, I cannot afford to lag behind. Toppo seemed to resolve himself, leaping back to create distance, his gaze sharpened as he awakened a latent energy within him. Gohan, sensing an intense feeling of crisis, ceased his pursuit, hastily retreating from Toppo. In his Super Saiyan beast form, Gohan's power was already comparable to Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. However, the intensity of the threat emanating from Toppo suggested he might possess hidden strength. Although abandoning my steadfast commitment to justice is not my intention, for the survival of Universe 11 and my allies, I must take this course of action. All of you from Universe 7 shall be eliminated at this very moment. With a heart-wrenching scream, Toppo radiated an abundance of purple light, his body swelling and transforming into a massive, imposing figure. The upper half of his battle attire shattered under the explosive force, revealing a physique that had morphed from merely plump to truly fearsome. This robust physique, even when compared to the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, is by no means inferior. The eruption of the purple god of destruction's power heralded a remarkable enhancement in Toppo's aura. His strength shattered the boundaries of the 9th dimension, propelling him directly into the elevated realm of the 10th dimension. This is truly the realm of the god of destruction. The god of destruction, Toppo, has descended. This power. What is happening? Son Gohan, witnessing the scene, cannot help but feel a sense of shock. He senses a lethal sense of crisis emanating from Toppo, and this power feels so familiar. God of destruction. This is the power of the god of destruction. As an observer, Son Goku immediately recognizes the divine force. The power wielded by the god of destruction, Beerus, is precisely this destructive energy. There is no mistaking it. Beside them, Vegeta stands frozen, as if he has come to an epiphany. Before the tournament of power, the god of destruction, Beerus, had once cryptically advised him to cast aside all distractions and embrace his most pure and authentic self. Beyond destruction, there should be no other thought. Chapter 102, The Birth of Tispabu. Super Saiyan 4 with red hair. Upon witnessing Toppo's transformation, Vegeta seems to grasp the significance of Beerus's words. If he can wholeheartedly cast away all distractions, he too can undergo a complete metamorphosis. So, it is like this. A jubilant smile spreads across Super Vegeta's face as he takes a step forward. He has attained enlightenment. Simultaneously, on the battlefield of Tispa and Majin Buu, Tispa cannot contain himself upon sensing Toppo's awakened power. Toppo, Jiren, you both have showcased your true abilities as a proud member of the Pride Troopers. How could I possibly fall behind? For the justice of Universe 11, and for all our universes in this tournament of power, Universe 11 shall emerge victorious. Prepare yourself. Ultra Speed Mode. With a mighty shout, Tispa unleashes his ultimate form. Ultra Speed Mode allows him to burn his internal energy to achieve speeds beyond the limits. However, this form places an immense burden on the body, suitable only for special urgent tasks and cannot be maintained for long. Surrounded by a purple aura, Tispa's speed surpasses that of moments before, more than doubling. Majin Buu, already somewhat lacking in speed, finds himself at the mercy of Tispa in his normal state. Now, with Tispa entering his most powerful mode, Buu faces an onslaught that is not only more frequent but also more painful. The relentless barrage of attacks overwhelms Buu, leaving numerous massive fist imprints all over his body within mere seconds. Fortunately, due to his unique physiology, these attacks only result in minor injuries. However, as the onslaught continues, Majin Buu grows increasingly irritated. "You turn into chocolate for me." Enraged, Majin Buu's antennae emit a beam of pink light. As the pink glow was about to strike Tispo's form, he nimbly leaped into the air, evading the impending blow. In turn, Tispo unleashed a ring of energy that ensnared the body of Majin Buu. Justice Judgment. Upon landing, Tispo assumed a flawless stance, and the energy ring encircling Majin Buu erupted in a resounding explosion. A thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke. Majin Buu's form was obliterated, disintegrating into countless fragments of mud that scattered around Tispo. Oh no! In a moment of excessive force, he inadvertently eliminated his opponent. A wave of panic surged through Tispo's heart. To eliminate a competitor meant he would forfeit his own eligibility for the match, leading to his disqualification. The individual appears to be unaware of the formidable powers possessed by Majin Buu. With his remarkable cellular regeneration abilities, Majin Buu is not easily vanquished. The pink sludge, scattered around Tispa, seemed to possess a life of its own, directly adhering to his form. Its quantity continued to increase, and before long, this pink ooze enveloped a significant portion of his body. "What is this? Get off me!" Tispa struggled with all his might, yet the sludge persisted in its relentless expansion, gradually spreading and overtaking the areas it covered, which had already succumbed to its influence. Though he was filled with resentment, he could only watch helplessly as his body became shrouded in this muck. With a gurgling motion, the mass of pink slime writhed and contorted, revealing the silhouette of a new warrior. This entity bore the exterior of both Tispa and Majin Buu, marking the birth of a new form, Tispa Buu. Having consumed Tispa's very essence, Majin Buu had assimilated his abilities and significantly augmented his power. There was nothing to be done. This creature was far too swift for me to strike effectively. I had no choice but to swallow him whole, planning to expel him once the match concluded. Tispa Buu began to move his body, acutely aware of the tremendous energy surging within him, amplified several times over. I recall that this individual had seemingly transformed into something remarkably fast just moments ago. It must be so, Tispa Buu mused, utilizing the form derived from Tispa's memories. A violet aura shimmered across his form, and Tispa Buu felt a newfound lightness enveloping him. "Wow, I feel as if I can run with incredible speed now." Tispa Buu radiated joy akin to that of a child. The combination of Tispa's velocity, alongside Majin Buu's boundless stamina and regenerative prowess, rendered him virtually unbeatable. This signifies that Tispobu can perpetually engage in combat at the speed of light. A whoosh echoed through the air as Tispobu transformed into a streak of aurora, tearing through space and soaring forth. Meanwhile, on the primary battlefield, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stood resolutely against the formidable Jiren, whose eyes brimmed with an escalating battle intent. "Such an intense aura, is this truly all you possess, Jiren?" Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta clenched his fists, the numerical value of Jiren's combat prowess materializing within his vision. In the 11th dimension, within the realm of the Gorge, this individual has preliminarily attained this level. My entirety encompasses far more than this. Reveal your true abilities. Universe 10's Vegeta. If this is the extent of your strength, then I must apologize. The Super Dragon Ball shall be claimed by me. Jiren's domineering declaration resounded, his searing aura signifying his unwavering resolve. He awaited the full might of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Ha 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 ha. Very well, then I shall engage you with greater seriousness. Prepare to witness my form after surpassing the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4th stage once more. A crimson light flickered in Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's eyes as the power within him surged forth. His golden aura transformed into a blazing crimson malevolence. The combat power escalated dramatically, surging from the mid-level of the 10th dimension to its zenith, ultimately breaking through into the 11th dimension, matching Jiren's unit. Though he retained the appearance of Super Saiyan 4, his hair had shifted to a deep crimson hue, and a qualitative transformation in his aura had occurred. This form, known as the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4th stage with red hair, is also referred to as Super Saiyan 4th stage, boundary breakthrough. This aura. You truly are the opponent I have long awaited. Upon sensing the intensity of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's current aura, Jiren's eyes ignited with fervor, his face alight with exhilaration. This formidable strength and overwhelming presence are unparalleled. The Super Saiyan god, Vegeta, possesses the true power to rival him. In Chapter 103, a worthy adversary faces him, reveling in the thrill of combat. Once his momentum is stabilized, the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4th grade, Vegeta, descends. His combat power remained steadfast at a remarkable level. The atmosphere was wild and untamed, particularly the frenzied power of the bloodline that not only affected the Saiyans but also stirred the blood of beings from other races. Those lacking strength, upon sensing the oppressive force of this bloodline, would become timid and devoid of any will to fight. Yet, this pressure of bloodline served as an exhilarating stimulant for the strong. Individuals who reached this level were exceedingly rare, and their encounter here was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Both Jiren and the Super Saiyan god, red-haired Vegeta, cherished their formidable opponents. The fighting spirit of both surged simultaneously, their minds resonating with one another, and they launched their attacks in unison. Jiren advanced, his right fist clenched tightly, with his biceps swelling like a rock, revealing prominent veins across the surface of his muscles. Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, gathered energy in one hand, rapidly compressing it with his own power to form an energy beam capable of cataclysmic destruction. Flame electromagnetic. With energy amassed to its zenith, Jiren unleashed a formidable strike. His powerful iron fist swung forth, releasing a scorching energy beam akin to the sun's radiance. The destructive energy barreled towards Super Saiyan God. Red-haired Vegeta, its might potent enough to pierce through anything. Even the gods of destruction would likely hesitate to confront it. Come forth. Solar flare. Vegeta swept his arm, unleashing a deep crimson energy beam from his palm, resembling a raging dragon with its gaping maw, roaring fiercely. Boom. The collision of the two energies transformed into a force capable of upending the very fabric of existence. The aftermath of their collision unleashed devastation, causing the space to tremble, debris to scatter, and flames to soar into the heavens. The arena of the power tournament was no longer whole, littered with fragments floating in the void. It was the sheer terror of this collision's might that eliminated the last two contestants from Universe 4. The shockwave alone sent Game Salis and Damon plummeting from the stage. As a result, the other gods of destruction and participants from various universes were left bewildered, while the Grand Priest, stationed in the void above, declared, Universe 4. All members eliminated. At that moment, all the deities and contestants were struck with a shiver. Another universe, aside from the ninth, had succumbed. In the fourth universe, the instant the two Omni-Kings raised their hands, the god of destruction, Katra, the supreme Kai, Kor, and 10 contestants were erased by a mysterious force of rules. The obliteration of yet another universe undoubtedly heightened the pressure on all the deities and contestants across the cosmos. However, a few individuals remained unfazed, such as Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The fate of the universe no longer concerned them. The honor of battling formidable foes was all that mattered. The looming threat of annihilation had long been cast aside. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta exchanged glances from afar. Jiren gathered his energy once more and unleashed a powerful energy punch. An invisible force carrying unparalleled destructive power that surged towards Vegeta's torso. The mere act of this distant strike caused ripples in space, but it was met with an imperceptible aura of pressure emanating from Vegeta, nullifying the attack without inflicting any damage. Such a futile display is hardly worth presenting. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta scoffed, his wild form launching forward in an instant. His speed was astonishing, appearing to outsiders as a scarlet aurora, arriving before Jiren in less than 0.001 seconds to deliver a crushing blow. Jiren raised his hand just in time to block Vegeta's heavy fist. Yet the sheer force still sent pain coursing through his wrist. With a cold huff, Jiren swept his hand, forcing Vegeta back while igniting a wall of searing flames that surged towards him. The flames of this energy wall burned hotter than the sun, compelling even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta to retreat and leap aside. Suspended in the void, Vegeta clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash his energy. Final flash, he declared, as golden energy coalesced into a ferocious dragon, hurtling towards Jiren with the intent to obliterate. Faced with this horrific energy, Jiren's expression remained inscrutable, his enormous eyes briefly flashing with crimson light. An unseen aura transformed into a devastating impact, colliding with the final flash. In an instant, the energy shattered, scattering golden particles throughout the void. In the heat of battle, vulnerabilities often emerge, and Jiren seized this opportunity to leap forward, closing the distance to Vegeta. His colossal fist, imbued with terrifying destructive force, came crashing down. Vegeta responded in kind, unleashing his own punch. A thunderous explosion reverberated as their fists collided, shaking the very fabric of the void. The clash was palpable, igniting a fierce battle. Both Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Jiren swung their fists with increasing speed, abandoning defense and fully committing to the offense. Their blood surged within them, boiling with the excitement of combat, as the cells of their bodies rejoiced. Vegeta relished this feeling. having recently arrived in this world and lamenting the lack of worthy opponents until now. Conversely, Jiren had long been invincible in Universe 11, even surpassing the God of Destruction. Vermouth in combat prowess. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta cherished this formidable adversary, deliberately restraining his power to engage Jiren in battle. Meanwhile, Jiren basked in the pleasure of encountering an equal. His strength burgeoned amidst the fervor of combat, and the limits that had long plagued him began to show signs of yielding. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous sounds of explosive clashes echoed, each impact sending tremors through the void and stirring the hearts of those on the battlefield. The tempo of their speed escalated, the force of their punches growing increasingly ferocious, sending red lightning surging in all directions. Chapter 104, The Birth of God of Destruction Vegeta. On the arena, chaos reigned. The battles of all participants were disrupted, unable to proceed normally. Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stood as the main protagonists here, while others were mere subordinates. The remaining contestants from Universe 2, Ribrian and Ro, gazed at the deep red lightning streaking down from the sky, swallowing hard as their faces turned pale, fear evident in their expressions. What a terrifying sight. It felt as if the world was ending. Can our love truly conquer them? Ribrian lamented, unsure how to claim victory in this fight. The overwhelming strength of Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta left her devoid of hope, even with the Patera earrings, which could significantly enhance their power through fusion. What difference would it make if they merely crossed a dimensional threshold? The disparity lay starkly before them, an insurmountable chasm. Ribrian, muster your courage. For the future of Universe 2, and for the justice of our universe, love must triumph over all sins. Now, let us begin. Ro encouraged Ribrian, clutching the Patera earrings recently bestowed upon them by the God of Destruction, Hellas. This is the final hope of the second universe and their sole opportunity to alter their fate. Let us devote ourselves entirely, even in defeat. We shall have strived with all our might for the love and justice of the second universe. The two shouted in unison, their voices resonating with fervor. Yet, at that very moment, the harsh reality shattered their last glimmer of hope. The shockwaves generated by the clash between Jiren and the crimson-haired Super Saiyan Vegeta wreaked havoc, transforming shops into ruins and sending debris swirling in all directions. By a cruel twist of fate, a perilous crimson lightning bolt rent the fabric of space, descending upon them. In an instant, the arena beneath Ribrian and Roji erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, inflicting grievous injuries upon both, nearly claiming their lives. The Patera earrings they had intended to don disintegrated into dust, scattering into the air. Following the explosion, the arena, having reached its breaking point, fractured into pieces, leaving Ribrian and Roji without any means of support. Though their hearts brimmed with unwillingness, they could only watch helplessly as they plummeted into the abyss of oblivion. With the elimination of Ribrian and Roji from the second universe, the universe itself was declared entirely eradicated. The omnipotent Grand Minister, standing amidst the void, uttered the decree, prompting the two kings of all within the Grand Palace to raise their hands in unison. In that fleeting moment, the supreme power within the Dragon Ball universe was unleashed. The God of Destruction, Hellas, and the Supreme Kai, Per, along with the 10 participants in their entire universe, were all reduced to nothingness under the unparalleled might of the kings of all. Yet another universe had been erased. As the battle progressed, the 9th universe, 4th universe, and 2nd universe faced elimination. Presently, only warriors from 5 universes remained on the arena, Dr. Paparoni and Kaifura from the 3rd universe, the fused warrior Kefla from the 6th universe, Son Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Android 17, Broly, and the fused warrior Gotenks from the 7th universe, Paparoni, Murray, and Kimu from the 10th universe, and Jiren, the God of Destruction Topo, and the still-embodied Tispa from the 11th universe, who had yet to be eliminated. The warriors from these 5 universes are poised for a final cataclysmic battle in this last moment. At this juncture, on the battlefield between the 7th and 11th universes, the God of Destruction, Topo, gazes at the incessantly flashing lightning in the sky, a shadow of foreboding crossing his eyes. The ultimate battle has commenced, and Jiren will undoubtedly determine the outcome against Vegeta. As the proud captain of the Pride Troopers and the second in command of the 11th universe, he is resolute in eliminating the other contestants before Jiren and the Super Saiyan God, Vegeta, can settle their contest. He raises his hand, gathering a terrifying concentration of destructive energy that transforms into an awe-inspiring force, akin to the energy of the 10th dimensional level, instilling a profound fear in all present. The power of destruction is undeniably beyond the reach of ordinary energy. Gohan, run! Goku shouts desperately to his son, Gohan. At this moment, Gohan yearns for escape as well. However, Toppo's destructive power has already locked onto his form, an invisible force immobilizing him, rendering flight impossible. There is no escape for you. Succumb to the power of destruction and be eliminated. Gohan. Toppo bellows, and a terrifying energy beam erupts from his palm. The destructive energy sphere, once released from his control, begins to swell, expanding into a colossal orb measuring 10 meters in diameter, its sheer might nearly suffocating Gohan, who is in his Super Saiyan berserker state. There is no way to evade it. Gohan internally screams in despair. The moment he is struck, his elimination will be inevitable. Just as the dire moment approaches, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A similar purple light shoots forth, merging with the destructive energy sphere created by Toppo. In an instant, the assault infused with the power of destruction dissipates, as if countered by an energy of equal magnitude. This scene unfolded with such suddenness that everyone could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. What on earth is happening? The god of destruction, Toppo, exclaimed, his eyes betraying disbelief. He had cast aside everything, transforming into the form of a god of destruction. How could anyone withstand such power? Surely, he should be the most formidable warrior beneath Jiren. Soon, all gazes turned towards the source of the energy that had just been unleashed. There stood Vegeta. Now visible to them, he was the originator of that prior assault. At this moment, Vegeta underwent an unforeseen transformation. Upon witnessing Toppo wield the power of a god of destruction, he attained enlightenment. A profound realization. Surrounding him was a strange, purple aura, radiating a destructive energy akin to that of god of destruction Toppo. However, in terms of intensity, the destructive energy emanating from Vegeta was equally potent, if not more so, than that of Toppo. This is impossible. You possess such power as well. Could it be that you are a candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7? Toppo bellowed, utterly losing his composure. Chapter 105, The Disparity Among Gods of Destruction. This formidable power can only be wielded by the god of destruction. Only those who have been personally taught by the god of destruction are deemed worthy to harness its destructive force. This force is undeniably beyond mere self-awareness. The most plausible explanation at present is that Vegeta stands as the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Is this the essence of destruction? It feels entirely different, as if I can manifest strength in accordance with my desires. I now sense an infinite reservoir of power within me. Anything I wish to obliterate shall be annihilated. Vegeta is enveloped in a radiant purple aura, his hair transformed into a vivid shade of violet. A haunting purple glimmer flickers in his eyes, and an abyssal aura of destructive energy surrounds him, rivaling, if not surpassing, that of the god of destruction, Toppo. This formidable power has already reached the mid-stage of the 10th dimension and continues to ascend relentlessly. As he stated, the stronger his desire for destruction grows, the more his strength will rise in tandem with that destructive yearning. What is this? Vegeta, you have actually mastered such power. Sun Wukong was profoundly shaken. The strength that Vegeta wields now far surpasses his own. Even when he employs the Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution, amplified by 20-fold Kaioken, no, even 30-fold Kaioken pales in comparison to Vegeta's current might. The power of the god of destruction can elevate a person's strength to such terrifying levels. Is the aura emanating from Uncle Vegeta that of a god of destruction? Gohan's heart raced with increasing intensity. In his Super Saiyan beast transformation, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Every cell in his body trembled. Now, the god of destruction, Vegeta, has arrived. This formidable power induces a shiver even among the most seasoned deities of destruction. A swift sound of slicing through the air resonated. At that moment, Tizborbu arrived at the battlefield with unparalleled speed, drawing the attention of all present. Tizbor, your timing is utterly misplaced. You are not Tizbor. The god of destruction, Turbor, found himself utterly bewildered by the unexpected appearance of this unique Tizborbu. What on earth is happening? How did that pink creature become so slender? And it resembles Tispa so closely. I see now. It is you, Buu, who has absorbed Tispa into your own being. Upon witnessing the transformation of Tispa into Buu, Goku suddenly comprehended the situation. It had been many years since Majin Buu last employed his absorption ability, causing them to forget the true terror he embodies. Not only does he possess bizarre dark magical powers, but he also has the capacity to engulf his opponents, thereby acquiring their strength. It was precisely this devouring capability that had driven them into a desperate situation, with numerous warriors being consumed. Fortunately, the Patera earrings had reversed the tide. Otherwise, they would have been utterly powerless to turn the situation around. You had once cornered us all. And that fighter named Tispa has surely been swallowed by Buu. Now possessing all of his powers, Gohan remarked with a grin in his beastly form. Among those present, none understood the dreadfulness of Majin Buu better than him. After being consumed, one would lose control of their body entirely, becoming a source of power for Majin Buu. Tispa is now enduring the torment he once faced. Haha, it is unavoidable. That fellow's speed is too swift. If I had not absorbed him, I would indeed have been no match for him. However, thanks to him, my strength has grown even greater, Buu declared confidently. The individuals present were engulfed in the immense surprise brought forth by Majin Buu, and at that moment, no one noticed the chilling malevolence flickering in the eyes of the god of destruction, Topo. The predicament of Universe 11 was dire. Tispa had been consumed by Majin Buu through his unique ability, while Jiren was restrained by Super Saiyan God Red Vegeta. The instigator of this power tournament, Universe 7, still had so many participants on the stage. He could no longer tolerate this. Boom. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the god of destruction, Topo, as he summoned every ounce of his destructive energy. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with anything else. You from Universe 7, how dare you resort to such despicable tactics against my comrades? Unforgivable. Even though I have abandoned everything, I remain the captain of the Pride Troopers. To ensure the survival of Universe 11 until the end, I shall obliterate every last one of you. At this moment, the god of destruction, Topo, was almost driven to madness, raising his hands high, disregarding the fate of his enemies, gathering the utmost destructive energy he could muster. A colossal destructive energy sphere, expanding to over 1,000 meters in diameter, materialized. The deep purple radiance distorted the fabric of the void, causing the entire realm of nothingness to sway perilously. Upon witnessing this, everyone instinctively heightened their vigilance. If struck by this terrifying blow, they could very well meet their demise. Super Vegeta, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle softly as he stepped forward. Is this truly the extent of your power, having cast aside everything to become a god of destruction? How disappointing. Allow me to bring you down. A sharp purple light erupted from his eyes as Vegeta clenched his jaw, the intense destructive energy blazing around him. Such arrogance. There are indeed disparities among gods of destruction. Watch as I utterly annihilate you, Vegeta. Topo's fury surged within him. In the next moment, he hurled the colossal destructive energy sphere, gathered to its utmost limit, with tremendous force. The vast energy, upon breaking free from his control, began to expand uncontrollably. Should this strike detonate, none among them would escape the fate of being affected. Yet, for the god of destruction, Vegeta, this level of assault is mere child's play. Abandoning all, forsaking one's own beliefs to embody the god of destruction, this is all you can muster. But I, Vegeta, am different. I possess my own aspirations and convictions. A mere god of destruction is not beyond my grasp. With a thunderous roar, the god of destruction, Vegeta, raised his hand and unleashed a beam of destructive energy. The two energies collided, holding each other in a stalemate for 5 seconds, before Vegeta unleashed his true power. His destructive force surged dramatically, instantly altering the tide of battle. In that moment, the destructive energy beam from Vegeta shattered the colossal sphere of destructive energy conjured by the god of destruction, Topo. The scales of victory tilted decisively in Vegeta's favor. Impossible. How could my destruction be inferior to yours? I am the designated candidate for god of destruction by the esteemed Lord Beerus. At this moment, god of destruction Topo stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that the gap in their strengths had widened so drastically. Vegeta of Universe 7, transformed into a god of destruction, wielded a power that far surpassed his own. Your destruction lacks purity. Meanwhile, I, Vegeta, once embodied the most unadulterated malevolence. Perhaps I should thank you. It is your awakening that has enlightened me, allowing the purest malevolence to transmute into pure destruction. Now, I possess the ability to obliterate all. As Vegeta spoke, his god of destruction power ascended once more, and in that moment, he seemed to revert to the cold-blooded prince of destruction from the Z era. In an instant, his momentum, previously at the mid-level of the 10th dimension, underwent a profound transformation, elevating him to the pinnacle of the 10th dimension. With his combat power reaching the threshold of 8,000, the aura emanating from him surpassed that of the god of destruction, Topo, by more than double. Suddenly, a burst of violet light illuminated the space as Vegeta propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the front of Topo, delivering a devastating blow that struck hard into the god of destruction's abdomen. A dull thud echoed through the air. The impact sent Topo staggering, blood spewing from his mouth as his body lurched forward. That punch nearly pierced through him. No, I refuse to believe this. We are both gods of destruction. The disparity cannot be this vast. Topo, nearly driven to madness, once again concentrated his divine energy towards Vegeta. However, at that moment, Vegeta absorbed Topo's divine power directly into his being, assimilating it entirely. In the presence of a shared divine essence, The weaker divine energy is irresistibly drawn into the stronger one. My divine power has surrendered. The unfolding scene left the god of destruction, Topo, utterly dumbfounded. Momentarily at a loss for how to respond. A faint smile crept across Vegeta's lips, swiftly morphing into a fierce expression as he gathered his divine energy within his palm. Haya! With a long, resonating cry, a torrent of chaotic energy erupted forth, propelling Topo's body toward the heavens of the null realm. Au! The god of destruction, engulfed in the violent energy, soared to a height of 10,000 meters, only to subsequently plummet into the abyss beyond the arena of the null realm. One strike, one fatal blow. In the observation area of Universe 11, the clown god of destruction, Vermaud, gazed at the eliminated Topo in sheer disbelief. Topo, having awakened, possessed formidable strength. He was acutely aware of this. Even Vermaud, an established god of destruction, would require considerable effort to vanquish him. Yet now, Vegeta of Universe 7 had awakened, his power far exceeding that of Topo. A terrifying prowess that even Vermaud found daunting. Damn it. Damn it all. It's Vegeta again. Why must it always be Vegeta? Vermaud bellowed, nearly driven to the brink of insanity. Initially believing victory was assured in this tournament of power, they could not have anticipated that the battlefield would shift so rapidly. Their universe boasted a god of destruction, but so did others. With Topo eliminated, the only remaining combatant on the stage was Jiren. However, the Super Saiyan 4, red-haired Vegeta, could match Jiren blow for blow, their strengths seemingly equal. Jiren, though powerful, could not possibly contend with multiple formidable foes simultaneously. His, too, had been absorbed by Majin Buu, leaving the situation for Universe 11 quite grim. As it stood, they could only rely on Jiren. Should he fall, all hope for Universe 11 would be utterly extinguished. As Angel Margarita lamented. Meanwhile, in the audience of Universe 7, when Vegeta awakened his divine power, the god of destruction, Beerus, and Angel Whis exhibited expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated that Vegeta would grasp the essence of destruction so swiftly. Now, he could elevate his strength at will, and with a sufficiently intense desire for destruction. Defeating Jiren or another Vegeta from Universe 11 would be well within his grasp. Lord Beerus, your discreet guidance has proven remarkably effective, was praised the god of destruction, Beerus. Humph. It's merely adequate. Though this power is indeed formidable, it still pales in comparison to the older gods of destruction from other universes. I merely provided a slight nudge, and look at the effect. His talent is truly alarming. Perhaps I have found a worthy successor for my position as god of destruction. Beerus mused, delighted by Vegeta's awakening, which not only showcased the prowess of Universe 7 but also sent a clear message to the other gods of destruction. He, as the strongest of them all, had chosen a candidate whose strength was undeniably formidable. At that moment, the primary battlefield witnessed the ongoing clash between Jiren and the Super Saiyan 4, red-haired Vegeta. Their fierce battle raged on, each exchanging countless blows and defenses without a clear victor emerging. However, the awakening of Vegeta from Universe 7 distracted the Super Saiyan 4, revealing a slight opening. Do you dare to lose focus while battling me? You truly are an imperfect being. Jiren seized the opportunity without hesitation. Energy erupted violently, a searing aura coalescing around his fist as he struck down towards the Super Saiyan 4, red-haired Vegeta. Boom. A resounding explosion ensued. Deep crimson flames consumed everything in their path. The terrifying might of the strike is sufficient to pierce through anything. Even a god of destruction would find it impossible to withstand. However, as the flames dissipated, the Super Saiyan 4, with crimson hair, Vegeta, not only remained unyielded but also firmly absorbed Jiren's god-slaying punch with unwavering resolve. A look of disbelief flickered in Jiren's eyes. Chapter 107, Suppressing Jiren. The Battle of Dual Beings. The power of this punch is beyond the capacity of any god of destruction to block. Yet, the current Super Saiyan 4, with red hair, Vegeta not only withstood it but also turned the tables, suppressing him in return. Jiren, your strength is indeed formidable, arguably the strongest warrior in my world. Save for one hot-blooded fool. But presently you are still insufficiently strong. This fervor is all you possess. With a low, resonant murmur, the aura surrounding Super Saiyan 4, red-haired Vegeta underwent another transformation, his vibrant crimson hair morphing into a haunting shade of pink. This form transcended the Super Saiyan 4 limit break. It was the Super Saiyan 4, pink-haired, the ultimate release of bloodline power. The enhancement to battle power in this state rivals that of the Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution, and perhaps even surpasses it. Now, the Super Saiyan 4, pink-haired Vegeta's battle power reached a terrifying magnitude of 20 times. A staggering 20-fold stronger compared to the fully unleashed Jiren before him. How is this possible? Jiren's pupils constricted sharply as he attempted to retract his fist. But the overwhelming force rendered him immobile. His fist could not be withdrawn. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Wang. A soft pink glow gathered in Vegeta's palm. Energy surging forth in a direct stream, propelling Jiren's body towards the colossal stone pillar at the center of the void. With a thunderous crash, the energy erupted, sending Jiren crashing into the massive stone column, his battle attire torn asunder, leaving him significantly injured. Though he retained consciousness, he had temporarily lost the ability to fight under Vegeta's devastating blow, his body ensconced within the immense pillar, unable to move. Jiren found himself in dire straits. Utterly suppressed by the Super Saiyan 4, pink-haired Vegeta of the 10th universe. His body slowly descended from the heights. At that moment, Super Saiyan 4. Pink-haired Vegeta stood atop the highest peak of the void, gazing down upon the struggling contestants below with an air of invincibility, arms crossed, exuding an aura of utter dominance. As for Jiren, he did not strike again to completely obliterate his opponent. Instead, he offered Jiren a chance to break through his limits and grow stronger. This scene was witnessed by the warriors of Universe 7. The formidable power of Jiren undoubtedly overshadowed all those present. Yet this supreme being was momentarily subdued by the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, leaving him with no room to retaliate. However, this did not shatter their fighting spirit. Rather, it ignited their resolve to battle, particularly for the god of destruction, Vegeta. Having grasped the essence of divine destruction, he felt an inexhaustible well of power within him, equipping him to contend with the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Vegeta pondered, could it be that Goku was observing the god of destruction Vegeta and had already discerned his intentions? The time was ripe. Regardless of the adversary's identity, it was now my turn to bring this to a conclusion. If I do not vanquish him, the championship of the Tournament of Power will remain a distant dream for us. Kakarot, reflect well on the lessons imparted by Whis. Do not forget the most crucial elements. The god of destruction Vegeta spoke with profound significance. In the next moment, he leaped, traversing a distance of thousands of meters to the vicinity of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Goku murmured the teachings that Whis had bestowed upon him, while simultaneously plunging into recollection. The fragments of Whis' guidance surfaced in his mind, rapidly leading him to a state of enlightenment. His hair began to sway as if caught in a tempest, hinting at a transformative potential. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glimpse. He had not yet truly comprehended that realm. At this moment, the two Vegetas exchanged glances, one a scion of unparalleled bloodline power, the other a scion embodying the essence of destruction. How intriguing. It seems you have discovered your path. Forsaking the innate power of the scion lineage in favor of embracing the force of destruction. This may not be an unworthy path, yet even as the embodiment of destruction, you remain incapable of matching my strength. The arrogance and pride of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta surpassed that of all others present. Even Jiren, the mightiest warrior of Universe 11, had been overwhelmed by his overwhelming combat prowess. Before me stands the god of destruction Vegeta. Though formidable, he pales in comparison to Jiren, and the disparity in strength is glaring. Such remarkable arrogance. However, the battle has yet to commence, and the outcome remains uncertain. Unlike you, who relies solely on raw power, I have comprehended the true essence of destruction. Let me see if the Scion bloodline can eclipse the insatiable desire for annihilation that resides within me. At this moment, the god of destruction Vegeta was undaunted. Even in the face of the powerful Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, he remained convinced of his superiority. The belief in destruction magnified his strength once more, propelling his combat power to the pinnacle of the 10th dimension, reaching a staggering 9,999. He was but a step away from transcending into the 11th dimension. Yet, that single unit appeared negligible, and truly achieving a breakthrough would be akin to scaling a mountain. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta looked down from his elevated position, observing the god of destruction Vegeta, who was filled with an overwhelming energy of destruction. A slight smirk tugged at his lips. Initially, he believed that this world's Vegeta, even in his divine form, would possess only limited strength. However, it now seemed that the reality was far from that assumption. In this world, he is equally exceptional. Having awakened his ultimate self at this very moment, transforming into a god of destruction while retaining the foundation of his own beliefs. He has transcended Kakarot. How intriguing. Perhaps this battle is predestined by fate. I have traversed time and space, shaking the gods with the power of a scion, while you, the counterpart of this world, stand before me as a god of destruction. Regardless of the outcome, even if you fall, I shall extend to you the respect you deserve. The Super Saiyan 4, pink-haired Vegeta, stands atop the stone pillar of the realm of nothingness, gazing down at the god of destruction Vegeta below. At this moment, It resembles a challenge from a lesser being to a superior one. Chapter 108. The Attention of the Gods. The Super Saiyan 4, pink-haired Vegeta, is the one being challenged. While the god of destruction Vegeta is the challenger, the battle between the two Vegetas is about to commence, stirring both gods and mortals alike to focus on the clash. Meanwhile, in another arena, Gotenks engages in combat with Kefla. As a fusion warrior, Gotenks is undeniably powerful. However, the gap in strength against the fusion warrior Kefla is considerable. The Super Saiyan third-grade Gotenks is utterly overwhelmed by Kefla, who mercilessly suppresses him. Behold my super binding rings. Gotenks, in his Super Saiyan third-grade form, unleashes energy, transforming it into layers of rings aimed at Kefla. Unfazed, Kefla allows the energy rings to encircle her without any discomfort. Though tight, they are far from capable of binding me. Kale mocks with a smirk, unleashing a torrent of energy from within her being. The energy pool of the legendary Super Saiyan erupts, sending forth a terrifying force that shatters the 8th dimension's limits, advancing into the realm of the 9th dimension, climbing rapidly until it barely stabilizes in the late stages of the 9th dimension. What? The final bindings are broken as Kefla forcefully dispels them. Gotenks is left bewildered, wondering how to fight back. It seems utterly impossible. Stabilizing her power in the late stages of the 9th dimension, Kefla smirks and swiftly strikes, her agile form tearing through space to appear before Gotenks. A powerful punch rends the air, hitting Gotenks squarely in the chest. Pooh! The force of the blow causes Gotenks to spew blood, his body soaring backward like a kite with a severed string, ultimately crashing down from the arena. As they descend into the abyss of nothingness, their fusion is undone, for the damage inflicted by Kefla's punch is overwhelmingly devastating. With Gotenks' elimination, the 7th universe loses another 2 competitors. Having effortlessly dealt with Gotenks, Kefla smirks, shifting her gaze to the main battlefield. Hee. How could I, Kefla, miss out on such an occasion? Just wait. I am on my way. As a fervent warrior, Kefla feels a strong urge to insert herself into the battle between the two Vegetas, believing her strength is undoubtedly on par with both. In the observation area of the gods, even Jiren is suppressed by this formidable Vegeta. How can this Vegeta possess such incredible strength? Jiren, who should be invincible, cannot possibly be defeated. The clown god of destruction, Vermouth, is near the brink of madness, with Jiren being overwhelmed by the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The commencement of the dual Vegeta battle signifies the potential downfall of their universe, the 11th, following the fate of others. Calm yourself, Lord Vermouth. The situation is not as dire as we perceive. Jiren has not been defeated. Rather, he is on the cusp of awakening. The blow from that Vegeta of the 10th universe has ignited Jiren's pride. Perhaps this presents him with the perfect opportunity for breakthrough, as he has been invincible for far too long in the 11th universe. Angel Margarita's perspective is far broader than that of God of Destruction Vermouth. Furthermore, as long as Majin Buu remains in the arena, their universe is destined to avoid elimination. Let us hope so. Listening to Angel Margarita's reassurances, the clown god of destruction Vermouth begins to regain his composure. Meanwhile, in the 10th universe, when the two Vegetas confront each other, God of Destruction Ramses and several other contestants express their intrigue. How fascinating! The Vegeta from the 7th universe is the chosen successor of Beerus. Wielding the power of destruction with such purity, he is indeed a remarkable talent. However, our universe's Vegeta is undoubtedly superior. Ramses' excitement escalates, for he values the duel between the two Vegetas more than the clash between Jiren and the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. In terms of strength, he believes the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta will certainly prevail, as his physique and wild muscles align more with Ramses' ideals. Indeed, this battle will determine which Vegeta is the strongest across the universes, holding significant importance for the 7th universe. At this juncture, Vegeta's identity is likely known to my siblings. Angel Kesh chuckles, unconcerned with the gazes of other angels, focusing solely on whether Vegeta can triumph and claim victory in the Tournament of Power, bringing her immense glory. On the side of the 7th universe, God of Destruction Beerus bears an immense weight on his shoulders. The tension surrounding the dual Vegeta battle signifies the fate of their universe and represents the ultimate confrontation between the two Vegetas from different timelines. Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts? Angel Whis inquires beside him. The outcome of this battle, even he cannot easily alter. In their universe, Vegeta has comprehended the power of destruction. Possessing boundless potential, his strength is entirely dependent on the conviction that resides within his heart. Chapter 109. A single strike to decimate. Goku awakens. Humph. Just watch. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction, Beerus, let out a cold snort, offering no further response. The outcome of this battle remains shrouded in uncertainty. Even he is unaware of the final result. The formidable strength of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta remains an enigma, and even though God of Destruction Vegeta is extraordinarily powerful, it is likely that he will find it challenging to vanquish his opponent. In the arena, the two Vegetas locked eyes, creating an entirely new battlefield, where both gazes emanated an intimidating pressure. One represented the pinnacle of bloodline power, exuding the purest essence of human strength, while the other embodied the might of a god of destruction, having comprehended the true essence of annihilation, continuously radiating divine pressure. The forces of both beings tore through the atmosphere of the void realm, tainting its skies. As their energies reached a crescendo, God of Destruction Vegeta could no longer restrain himself. With a frantic scream, he propelled his power to its zenith, magnifying his destructive desires infinitely. He leaped, transforming into a streak of purple light, hurtling straight towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. With an immensely powerful punch, imbued with boundless destructive force, he struck with a resounding boom that reverberated throughout the entire void realm, shaking its very fabric. This punch, imbued with boundless destructive power, was indeed formidable. However, it was firmly grasped by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, rendering it immobile. A truly impressive strike, yet it amounted to little more than that, jested Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. In the next moment, he unleashed the full extent of his strength, overwhelming the destructive energy of God Vegeta. With a mere wave of his hand, he sent God Vegeta hurtling through the air. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, pursuing the airborne God Vegeta with a series of devastating blows. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive heavy punches struck God Vegeta with unparalleled force, assailing his very being. Reeling from the impact, God Vegeta coughed up blood, his body sent spiraling backward. Just as he was about to plummet into the abyss, God Vegeta summoned his strength once more, forcibly stabilizing his form. At that moment, a fierce expression marred his features. Rather than diminishing, his energy surged in response to the onslaught from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Exhilaration surged through him. God Vegeta cried out in delight, raising his hands as the destructive energy within him roared forth like an erupting volcano. A profound purple radiance erupted from his being, coalescing in his hands into a fearsome sphere of destructive energy, a colossal orb measuring 100 meters in size. The terrifying might of this strike could effortlessly shatter multiple universes into fragments. Brace yourself. In a fit of frantic fury, the god of destruction, Vegeta, hurled this astonishing power towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Upon sensing the destructive force of this blow, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta estimated it to be at the nascent stage of the 11th dimension, posing a lethal threat to warriors who had merely begun to step into that realm. Even Jiren, just moments ago, could not withstand it unscathed. What an astonishing power. Another version of myself. Having comprehended the strength of a god of destruction, I have reached such heights, which is commendable. However, in terms of strength, I surpass you by a considerable margin. This divine power holds no effect against me. As these words left his lips, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta raised his hand, unleashing a mysterious force from afar. Merely the pressure emanating from his aura was sufficient to completely seal off the advancing destructive energy, preventing it from progressing even a fraction. The might of a formidable warrior erupted. The intangible pressure alone compressed the god of destruction's energy, which, within 3 to 5 seconds, shrank from a size of 100 meters to that of a basketball, hovering within the palm of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. What? Upon witnessing his ultimate strike so effortlessly thwarted, the god of destruction, Vegeta, exhibited a look of disbelief. The disparity in power was staggering. His full-force attack was toyed with as if it were a trivial plaything. Surprised? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta chuckled softly, flicking his fingers, instantly obliterating the god of destruction's energy into nothingness. The ease with which he extinguished this divine force hinted at the extraordinary level of his own power. Your awakened strength is impressive. However, at this level, you lack even the qualification to contend with me. With that, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta raised his hand. Deep crimson flames flickering in his palm, the surging energy spreading like a colossal wave throughout the void. He unleashed a beam of devastating energy directed at the god of destruction, Vegeta. Sensing a profound sense of danger, the god of destruction did not evade but instead summoned his own power to respond. The void trembled as the two destructive energies collided, surprisingly maintaining a stalemate. Humph. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta scoffed, suddenly amplifying his power. The torrent of energy surged forth, relentlessly overpowering the formidable force of the god of destruction, crashing violently into him. In an instant, the god of destruction, Vegeta, suffered severe injuries, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes growing hazy, as his power dissipated, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. In less than 3 exchanges, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta ruthlessly suppressed the god of destruction, Vegeta. The gap in their strengths was insurmountable. They were not of the same caliber. Had it not been for the protective barrier of divine power, this strike would have obliterated Vegeta from this world completely. Is this how it ends? Observing the god of destruction, Vegeta, stripped of combat capability and fading into unconsciousness, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. The gulf between them was simply too vast. Had the other version of himself been present, perhaps there would have been some excitement, but regrettably, this world's self had awakened only once. Yet at that moment, an astonishing surge of divine power erupted behind Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of intense heat. Upon feeling this scorching heat and the surging divine energy, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta turned nonchalantly. As he had surmised, Kakarot had awakened. In the midst of this resplendent white light, Son Goku approached with a brand new presence. His hair was slightly whitish, his aura ethereal, imbuing him with an air of mystery. Most importantly, while his power fell slightly short of the god of destruction, Vegeta's, he had yet to fully awaken. Should he unlock his complete potential, even the god of destruction, Vegeta, might find himself somewhat inferior. Quite formidable energy, yet is this truly your limit, Kakarot? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta crossed his arms, a teasing smile gracing his face as he regarded the Son Goku who had begun to grasp the Ultra Instinct. While there remained a significant gap in their auras, he cautioned against underestimating him. As for how strong I am now, even I am uncertain. With his newfound comprehension of Ultra Instinct, Son Goku experienced a remarkable surge in strength, now possessing the confidence to challenge Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Oh, is that so? A playful smile curled at the corner of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's mouth. In the next moment, he vanished like a specter, reappearing before Son Goku, raising his fist to strike. However, his opponent, seemingly anticipating the move, deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a powerful punch. Witnessing this, Vegeta sidestepped and unleashed another blow. The collision of their fists sent shockwaves through the void, resulting in a cataclysmic upheaval. Under the impact of their fists, Son Goku clearly faltered, feeling a terrifying force engulf him, propelling him away. His entire arm trembled under the might of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's punch. The disparity in strength was starkly revealed. Even with Son Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct, it mattered little. Seizing the advantage, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta surged forward, launching another assault on Son Goku. A relentless onslaught descended like a torrential storm, the terrifying speed and power rendering one almost incapable of fathoming the true extent of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's combat prowess. In the state of Ultra Instinct, Son Goku was compelled to defend against this unending, nearly flawless barrage of attacks, finding himself entirely on the back foot. Is this his attack? It is overwhelmingly powerful. Sun Wukong felt as though his very bones were on the verge of shattering. Even with the ability to defend himself through the mastery of the ultimate skill, the resilience of his body was no match for the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Under such an immense force, his physical form was relentlessly battered, and before long, he found himself utterly at a disadvantage. Is this all the fervor you possess? Such a disappointment, Kakarot. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and in the next instant, a devastating punch capable of obliterating anything was unleashed. The unstoppable force of the obliteration punch struck mercilessly against Sun Wukong's abdomen. The terrifying energy coursed through his entire being, causing him to spew forth blood. His body propelled towards the edge of the arena, teetering on the brink of an abyss. The transformation induced by the ultimate skill was on the verge of collapse under the might of that blow. Coughing violently, Sun Wukong expelled dark blood, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness in that very moment. This punch left him significantly injured. What a pity, Kakarot. Even the strength you possess after awakening pales in comparison to a mere fraction of my own. Therefore, I shall proceed to cast you down from this arena. The Super Saiyan 4, with his pink hair, raised his hand, a deep crimson glow emanating from his palm. It was evident that he intended to eliminate Son Goku from the stage with this move. Just then, at the position where the god of destruction, Vegeta, had previously stood, the divine power, which should have extinguished, reignited once more. Sensing this anomaly, the Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta, cast a fleeting glance. To his astonishment, the seemingly lifeless god of destruction, Vegeta, rose once again, and not only that, but his aura had also significantly intensified compared to before. This indeed aligns with the characteristics of self-idealistic cultivation. The god of destruction, Vegeta, grew increasingly formidable as his wounds deepened, aligning perfectly with his combative style of exchanging injury for injury. A brief glance exchanged between him and Goku seemed to forge an unspoken agreement. As both erupted with terrifying speed, converging upon the Super Saiyan 4 pink-haired Vegeta from opposite sides, executing a pincer maneuver. The air resonated with two thunderous crashes as their fists, empowered by the terrifying might of the gods, were effortlessly deflected by the Super Saiyan 4 pink-haired Vegeta. In the ensuing moment, a ferocious joint assault commenced, with Goku employing the Ultra Instinct technique and Vegeta utilizing his own form of Ultra Instinct, launching a relentless barrage against their adversary. A novel and unique combat style emerged, characterized by impeccable offense and defense, devoid of any vulnerabilities. Confronted with this relentless onslaught, the Super Saiyan 4 pink-haired Vegeta found himself momentarily on the back foot, succumbing to the overwhelming force of their clashes. It is evident that in this timeline, Goku and Vegeta are indeed a formidable duo. The fighting prowess they unleashed together transcended mere arithmetic, far exceeding the sum of its parts. As fated rivals, their combined strength was potent enough to bridge dimensions, imposing an immense pressure upon the Super Saiyan 4 pink-haired Vegeta that he had not felt in ages. How intriguing! How utterly captivating! A smile crept upon his face as he embraced this long-lost sensation of pressure. This was undoubtedly the most intense battle he had faced since arriving in this world. In an instant, an invisible force emanated from him, propelling the god of destruction, Vegeta, and the Ultra Instinct, Goku, apart once more. The two warriors steadied themselves simultaneously, assuming their respective stances for their ultimate attacks. God of Destruction Vegeta, Gamma Burst Flash, Ultra Instinct Goku, Kamehameha Wave. In a heartbeat, two torrents of chaotic energy erupted forth, infused with unparalleled destructive power, surging towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. As they advanced, their ultimate techniques intertwined, transforming into annihilating energy capable of overturning existence itself. Even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta sensed a hint of impending danger from the ferocity of this strike. Intriguingly, he tapped into a deeper reservoir of energy within, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Chapter 111: Instantaneous Defeat of Dual Extreme Techniques, the Resurrection of Ultra Instinct. The combined ultimate techniques unleashed by Goku and Vegeta descended upon Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta like a raging dragon. The destructive force of this strike was beyond imagination. Yet it seemed rather inadequate in the face of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. With a seemingly effortless swing of his iron fist, he unleashed unparalleled devastation, culminating in a resounding explosion. The formidable punch shattered the combined ultimate technique of Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Instinct Vegeta on the spot, scattering energy in all directions. What? Ultra Instinct Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Our combined attack was utterly obliterated. Ultra Instinct Vegeta echoed, equally bewildered. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have never believed that the disparity in their strengths could be so immense. However, what transpired next left them even more astounded. In a flash, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, leaping through space and silently reappearing behind the two warriors. With a thunderous impact, two powerful strikes landed mercilessly on the vulnerable spots of Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Instinct Vegeta. The overwhelming force erupted in an instant, causing the two to spew forth a mouthful of bile, losing control of their bodies as they were propelled backwards like cannonballs. Observing the two being flung away, a smirk of disdain crept across Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's face. He then raised his hands, energy converging within his palms, and declared, "Double Spiral Gallic Cannon." Two beams of white and purple light erupted from his hands, intertwining as they surged towards Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Instinct Vegeta of Universe 7. With a deafening roar, the explosion engulfed the sky in flames, mercilessly consuming the duo from Universe 7 in a terrifying shockwave. Once the energy had been expended, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta refrained from launching another assault, crossing his arms as he coldly observed the epicenter of the explosion. At that moment, the duo from Universe 7 lay incapacitated in a deep crater, rendered unconscious. Was it truly this easy to eliminate them? To be frank, I am somewhat disappointed. The Ultra Instinct techniques are not as formidable as I had anticipated. So who will be next? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gazed expectantly around, noting that no other competitors from the various universes dared to make a move. This left him somewhat disheartened. At this power tournament, could it truly be merely his exhibition of dominance? He had yet to unleash even the fifth transformation of a Super Saiyan, and already it seemed poised to conclude. Since you refuse to engage, I shall no longer hold back. Weaklings, retreat. With a thunderous roar, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta transformed into a pale pink comet, soaring towards the heavens. The power of his bloodline surged forth, releasing countless energy orbs that scattered in all directions across the arena. Boom, 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 boom. The arena of the power tournament was engulfed in a storm of energy blasts. No corner escaped the devastation. Those lacking strength were swept away by the terrifying explosions, thrown from the stage in disarray. As Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta unleashed his bloodline power with abandon, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly from Universe 7, who had been in a deep coma, awakened. No, to be precise, it was not Broly who awakened, but rather another persona hidden within him. The original personality had been severely injured and had fallen into slumber, replaced by this malevolent identity. Boom! The unfathomable power of the legendary Super Saiyan erupted once more, reaching the pinnacle of the 10th dimension, tantalizingly close to a breakthrough into the higher echelon of the 11th dimension. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's attention was drawn to this inscrutable force. Still amidst the chaos of clearing the arena of excess competitors, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta sensed an incredibly profound aura erupting, redirecting his focus. Upon realizing that this surge of energy emanated from Broly, he understood the situation. Ha ha ha. It is you, Broly. No, it is you, demon. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta instantly recognized that the entity in a state of energy eruption was not Broly himself, but rather the primal persona that all legendary Super Saiyans possess. The very source of the madness associated with the legendary Super Saiyan. In his universe, GT Broly had long been dominated by this primal persona, becoming a mindless force of destruction. However, due to his inherently bloodthirsty nature, even when under the primal persona's influence, GT Broly retained some semblance of reason and ultimately overcame this wild aspect of himself. Yet, this world's Broly was different. He was innately benevolent. An exceptionally pure Saiyan who simply relished combat, nothing more. During their previous battle, Broly's original persona had been severely injured, allowing the primal persona to emerge. Emerging from the verdant flames, Broly was engulfed in a chilling, profound malevolence, as if he had just clawed his way out of an abyss. Every movement exuding an overwhelming bloodlust. With madness flaring in his eyes. The uncontrollable legendary Super Saiyan Broly committed an act even more extreme than Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. He became a wellspring of absolute power, unleashing an unparalleled wave of energy. A comprehensive bombardment in a 360-degree radius. In this chaos, both foes and allies alike suffered. Even a select few universes were directly eliminated due to his terrifying might. Universe 2 and Universe 4 were completely wiped out under Broly's onslaught, leaving not a single participant on the stage. Consequently, the Grand Minister, observing from the void, declared their disqualification, and both Xenos simultaneously enacted special rules to disintegrate them on the spot. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gazed down upon the rampaging demon with palpable excitement on his face, for he sensed that Broly's current fighting prowess had shattered the boundaries of the 10th dimension, stepping into the realm of the 11th. Chapter 112. Instantaneous defeat of the legendary Super Saiyan, elimination of Majin Buu. Emerging from the verdant flames, Broly's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty crimson. His muscles grotesquely swollen, veins coursing across his surface. His body had reached its limit, teetering on the brink of catastrophic rupture at any moment. This is the ultimate manifestation of transcendent power. Throughout the ages, the legendary Super Saiyans have succumbed to the demons within their own bodies, losing their sanity and spiraling into madness. Ultimately, this overwhelming surge of power leads them down the path of self-destruction. With a roar reminiscent of a primal beast, Broly's wild form charges directly toward the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his ferocious body distorting the very fabric of space. Two colossal hands, clawing and grasping, tear through the void, menacingly reaching for Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's face. In response to this imminent threat, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta spreads his arms wide, bracing himself against Broly's wild might. The moment of their clash generates an infinite tempest of energy, a chaotic storm of force radiating in all directions as their powers collide, pressing down upon one another. A chilling pressure envelopes the scene, this savage strength evoking memories of our previous battles in another realm. However, since you were defeated by me in that world, you shall meet the same fate in this one. With those words, an unparalleled and terrifying energy erupted from within Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, its explosive increase allowing him to defy the laws of physics. Harnessing his raw and primal strength, he sent Broly soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta transformed into a projectile, propelling himself forward. He caught up with the retreating Broly, unleashing a torrential barrage of fists and feet that fell like rain upon his foe. The air was filled with a dazzling array of attacks, cascading down upon Broly from all directions. This devastating force relentlessly constricted Broly's muscles, delivering blow after blow, causing this beast to emit anguished howls. One could observe that the colossal muscles of Broly's wild physique alternately contracted and expanded. The frenzied beast exhibited no semblance of skill, the Super Saiyan for Vegeta, with his myriad of tactical maneuvers from various directions, rendered him unable to fend for himself. As his injuries multiplied, agony relentlessly stimulated his nerves. Yet he found himself utterly helpless. A desperate cry erupted from the wild Broly as the transcendent power within him manifested as a colossal beam of light, forcing the Super Saiyan for Vegeta to retreat. Humph! A beast that only knows how to wail, do not disgrace yourself here. A glint of cold fury flashed in the eyes of Super Saiyan for Vegeta. In that instant, the power of his bloodline surged, catapulting his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Like a brilliant aurora, he shot forth, piercing through Broly's transcendent energy beam and delivering a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, his unstoppable fist embedded itself into Broly's abdomen, a terrifying force overwhelming him and shattering the legendary Super Saiyan form. As his transcendent form crumbled, Broly expelled a torrent of blood, his body plummeting like a severed kite onto a massive fragment of the arena. His energy continued to leak away. The destruction of his transcendent form caused the accumulated energy within him to seep out like a funnel. His aura drastically diminished. The once mad Broly now regained his sanity. No longer the fabled Super Saiyan, he lay bloodied and battered on the arena floor, gasping for breath. In his line of sight, Vegeta's wild figure descended slowly, casting a haughty gaze upon him from above. You, Broly, have regained your wits, yet you are gravely wounded, despite your instinctive urge to battle the fierce Vegeta. Your heart is willing, but your body is weak. In the face of absolute power, your transcendent strength cannot flourish. It has been suppressed. It must be said. The legendary Super Saiyan, your might is indeed astonishing, but alas, you no longer possess the qualification to stand alongside me at this height. Since you lack the capacity to fight, it is time for you to exit. I have new adversaries to confront. With a cold demeanor, Super Saiyan for Vegeta looked down upon Broly and raised his foot to deliver a decisive kick. With no power to resist, Broly was unceremoniously sent tumbling off the arena. Thus, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly was declared eliminated. After vanquishing Broly, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's gaze swept across the surroundings. Goku and Vegeta from Universe 7 had recovered from their injuries, standing once again under the influence of the healing powers of the formidable Daisajuju. What a troublesome foe. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was acutely aware of the complexities posed by Daisajuju. Should he be allowed to wield his powers unchecked to heal them, this battle could extend indefinitely. He needed to eliminate this opponent swiftly. Fixating on Daisajuju, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta unleashed a powerful ki blast. The formidable energy of his punch transformed into an unparalleled destructive force, shooting forth with a resounding impact. Daisajuju was caught off guard by this invisible force, which sent him crashing out of the arena and into the abyss of the void. With Daisajuju's elimination, Universe 11 was left with only Jiren remaining. The Majin Buu from Universe 7 and Daisajuju from Universe 11 were both eliminated. Fortunately, prior to Daisajuju's defeat, he had fulfilled his duty, restoring Goku and Vegeta's stamina. Although their divine power had not fully returned, their condition was remarkably improved. Once healed, the Saiyans experienced a meteoric rise in their combat strength, entering a new phase of enhancement. Just as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta prepared to engage them again, an overwhelming and chilling aura emanated from the central pillar of the void. Is that Jiren's presence? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta immediately recognized the source of this formidable energy. The previously wounded Jiren, with the elimination of Broly and Daisajuju, erupted anew. Chapter 113, A Respectable Opponent. Enveloped in an unfathomable fiery aura, Jiren, battered yet resolute, slowly rose to his feet. In that moment, his energy surged, shattering the limits of the 10th dimension and ascending into the realm of the 11th dimension. This profoundly deep aura, in comparison to Broly's extreme rampage moments ago, is undeniably formidable. The Super Saiyan 4, with his pink hair, Vegeta could not help but smile upon sensing this immense presence. Such a fiery essence signifies that this power has already reached half of my current capabilities. It is nearly on par with my own. The sudden surge in strength suggests that you have finally grasped the essence of your own shortcomings. The transcendent version of yourself is worthy of my earnest attention. Turning around, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gazes at the distant Jiren, whose body is marred with injuries, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. Truly, such arrogance from you. The Vegeta of Universe 10, do you so confidently assert that I am not your match? I am no longer the same as before. At this moment, Jiren resembles a war deity emerging from flames, his muscles swollen with power, emanating an overwhelming aura that instills a profound sense of dread. His combat prowess has soared to an astonishing level, reaching 25. It continues to ascend relentlessly. Is that so? With a calm demeanor, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta lowers his hands and steps forward. Instantly, the raging aura transforms into a destructive force capable of engulfing the world, expanding outward with ferocity. This violent energy sweeps across the entire area, affecting everyone present and the divine spectators, plunging their spirits into a heavy glow. In the face of this terrifying pressure, Jiren remains unfazed, a glimmer of intensity flickering in his eyes as crimson flames erupt around him. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force, potent enough to obliterate the entire world, surges from Jiren's body. His unleashed might rivals that of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, perhaps even surpassing it. The clash of these two titanic forces from the 11th dimension creates a tempest of horror, leaving all on the arena with an undeniable sense of oppression and despair. How can they possibly contend with beings of such extraordinary caliber? The disparity in strength in this battle has become exceedingly apparent. They are not even in the same league. This arena belongs to the formidable. Those weaklings among them lack even the qualifications to engage in battle here. Meanwhile, the entities from other universes can only observe quietly from a distance, too intimidated to show themselves. It is only after the overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, dissipates that they dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Should this terrifying presence continue to expand, they would likely be among the first to succumb. Losing consciousness on this very stage, their strength has significantly increased, yet it remains uncertain how long they can sustain this power that transcends limits. Come at me, Jiren. Let me experience your might. Assuming a combat stance, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta afforded Jiren the respect he deserved, allowing him a moment to gather his strength before launching an attack. Jiren, of course, perceived Vegeta's intent and let out a displeased snort in response. This individual truly exudes arrogance. Yet, it is undeniable that he possesses formidable strength. Crackling, a bolt of lightning erupted in the void, and a crimson glow ignited in Jiren's eyes. With an unfathomable force, he unleashed an overwhelming energy that materialized into countless destructive fiery fists, piercing through the fabric of space aimed at the Super Saiyan 4, pink-haired Vegeta. Is this the move? Indeed, it is an impeccable assault, rendering evasion impossible. For the feeble, this is undeniably a fatal blow. However, for me, such a maneuver proves utterly ineffective. With a disdainful smirk, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta unleashed a pale pink aura that erupted with a cataclysmic force, manifesting a shockwave capable of obliterating everything in a 360-degree radius. Jiren's limitless assault was instantaneously shattered, dispersing into a constellation of energy particles throughout the void. Simultaneously, the unfortunate warriors from various universes caught in the energy shockwave were swiftly eliminated. From Universe 7, Gohan, Piccolo, Android 17, and Android 18 all plummeted from the arena. Similarly, from Universe 10, Morichimu and Nappa were also sent flying. This maneuver, indiscriminate in its assault, inflicted severe losses upon the 7th universe, leaving the 10th universe equally bewildered. Morichimu and Nappa exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. It appeared that their involvement was no longer necessary. The god of destruction from the 10th universe, Rumsey, tacitly accepted this. After all, these two had little substantial impact within the arena. Ultimately, victory would hinge upon Vegeta alone. The Super Saiyan 4, with his golden locks, was more than capable of facing all challengers on the stage. With a swift motion, Jiren raised his hand, gathering energy. A beam, compressed to its utmost, erupted from his palm like a chain of lightning. The ferocious energy distorted the very fabric of the void, resembling a roaring dragon as it surged towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Upon sensing the immense destructive force contained within this strike, Vegeta smiled faintly and responded with a formidable deep crimson aurora. The collision of energies resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, generating shockwaves that obliterated everything within 100 meters. Amidst the chaos, both Vegeta and Jiren surged forth, transforming into beams of light that pierced the sky, racing toward one another with unparalleled speed. Their fists clenched tightly. Bulging biceps coiled with their maximum strength, they unleashed their devastating blows. With a resounding impact, the space around them erupted, scattering fragments of reality in all directions. The force of their clash reverberated even among the gods, instilling a sense of trepidation. In that singular moment of contact, both warriors grasped the weight of their confrontation. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta surveyed Jiren with a confident smile, teasingly remarking, What's the matter? Such feeble strikes cannot inflict any harm upon me. Jiren, seething with frustration yet powerless to respond, realized that his most formidable attack could only match Vegeta's strength. The latter's power was oddly penetrating, seeming to invade his very bones and wreak havoc within him, causing his arms to throb with excruciating pain. Yet, with his indomitable will, he resolved to endure. Chapter 114, Defeating Jiren. Enough chatter. Prepare to face my high-heat cutter, Jiren exclaimed as he exerted force, creating distance between himself and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. His agile form vanished like a phantom. He unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of fiery energy, a strike so fearsome that even Vegeta dared not confront it head-on. With a deft leap, Vegeta evaded Jiren's high-heat cutter, suddenly appearing before him. A powerful fist was hurled toward Jiren, who, caught off guard, raised his arms to shield his face, bracing against Vegeta's blow. Nevertheless, the sheer force propelled him, shattering colossal stone pillars in his wake. After being sent flying for hundreds of meters, Jiren seized the initiative, transitioning from defense to an aggressive onslaught against Vegeta. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, their strikes igniting the air with brilliant flashes of light. The collisions unleashed ruthless bolts of energy that ravaged the arena, reducing everything in sight to mere dust. They darted across the stage at blinding speed, and after dozens of exchanges, Vegeta unleashed a mighty punch that overturned the tide of battle. Regaining his composure, Jiren felt a tingling numbness in his arms, the pain becoming unbearable. Vegeta, he roared like thunder, his voice echoing with a terrifying intensity. With this outburst, his aura intensified, the very vibrations of his voice causing the space of the void to tremble and erupt. At that moment, his combat prowess surged once more, nearing an astonishing level that Vegeta perceived to be almost insurmountable. This is no trivial matter. The formidable combat prowess is approaching the level of a Super Saiyan 4th stage with pink hair, a pinnacle of bloodline enhancement that can rival Vegeta. Jiren's strength is gradually catching up to him. He must unleash his true capabilities lest Jiren overwhelms him. Should Jiren once again shatter his limits and undergo an ascension in power, the balance of combat strength would be irrevocably tilted. Even though Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta possesses the ability to turn the tide, the resultant losses and the toll on his own energy would be considerably greater if he were to resort to such extremes after the fact. He is reluctant to invoke the powers of a Super Saiyan 5th stage in the skirmish, as no one on this arena has yet earned the right to compel him into such a transformation. To do so would signify the commencement of an all-out battle, and Jiren has yet to prove himself worthy of such might. Vegeta has already shown respect for the opponent's power, consistently engaging with his Super Saiyan 4 strength. Otherwise, Jiren would have long since been vanquished. Ha! Roared Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his battle strength surging dramatically, elevating his combat prowess to an impressive 45 units. His momentum eclipsed Jiren's, clearly showcasing Vegeta's superior ferocity. The two collided once more, their strikes raining down upon each other like a meteor shower. Their muscular forms bore witness to grotesque scars from the savage exchanges, the sheer force distorting their bodies in indescribable ways. Both warriors sustained increasing injuries, their fighting spirits soaring, igniting their resolve in this moment of fierce engagement. Feel my might, Jiren bellowed as he unleashed a full-force strike. The terrifying power he wielded capable of shattering the very fabric of space itself. Let us go. The defiant Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta no longer concealed his strength, fully revealing his Super Saiyan 4th stage power, now reaching a staggering 50 units. The clash of their fists erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, a fiery tempest obliterating everything in its vicinity. Anyone lacking sufficient strength was mercilessly hurled from the arena. Under the brutal force of their confrontation, the massive boulders beneath them crumbled, both warriors sent flying. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stabilized himself after being propelled several meters back, while Jiren barely managed to steady himself on the edge of a colossal rock. At that moment, he gazed gravely at his hand, now a bloody mess from the shockwave's impact. Pain seared through his palm, blood oozing from the wounds as if to warn him that another collision could shatter his fist. No, I refuse to accept defeat. Red light flickered in Jiren's eyes as he raised his head and roared to the heavens, disregarding his physical condition, channeling every ounce of energy within him. A deep crimson glow, more radiant than the sun, burst forth from his palms in a straight beam. The terrifying energy tore through the fabric of space, wielding unmatched power as it surged towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The terrifying power of this strike invigorated Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, filling him with renewed determination. Such is the sheer magnitude of this energy on this arena, it seems that no one, aside from myself, could withstand such a cataclysmic blow. Given this reality, I must respond in kind. Final flash. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta positioned his palms, channeling energy for release, and in the next heartbeat, a golden beam of energy surged forth. Enveloped in unparalleled destructive force, slicing through the fabric of space. The golden beam flickered with azure lightning, hurtling forward with lethal intent. In an instant, the clash of this formidable energy unleashed devastation, obliterating countless fragments of the arena. Concurrently, the spatial barriers surrounding the void appeared to shatter like a mirror, collapsing into chaos. Amidst the drifting shards of space, which were assimilated by the surrounding void, an observer might perceive nothing amiss. However, those of angelic caliber could distinctly sense an intangible force pressing down upon the entire realm of nothingness. During the energy collision, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta seized the opportunity. Erupting with breathtaking speed, conjuring tempestuous winds that annihilated everything visible in his path. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Jiren, his final formidable strike coalescing in that very moment. Regrettably, this time, you must face elimination. Return and continue your training, perhaps one day in the future. We shall engage in battle once more. As his words echoed, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch, striking Jiren squarely in the chest. The impact caused Jiren's muscles to concave, a massive fist-shaped imprint appearing as the terrifying force permeated his being, assaulting his very organs. Chapter 115. Defeating Jiren, the birth of the ultimate warrior. Puff. Struck by such overwhelming power, Jiren's eyes widened in shock, blood gushing from his mouth as his breath plummeted to a staggering low. At this moment, Jiren unleashed his final surge of power, yet regrettably, he remained no match for the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Under the overwhelming force of this onslaught, Jiren's form was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He had exhausted all resistance and plummeted into the abyss of nothingness, only to be mysteriously transported back to the viewing area of Universe 11. The members of Universe 11 gazed upon the battered and barely conscious Jiren, their hearts heavy with a sense of bitterness and helplessness. A being as formidable as Jiren, who had surpassed even the god of destruction, was now left in defeat. This represents a profound blow to Jillian's self-esteem. You have performed admirably, Jillian. This is not your fault. That Vegeta from Universe 10 is simply too formidable. With the situation as it stands, the god of destruction, Vermaud, must accept this reality. They believe their universe possessed the strongest warrior in the cosmos. Yet now this champion has been vanquished. Universe 11 faces its imminent demise. With all members of Universe 11 eliminated, according to the rules of the tournament, they will be erased by the Grand Zeno. At the command of the Grand Minister, who stands in the void, the two Grand Zenos, seated on their exalted thrones within the Zeno's palace, simultaneously raise their hands. In an instant, the mysterious power of the rules unfolds. Under this power, all beings from Universe